The standoff in the wild grasslands of Myanmar looms before me. Amidst the waist-high wild grass, Xiao Zhuan's right arm bleeds, yet he uses a sniper rifle bound with military green underwear to lure the elite of the Hell Mercenary Corps into a trap. Surrender, he scoffs as he decapitates his opponent. Once a fearsome wolf spirit sniper who instilled terror in mercenaries, he has now become a wounded police officer in Lianrong County. The days after his transition to civilian life proved to be more troublesome than the battlefield. He must resolve the mess left by his father's embezzlement, his sister nearly pushed into the abyss of depravity, and a shootout at a KTV that leads him to Lin Yunxiang. This enigmatic heiress is surrounded by the chilling presence of serial killers, the undercurrents of familial strife, and the lingering pain of not having saved his comrade years ago. He employs the instincts of a special forces soldier to dismantle the situation. With a swift flick of his left hand, he precisely shatters the threats with his folding knife, while psychological tactics incapacitate the thugs in the interrogation room. However, when Lin Yunxiang gazes at him with innocent eyes and says, "You're all I have left," he first realizes that protection requires more courage than killing. As Wang Yu's bomb detonates in the bustling market, and Lin Yunxiang cries out in despair upon discovering she is merely bait, Xiao Zhuan grips his 54-type pistol tightly. This time, will he be able to safeguard those he wishes to protect, or will he repeat the mistakes of the past? Chapter 1. 10 miles east of Labu village in Myanmar, amidst a seemingly endless expanse of wild grass. This is a poor venue for snipers, as the dense, waist-high grass provides perfect concealment with just a prone position, causing snipers to immediately lose track of their targets. Yet, it is also an ideal setting for snipers. When a sniper lies down in the grass, he instantly vanishes from sight. All that is required is to patiently wait for the prey to make a move out of desperation, allowing the sniper to take them out with a single shot. The current dilemma, however, is that there are two snipers concealed within this patch of grass. Moreover, both snipers are the creme de la creme. Chris steals a glance at the star tattoo on his left wrist. When he joined the U.S. Navy SEALs as a sniper, he eliminated 3 enemies with an M200 in his 3rd week. After that encounter, he tattooed 3 stars on his left wrist. After spending 7 years in the SEALs and joining the Hell Mercenary Corps upon retirement, he has been in the field for a total of 8 years. Over the course of 15 years, Chris's left arm is now adorned with star tattoos. Adding more would require tattooing his right arm. Yet, Chris now feels an unsettling doubt creep into his mind, questioning his identity as an elite sniper for the first time. The source of his unease lies in the presence of that Chinese soldier, who is undeniably terrifying. He has brought a team of 12 on this mission, each one a killing machine, having transitioned from elite units to the Hell Mercenary Corps. However, since the skirmish began the day before yesterday, he is now the sole survivor of his team. The other 11 have all perished at the hands of that Chinese soldier. It is often said that China is a forbidden ground for mercenaries, and Chris has finally come to grasp this profound truth. The cunning shooting angles, the elusive sniper positions, and the astonishing speed of attack. If every Chinese soldier possesses such exceptional skills, which army in the world could possibly rival them? Absolutely none, Chris silently acknowledges. Nonetheless, it must be said that Chris's 15 years as a sniper have not been in vain. His wealth of experience has led him to discover the only means of victory available to him now. That is to say, it is a matter of dragging it out. He was aware that the hiding spot of the Chinese soldier was undoubtedly within his firing range. Of course, this statement could be reversed as well. Chris was equally within the firing range of that Chinese soldier. For a top-notch sniper, no movement within their range could escape their discerning eyes. Chris was confident that the moment the Chinese soldier moved, he could end him with a single shot. Naturally, Chris understood that the Chinese soldier would never act rashly. Otherwise, he would not have remained motionless in this wild grass for a full 5 hours alongside him. Both sides were waiting for the other to make a mistake. Thus the situation devolved into a standoff. However, Chris knew that such a scenario was highly advantageous for him. Given the suddenness of the incident, he was certain that the Chinese soldier had not brought any supplies. From the dusk of the day before yesterday until now, the long-distance march and high-intensity combat had severely drained both the soldier's physical and mental stamina. Although Chris was also fatigued, fortune favored him. At this moment, a mere 10 centimeters away lay the corpse of one of his teammates. Half an hour ago, he had consumed 3 fingers from his fallen comrade, and his strength was currently in the process of recovery. In contrast, the Chinese soldier should be experiencing a significant decline in physical condition at this time. After 3 more hours, he would undoubtedly lack the strength to pull the trigger. Chris, with his extensive experience, silently reached this conclusion in his mind. However, Just as Chris arrived at this conclusion, he suddenly spotted a JS-05 sniper rifle rising unexpectedly from the wild grass ahead. A military green pair of underwear was tied to the muzzle, fluttering in the wind. An English word was lazily called out repeatedly, surrender. The meaning was clear. Chris stared in disbelief for a full 5 seconds before a wave of exhilaration surged within him. The Chinese soldier had voluntarily revealed his position and chosen to surrender. My God, this nightmare was finally coming to an end. Chris observed the position of the raised sniper rifle and deduced that the person holding it was likely using their right hand to lift the weapon. These thoughts raced through Chris's mind in an instant. Without hesitation, he raised his TAC-50 and immediately pulled the trigger. The sound of the bullet exiting the chamber was not as thunderous as one might imagine. In this field of grass, it seemed somewhat muted. The bullet reached its target in an instant, striking the hand that was holding the JS sniper rifle with pinpoint accuracy. The JS sniper rifle fell to the ground, and Chris felt a surge of excitement within him. If a sniper's right hand is injured, how is that sniper any different from a toothless tiger? After the bullet struck, Chris immediately scrambled to his feet, carefully shouldering the sniper rifle, aiming it at the location he had just fired upon, and cautiously approached. Suddenly, Chris felt a chill at his brow, and then he collapsed to the ground. In his final moments, all that raced through Chris's mind was the thought, impossible. How could this Chinese soldier be so young? Among the grass, Xiao Zhuan struggled to rise, using his weapon to support himself. He possesses a tall and upright stature, with an appearance that is rather ordinary, yet he exudes a resolute and valiant aura. However, the most notable characteristic remains the impression of Khaleesi before his demise, that he is youthful. There was no other option. Xiao Zhuan was merely 16 years old when his father forged his age to enlist in the military. Even though he has been in the army for 6 years, he is actually only 22. At this moment, Xiao Zhuan is clad in a camouflage uniform reminiscent of the Chinese Wild Combat Forces. He first glanced at his right arm, and indeed, the TAC-50 was as formidable as the rumors suggested, boasting exceptional penetrating power. The entry wound was a small orifice the size of a finger, while the exit wound, due to the high-speed rotation, resembled a gaping blood hole the size of an infant's fist. Such a wound, if allowed to continue bleeding, would undoubtedly lead to Xiao Zhuan's demise. In desperation, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a bullet, placing it upon a stone. He then stepped on the bullet's tip and used his military knife to pry open the primer at the base of the bullet. Upon prying open the primer, he found the shell filled with gunpowder. Xiao Zhuan poured the gunpowder into his wound and subsequently ignited it with a lighter. A hissing sound ensued, followed by a piercing scream. The gunpowder ignited at the site of Xiao Zhuan's wound, causing an unbearable agony that made him stifle cries, while his entire body trembled violently. The human body possesses a self-defense mechanism. When pain exceeds its threshold, one automatically enters a state of unconsciousness. To prevent himself from losing consciousness, Xiao Zhuan bit down hard on his tongue, blood gradually seeping from the corner of his mouth. After a considerable wait, Xiao Zhuan finally felt the pain diminish significantly. He donned his camouflage pants with one hand, unable to suppress a smile as he mused. If my master were to know that I resorted to such a method to expose my opponent, I wonder if he would still recognize me as his disciple. With this thought, Xiao Zhuan's gaze suddenly sharpened. Gripping the military knife in his left hand, he approached Khaleesi's corpse and, summoning all his strength, cleanly severed Khaleesi's head from his body. At the Yunnan Ruili Military District Hospital, Xiao Zhuan, who had undergone rehabilitation treatment for over a month, realized that his right hand was permanently incapacitated. Although he still retained some movement and strength, it was utterly impossible to stabilize a firearm with his right hand. In fact, the doctor had stated that reaching this level of rehabilitation was already quite remarkable. Besides worrying about his hand, Xiao Zhuan was also anxious about the military's notification. Leaving the country with a firearm without superior approval, compounded by a lifelong disability, led him to conclude that his military career was nearing its end. Even though he was a two-time champion of the Special Operations Solo Combat Competition and the only A-level sniper in his unit capable of hitting targets beyond 2,700 yards. Rules are rules, and they would not bend even slightly due to his exceptional abilities. The door to the hospital room creaked open, revealing Xu Fenghua, the captain of the 9th Special Operations Group. Xiao Zhuan merely exchanged glances with Xu Fenghua, and his heart sank. Feeling somewhat dejected, he asked, "Captain, has a decision been made?" Xu Fenghua, visibly reluctant, solemnly nodded. "The decision states that you are permitted to retire with a disability rating of 10, and the military will assist in negotiating with your local residents to secure a position as a formal police officer at the local station. Thank you. At this moment, the only words that could escape Xiao Zhuan's lips were these two. Soldier Xiao Zhuan, attention. Su Fangwa bellowed suddenly, observing the downcast Xiao Zhuan. Present. Xiao Zhuan immediately sprang to his feet from the bed, standing at attention in flawless military posture. Su Fangwa could not help but feel a sting in his eyes as he gazed at Xiao Zhuan's resolute young face, asking, "Do you regret it, little Zhuan?" Without hesitation, Xiao Zhuan shook his head. They killed 9 men at the border station. When I encountered them, I had no choice but to intervene. If given the chance to choose again, I would still pick up my gun and chase them down, eliminating them all. Good lad, just like the soldiers I, Su Fangwa, have trained. Remember to call me when you get home, and let the team know if anything happens. The political commissar also asked me to convey to you that wherever you are, the 9th Special Operations Group will always be your home. Thank you. A blink from Xiao Zhuan was followed by tears that, despite his best efforts, betrayed him and fell from his eyes. Why do you act like a child? I sent you home, not to your death. Why are you crying? Xiao Zhuan glanced up at Su Fangwa, pouting. Captain, don't be so full of yourself. Do you think I can't bear to part with you? It's the nurses in this hospital I'll miss. I haven't even had the chance to make my move before I have to leave. Su Fangwa was left speechless. It had just occurred to him that this fellow was the same one who, during the Special Forces solo combat competition, had the audacity to bury traps beneath excrement, inciting the ire of countless soldiers from neighboring units who wished to exact revenge on him. Chapter 2. Jianghai City, Lianrong County, Chongguan Community. The proposal of arranging a marriage between my younger sister and Ma Yongyuan. Upon hearing this from Xiao Xinya, Xiao Zhuan was instantly overwhelmed with indignation. Xiao Xinya, have you lost your senses? You must be aware of Ma Yongyuan's true nature, right? Although his father managed to hush up the incident where he drugged and assaulted a bar waitress, how could you even consider marrying off my sister to such a scoundrel? Have you no humanity left? You are now a police officer, yet you still speak with such irreverence? Xiao Xinya, slightly irked, rebuked Xiao Zhuan and then cast a glance towards the 3-bedroom apartment. It was evident that the sobs of a young woman were emanating from the bedroom, accompanied by a gentle voice offering comfort. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Xinya darkly remarked, what if she refuses to marry? After 6 years of military service, you return with a disability. The severance pay is hardly sufficient for anything. The Ma family has stated that as long as Xiao Rou agrees, they will immediately offer a dowry of 300,000. You are well aware of my current predicament. That 300,000 is my lifeline. You misappropriated public funds for stock trading and incurred losses. Can you blame anyone for that? You've spent all my severance pay without a word of protest from me. However, I will not permit you to sacrifice my sister's lifelong happiness for your own benefit. Xiao Zhuan's words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Xiao Xinya worked as a cashier at a tobacco company, earning a decent salary each month. Yet, he audaciously misappropriated nearly 1 million in public funds for stock trading, only to face catastrophic losses when the market plummeted. Fortunately, his superiors, recognizing his years of service, allowed him a month to repay the amount. Xiao Xinya borrowed over 100,000 from Xiao Zhuan's severance and sold his home, but a deficit of nearly 300,000 still loomed. Xiao Zhuan could hardly believe that for this sum, his father would be willing to sacrifice even his daughter, albeit one who was not his biological child. Indeed, Xiao Rou was not Xiao Zhuan's biological sister. She was an abandoned baby that Xiao Zhuan's mother had found 18 years ago. With a resounding clap, Xiao Zhuan's words evidently provoked Xiao Xinya into a fury. Slamming his palm on the coffee table, he bellowed, I have raised her for 18 years. It is time for her to repay my kindness. If you refuse to let her marry, then you'd better provide me with 30,000. With that, Xiao Xinya stood up, infuriated, and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, Xiao Zhuan suddenly called out, wait. Having reached the threshold, Xiao Xinya halted and turned to glance back at Xiao Zhuan. With a detached gaze, Xiao Zhuan stated emphatically, first, my sister will not marry Ma Yongyuan, not even if the heavens themselves decree it. Second, I will do my utmost to gather the 30,000, rest assured. However, if I discover anyone attempting to coerce my sister under the guise of gratitude, I will show no mercy. As soon as Xiao Zhuan finished speaking, he swiftly produced a spring-loaded folding knife from his waist. With a flick of a mechanism, the blade sprang forth. Without even glancing at it, Xiao Zhuan hurled the knife with his left hand. The knife, slicing through the air, accurately penetrated a round jade pendant tied beneath a Chinese knot on the door. The blade buried itself halfway into the wooden door, yet the jade pendant remained unscathed. Such precision was indeed terrifying. Xiao Xinya stared at the knife embedded in the door, his brows twitching uncontrollably. He was momentarily reminded that his son had just returned from military service. Although he was unaware of the specifics of Xiao Zhuan's military background, he understood the reason for his discharge. He was a man capable of taking lives. Brute. Xiao Xinya coldly muttered this under his breath as he yanked the door open and stepped outside. Bang! The resounding slam of the door seemed to reverberate throughout the entire house. Xiao Zhuan looked at the door for a long while before letting out a deep sigh. He approached the door, retrieved the folding knife, and stowed it away before heading toward his mother, Lianrong's bedroom. Knocking on the door, he pushed it open. Inside, Lianrong held Xiao Rou in her arms, whose beautiful eyes were swollen from crying. Upon seeing Xiao Zhuan enter, she immediately cried out, "Brother!" Xiao Rou sprang up and threw herself into Xiao Zhuan's embrace, sobbing, "I don't want to marry that Ma Yongyuan. I refuse." Xiao Zhuan felt a surge of compassion. He gently patted Xiao Rou's back and reassured her with unwavering conviction, "Don't worry, I will take charge of everything. I will not allow someone like Ma Yongyuan to ruin your life. When it comes to your marriage, I will ensure that you are satisfied." Just as Xiao Zhuan finished speaking, his phone rang from the living room. He gently nudged Xiao Rou, who was still clinging tightly to him, and said, "Little sister, please let go for a moment. I need to check who is calling." Xiao Rou reluctantly released him, and Xiao Zhuan walked into the living room to see that it was a call from the deputy director of their police station. Xiao Zhuan pressed the answer button. "Lu, what is the matter?" "There's a significant issue. The promotion for deputy director Song has fallen through. He is in a bad mood and is looking to vent his frustrations on his subordinates. You need to return to the station quickly. There will soon be an inspection targeting bars, KTVs, and gaming arcades in the district." "Understood. I'll arrive in 20 minutes. After hanging up, Xiao Zhuan approached Lianrong's bedroom door and called out, "Mom, little sister. I have to head to the station for an urgent matter. Little sister, please don't cry. I will handle everything." "Okay." Xiao Rou's voice came from within. However, Lianrong spoke up, "Xiao Zhuan, please wait a moment." Emerging from the bedroom, Lianrong mysteriously pulled Xiao Zhuan's hand, leading him outside. "Mom, what is going on? Why the secrecy?" Lianrong looked at Xiao Zhuan, and for the first time, she noticed how tall and handsome her son had grown. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, he exuded a masculine aura. Sighing, Lianrong said, "Xiao Zhuan, be honest with me. Do you have feelings for your sister, which is why you don't want her to marry someone else?" "What? Me? Have feelings for my sister?" Xiao Zhuan was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. "Mom, what are you saying? Xiao Rou has grown up alongside me. I regard her as my own sister. How could I ever entertain such thoughts? If Ma Yongyuan were a suitable match, would I obstruct my sister's happiness? There is no blood relation between you two, so what is the problem with marrying her? Furthermore, even if you don't feel that way, can you guarantee that Xiao Rou has no feelings for you? She has been so attached to you since childhood." "Oh dear, Mom, the more you speak, the more absurd it sounds. Fine, my superiors are urgently calling me back. Let us discuss this when I return, all right? All right, all right, I understand you've grown up, and I'll refrain from saying more. Just a reminder. First, take some time to apologize to your father. You are blood relatives, and there is no reason for lingering animosity. Second, your grandmother's birthday is approaching. You must pay attention to that. She has always cherished you the most. Yes, don't worry about Grandma's birthday. I definitely won't forget, and I've already prepared a gift. All right, Mom, please go comfort my sister. I must take my leave now." Xiao Zhuan waved goodbye to Lianrong and hurried down the staircase. Upon reaching the ground floor, he mounted his motorcycle. And as the engine roared to life, his mind drifted back to his mother's probing question. "Do you have feelings for your younger sister?" Previously, Xiao Zhuan had never contemplated such a notion, but Lianrong's remark had awakened a peculiar sensation within him. Being 3 years older than Xiao Rou, he had grown up alongside her as childhood companions. In their youth, Xiao Rou was a picture of delicate beauty, and now, having matured, she surpassed even the most glamorous celebrities on television. The thought crossed Xiao Zhuan's mind that one day, if his little sister were to find a suitable partner and marry, he quickly shook his head to dispel the idea. Clearly, at the core of his being, he rejected this notion. Nonetheless, Xiao Zhuan was reluctant to admit that he harbored feelings for Xiao Rou, whom he had always regarded as his little sister. Shaking off these thoughts, he began to reflect on his recent conversation with Xiao Xianyi at home. During his time in the military, Xiao Zhuan had been solely focused on achieving success and safeguarding his country. Now that he had transitioned back to civilian life, he realized the stark contrast between reality and military life. The difference was indeed monumental. In the military, one experienced camaraderie, sweat, and faith, whereas in civilian life, It seemed to revolve around two primary concerns, money and power. Although Xiao Zhuan had quarreled fiercely with Xiao Xianyi, he could not turn a blind eye to his father's affairs. 300,000. To Xiao Zhuan, who earned just over 2,000 a month, that figure felt astronomical. How could he legally earn such a sum? As he pondered this dilemma, a sudden ringing interrupted his thoughts. He halted his motorcycle and pulled out his phone. The name on the caller ID made his pupils constrict slightly. The caller was Yue Hong. While the name itself might not have seemed remarkable, the significance behind it was profound. Xiao Zhuan had nearly risked his life to join the Wolf Spirit Brigade of the 9th Special Operations Group. It began with a grand competition within the regiment, followed by real combat drills, and culminated in the 4 rigorous tests for the Wolf Spirit Brigade. Out of nearly 30,000 participants, only 3 succeeded in joining, and of those, only 1 had bypassed any selection process altogether, Yue Hong. During their training in the Wolf Spirit Brigade, Yue Hong and Xiao Zhuan shared the same dormitory. Military dormitories typically adhered to a hierarchy based on age. Yue Hong ranked 2nd, while Xiao Zhuan was 4th. After merely 6 months of training in the Wolf Spirit Brigade, Yue Hong departed. The day before he left, he had invited Xiao Zhuan to the mess hall for a special meal, during which he expressed his views on life. There are many ways to live this life. Whether as a soldier or a general, neither suits me. In my future, I must have 2 things, power and beautiful women. Therefore, I have decided to leave the military and become an exceptionally successful businessman. Even until Yue Hong's departure, Xiao Zhuan had never fully grasped the man's background. However, given Yue Hong's ability to enter and exit such an elite group at will, it was not difficult to surmise that his background was rather remarkable. Transitioning from military service to business could have seemed like a departure from the path Xiao Zhuan had envisioned. Thus, when Yue Hong initially left the Wolf Spirit Brigade, they maintained some contact, though it gradually dwindled to polite phone calls during holidays. Time had inevitably dulled their once strong bond. Now, seeing Yue Hong's name flash on the screen, memories rushed back to Xiao Zhuan, and he answered with a smile. "Second brother, what can I do for you?" "Wow, Lao Si, hearing your voice still feels so refreshing. I'm genuinely thrilled. What are you up to?" Yue Hong responded. "You are the one whose voice is refreshing. Every cell in your body exudes that charm," Xiao Zhuan retorted playfully. "All right, enough banter. I'm on my way to the station for overtime, so I'll hang up if there's nothing urgent." "Oh, overtime at the station? Don't tell me your director got promoted to deputy chief, and now they're sending you back to deal with the fallout?" Yue Hong chuckled. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhuan was taken aback. "Wait, have you taken up Taoism on Longhu Mountain? How do you know about the situation in Lianrong County?" "I calculated it," Yue Hong replied whimsically. "You know, I'm well versed in the art of fortune-telling. Stop with the nonsense. I'm hanging up now. If you have serious matters to discuss, please get to the point," Xiao Zhuan said, rolling his eyes at Yue Hong's antics. "All right, I'm done joking. The reason I called is that I need your help with something important." Yue Hong's tone shifted to one of seriousness, prompting Xiao Zhuan to set aside his playful demeanor. "You need my help? What could I possibly do for you?" "I've come to Lianrong County for a few significant business ventures. However, to succeed, I first need your director's assistance." "Naturally. He won't be of any help to me at this moment. Therefore, before I approach him, I plan to elevate him to the position of Chief of the Public Security Bureau." "Chief of the Public Security Bureau?" Xiao Zhuan was momentarily stunned. Their director, Song Qingyan, had recently struggled to secure a deputy position and had failed multiple times. How could he possibly leapfrog to being the chief? Xiao Zhuan understood that Yue Hong's background was formidable, yet this seemed far-fetched. Despite his doubts, he refrained from pressing for more details and simply asked, "What does promoting Director Song to chief have to do with me? I'm just a lowly policeman. I can't contribute anything to this situation." "Lao Si, that's where you're mistaken. This matter relies heavily on you. I need you to pass a message to Song Qingyan. Once he assumes the position of chief, you can then introduce me to him. If this all goes smoothly, I will make sure to cover the money your father needs. Furthermore, I will assist you in securing a position as director." Xiao Zhuan's heart raced as he absorbed Yue Hong's proposal. Not only did he know about Song Qingyan's struggles, but he also seemed aware of Xiao Xianye's embezzlement. Xiao Zhuan sensed that this situation was becoming increasingly intricate. However, there was no denying that Yue Hong's offer was difficult to refuse, as it appeared to be the only viable solution to Xiao Xianye's predicament. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Zhuan replied, "Tell me what message you need me to convey." "Excellent," Yue Hong exclaimed excitedly. However, a keen observer would note that Xiao Zhuan had ceased to refer to him as second brother, and his tone had grown noticeably colder. Clearly, Yue Hong had prepared for this moment, prompting Xiao Zhuan to feel a sense of wariness. Yi Weihong quickly articulated the message he wished Xiao Zhuan to convey to Song Qingyan. Upon hearing it, Xiao Zhuan was taken aback. This was indeed a significant matter. Lianrong County was on the verge of being restructured. According to Yi Weihong, apart from a small number of individuals in the capital who are concerned about this matter, only Zhao Zhiming and Lu Qingfa in Lianrong County are aware of it. Zhao Zhiming is the current county party secretary, and after the county was divided, he became the district party secretary, maintaining his rank. However, Lu Qingfa's situation is different. He is now the county mayor. Following the county's dissolution, the new district will integrate with the surrounding two districts. Lu Qingfa has already set things in motion, and once the matter proceeds, he will be appointed as the head of the new district. Once the county dissolution is implemented, the foremost issue will undoubtedly be a significant reshuffling of personnel. With Lu Qingfa as the mayor stepping into a leadership role, will not all the personnel be replaced with his trusted allies? Earlier, Xiao Zhuan had heard that Song Qingyan's promotion to deputy director was facilitated by Lu Qingfa, as they seem to be distant relatives. If Lu Qingfa had previously promised to assist Song Qingyan in securing the deputy director position, then a failure would leave Lu Qingfa indebted to Song Qingyan. Yet, if Song Qingyan can effectively navigate the county dissolution, he could leverage his relationship with Lu Qingfa from this point forward. Once the new district is established, it would be unnecessary for him to concern himself with merely attaining the deputy director position. Becoming the director of the new district's public security bureau is not out of the question, given that Song Qingyan is a seasoned figure within the public security system. While other departmental heads are at the section level, he holds an official deputy division rank. Elevating from a deputy division to a full division is not considered an improper progression. Xiao Zhuan found himself deeply contemplative. From the current situation, Yi Weihong's assertions appear to hold a considerable likelihood of success, with minimal risk involved. What Xiao Zhuan needs to do is merely convey this information to Song Qingyan. Once Song Qingyan ascends to the role of Public Security Bureau Director, the issue regarding his father's embezzlement of public funds would also be resolved. Even if it does not succeed, Xiao Zhuan incurs no loss, although he is somewhat reluctant to accept Yi Weihong's assistance in this manner. The urgency of Xiao Xinya's predicament does not allow Xiao Zhuan the luxury of stubbornness. After much contemplation, Xiao Zhuan finally stated, "All right, I agree. Excellent. I entrust this matter to you, dear brother. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I hope you can assist Song Qingyan. He is crucial to my forthcoming business plans. And should this come to fruition, I assure you, I will fulfill my promises." Understood, Xiao Zhuan replied in a rather unenthusiastic tone. Subsequently, Yi Weihong exchanged a few pleasantries with Xiao Zhuan before they both ended the call. As Xiao Zhuan pondered over Yi Weihong's matter, he eventually realized he had squandered considerable time, prompting him to hasten to the police station. Upon arriving at the parking area outside the station, Xiao Zhuan discovered Deputy Chief Lu Yuan already gathering the police and auxiliary officers for a briefing. Xiao Zhuan promptly entered the duty room, initially intending to greet Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan preemptively gestured with his chin, signaling him to quickly change into his police uniform in the dormitory. Xiao Zhuan refrained from saying much and directly proceeded to the duty room. After changing into his uniform and collecting his gear, Xiao Zhuan emerged and stood in the hall. Lu Yuan's remarks during the meeting were standard for any major inspection operation, encompassing admonitions against favoritism and prior notifications. Yet, everyone was aware that any location with connections typically received advance warnings about such inspections. However, Lu Yuan mentioned something unprecedented this time. The armed robbers who had committed a series of robberies in Zhanghai City, Dojiang City, and Linan City were likely still at large within Zhanghai City. Lu Yuan showcased the robbers' photographs to everyone and cautioned them to exercise utmost caution, as the criminals were armed. Soon, Lu Yuan's briefing concluded, and Song Qingyan descended from the third-floor office. Observing that Song Qingyan was not only in uniform, but also armed, everyone surmised that he intended to personally lead the inspection team. Xiao Zhuan immediately understood that Song Qingyan was genuinely incensed. His decision to lead the team clearly indicated an intent to confront individuals directly. After all, with him in charge, the likelihood of advance notifications would drastically diminish, suggesting that numerous nightlife establishments and gaming venues would face dire consequences that evening. However, Xiao Zhuan felt little apprehension. He had only recently transitioned back from military service and was not well acquainted with the owners of those establishments, having only seen them a few times during security meetings. Chapter 4 concluded the pre-action meeting, and all police and auxiliary officers boarded their vehicles. The East Police Station of Lianrong County comprised 10 police officers and 23 auxiliary officers. Due to some officers being on leave and others required to remain on duty at the station, 6 police officers, 12 auxiliary officers, and Chief Song Qingyan comprised a total of 19 individuals for this operation. Deputy Chief Liu Yuan remained at the station to oversee operations and did not accompany the team. As Chief Song Qingyan, he naturally drove the station's best Ford police vehicle. Xiao Zhuan, along with 3 auxiliary officers, occupied an older Jetta police car, while 2 other Chang'an police cars transported the remaining personnel. Once in the car, Ma Dong and Yin Tao promptly offered Xiao Zhuan cigarettes, with one lighting it for him. Xiao Zhuan graciously accepted their gestures without hesitation. In today's society, class distinctions are omnipresent. Xiao Zhuan, as a police officer, is a legitimate civil servant, while Ma Dong and Yin Tao, as auxiliary officers, are non-staff personnel. They are obligated to comply with Xiao Zhuan's authority, and their bonuses, along with certain hidden benefits, depend on the goodwill of the police officers. If the officers hold a negative opinion of them, any profit-sharing related to fines would be out of the question. Conversely, if the officers maintain a positive relationship, not only would their income potentially increase, but their authority would also significantly expand. It is widely understood that auxiliary officers lack enforcement power and must operate under the supervision of police officers. The respect given from police officers directly influences the significance of the authority held by auxiliary officers. Although the difference between police officers and auxiliary officers is merely one character, it represents a chasm of disparity. The hierarchy dictates that you are lower, I am higher. You seek to please me, and I graciously accept, which is a reflection of your respect. Should Ma Dong and Yin Tao's gestures be rejected, they would likely remain anxious for a considerable time, wondering if Xiao Zhuan harbored any grievances against them. These unspoken rules of the community have gradually become apparent to Xiao Zhuan during his time back. He is currently transitioning from a purely military identity to one that truly integrates into society. Xiao Zhuan does not smoke. His acceptance of the cigarette was solely to avoid offending their sentiments. Therefore, he inhaled the smoke only to exhale it immediately, a practice commonly referred to as pretending to smoke. Yin Dong cautiously remarked to Xiao Zhuan, "Xiao Gu, given the chief's demeanor today, it seems he intends to enforce strict measures. The arcade next to No. 2 Middle School is run by my brother-in-law. Could you possibly show some leniency if we visit?" Xiao Zhuan paused for a moment, rolled down the car window, and discarded the half-smoked cigarette. He waved his hand to disperse the smoke within the car, saying, "I suspect you all are aware of the chief's mood today. Those with unsavory dealings will undoubtedly face scrutiny, and it is unlikely they will escape unscathed. I will do my best to ensure that only fines are imposed without confiscating machines or shutting down establishments." Understood. Yin Dong's face brightened upon hearing Xiao Zhuan's response. "Thank you, Xiao Gu. Tomorrow, I will have my brother-in-law set up a banquet at Tianlong Hotel. You must come and grace us with your presence." Xiao Zhuan glanced at Yin Dong and shook his head. "We are all part of the same team. There's no need for such formality." Xiao Zhuan casually replied before falling silent, contemplating what opportunity he should seek to discuss the matter of the county division withdrawal with Song Qingyan. Yin Dong continued to persuade Xiao Zhuan for a moment, evidently eager for him to attend the dinner he had mentioned. However, after a few attempts at conversation, he noticed Xiao Zhuan's lack of response and wisely fell silent. Routine inspections conducted by the police station are among the most critical aspects of their daily operations, showcasing the authority vested in them. Bars, KTVs, hotels, arcades, and bathhouses. Each of these industries harbors its own clandestine dealings, with the vices of gambling, drugs, and prostitution flourishing within. Naturally, those who dare to operate such establishments possess considerable connections. Generally, local police stations, even upon discovering illicit activities during inspections, tend not to impose excessively harsh penalties. This is not due to lax enforcement, but rather due to the unspoken rules that have emerged within society. Some elements, no matter how rigorously targeted, will inevitably persist. Although a robust crackdown may instill temporary fear, the resulting market void will invariably attract someone willing to fill it, potentially leading to even more dire circumstances in the quest for market dominance. Thus, maintaining control within reasonable limits is far more prudent than attempting to eradicate the gray industries entirely. This time, Xiao Zhuan led a contingent of 19 officers, an impressive show of force compared to their usual inspections. Wherever they passed, the proprietors and managers wore anxious smiles, acutely aware of the power dynamic at play. In such moments, the allure of authority becomes palpably evident. Officer Fan E, a university graduate with commendable penmanship, filled out the penalty notices during the inspections. Having set out at 6 o'clock, it was now 9:30, and Fan E had already issued over 20 citations. Xiao Zhuan calculated that they might collect fines totaling around 100,000 yuan. Even with potential negotiations for reductions, they would still likely exceed 60 or 70,000. As the fines accumulated, the bonuses for the officers would similarly rise. Xiao Jun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that the chief's ire was not entirely detrimental. Having thoroughly inspected hotels, arcades, and bathhouses, it was now time to turn their attention to bars and KTVs. For the officers, inspecting these venues was the most vexing task. Firstly, those who operated such establishments often had substantial connections, and secondly, the nightclubs were invariably guarded by formidable bouncers. These individuals were not intimidated like the small-time operators of hotels and arcades upon seeing uniformed officers. A misstep could lead to violent confrontations. However, with Song Qingyan personally leading the operation today, there was little cause for concern. The 4 police cars pulled up alongside Yunhai Xinqing, and as Song Qingyan exited, the others followed suit. Yunhai Xinqing served as the hub for upscale KTVs and bars in Lianrong County, boasting over a dozen nightlife venues of varying sizes. Xiao Jun and Officer Fan Yi approached Song Qingyan, who firmly stated, "We will begin our inspection at the third-floor establishment, Junlin Tiantang." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun and Fan Yi exchanged knowing glances. Junlin Tiantang was the largest KTV in Yunhai Xinqing, and Xiao Jun, despite his relatively recent arrival at the police station, was aware that its owner had significant influence both above and below the law. Even during operations led by Lu Yuan, they rarely faced scrutiny. The fact that Song Qingyan intended to confront this powerful figure suggested he harbored grievances against the owner. With Song Qingyan's directive, Xiao Jun and the others refrained from uttering further words. Due to the large number of personnel, they were instructed to ascend the stairs. While climbing, Song Qingyan organized the team, assigning 3 officers and 6 auxiliary officers to enter through the main entrance, while Xiao Jun, accompanied by Fan Yi and Wang Yu, would take the rear entrance. This coordinated approach further affirmed Song Qingyan's determination to take on Junlin Tiantang. Once they reached the 3rd floor, Xiao Jun quickly guided his team toward the back entrance, familiar with the layout from previous inspections. Upon entering the establishment, Fan Yi bellowed to the staff in the corridor, "Shut it down. Turn off the music. This is an inspection." The experienced staff promptly complied, silencing the raucous atmosphere. As Fan Yi and Wang Yu began checking identification and looking for illegal substances or illicit activities within the private rooms, Xiao Jun stood guard in the corridor, vigilant against any attempts to flee. Just as everything proceeded smoothly, a sudden shriek pierced the air. "Die, police dog." The sound of gunfire echoed sharply within the now silent KTV. "Gunshots!" Xiao Jun shouted, and Fan Yi and Wang Yu rushed out from the rooms, leading 6 auxiliary officers toward the source of the noise. Despite their swift movement, a sense of trepidation lingered among them. Unlike Xiao Jun, they had not faced the trials of battle and were unaccustomed to the chaos of violence. Moreover, the officers were equipped only with batons, pepper spray, and handcuffs. None carried firearms. Regardless of their skills, they remained vulnerable to the lethal consequences of a gunshot. As the panicked screams surged, patrons poured out of the private rooms, creating a chaotic tide toward the exits. Xiao Jun pressed forward through the throng, but Fan Yi and Wang Yu suddenly grabbed him. "Xiao Jun, they have guns. We shouldn't rush in. Let's call for backup first." Before he could respond, another 2 shots rang out. Instinctively, both Fan Yi and Wang Yu recoiled, while the 6 auxiliary officers froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Xiao Jun shook his head internally, gently pushing aside Fan Yi's hand. "You 2 call for assistance. I will assess the situation." Without waiting for their reply, he unsheathed his baton and strode purposefully toward the sound of gunfire. With his experience, Xiao Jun quickly discerned the distinct nature of the gunshots. The initial 3 shots had a deep, thunderous quality, while the subsequent 2 were sharp and crisp, indicating the use of 2 different firearms. It was likely that the assailants had fired 3 shots, and the police had returned fire with 2. Among the officers present, only Song Qingyan was armed. As Xiao Jun rounded the corner of the corridor, he immediately heard Song Qingyan's commanding voice. "I warn you, you are surrounded. Surrender and lay down your weapons for leniency. Otherwise, you will face severe consequences. Get lost," came the retort, followed by 3 more gunshots, blending with screams and cries of anguish. Chapter 5. The gunfire erupted once again, and a cold glint flashed in Xiao Jun's eyes. The gunfire was decisive, indicating that the adversaries were not mere petty criminals. Xiao Jun immediately took cover at the corner, retrieving his mobile phone to observe the situation in the corridor through the front camera. There were 5 bandits in total. One was holding a young and beautiful woman, stylishly dressed, at gunpoint. Another was threatening 5 men and women who were crouched on the ground, clutching their heads and trembling uncontrollably, clearly terrified. The remaining 3 bandits wielded glinting steel knives. At the end of the corridor, 2 auxiliary police officers and 1 regular officer lay on the ground, evidently injured by gunfire. Additionally, 2 men and 1 woman were sprawled in a pool of blood near the bandits, their fates uncertain. One of the bandits shouted, "The one who fired just now. I know you're the leader. Come over here and lead us out, and I will immediately release these people. If you don't, I'll kill 1 person every minute." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhuan furrowed his brow. He recalled the old officers at the precinct warning that the worst scenario for a police officer is when a bandit proposes exchanging police for hostages. If he approached, his life would likely be in jeopardy. If he did not, it would endanger the hostages. Should his hesitation result in the death of a hostage, regardless of his rank, public opinion would undoubtedly ruin his career. From the bandits' demeanor, it was evident they were ruthless criminals. They had fired 6 shots, all hitting their targets. Did they dare to kill? The answer was unmistakably clear. The bandits' demand left Song Qingyan in utter bewilderment. As he remained silent, a middle-aged man crouching on the ground suddenly exclaimed, "Director, you cannot disregard the safety of the public. I am Guan Wenxue from the county committee. I am watching your actions." The man's words ignited a surge of frustration in Xiao Zhuan. The bandits were clearly seeking someone of sufficient status to use as a hostage for their escape, and here was this man proclaiming his position in the county committee, as if he were a fool summoned by a monkey. As expected, the bandits erupted into laughter at this proclamation. One bandit pressed his gun against Guan Wenxue's head, chuckling, "So you're a director. I was wondering why your police insignia looked different from the rest. I will count to 5. If you don't come over, I will pull the trigger. 5, 4, 3, wait." Song Qingyan could no longer bear the pressure and shouted, his voice trembling, as if every word was a struggle. "Release them first, and I will come over immediately. Do you think I'm a fool?" The bandit's hand twitched, clearly poised to fire. In this critical moment, Xiao Zhuan could not bear to watch the hostages die before his eyes. He shouted, "Hold on." With his heart racing, he stepped out from behind a corner, raising his hands above his head, declaring, "I am Xiao Zhuan, the deputy director of the Qingdong police station. I have come to negotiate for the hostages." Silence engulfed the scene. For 2 or 3 seconds, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Song Qingyan, peering through the glass of the corridor wall, felt a surge of warmth upon seeing Xiao Zhuan emerge. The bandits had demanded him, and Xiao Zhuan stepping forward was akin to shielding him from bullets. In a modern society often marked by indifference, such a life-for-life act was undeniably moving. It was not just Song Qingyan. The crouched individuals and the young woman held hostage cast glances at Xiao Zhuan, their eyes reflecting deep admiration. Xiao Zhuan tossed aside his baton and carefully removed his electric baton and handcuffs, discarding them as he cautiously approached the 5 bandits. "Though my rank is lower than our director, my background is more substantial. If you capture me, no one will obstruct your escape. I can see you are all fearless men of true courage. Trust that my emergence here will lead you to honor your promise and release the hostages." To bolster his credibility, Xiao Zhuan spoke boldly, all the while secretly assessing the 5 bandits, mentally rehearsing several strategies to subdue them. However, he refrained from acting recklessly, aware that the presence of hostages complicated matters. "Well, it seems there are indeed fearless officers among the police today. Come here with your hands on your head. And as long as you don't play tricks, I will immediately release a few people as a gesture of goodwill," one particularly tall bandit stated. Xiao Zhuan complied, placing his hands behind his head and slowly walking toward them. Of the 5 bandits, only 2 were armed. The bandit who had previously aimed at the young woman now redirected his gun toward Xiao Zhuan. As Xiao Zhuan approached, the expressions of the bandits grew increasingly tense. Unexpectedly, the young woman being held hostage began to wink at Xiao Zhuan, signaling him. Xiao Zhuan furrowed his brow. It was clear she was preparing to act against the bandits. "No, please don't. Your actions could endanger us all," he silently pleaded, but outwardly, he maintained his composure, praying that she would not act recklessly. Alas, in this world, what one fears often materializes. Just as Xiao Zhuan was a mere step away from the bandit holding the young woman, she suddenly threw her head back, colliding her skull with the bandit's nose. In that instant, Xiao Zhuan had no choice but to react swiftly. With a burst of instinctive combat prowess, he lunged forward, seizing the bandit's gun hand with his left hand, inserting his finger into the trigger guard, and firing at the other armed bandit. Bang! The previously arrogant bandit collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Xiao Zhuan forcibly wrested the firearm from the fallen bandit's grasp and, in the same motion, yanked the young woman behind him for safety. Clang! Clang! Xiao Zhuan pulled the trigger twice at the remaining bandits, but no bullets discharged. He realized the gun was only capable of holding 7 rounds, and the 6 shots fired earlier had exhausted its capacity. His last shot had consumed the final bullet. Cursing under his breath, he hurled the empty gun at one of the knife-wielding bandits. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Zhuan charged towards the 3 armed bandits and 1 unarmed. As 2 knives swung down simultaneously, he deftly sidestepped, seizing one bandit's wrist in a joint lock, causing the weapon to fall from his grasp. Gripping the knife, Xiao Zhuan felt a surge of confidence. He countered the 2 oncoming slashes with a swift parry, then pivoted, his back pressing against the unarmed bandit. The blade thrust from behind, piercing into his body, and Xiao Zhuan heard a chilling scream while simultaneously feeling the cold steel penetrate his flesh. Xiao Zhuan did not pause for a moment. He swiftly twisted the blade half a turn and drew it out, simultaneously delivering a powerful slash that knocked one of the bandit's knives away with sheer force. When the last remaining bandit, still wielding a knife, roared and charged at Xiao Zhuan, he merely redirected the assailant's force with a gentle pull of his own blade. At this moment, only one bandit remained, utterly terrified, who collapsed to his knees, trembling and pleading, "I surrender, I surrender." Xiao Zhuan pointed his knife at him and shouted, "Song Suo, apprehend him." Everything transpired too rapidly. When the gunfire erupted, Song Qingyan and his associates barely dared to look, only guessing from the sounds that Xiao Zhuan was engaged in a fierce struggle with the bandits. Upon hearing Xiao Zhuan's command, Song Qingyan felt a sense of his spirit returning, as if his consciousness had been restored. He cautiously peered around the corner of the hallway, and to his astonishment, he saw that all 5 bandits had been subdued by Xiao Zhuan. A surge of warmth flooded through Song Qingyan's heart, and he immediately shouted, "Damn it, apprehend them. Cuff them all." After Song Qingyan and his team managed to secure the bandits, Xiao Zhuan leaned against the wall of the corridor and let out a long sigh. The previous situation had been exceedingly perilous. Had he mishandled even the slightest detail or lacked a fraction of his capability, neither he nor the hostages would have survived. The young woman who had bravely struck a bandit with her head now approached Xiao Zhuan with a smile. She patted him on the shoulder and said, "Hey, officer, you were so impressive just now. What do you think? Am I also quite clever?" Xiao Zhuan, still shaken by the near miss, exploded at her with fervor. "What do you mean impressive? Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? You may not care for your own life, but could you please not endanger mine? I haven't even found a wife yet. I plan to live for several more years." The young woman's slender neck recoiled as she stood there, momentarily stunned by Xiao Zhuan's outburst. Meanwhile, Guan Wenxue, who had been assisted to his feet by the auxiliary police, took a breath and, in tears, began to throw punches at one of the restrained bandits. However, his punches were so clumsy that Xiao Zhuan quickly recognized them as the long-lost Wang Bakwan martial art. After throwing a few ineffective punches, Guan Wenxue, still sobbing, shouted at Song Qingyan, "I'm telling you, I will report your cowardice and negligence regarding the safety of the public to Secretary Zhao tomorrow. Expect a notice of removal." After saying this, Guan Wenxue approached Xiao Zhuan and handed him a business card, saying through his tears, "Little brother, I will never forget your life-saving kindness. If you need anything in the future, just call me, and I will not refuse." Finally, he turned to the young woman and softly said, "Yunshang, let us go. I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup." Chapter 6. Guan Wenxue helped the young woman carry her bag as they left, still sobbing. Xiao Zhuan opened his mouth to call after him, thinking that as a party involved, he should stay to give a statement. However, Song Qingyan shook his head, and Xiao Zhuan refrained from calling out. Song Qingyan instructed the 2 officers beside him, secure the scene and wait for the criminal investigation team to take over. Obtain a copy of the surveillance footage from the site manager and conduct a preliminary record with these individuals. Also, quickly notify the emergency center to send someone over immediately. Understood, the 2 officers replied before hastily moving off with several auxiliary police. Song Qingyan turned to Xiao Zhuan, a look of melancholy crossing his face as he patted Xiao Zhuan on the shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Zhuan. Let us find a private room to rest for a bit." Song Qingyan's suggestion was precisely what Xiao Zhuan had in mind. He nodded and followed Song Qingyan to a nearby private room, settling onto the sofa. As soon as he sat down, Song Qingyan praised him, saying, "What remarkable skills you have, Xiao Zhuan. Your bravery is commendable. The world will belong to the youth like you. Us old-timers are becoming obsolete." While Song Qingyan's words carried a sense of nostalgia, they lacked any hint of mockery. However, Xiao Zhuan did not respond to Song Qingyan's remarks. Instead, he straightened his expression and replied, "Song Suo, what you say is not accurate. The successful apprehension of these bandits today is due to your adept command. I am merely a pawn in this game. The true credit belongs to you." Upon hearing Xiao Zhuan's words, Song Qingyan could not help but reassess him. He contemplated how he had previously overlooked this young man, who not only possessed agility and courage, but also demonstrated a sense of responsibility worthy of promotion. Yet, the thought of promotion tightened Song Qingyan's heart. He sighed and shook his head, stating, "You need not say such things, Xiao Zhuan. This achievement is undoubtedly yours. I, as a senior, will not dispute it." Of course, there was nothing to dispute. This year had not been fortuitous for him. His chances for advancement had just evaporated. And he had let Guan Wenxue endure such turmoil. It was likely that his police uniform would be worn until the end of his career, while you, on the other hand, have limitless prospects ahead. You must work diligently. Xiao Zhuan regarded Song Qingyan with a sense of disillusionment. To be frank, he held a degree of disdain for Song Qingyan's weakness and ineptitude. Given Xiao Zhuan's original character in the military, he would not have been inclined to engage with Song Qingyan at this moment, nor would he have flattered him as he just did. All of this stemmed from the matter that Yi Weihong mentioned over the phone. Supporting Song Qingyan's rise would save Xiao Xinya. To achieve this goal, Xiao Zhuan found himself compelled to utter insincere words and perform disingenuous actions. For a top-tier soldier, this was an unfortunate and lamentable predicament. Xiao Zhuan deliberated. He was acutely aware that Song Qingyan was at his most vulnerable. Guan Wenxue was evidently a significant figure within the county committee. If he clung tenaciously to the issue of Song Qingyan's cowardice and dereliction of duty, Song Qingyan's position would undoubtedly be at risk. Yet, if he were to assist Song Qingyan with all his might, there was a chance to rescue him from this predicament. To help or not to help. In truth, Xiao Zhuan had no choice. For the sake of Xiao Xinya and Xiao Rou, he must assist Song Qingyan. With his decision made, Xiao Zhuan organized his thoughts before addressing Song Qingyan. Song Suo, there is no need for such pessimism. From my perspective, you are not facing misfortune. Rather, you are on the brink of advancement. Song Qingyan furrowed his brow, regarding Xiao Zhuan with suspicion, fearing that he was being mocked, which left him feeling somewhat displeased. What do you mean by that, Xiao Zhuan? Seeing Song Qingyan's expression, Xiao Zhuan realized he had been misunderstood. He gently shook his head and replied, "Please do not rush. Song Suo, allow me to explain. First, regarding tonight's incident, rest assured that once Guan Director has calmed down, I will promptly call him and plead for his understanding, requesting that he forget certain details of this evening. Furthermore, when I write the report, I will certainly document your calm command and the successful capture of the bandits accurately." Upon hearing this, Song Qingyan's face lit up with excitement, and he felt deeply moved, exclaiming, "Xiao Zhuan you. Song Suo, do not be anxious. I have more good news to share. Song Suo, I must inform you of a significant event that is about to unfold. This information comes from a comrade of mine, who possesses a remarkable background, so the news is undoubtedly reliable. I had intended to discuss this with you tonight, but unexpected events transpired." Xiao Zhuan's words instantly piqued Song Qingyan's interest, making him feel that the forthcoming revelation was of great importance. Song Qingyan straightened his posture, his expression gravely earnest. Xiao Zhuan glanced at him before speaking. "Our Lianrong County is about to undergo a reorganization. The directive from above is to transform Lianrong County into Lianrong District, merging a third of it with several neighboring counties to form a new district. This time, Secretary Zhao will certainly not intervene further. It is likely that County Head Liu will take the helm of the new district." Reorganization? Song Qingyan's eyes widened in astonishment. This news had evidently caught him completely off guard. However, this was to be expected. Matters of such magnitude involve myriad relationships and interests. If leaked prematurely, it could cause chaos within the system and even stir unrest among the public. For significant affairs like this, the most effective approach is to swiftly and decisively finalize them, establishing them as facts and allowing no time for reactions. Having spent many years in the political arena, Song Qingyan was well versed in the rules of the game. Upon hearing this news from Xiao Zhuan, he had already contemplated many implications. Nevertheless, some matters required him to gauge Xiao Zhuan's thoughts, as a form of respect and acknowledgement. Thus, Song Qingyan said, "This is a monumental issue. We must ensure confidentiality until it is officially implemented. Rest assured, Director Song, I will not disclose a single word of this to anyone else," Xiao Zhuan replied, fully aware that Song Qingyan was merely skirting around the topic. He found this demeanor rather displeasing, but had to feign compliance. Song Qingyan regarded Xiao Zhuan with increasing admiration, patting him on the shoulder and casually inquiring, "Xiao Zhuan, since we have this information ahead of time, do you have any additional thoughts on it?" Xiao Zhuan's heart raced slightly at the question. After all the preceding small talk, this was the crux of the matter. He carefully weighed his words before responding, "I do have some thoughts, although I am uncertain of their validity. I hope Director Song can provide guidance." Of course. From this moment on, there is nothing we cannot discuss. Whether right or wrong, once we leave this room, it will all be moot. Encouraged by Song Qingyan's words, Xiao Zhuan loosened up and continued. I believe that if County Head Liu indeed becomes the leader of the new district, he will certainly need a team of capable and trustworthy individuals to assist him, especially within our public security system, which is paramount wherever it is situated. Therefore, the position of head of the new district's Public Security Bureau must be filled by someone mature, experienced, and of high moral character. I do not mean to flatter you, Director Song, but in all of Lianrong County, I have yet to encounter a leader as admirable as you. Under your leadership, our East City precinct has achieved the highest rates of public safety and case resolution among all precincts in recent years. Hence, I believe you should earnestly pursue the position of head of the new district's Public Security Bureau. I would like to know your thoughts on this. Xiao Zhuan's words were indeed skillfully articulated. He neither mentioned the rumored familial connection between Song Qingyan and Liu Qingfa nor suggested that Song Qingyan should leverage connections. Instead, he consistently lauded Song Qingyan, and even though the flattery was evident, it brought great joy to Song Qingyan. In that moment, Song Qingyan's earlier disappointment dissipated, and a smile naturally spread across his face as he said, Xiao Zhuan, you flatter me too much. Although I have worked in the police system for many years, I may still lack the necessary seasoning to vie for the position of head of the new district's Public Security Bureau. Director, under normal circumstances, I would agree with your sentiment. However, given tonight's events, who could possibly contend with you? If I am not mistaken, those 5 bandits we apprehended were likely the same individuals responsible for a series of armed robberies in Zhanghai City, Dojiang City, and Linan City. You managed to capture the very criminals that 3 municipal criminal investigation teams failed to apprehend with just 6 officers from our precinct and a handful of auxiliary officers. Who else could be more suited for the role of head of this new district? Suddenly, Song Qingyan burst into hearty laughter, clapping Xiao Zhuan on the shoulder 3 times and nodding in agreement. Xiao Zhuan, while your words are generous, the success of this endeavor ultimately hinges on you. As your elder, I will not beat around the bush. Should this come to fruition, I will never forget even the smallest assistance you provide. Director Song, your words are too formal. Assisting you is simply my duty. My only request is to remain by your side and learn, striving for improvement. Indeed. Song Qingyan nodded vigorously. Finally, he reminded Xiao Zhuan, it is getting late. Director Guan has endured quite a shock tonight. You should extend our regards on behalf of our precinct. Xiao Zhuan understood Song Qingyan's implication immediately. He quickly retrieved the business card that Guan Wenxue had given him and said, then, Director Song, I will make a call outside. Song Qingyan promptly stood and replied, you can make your call here. I will go check on the situation. With that, he exited the private room. Xiao Zhuan dialed Guan Wenxue's number, and it was answered swiftly. Hello, this is Guan Wenxue, came the response. Hello, Director Guan. I am the officer from earlier, Xiao Zhuan, he replied. Xiao Zhuan. Oh, hello. Guan Wenxue began, but suddenly, it seemed as though his phone had been snatched away. A sweet, melodious voice came through the receiver. You are the officer named Xiao Zhuan, correct? My name is Lin Yunxiang. Regardless of your business with Uncle Guan, you must come to the Central Hospital immediately and apologize to me in person for your earlier outburst. With that, the call ended abruptly. Xiao Zhuan stared at his phone screen, utterly bewildered. In Chapter 7, at the County Central Hospital, Lin Yunxiang returned the phone to Guan Wenxue after hanging up. When she had been thrown to the ground by Xiao Zhuan, her elbow had scraped against the surface. The wound had since been treated and bandaged, but Guan Wenxue, still concerned, urged her to receive a tetanus shot. With a sweet smile, Lin Yunxiang placed her hand on the medical tray brought by the doctor and said, Uncle Guan, I will hold off on the shot for now. I will decide whether to take it once that police officer arrives. Noticing Lin Yunxiang's mischievous expression, Guan Wenxue couldn't help but worry for Xiao Zhuan. He tentatively suggested, Yunxiang, that Xiao Zhuan is also our savior. While he was wrong to raise his voice at you, I will reprimand him when he arrives. However, I think we should not be too harsh on him. Lin Yunxiang's clever eyes rolled slightly, her lips pouting in dissatisfaction. Uncle Guan, do you see me as a spoiled and unreasonable girl? No, how could that be? Our Yunxiang is kind and lovely, gentle. Enough with the flattery, Uncle Guan. I am indeed unreasonable. So what? I enjoy being this way. Lin Yunxiang shook her head playfully, her gaze fixed eagerly on the entrance of the hospital, clearly anticipating Xiao Zhuan's arrival. Guan Wenxue could not help but silently lament Xiao Zhuan's situation, thinking to himself that of all people to raise his voice at, it had to be this young lady. She likely had never been scolded in such a manner throughout her life. Guan Wenxue shifted the topic, asking Lin Yunxiang, Yunxiang, may I report this matter to the secretary now? Lin Yunxiang contemplated for a moment before saying, wait until I leave this hospital, then you may inform my father. However, remember, you can tell my father about this matter, but it is absolutely forbidden to disclose it to my mother. You know, if my mother finds out, it would be tantamount to informing my grandparents. If they were to learn of this incident, the consequences could be quite severe. Guo Wenxue shuddered at the thought of Lin Yunxiang's grandparents' boundless affection for her, coupled with her grandfather's extraordinary standing, and quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, this matter must remain a secret from Elder Sunday. But Yunxiang, you must also promise to keep it confidential. Otherwise, if you accidentally let it slip in front of old Lin and I fail to report it, I will be in grave trouble. Rest assured my lips are sealed. When I return, I will certainly speak on your behalf to my father, striving to have him transfer you back to his side at the earliest opportunity. No need. No need. The secretary has placed me in Lianrong County to cultivate my skills and accumulate experience. I have yet to achieve any accomplishments. How could I think of returning? The secretary would be displeased. Oh, is that so? Well then. Lin Yunxiang engaged in casual conversation with Guo Wenxue, her eyes continually scanning the entrance of the hospital. Guo Wenxue, observing her demeanor, silently mused, something seems amiss. The young lady does not appear to be merely seeking trouble with that police officer. A sudden hypothesis arose in Guo Wenshue's mind, but he quickly suppressed it. How could that be possible? A distinguished young woman and a mere constable. The disparity in their standings is far too great. Despite having quelled his initial thoughts, they soon resurfaced. Upon reflection, the police officer had indeed exhibited commendable qualities, skillful, courageous, handsome, and youthful. Guo Wenxue shivered and shook his head, chastising himself for such thoughts. No, it is impossible, absolutely impossible. Here he comes, heh. At the entrance of the hospital, Xiao Zhuan strode in, donned in his police uniform. He scanned the area, searching for the figures of Guo Wenxue and Lin Yunxiang. Soon, Lin Yunxiang waved her hand and called out, hey, over here. Following the sound, Xiao Zhuan's gaze sharpened. Lin Yunxiang was seated on a chair in the emergency hall, while Guo Wenxue stood at a slight angle, instinctively holding Lin Yunxiang's bag. Guo Wenshue's stance was telling. Typically, only subordinates would adopt such a position in front of their superiors. This way, he would not obstruct the leader's line of sight, while also demonstrating the leader's status. The distance was perfectly balanced, maintaining an air of intimacy without overstepping boundaries. This level of finesse is not easily mastered, indicating that Guo Wenxue was indeed a seasoned player in the realm of politics. His positioning made Xiao Zhuan acutely aware that the charming Lin Yunxiang was likely of no ordinary standing. This revelation did not bring Xiao Zhuan joy. Rather, it plunged him into a state of exasperation. The previous events had clearly illustrated that Guo Wenshue's temperament was entirely different from that of Lin Yunxiang. The former, though timid, acted with great organization. For instance, his disdain for Song Qingyan's inaction placed him in peril, compelling him to clearly articulate his intentions to seek trouble with Song. Yet, he also appreciated Xiao Zhuan's assistance and left a business card, promising to lend support in the future. On the other hand, Lin Yunxiang, while bold, operated purely on personal whims, as evidenced by her direct demand for Xiao Zhuan to apologize at the hospital. It was evident that Guo Wenxue could not contravene Lin Yunxiang's wishes, thus extinguishing Xiao Zhuan's initial thought of bypassing her to request leniency for Song Qingyan. As it stood, the outcome hinged primarily on Lin Yunxiang's disposition. Xiao Zhuan was uncertain as to how Lin Yunxiang would choose to address him, and he inhaled deeply, steeling himself for the encounter. Miss Lin, I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior at the KTV. I should not have spoken to you so loudly. Xiao Zhuan endeavored to project sincerity in hopes that Lin Yunxiang would momentarily overlook his transgression. To his surprise, Lin Yunxiang pouted, her expression radiating dissatisfaction. Who are you calling miss? Are you insulting someone? A surge of frustration welled within Xiao Zhuan. After all, he was, at the very least, her savior. Why was she nitpicking? Yet, he quickly reminded himself to remain calm. Stay composed, stay composed. It's for Xiao, once known for his fiery temper. Xiao Zhuan now struggled to force a semblance of a smile, murmuring, I apologize, Miss Lin, I misspoke. What, Miss Lin? Are we in the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, or Qing dynasties? Should I call you Sir Xiao instead? Inwardly, Xiao Zhuan cursed profusely, but outwardly, he could only endure. Then, may I ask how you wish to be addressed? Oh, now you've resorted to flattery. Guo Wenxue looked at Xiao Zhuan with eyes full of sympathy, silently lamenting, young man, I cannot assist you here. Look at her. So young and adorable. Shouldn't she be addressed with respect? Lin Yunxiang elongated her words teasingly. causing chills to run down Xiao Zhuan's spine. He feared she would request him to call her sister Lin, but was the esteemed young lady truly someone who adhered to conventional norms? The answer was a resounding no. Ahem. Let us refer to you as Noble Lin, Lin Yunxiang declared solemnly. Guo Wenxue could no longer contain his laughter, despite already having contemplated numerous peculiar scenarios regarding Lin Yunxiang. Yet, he could not have predicted her request for the title Noble Lin. Xiao Zhuan fell silent, his forehead twitching. Gritting his teeth, he repeatedly urged himself to comply, ultimately uttering, Noble Lin. Be natural, be cheerful. Why do you sound as if you're about to devour someone? It's making my heart race. Xiao Zhuan forced himself to wear a smile more grotesque than a frown, calling out, Noble Lin. Good. Lin Yunxiang nodded in satisfaction, her expression provoking an urge in Xiao Zhuan to flip the table. Lin Yunxiang turned her gaze toward a nearby nurse, extending her delicate hand. Come, weren't you going to give me a tetanus shot earlier? The nurse approached, holding a medical tray, and timidly inquired, May I administer it now? Lin Yunxiang shook her head with a smile. Not so fast. Let me ask you first. Is there a chance you might miss the vein? The nurse was taken aback. That should not happen, right? Should not happen, or certainly will not happen. Lin Yunxiang pressed with a sweet smile. The nurse, caught off guard by the question, hesitated. Generally, it shouldn't, but there is still a possibility of error. Oh, Lin Yunxiang nodded. Then if I let you practice a bit first, would you feel more confident? The nurse blinked, perplexed by Lin Yunxiang's intent, timidly replying, Perhaps. Oh, that's good to hear. Lin Yunxiang clapped her hands. When Lin Yunxiang turned her gaze to Xiao Zhuan, he felt a sudden chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. True to his fears, Lin Yunxiang beamed at Xiao Zhuan and said, This injury on my elbow was caused by you, and now this nurse needs someone to practice on. What do you think? Xiao Zhuan's countenance darkened, and he promptly turned to leave. The silent Guan Wenxue quickly grasped Xiao's arm, leading him aside with a courteous smile. Officer Xiao. I sincerely apologize. My niece has been somewhat spoiled by her family and is quite willful. However, she possesses a kind heart and harbors no ill intentions towards you. How about this? Why not indulge her just this once? If it brings her joy, I assure you, no matter what you request of me within my capabilities, I shall not refuse. Upon hearing Guan Wenxue's words, Xiao Jing felt no sense of comfort. Rather, he felt increasingly aggrieved. I kindly ask you to refrain from being so ambiguous. What do you mean by indulging her just this once? Chapter 8. Although Xiao Jing was unwilling in every aspect, he found himself compelled to lower his head under the eaves, as he required assistance from others. Thus, he reluctantly chose to acquiesce. Lin Yunxiang maliciously remarked to the young nurse, This police officer has taken lives. You must be precise with your needlework, or else. The young nurse initially felt unfazed, but upon hearing her words, she shivered involuntarily and stammered to Zhang. See, could you please remove your jacket? Resigned, Xiaojun took off his uniform and extended his right arm, stating, Do not heed her nonsense. Just focus on your task. The nurse managed a strained smile, but before she could regain her composure, she caught sight of the horrific scar left by a TAC-50 on Xiao's arm, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Both Lin Yunxiang and Guan Wenxue displayed expressions of shock, particularly Lin, who, though unable to identify the specific firearm, recognized that such an injury was far from ordinary. This individual was indeed remarkable, Lin Yunxiang thought, her curiosity toward Xiaojun intensifying. The nurse clumsily grasped a cotton ball and dabbed it on the blood vessel of Xiao's arm, her forehead glistening with sweat. I am starting, she said, as if seeking permission from a superior. Xiao Chun, in an attempt to ease her tension, jested, Which medical school did you graduate from? Your nerves seem rather frail. It's just a wound. Is it really so terrifying? His words had no effect, and the nurse, growing anxious, misaligned the needle by 2 millimeters and hastily retracted it, repeatedly apologizing. Xiaojun grimaced at the blood spots on his arm, lamenting, Well, this truly is a case of striking the bullseye. Lin Yunxiang began to laugh heartily, her earlier frustration dissipating. The nurse looked at her for help, and Lin, with a flourish, said, Why do you look to me? Continue. The nurse had no choice but to carry on. 1 needle, 2 needles, 3 needles. Her excessive nervousness resulted in a series of errors. And soon Xiaojun's arm bore 7 puncture wounds, nearly bringing the nurse to tears. Observing Xiaojun's increasingly pale expression, Lin Yunxiang quickly interjected, All right, you've practiced enough. Come over and attend to me. The nurse, like a prisoner suddenly set free, hurriedly took her medical tray and fled. Seeing her retreat, Xiaojun could not help but chuckle. Am I truly that frightening? Guan Wenxue approached and patted his shoulder, saying, My niece has her merits, but she does tend to hold grudges. I apologize for your discomfort. By the way, what was the reason you called me earlier? Upon hearing the first half of Guan Wenshua's statement, Xiao Jun had intended to voice a complaint to gain leverage, making it easier to solicit his assistance. However, Guan Wenshua offered him no opportunity to interject and directly inquired about the matter at hand. Internally cursing the old fox, Xiao Jun could only respond, "Earlier at the KTV, you may have misunderstood our chief, so I wish to clarify." Before he could finish, Guan Wenshua interrupted. "Did your chief send you to intercede on his behalf?" Xiao Jun quickly waved his hands, insisting, No, I came on my own accord. The chief is unaware." With a smile, Guan Wenshua replied, "You needn't shield him. Whether he sent you or you came voluntarily, since you've spoken up, I shall not pursue the matter further. Especially since you saved both my and Yunshang's lives." With his assurance, Xiao Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as he did not pursue the matter, Song Qingyan's promotion was nearly assured due to this merit. Consequently, the burdensome debts of his father could be settled, and he would no longer need to pressure his sister into marrying that scoundrel. The weight pressing on his chest lifted, and Xiao Jun's spirits brightened, feeling that the pain of receiving 7 or 8 injections had not been in vain. At that moment, Lin Yunshang approached after completing her tetanus shot. Guan Wenshua glanced at the time and suggested, "Let us go have a meal together. Yunshang and I owe you our gratitude. Had it not been for you, the consequences would have been dire." Lin Yunshang made a face at Xiao Jun, showing no dissent. Just as the three prepared to leave, Lin Yunshang received a phone call. Whatever was said on the other end caused her expression to darken. "Could we meet elsewhere?" "I dislike that place," she said into the phone. After a brief pause, she suddenly looked at Xiao Jun and then lowered her head, saying, "All right, I'll head over shortly." Noticing her troubled demeanor, Guan Wenshua inquired anxiously, "Yunshang, what has happened?" Lin Yunshang put away her phone and smiled brightly. "It's nothing, Uncle Guan. A few friends invited me out to have fun. You go ahead and return home." Guan Wenshua, concerned, replied, "You are unfamiliar with Lianrong. How can I allow you to wander about alone?" Lin Yunshang turned to Xiao Jun. A sense of foreboding gripped Xiao Jun's heart. And just as he contemplated slipping away, Lin stated, "Officer, this is my first visit to Lianrong. Could you accompany me on a stroll?" "Apologies, but I am unavailable," Xiao Jun retorted, rolling his eyes and firmly declining. After being subjected to 7 or 8 needless injections, how could she have the audacity to make such a request? Isn't your duty as a police officer to serve the people? Now that the people require assistance, how can you stand idly by? Lin Yunshang argued, looking up at Xiao Jun, who towered over her, with conviction. Xiao Jun pointed to his watch, stating, "It is after work hours. I am also an ordinary citizen, and I require service as well." Lin Yunshang, seeing his lack of compassion despite her earnest entreaty, instantly adopted a stern expression and demanded, "Xiao, will you agree or not?" Xiao Jun, coldly regarding her, replied, "I am not your servant. If you wish to throw a tantrum, do so at home. No one will indulge you out here." Guan Wenshua, listening nearby, felt his heart race. This young lady had always been uncontrollable, and even if she were to poke a hole in the sky, everyone would applaud. Yet here was a young man daring to admonish her, as if he were courting disaster. However, to his surprise, Lin Yunshang did not lose her temper. Instead, she leisurely opened her bag, retrieved several red bills, and stated, "Since we are outside, let us adhere to the rules of the outside world. Consider this a hiring of sorts." Examining the bills, Xiao Jun resolutely declared, "Miss, do you presume that all matters in this world can be resolved with money? I assure you, a person's dignity is priceless." Guan Wenshua silently nodded in agreement. True integrity cannot be swayed by poverty or coerced by power. This is the essence of a true man. However, Uncle Guan's praise could not sustain itself for more than 2 seconds. Xiao Jun swiftly seized the banknotes and inquired, "So, where would you like to go?" Guan Wenshua and Lin Yunshang gazed in astonishment at the still upright figure. Chapter 9. The first lesson Xiao Jun encountered upon entering the Langhun Brigade was not the acquisition of special warfare skills, nor was it military theory, but rather a veteran, seated in a wheelchair, recounting the potentially fatal vices of warfare. Foremost among these was alcohol. The veteran, having succumbed to sorrow after witnessing the death of a comrade post-battle, had taken a drink, only to fall victim to a subsequent enemy ambush that cost him his legs. Instances of demise due to such foolish errors were all too prevalent, leading Xiao Jun to resolutely shun any form of vice. Thus, when Lin Yunshang's BMW 5 Series halted before a bar named Songlong, his first impulse was to alight from the vehicle, turn, and depart. Yet, before he could act on this thought, Miss Lin, with an exceptionally gentle tone, threatened, "You have accepted my money. Tonight, you must comply with my wishes." The phrasing struck Xiao Zhuan as oddly discomforting. Observing her angelic visage, a twinge of wicked thought flickered in his mind. Were it not for his pressing financial needs, he would never engage in such a demoralizing act. Nevertheless, a true gentleman knows when to bend. For the sake of money, he could momentarily set aside his dignity, provided she did not impose excessively unreasonable demands. Lin Yunshang half-pulled, half-dragged Xiao Zhuan into the bar. The security guard at the entrance, upon seeing his police uniform, reacted as if confronting a formidable adversary, hurriedly whispering into his walkie-talkie. As they stepped inside, the bar owner approached, flanked by several burly men in black attire. "Officer, didn't we already conduct an inspection during the day? I assure you, everything here is pristine. There will be no issues, regardless of the scrutiny," the owner hastily asserted, perhaps believing Xiao Zhuan was there for an impromptu check. Before Xiao Zhuan could respond, Lin Yunshang interjected, "We merely came to have some fun. Is there a rule against police enjoying themselves here?" The bar owner quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Of course not. I would be delighted to have you both at Songlong. How about this? Tonight's expenses will be on my tab. Order whatever you wish." Xiao Zhuan replied, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Receiving free handouts? Don't be silly. Let us just consider it a gesture of friendship," the owner boisterously declared, then extracted a business card from his pocket and presented it, saying, "I am Su Wanshan. In the future, just mention my name, and you will receive a 20% discount." Xiao Zhuan accepted the card, stealing another glance at the owner. Establishments in such locations often belong to individuals with substantial connections, both legal and illegal, and typically regard a mere policeman with disdain. Yet this man exhibited remarkable tact, extending courtesy even to inconsequential figures, a testament to true intelligence. A small crack can lead to the collapse of a dam. Many who appear formidable often fall prey to minor characters. A small policeman may pose little threat to a bar owner, yet if he sought to find fault, it would indeed become a source of significant annoyance. Lin Yunshang could not help but tease, "You seem to wield quite a bit of influence with your police status. I have never enjoyed such treatment before. I'm fortunate to bask in your glow today." Xiao Zhuan scoffed, "You drive a BMW. Would you truly concern yourself with such trifles?" Just as the owner was about to speak again, a man's voice cut through. "Yunshang, why are you only just arriving? We've been waiting for you." Xiao Zhuan turned to see a strikingly handsome man approaching. Judging solely by his appearance, he was undeniably a rare gem. Adorned from head to toe in designer labels, such a figure would undoubtedly command attention wherever he appeared. Upon sighting this man, the bar owner immediately adopted a subservient demeanor, slapping himself twice across the face. "Ah, I did not realize you were a friend of young Master Wang. Why didn't you say so earlier? How blind I was." Xiao Zhuan noted the stark contrast in the owner's attitude. While he had initially extended a semblance of respect, there was an underlying threat, evident from the fierce expressions of the men behind him. Now, however, his demeanor was tinged with genuine reverence, a sentiment that could not be feigned. The man, possessing a celebrity's visage, paid little heed to the owner's attempts at flattery, his attention solely fixated on Lin Yunshang. "I told you to wait for me. Yet you insisted on coming alone. You are not familiar with Lianrong, and it made me worry for quite some time," he said gently, reaching out as if to place a hand on Lin Yunshang's shoulder. Lin Yunshang stepped back, grasping Xiao Zhuan's hand. "It's fine, with Xiao Zhuan here. How could I possibly get lost?" For the first time in his life, apart from his mother and younger sister, Xiao Zhuan felt a woman's soft hand in his. And the warmth emanating from Lin Yunshang's touch stirred something within him, akin to a cat's paw gently scratching at his heart. The man observed the intimate gesture between Lin Yunshang and Xiao Zhuan, akin to a lion whose territory has been encroached upon. A flicker of cold menace gleaming in his eyes. "Who is he?" the man queried, his tone laced with hostility, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Zhuan. Xiao Zhuan slightly raised his head, meeting the man's gaze with an air of indifference. He did not need to take any action. He merely narrowed his eyes slightly, and a glimmer of cold light flashed within them. In that instant, the man felt a tightening in his chest, as though he had been submerged underwater. When Xiao Zhuan finally averted his gaze, he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. This was the aura of lethal intent. Only someone who had truly taken lives, and not just one, could emanate such a presence. Lin Yunshang, upon hearing the man's inquiry, leaned her head against Xiao Zhuan's shoulder, resembling a lovesick girl. "Allow me to introduce, this is my boyfriend, Xiao Zhuan. Dear, this is my university classmate, Wang Guan." The latter sentence was directed at Xiao Zhuan. Being leaned upon by such a stunning beauty left Xiao Zhuan feeling more than a little apprehensive. Although he was unsure of Lin Yunshang's intentions, he maintained his composure, betraying little surprise. "My boyfriend? Wang Guan," still shaken from moments prior, could not suppress a flicker of frost across his countenance upon hearing Lin Yunxiang's introduction. Yet, he soon broke into a smile. Yunxiang, today is not April Fool's Day. Please do not jest. I am not joking, Lin Yunxiang retorted, rolling her eyes charmingly as she tugged Xiao Zhuan further inside. Wang Guan remained rooted in place, his gaze lingering on Lin Yunxiang's retreating figure, his expression tinged with a sinister chill. Lin Yunxiang led Xiao Zhuan to an excellent booth where a few individuals, both male and female, young heirs and heiresses, were already seated. Upon seeing Lin Yunxiang's arrival, they all stood to greet her. Yunxiang, this is, a flamboyantly dressed woman appraised Xiao Zhuan before inquiring of Lin Yunxiang. Lin Yunxiang, settling onto the sofa with Xiao Zhuan, casually lifted a glass and declared, "This is my boyfriend." The collective reaction was one of stunned silence. Chapter 10. Wang Guan entered the booth, and all eyes turned towards him with peculiar expressions. "Why are you all staring at me instead of drinking?" Wang Guan retorted as he returned to his seat, lifting a glass, casually crossing his legs, and casting a nonchalant glance at Xiao Zhuan. A man, seemingly close to him, chuckled, "Guanzi, it seems your beloved has been whisked away by someone else." Laughter erupted among the crowd as Wang Guan's interest in Lin Yunxiang was no longer a secret within their circle. Despite Lin Yunxiang's cold demeanor, the two were a perfect match in terms of family background and personal attributes, making them a frequent subject of jest. Wang Guan paused momentarily in his drinking, then chuckled. "Yunxiang is just joking with everyone." Lin Yunxiang, closely positioned next to Xiao Zhuan, retorted, "Who asked joking? We are quite serious, aren't we, my dear?" Xiao Zhuan remained silent, merely gazing at her, inwardly scoffing at her acting skills. If she were to stray into deceitful endeavors, she might indeed find wealth. He had resolved not to refuse or compromise, merely acting as a human prop, steadfast in his refusal to assist her in any form of dishonesty. Miss Lin appeared dissatisfied with his response, her concealed hand pinching the soft flesh at his waist, her sweet expression unwavering as she asked again, "Right, my dear?" Although Xiao Jingguan was confident in his strength, he could not withstand the precision of her grip and begrudgingly conceded, "Whatever you say is right, my dear." Satisfied, Lin Yunxiang released him, despite his gritted teeth while uttering the last three words, which were reluctantly acceptable. A striking woman seated next to Lin Yunxiang glanced at Xiao Zhuan, musing that even if she lowered her standards, he would still not qualify as a contender. "My dear, when did your taste become so poor? Weren't you always fond of the likes of Song Zhongji? Have you now developed a liking for uniform allure?" she inquired. Lin Yunxiang pushed her playfully, warning, "Liang Ruoxuan, if you continue to speak nonsense, I will turn against you." Liang Ruoxuan, exuding a mature charm beyond her years, leaned closer to Lin Yunxiang and whispered, "Or perhaps it's him you're interested in." Lin Yunxiang's cheeks flushed crimson, pushing her away, knowing the ensuing conversation would be inappropriate. Liang Ruoxuan feigned innocence. "Then I simply cannot comprehend why the typically proud Miss Lin would fancy a policeman lacking power, wealth, and looks." The onlookers regarded Xiao Zhuan with mixed expressions. While being a policeman might seem respectable to the average person, in the eyes of these affluent heirs, it was akin to cleaning toilets. Lin Yunxiang hesitated. "Because don't you think he resembles Tony Liang?" The group collectively scoffed. Although Xiao Zhuan possessed an air of gallantry and a tall physique, they could hardly draw any resemblance to the famed actor. Noticing the collective skepticism, Lin Yunxiang felt embarrassed and, after much contemplation, added, "He is a policeman, an embodiment of justice, a servant of the people. Isn't that worthy of admiration?" The crowd rolled their eyes. Such sentiments would hardly persuade a child. Policemen don't commit crimes. Good public order accounts for half of it, a rather extreme view. Yet it illustrated the contemporary perception of police quality. Lin Yunxiang struggled to identify any redeeming qualities in him and turned to ask, "What other virtues do you possess?" Xiao Zhuan contemplated deeply before shaking his head. "None. You've already named my two virtues." Everyone exhibited expressions of disbelief. This group had thick skin but had not anticipated encountering someone with even thicker resolve. Fortunately, after Xiao Zhuan's audacious declaration, the crowd ceased their inquiries into their relationship and shifted to other topics. Among the privileged progeny raised on delicacies, their conversations revolved around luxury cars and exquisite perfumes, subjects in which Xiao Zhuan found himself wholly uninterested, content to sit alone indulging in the fruit platter. "Mr. Xiao, shall we exchange seats? I have a few words to discuss with Yunxiang." Wang Guan abruptly approached Xiao Zhuan. Before Xiao Zhuan could respond, Lin Yunxiang swiftly grasped his arm, insisting, "No swaps, sit still." Xiao Zhuan shrugged at Wang Guan, feigning helplessness. Wang Guan seethed inwardly. Under normal circumstances, He would not spare a glance at someone like Xiao Juan. Now, having lowered himself to plead with him, he was audaciously rejected. Lin Yunxiang admired Xiao Juan for this. She had brought him along to deter Wang Guan's advances, and he had fulfilled the role of her shield splendidly. However, a good soldier must not only wield a shield but also maintain it, ensuring it remains unscathed by the enemy. Thus, as Wang Guan glared at Xiao Juan, Lin Yunxiang admonished, "Wang Guan, why are you intimidating my boyfriend? Do you think he is easy to bully?" Realizing Lin Yunxiang's fury, Wang Guan hastily clarified, "Yunxiang, don't misunderstand. I merely wanted to speak with you, nothing more." Unyielding, Lin Yunxiang pointed to Liang Ruoxuan beside her. "Then why not switch with Ruoxuan? Is it because her father is a political figure while Xiao Juan is merely a small policeman?" The argument drew the attention of the entire assembly. Wang Guan was taken aback by Lin Yunxiang's public rebuke, disregarding his dignity. Yet, fearing her family's influence, he ultimately suppressed his vexation, adopting a facade of composure as he returned to his seat. "Yunxiang, I truly meant no harm. I merely noticed that Mr. Xiao seems to lack common ground with you all, which is why I suggested the switch." His reasoning was sound. Indeed, Xiao Juan was not engaged in their discussions, making his position irrelevant, leaving Lin Yunxiang momentarily speechless. Only Xiao Juan wore a slight, sardonic smile, while Lin Yunxiang, oblivious to the underlying critique, remained unaware that he insinuated they were worlds apart, rendering his presence here superfluous. As their eyes met, a spark ignited between Wang Guan and Xiao Juan. Lin Yunxiang acknowledged her earlier reaction had been excessive. She could not fathom why Wang Guan's disdainful gaze toward Xiao Juan had provoked such a fierce response within her. What was supposed to be a mere facade of a boyfriend had somehow become a genuine sentiment. She mused wryly. "You were planning to open a clothing design studio in Lianrong, weren't you?" Wang Guan inquired earnestly. "Coincidentally, one of my friends has a property available for rent. I've checked it out, and it's quite nice and affordable. Shall I take you to see it tomorrow?" Lin Yunxiang brusquely dismissed the offer. "The reason I'm starting a studio is to prove to my parents that I can manage my affairs independently." "What do you mean by helping me find a place? Are you questioning my abilities?" Wang Guan found himself in an awkward position, having inadvertently offended her. "I merely thought you might be unfamiliar with the market and could be taken advantage of," he hastily explained. "Are you implying that my intelligence is insufficient, making me an easy target for deception?" Lin Yunxiang questioned. When one harbors affection for another, their flaws can transform into virtues. Conversely, when disdain takes root, even their merits can appear as faults. At that moment, Wang Guan felt akin to Zhu Beiji gazing into a mirror, caught in a state of helplessness as he remarked, "Even if you wish to find a place on your own, you surely need someone acquainted with Lianrong to accompany you. I have often visited here with friends and am quite familiar with the area. I can assist you in your search." Lin Yunxiang grasped Xiao Juan's hand and replied, "Have you forgotten that my boyfriend is from Lianrong? No matter how well you know this place, he knows it better." Wang Guan found himself at a loss for words, raising his glass to drink in solitude. The booth fell silent, as it appeared that Wang, the young master, was losing in a contest against a mere police officer, with Miss Lin offering her unwavering support, leaving the officer in an unassailable position, a fortunate frog unexpectedly feasting on swan meat. "Darling, will you take me house hunting tomorrow?" Lin Yunxiang turned to Xiao Juan, her expression pleading, while discreetly signaling him. In truth, her inquiry was not a genuine request for his company in her search for accommodation. Instead, it aimed to dishearten Wang Guan, ensuring he relinquished all hope. To her surprise, Officer Xiao completely misunderstood her intent, stuffing an apple into his mouth and replying, "I'm busy, I have work." The onlookers were momentarily frozen in disbelief. His lack of appreciation for the situation was astounding. Lin Yunxiang had declined Wang Guan's generous offer of companionship, yet he acted as if he were above it all, which was utterly infuriating. Feeling embarrassed, Lin Yunxiang silently cursed the fool, wondering why he could not pretend to agree. She merely sought companionship. Why must it be him, of all people, this stubborn blockhead? Seeing Xiao Juan's unyielding demeanor, Lin Yunxiang discreetly slipped 200 yuan into his hand, saying, "Darling, just agree to her request." Xiao Juan unobtrusively pocketed the money and reluctantly nodded, "Fine, but it will have to wait until after my shift." "All right, my dear." Lin Yunxiang thought of striking him in frustration, yet maintained a facade of affection. The young heirs exchanged glances. Realizing that Lin Yunxiang had indeed planted a flower in a mound of cow dung, and she seemed utterly resolute in her choice, Wang Guan took a sip from his glass, his exterior betraying no signs of distress, but his gaze concealed a hint of malice. A mere police officer dared to covet the woman he desired? He would make him regret ever stepping into this realm. Though Wang Guan's status was prominent, It paled in comparison to Lin Yunxiang's, and even when juxtaposed with Liang Ruoxuan, he fell slightly short. Nevertheless, he remained a significant figure among the assembly, and witnessing his embarrassment rendered everyone silent, fearful of uttering anything that might offend him. Just as the atmosphere in the private booth grew tense, the bar's music abruptly ceased, and the lights illuminated. The bar owner ascended the stage, microphone in hand, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, please lend me your ears. Today marks the Qixi Festival, a day of romance. To celebrate this occasion, our bar is hosting an arm wrestling contest, where the ultimate victor will win 999 roses to present to their beloved. Gentlemen, what are you waiting for? Let's get started." As soon as the bar owner's words echoed, a chorus of cheers erupted. Patrons were eager for merriment, and the livelier, the better. Yet, despite their enthusiasm, few dared to step forward. Not everyone was foolish enough to engage in a contest reliant solely on strength. Who could guarantee a victory once, let alone repeatedly? Thus, the crowd hesitated, leading to a lull in the excitement. Wang Guan's face briefly brightened as he beckoned to the burly men at the nearby booth, and soon several muscular figures in black attire approached. Xiao Zhuan had spotted these individuals upon their entry. Their imposing presence suggested they were not ordinary men, likely honed through countless life and death struggles. Wang Guan addressed the most robust among them. "Ah San, go win those roses for me." "Yes, young master," Ah San replied, shedding his jacket to reveal his bulging muscles as he stepped onto the stage. With one leading the charge, the others followed suit. While many of the male patrons hesitated upon witnessing Ah San's formidable physique, they were swiftly encouraged by the women around them and flocked to the stage. The outcome was all but predetermined. How could a group weakened by indulgence compete with Ah San? Before Xiao Zhuan and the others could finish their drinks, Ah San returned, triumphantly pushing a cart brimming with roses. Women adore diamonds and roses as men cherish cars and video games. When the ladies present saw the cart overflowing with roses, their eyes sparkled with delight. Wang Guan accepted the cart, sauntering over to Lin Yunxiang with a sincere gaze, stating, "Yunxiang, happy Valentine's Day." The envy of every woman in the bar was palpable as they beheld a handsome and charismatic young man presenting such a grand display before Lin Yunxiang. Taken aback, Lin Yunxiang hesitated before breaking into a smile, radiant and far surpassing the ornate flower cart before her. Wang Guan, witnessing her smile, felt a surge of hope. Perhaps he had a chance. However, before he could bask in his joy, Lin Yunxiang spoke. "Wang Guan, it seems you truly have made a name for yourself, needing your subordinates to deliver flowers. Should I regard these as your gift or that of your subordinate?" Wang Guan stood momentarily dumbfounded, his smile faltering. As Lin Yunxiang's words shattered the romantic atmosphere, Liang Ruoxuan, seated beside, could no longer contain herself and tugged at Lin Yunxiang's sleeve, whispering, "Dear, perhaps you should ease up. Even if you don't fancy him, you should at least give him some face. Wang Guan holds a grudge. While he may not dare to retaliate against you directly, he could easily target that faux boyfriend of yours. Don't let your joy come at the expense of others." Lin Yunxiang was not surprised that Liang Ruoxuan recognized Xiao Zhuan's role as a fake boyfriend. Growing up in such a family, she had been surrounded by power struggles and was naturally more perceptive than the average person. She had no intention of deceiving everyone. Her aim was merely to convey a stance that would deter Wang Guan. As for Liang Ruoxuan's concerns about Wang Guan seeking revenge on Xiao Zhuan, Lin Yunxiang dismissed them. It wasn't that she was callous or unconcerned for Xiao Zhuan's safety. Rather, she harbored an inexplicable confidence in this officer she had known for less than a day. An individual capable of single-handedly overcoming several ruthless thugs could not be just anyone. Having grown up alongside her grandfather in the military, she had encountered many self-proclaimed elite soldiers, yet none compared to Xiao Zhuan. Although she wondered why someone of his caliber settled for being a mere police officer in a small county, she was certain he possessed an extraordinary past beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Observing Wang Guan's fluctuating expressions, Lin Yunxiang's eyes glinted mischievously as she said, "I would not refuse these flowers, provided that you can win them back from your subordinate." Upon hearing her words, everyone present discerned the underlying element of compromise. It was evident that Wang Guan and his subordinates were engaged in a futile contest of strength. Realistically, 10 Wang Guans could not match a single A San. However, given their respective statuses, even a San, infused with audacity, would hesitate to claim victory. Wang Guan's heart leapt with joy. Could it be that Yunxiang was tacitly accepting the challenge? He quickly turned to a San and beckoned. "You, come here." A San, looking somewhat troubled, replied, "Young master, I will come." Wang Guan urged him on, eagerly rolling up his sleeves. Observing the timid A San, Lin Yunxiang revealed a cryptic smile. Clearing the 2 plates of sunflower seeds and peanuts from the table. Place your bets, everyone. I shall be the banker. A bet on Wang Guan wins 3-1. A bet on the bodyguard wins 5-1. Hurry, place your bets before time runs out. Those present were already accustomed to Lin Yunxiang's audacious nature. Although they were taken aback by her blatant gambling, they remained silent, hastily retrieving their money to wager. As they were all wealthy heirs, their bets were extravagant. And soon the plate for Wang Guan was filled with at least 20,000. Lin Yunxiang's eyes sparkled with delight, resembling a little money grubber. When it was Liang Ruosun's turn, she hesitated momentarily before tossing 1,000 yuan into the empty plate. Lin Yunxiang, surprised, inquired, "Everyone else has bet on Wang Guan to win. Why do you choose to bet on the bodyguard?" Liang Ruosun sipped from her glass of red wine, then replied, "I simply dislike conforming to the crowd. What everyone else favors is not necessarily of value." Xiao Zhuan couldn't help but observe her closely, with his discerning eye. He recognized that this elegantly clad woman, adorned in expensive attire, was far from superficial despite her well-crafted facade. During his time with the Wolf Soul Brigade, he had undergone systematic training in psychology, taught by masters of the international field. Unless one was so cunning as to disguise even a single hair, no one could escape his scrutiny. A mere glance would reveal the essence of their character, traits, and vulnerabilities. When Liang Ruosun inadvertently glanced back, she caught Xiao Zhuan secretly surveying her and bestowed upon him an enticing gaze. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, Xiao Zhuan felt a surge of warmth coursing through him, startled by her prowess. A single look from her could disarm his senses. She was indeed a bewitching temptation. Lin Yunxiang meticulously counted the bills in the plate, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Turning to Xiao Zhuan, she asked, "Aren't you placing a bet?" Initially, Xiao Zhuan had no intention of partaking in such frivolous games, but upon seeing her mischievous gaze, he felt a stirring within. Everyone had placed their bets on Wang Guan to win. Should Wang Guan indeed triumph, Lin Yunxiang would incur significant losses. This clever girl was far from being a victim. With that thought, Xiao Zhuan withdrew all 700 yuan from his pocket, the entirety gifted by Lin Yunxiang that evening, and was poised to place it on the bodyguard's plate. After a moment's hesitation, he withdrew 1 bill and returned it to his pocket. This was a habit of his. He disliked going all in on a single target. A competent sniper must secure an escape route before a mission, otherwise, accomplishing the task could lead to one's demise. Lin Yunxiang counted the stack of bills 3 times. And finally, Wang Guan could no longer contain himself, asking, "Yunxiang, can we begin?" Realizing she had perhaps become too indulgent, Lin Yunxiang cleared her throat and replied, "Just a moment." She then slipped over to the bar, conversing with the bartender before returning mysteriously to announce, "We can start now." Wang Guan and Asan readied themselves, poised for action. Suddenly, Lin Yunxiang produced a fruit knife from behind her, weighing it in her hand, and addressed Asan. "Do you know how cheaters are punished in a casino?" Asan, unsure of her intent, answered honestly, "They get their hands chopped off. So if you dare to go easy on him, do not blame me for adhering to the rules," Lin Yunxiang remarked, flashing a captivating smile as she plunged the knife into an apple. Asan shuddered involuntarily. This woman, with an angelic visage, instilled a sense of dread even in a man accustomed to danger. The onlookers were taken aback by Lin Yunxiang's sudden turn of events, and those who had previously felt assured began to worry. Yet Lin Yunxiang maintained her innocent smile. 3, 2, 1, begin. This contest, initially devoid of suspense, quickly descended into a stalemate. Thanks to Lin Yunxiang's earlier threat, Asan was caught in a bind. Victory was unattainable, yet defeat was equally undesirable. Xiao Zhuan empathized with his predicament. It was a classic case of a no-win situation. Wang Guan exerted all his strength, yet he could not budge the robust arm of Asan. Frustrated and humiliated, he cast a threatening glance at Asan, who shivered under the gaze, gradually yielding strength as his arm was pressed down. A group of wealthy heirs began to cheer from the sidelines, while the money at stake was trivial for them. The prospect of victory was exhilarating. As Asan's arm neared the table, Lin Yunxiang suddenly swung the fruit knife, slicing an apple cleanly in half, then cast a mischievous look at Asan. At that moment, Asan finally snapped, shouting and instantly rebounding, pinning Wang Guan's arm to the table. Unprepared, Wang Guan stumbled backwards and fell to the ground in a most undignified manner. Asan dared not meet his master's gaze and quickly stepped aside, thinking it better to lose his job than risk the wrath of the reckless young lady who might indeed carry out her threats. Wang Guan was helped to his feet, glaring at Asan, feeling utterly humiliated. Lin Yunxiang, clutching a fistful of cash, was overjoyed, while those who lost cast scornful looks at her. After all, She was a lady of noble birth. Was it truly worth rejoicing over a mere few thousand yuan? Having savored her triumph, Lin Yunxiang suddenly remembered she owed 2 winners. With a pained expression, she counted out 5,000 yuan for Liao Ruoshui and 3,000 for Xiao Zhuan. Looking as if a delectable cake had been snatched away. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Zhuan felt even more regret. Had he known, he would not have withdrawn that 100 yuan earlier, thus missing out on an additional 500. Liang Ruosun casually tossed the 5,000 yuan into her bag and glanced at the little money grubber beside her. Darling, do you find yourself in need of funds? If you're in urgent need, just let me know. 100 or 80,000 is hardly a burden. Lin Yunxiang shook her head, replying no. I made a bet with my parents to establish my own studio without relying on anyone. A promise is a promise. Xiao Zhuan, close enough to overhear, couldn't help but scoff internally. He felt worlds apart from these individuals, who regarded money with disdain while he was anxiously fretting over 30,000 yuan. Only when a person truly encounters adversity will they realize that the so-called refusal to bow for mere 5 debit is nothing more than a hollow phrase. The individual who utters such words likely possesses 6 gumi at home, hence their indifference to that 5 demi. If they were genuinely faced with a situation where they could not afford to eat, they would not only bow, but would be willing to kneel. Naturally, everyone possesses their own sense of pride. With Xiao Zhuan's capabilities, if he truly desired to employ extraordinary measures, he could swiftly acquire the necessary funds. However, such actions would inevitably violate legal statutes. As a former elite soldier of this nation, he would never allow himself to engage in activities that contravene the virtues of a soldier. Lin Yunxiang glanced at the significantly diminished cash in her hand, her petite face displaying a hint of displeasure. Casting a glance at Xiao Zhuan beside her, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in her mind, and she exclaimed, "The game has begun. Now, we have Xiao Zhuan and Asan competing. Betting on Xiao Zhuan to win at 1 to 3 odds and Asan at 1 to 5. The crowd scoffed. While Wang Guan could be considered a fair bet at 1 to 3 due to his initial advantage, how could they justify the same odds for Xiao Zhuan? Although Xiao Zhuan's physique was robust compared to an average person, he was no match for the burly Asan, making this a rather uneven contest. Xiao Zhuan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction upon hearing her words. Since returning from military service, he had gradually learned the art of humility. The difference between society and the military lies in the fact that the latter encourages self-promotion. The more capable you are, the more respect you command. However, in society, being overly conspicuous could lead to disaster. Lin Yunxiang, perceptive as ever, noticed Xiao Zhuan's discontent and quickly whispered, "If you can defeat that brute, we will split the winnings 50-50. One must admit that Miss Lin was astute, deftly identifying Xiao Zhuan's vulnerability. "Do you truly believe I can win? That brute appears formidable," Xiao Zhuan remarked, though he did not refuse the proposition, for it was not in his nature to forego an opportunity for wealth. Lin Yunxiang wore a mysterious expression and stated, "I have an excellent eye for character." Xiao Zhuan shook his head with a wry smile, choosing not to respond further. The wealthy heirs who frequented such gatherings sought amusement, and although they had recently miscalculated their bets against Lin Yunxiang, they now confidently placed their wagers once more. All betting on Asan. Even Liang Ruoshuan, after a moment's hesitation, contributed the 5,000 she had just won to Asan's pot. Lin Yunxiang, taken aback, queried, "Did you not just say that something universally liked is not necessarily good?" Liang Ruoshuan, her legs elegantly encased in stockings, replied slowly, "However, if the outcome is too apparent, choosing to oppose the majority indicates a lack of intellect." Her words caused Lin Yunxiang to question Xiao Zhuan. Despite having witnessed his remarkable prowess at the KTV earlier that day, what if he were to lose? The cash on the table had accumulated to at least 40 or 50,000. At 1 to 3 odds, that would mean a loss of over 100,000. She could not afford to suffer such a setback. "Can you manage it?" Lin Yunxiang discreetly inquired of Xiao Zhuan. Xiao Zhuan rolled his eyes and replied, "Given your question, as a man, how could I say I cannot?" Lin Yunxiang's cheeks flushed as she playfully struck his shoulder, surprised to discover this cheeky side of him. Observing their playful banter, Wang Guan, seated nearby with a drink, felt his already unappealing expression darken further. Since Xiao Zhuan's arrival that evening, he had repeatedly faced humiliation and harbored a deep loathing for this suddenly emerging man. "I wager 100,000 on Asan winning," Wang Guan declared coldly. Chapter 14, 100,000? Upon hearing Wang Guan's words, everyone fell silent, recognizing his anger. There was no need to make such a monumental wager for mere entertainment. Lin Yunxiang, perceptive, noted this but remained unfazed, saying casually, "That's fine, but where's the money?" Wang Guan assured her, "Rest assured, I will not renege on the bet. If he wins, you will receive your due." He understood Asan's strength better than anyone, having witnessed him shatter a sandbag with a single punch. Such force could easily overwhelm not just a mere police officer, but even professional power athletes. The outcome was predetermined, and thus he had no intention of actually paying out. Convinced he would ultimately win, Lin Yunxiang, however, would not acquiesce, shaking her head. No money, no deal. Wang Guan, reluctantly, dispatched an underling to fetch cash from the bank. And only then did Lin Yunxiang beam with satisfaction, declaring, "All right, the bets are placed, let the game begin." Asan was already eager. Having just been compelled to win against the young master, now was his opportunity to redeem himself, and he was determined to perform well. As for the petite police officer before him, he dismissed her entirely, having defeated numerous formidable fighters in underground matches before, and she paled in comparison. Xiao Zhuan perceived the disdain in Asan's eyes, maintaining an air of calm as he lit a cigarette and approached the table. Asan, facing Xiao Zhuan, offered a sneer and said, "I will only use 30% of my strength. If you can defeat me, I will concede." Such needless chatter, Xiao Zhuan replied, resting his arm on the table. Asan, provocatively locking eyes with him, placed his arm on the table, gripping Xiao Zhuan's hand tightly. This was clearly not a contest between equals, drawing the attention of all in the VIP area, as patrons flocked to witness the spectacle. Everyone was not guessing who would emerge victorious, for that was evident. Rather, they speculated on how long Xiao Zhuan could withstand Asan's grip. Some predicted 3 seconds. Others 2, but no one believed Xiao Zhuan had a chance of winning. Lin Yunxiang felt a flutter of anxiety, even regretting her impulsive suggestion. However, there was no turning back now, and she asked, "Are you ready?" Both men nodded in affirmation, prompting Lin Yunxiang to announce, 3, 2, 1, begin. As her voice echoed, the anticipated scene of Asan effortlessly overpowering his opponent did not unfold. To everyone's astonishment, the two remained locked in a stalemate. Asan wore a look of surprise. Not anticipating that this young man possessed any strength at all, he found himself unable to budge Xiao Zhuan's wrist, even after several attempts. Dismissing his earlier bravado of using only 30% of his strength, Asan began to exert more force, 50%, 60%, 70%. To his astonishment, even as he increased his strength, Xiao Zhuan's wrist remained steadfast. This revelation ignited a flicker of panic within him. The onlookers were equally astonished. Recognizing that Asan had begun to take the match seriously, yet he could not secure an easy victory, was this not ludicrous? Xiao Zhuan exhaled a plume of smoke and remarked, "Put in a bit more effort." Was that not humiliating? Asan felt provoked by his words. Channeling every ounce of his strength, his face turning a deep shade of crimson, yet he still could not gain an inch. Xiao Zhuan's wrist felt as unyielding as a concrete pillar, impervious to all attempts to move it. A trace of mockery crossed Xiao Zhuan's face as he said, "For someone of your size, your strength seems to have been squandered." With that, he effortlessly pressed Asan's hand down onto the table, as easy as pie. The entire assembly was left in utter disbelief. Did this truly signify victory? Lin Yunxiang stared blankly at Xiao Zhuan, her astonishment surpassing that of anyone else present. How could he have triumphed over a brawny man using what seemed to be his injured right arm? Indeed, Xiao Zhuan's right arm was severely compromised. But this was only in relation to the standards of an elite marksman, who must possess optimal conditions in sight, cognition, dexterity, and respiration. Any deficiency in these aspects could lead to fatal vulnerabilities. While he could no longer wield a sniper rifle, he was far from powerless, possessing strength superior to that of an average individual. "You cheated," Asan exclaimed, grappling Xiao Zhuan's collar, ready to erupt in fury. "Asan," Wang Yao's deep voice interrupted. Although he too harbored a desire to land a good punch on Xiao Zhuan. Yet, defeat was defeat. It was already humiliating enough. To escalate the situation would only exacerbate their disgrace. The patrons at the booth exchanged glances, their faces a canvas of sheer amazement. Just moments ago, Asan had easily bested Wang Guan, even amidst suspicions of leniency, yet the tides had turned so swiftly. Should they deem Wang Guan incompetent, or Xiao Zhuan extraordinary? Lianrong was equally astonished, turning to Lin Yunxiang and inquiring, "Darling, did you summon this individual from another world?" The money-loving Miss Lin had completely forgotten to count her winnings, her mouth agape, as if ready to swallow a chicken egg. Is this fellow not exceedingly outrageous? Xiao Zhuan discarded the spent cigarette but into the ashtray, ignoring the astonished expressions around him, and approached Lin Yunxiang directly. "Where's my money?" Lin Yunxiang rolled her eyes. The flicker of admiration she had felt for him dissipating in an instant. This man was utterly obsessed with wealth, even more so than she was. Thus, The two avaricious individuals began dividing the spoils before the onlookers, swiftly portioning out the tens of thousands of yuan. It became evident that they had conspired from the very beginning to deceive everyone, which incited Liang Ruoxuan's ire as she glared at the duo. However, the gathered crowd consisted of affluent individuals. Despite losing several thousand in the bets, none were overly concerned. Only Wang Guan's expression darkened, not due to the loss of 100,000 yuan, which was but a trifling sum to him, but rather because of Lin Yunxiang's attitude. The fact that she had allied with this man to con him was intolerable. "It is late. I must take my leave," Xiao Zhuan declared, satisfied as he stuffed over 70,000 yuan into his pocket, preparing to depart. "You think you can just walk away after winning money?" Wang Guan replied coldly. The crowd that had been ready to disperse halted, sensing the unfolding drama. Chapter 15. Deep down, Xiao Zhuan had no desire to engage in any conflict with Wang Guan and his entourage, not out of fear, after years of navigating perilous environments as a soldier. He was unfamiliar with the sensation of fear, but rather out of sheer weariness of strife. He longed for a quiet life, free from disputes. In truth, had he not been dragged to the bar by Lin Yunxiang, he would never have crossed paths with these privileged youths, as they inhabited entirely different realms, their values and worldviews starkly divergent. While they might view money as inconsequential, he was burdened with the heavy responsibility of repaying his father's 300,000 yuan debt. Had it not been for the lure of those few thousand yuan, he would never have been compelled to assert himself against Asan. Yet, life often unfolds contrary to one's intentions. Although he sought peace, others had different agendas. Wang Guan, the son of Wang Wanlin, the vice mayor of Zhanghai City, had been pampered throughout his life, shielded from adversity. He had never before experienced such humiliation. If his opponent had been a person of eminent stature, it would have been easier to accept, but to be bested by someone he regarded as an insignificant figure, a mere policeman, was unacceptable. Allowing Xiao Zhuan to walk away would render him a laughingstock. "You think you can just leave after winning money?" Wang Guan reiterated coldly. Xiao Zhuan frowned and asked, "What? Do you wish to challenge me to an arm wrestling match?" His words struck Wang Guan like a stinging slap to the face. Was he not merely mocking the monk in front of the bald man? Even the formidable Asan had been effortlessly defeated by Xiao Zhuan, thus making Wang Guan a vanquished foe of Asan, an unlikely contender. Lin Yunxiang silently pondered, surprised by his audacity. He had gained an advantage, yet feigned innocence. Wang Guan, seething internally, yet maintaining a facade of derision, retorted, "What merit is there in competing with a brute? Are you brave enough to engage in a game of darts?" The expressions of those familiar with Wang Guan shifted, realizing he was genuinely angered. They were aware of his exceptional skill in darts, having won several professional championships through sheer merit, untainted by any form of dishonesty. Even a referee renowned for officiating world-class competitions had asserted that with another year and a half of rigorous training, Wang Guan could secure a commendable position in international contests. It was unexpected that he would resort to showcasing his ultimate skills merely to reclaim his pride. After all, Wang Guan had never been denied anything he desired, save perhaps for Lin Yunxiang. To be humiliated in front of the girl he admired was intolerable for anyone. Xiao Zhuan glanced at the dartboard on the bar's wall and chuckled to himself. Such a childish pastime had lost its charm for him after 2 months of practice in the Langhun Brigade. He had once impressed his instructor, who, upon witnessing his ability to hit a ladybug perched on a tree from 10 meters away, had labeled him a prodigy and left in frustration. This had instilled in Xiao Zhuan a sense of solitary ambition, ultimately leading him to retreat from the world. The sight of the dartboard transported him back to memories of his time in the military, momentarily lost in thought. While others mistakenly assumed he was merely a brute incapable of finesse in such a technical challenge, Lin Yunxiang, feeling indignant, approached Wang Guan and stated, "Do you understand the concept of fair play? What kind of behavior is it to act deceitfully after a loss?" Wang Guan replied, "How is that deceitful? I neither defaulted nor coerced him. If he wishes to play, he may. If not, so be it." Lin Yunxiang was exasperated. Then why not challenge him to an arm wrestling match? Why resort to your own specialty and claim it's not deceit? Wang Guan, noticing her defense of Xiao Zhuan, felt a surge of irritation but dared not direct his anger at Lin Yunxiang. Instead, he turned to Xiao Zhuan and asked, "What will it be? Are you brave enough to play? If you're not, then leave." Xiao Zhuan inquired, "Is there a monetary reward?" Lin Yunxiang quickly cast him a warning glance. This man was clearly obsessed with wealth. Upon seeing a chance to win money, he was eager to engage. While he might be oblivious to Wang Guan's prowess, she was acutely aware that even seasoned professionals often fell short against him. Xiao Zhuan disregarded her hint, resolutely stating, "If there is money involved, I shall participate." Wang Guan, Internally amused, replied, "Very well. Each of us will have 3 chances. Hitting the outer ring wins 10,000, while hitting the bullseye wins 100,000. What do you say?" Inside the bar, the onlookers were secretly astonished. Most of them were ordinary office workers, accustomed to a routine of 9 to 5, earning a mere few thousand yuan each month. A gambling game that could easily exceed 10,000 yuan was undoubtedly a high-stakes wager for them. If one possessed exceptional skills and managed to achieve a perfect score of 10 rings 3 times in a row, that would amount to a staggering 300,000 yuan. Xiao Zhuan silently calculated. The individual known as Wang Guan appeared to exude confidence, suggesting a commendable proficiency in darts. Perhaps he truly possessed the ability to achieve consecutive perfect scores. If so, even if Xiao Zhuan matched that feat, the outcome would still be a draw. How could he secure a guaranteed profit? Noticing Xiao Zhuan's silence, Wang Guan urged, "Are you going to play or not? Is it that you cannot afford to? Or are you simply too afraid?" Xiao Zhuan looked up and replied, "Of course I will play, but the distance." The scorn on Wang Guan's face deepened as he interjected, "Are you implying that the distance is too far? If that is the case, I can let you step forward to a meter away from the target. Would that suffice?" Laughter erupted from the crowd. Typically, the distance between the throwing line and the dartboard in dart competitions is about 2 meters. Wang Guan's suggestion to let Xiao Zhuan throw from just 1 meter was clearly an act of humiliation. Xiao Zhuan responded, "No, I meant to say that this distance is a bit too close and lacks challenge." The crowd was taken aback by his words, some of whom nearly choked on their laughter. No difficulty. It was hard to tell whether he was blissfully ignorant or courting disaster. While 2 meters may seem trivial, accurately hitting the bullseye requires not only keen eyesight, but also physical coordination and control over strength. Even a minor deviation in angle could lead to a significant miss. To claim it was easy sounded like the naive proclamation of a complete novice. Wang Guan shook his head and chuckled, questioning whether he was perhaps being a bit too cruel. "What distance do you wish to throw from?" he inquired. Xiao Zhuan strode forward a few steps, halted, turned around, and declared, "Right here." Wang Guan's face twitched. That distance must be at least 5 or 6 meters away, quite the challenge indeed. "Are you certain you wish to throw from this spot?" Wang Guan asked with a cold smile, fully aware of the implications of throwing darts from beyond 5 meters. Hitting the target was one thing. Merely avoiding a miss was already a sign of skill. Lin Yunxiang approached, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? How can you throw from so far?" Xiao Zhuan smiled without a word. For him, this distance was child's play, were it not for the potential to cause a stir. He could even stand 10 meters away and achieve a perfect score. Wang Guan, realizing Xiao Zhuan had chosen a 5-meter distance, felt compelled to maintain fairness. He picked up a dart and assessed the distance. Although he lacked complete confidence, he believed he could manage without significant error. "Wait," Xiao Zhuan spoke again. "What now?" Wang Guan frowned. Xiao Zhuan continued, "Merely throwing from this distance lacks excitement. We might as well have someone stand in front of the target." "What do you mean?" Wang Guan's expression shifted as he processed the idea of having someone stand in front of the dartboard. Xiao Zhuan grinned. "Have someone stand in front of the target. This would truly test one's mental fortitude. Are you too afraid?" Wang Guan's complexion paled slightly, yet he forced himself to remain composed, asking, "All right. Who do you want to stand there?" Xiao Zhuan scanned the surroundings, and those he looked at instinctively recoiled. Who would willingly stand before the target? Risking injury should a dart stray? "I'll do it." Lin Yunxiang suddenly volunteered, casting a deep glance at Xiao Zhuan before stepping in front of the dartboard. With the bullseye directly above her head, Wang Guan's face turned ashen, his lips quivering as he protested, "Yunxiang, don't be reckless." Lin Yunxiang retorted, "If I'm not afraid, why should you be? Let's compete already. I still need to get some sleep afterward." The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Her nonchalance about returning to sleep after the competition was alarming, especially since she might end up in the hospital before it was over. Xiao Zhuan looked at Lin Yunxiang in astonishment. He had merely intended to create some psychological pressure for Wang Guan, never expecting someone to volunteer to stand in front of the target. The confidence in her eyes when she glanced at him was striking. "Are we still competing?" Lin Yunxiang urged. "Begin, Wang Guan," she prompted. Wang Guan was sweating profusely, his hand trembling as he gripped the dart. Though he often exuded arrogance and had engaged in various unscrupulous acts, he had never encountered such a situation. The psychological pressure was something a pampered heir like him could hardly bear. Xiao Zhuan turned to him and said, "Young Master Wang, please proceed." Reluctantly, Wang Guan stepped up to the throwing line, his fingers gripping the dart, yet unable to release it. Lin Yunxiang shot him a disdainful look, exclaiming, "You're utterly useless. If you can't manage it, let Xiao Zhuan take your place." Wang Guan was evidently provoked by her words. Gritting his teeth, he finally hurled the dart. With a faint sound, The dart missed the target entirely, embedding itself in the wall. The spectators collectively broke into a sweat, for a living person stood there, an exquisite beauty. No less. A miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. Wang Guan wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a tumult of emotions. He was relieved not to have harmed Lin Yunxiang, yet lamented his failure to hit the target, further deepening his resentment toward Xiao Juan. If it weren't for this absurd challenge, he wouldn't find himself in such a predicament. Continue, Lin Yunxiang urged. Initially, she had claimed to be unperturbed, but entrusting her life to another was bound to induce anxiety. However, after Wang Guan's first throw, a thrill akin to riding a roller coaster coursed through her. This was exhilarating. After the first dart, Wang Guan's trepidation lessened. He steadied himself and threw a second dart. This attempt was noticeably better than the last, although it didn't hit the target. At least it wasn't a complete miss. Taking a deep breath, he set his stance again and released the dart. A flicker of joy crossed his face as he realized this time he was certain to hit something. Sure enough, the dart struck the second ring. Not a stellar performance, but a marked improvement over the previous attempts. The onlookers did not regard this as a poor score under such immense pressure. Merely hitting the target was nothing short of miraculous. Xiao Juan observed silently from the side. He felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Wang Guan miss the first two throws, but was somewhat surprised that he managed to land on the second ring. It seemed this individual was not an average pampered heir. His ability to quickly adjust his mindset indicated he was no mere incompetent. It's your turn, Wang Guan said, casting a glance at Xiao Juan, smirking inwardly. If his own skill could only land on the second ring, surely this little policeman would be hard-pressed to even hit the target. Lin Yunxiang's father is the city party secretary, Lin Xiuhai. If you harm even a hair on her head, you should know the consequences. Wang Guan whispered to Xiao Juan before stepping away. Xiao Juan was taken aback. Although he had suspected Lin Yunxiang's background was extraordinary, he hadn't anticipated it to be this profound. Her father was none other than the secretary of the Jianghai City Party Committee. Nevertheless, this fleeting sense of astonishment lasted but a moment. During his tenure in the Langhun Brigade, he had frequently safeguarded prominent figures of national stature up close, and thus, he could hardly be overly affected by a city committee secretary. It was merely surprising that this girl, who occasionally displayed a bit of a spoiled temperament, yet was generally amiable, hailed from such a distinguished lineage. It was astonishing that this Wang Guan had begun to play a game of psychological pressure against him, mirroring his own tactics. If he were an ordinary individual, perhaps he would indeed be thrown into disarray by a mere word from her. However, he could not help but feel that she underestimated him. Xiao Juan, what are you dawdling for? My legs are getting sore from standing, Lin Yunxiang urged, her impatience evident. Casting a glare at the snickering Xiao Juan, she insisted, hurry up. Xiao Juan cleared his throat, his demeanor shifting abruptly. With a swift motion, he released the dart. Chapter 17. The dart soared like a comet, and in the blink of an eye, it struck the target with a thud. 4 rings. The bar erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. How could he so effortlessly hit the 4 rings? All eyes turned to Xiao Juan, curious as to how he had accomplished such a feat. Lianrong County, holding a glass of red wine, gazed at him quietly, intrigued. Wang Guan's countenance darkened. He had only managed to hit the 2 rings after 3 attempts, while this man had effortlessly scored 4 upon his first try, determining the outcome right there. Lin Yunxiang, equally incredulous, stared at Xiao Juan. Just moments ago, she had felt a rush of wind pass overhead, and he had struck the 4 rings. She was astonished that he was so skilled with darts. What had he done before? Unlike the astonishment of the crowd, Xiao Juan felt a twinge of regret. After a long absence from playing, he had indeed lost his touch, only managing to hit the 4 rings, which meant a loss of several thousand yuan. Had the onlookers known of his thoughts, they would have surely given him a good beating. At this distance, with someone standing in front of the target, hitting the 4 rings was already a miracle. His dissatisfaction was quite unwarranted. At that moment, a wealthy youth, a friend of Wang Guan's, sneered, I see he's just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Wang Xiao has won a professional league championship and could only manage to hit the 2 rings. How could a mere policeman surpass him? The crowd found his words quite reasonable. Although darts seemed simple, achieving precision required extensive practice, and it was unlikely that a policeman would possess such skill. Darts were not as ubiquitous as basketball or table tennis. Few engaged with them. Wang Guan's expression softened somewhat. Indeed, that last shot must have been a fluke. It was impossible for anyone to maintain absolute composure in such a situation, unless they were not human. Xiao Juan held little interest in the opinions of others. His sole desire was to earn some money, and the thoughts of others bore no weight upon him. His gaze fixated on the target. The surrounding clamor gradually faded away as he immersed himself in his world, his body reaching a peak state. With his left hand raised, the second dart flew forth. Spectators merely caught a glimmer of light before, in the next instant, the dart lodged itself into the target again. However, before anyone could discern how many rings he had hit, the force of Xiao Zhuan's throw caused the target, which had been affixed to the wall, to suddenly fall, crashing onto Lin Yunshang's head with a thud. "Ah!" Lin Yunshang yelped, hastily dodging. "Are you all right?" Xiao Zhuan and Wang Guan rushed over to check on her. Lin Yunshang frowned in silence, clearly in pain from the impact. Xiao Zhuan, filled with regret, quickly apologized, explaining that he had been too focused and had lost control of his strength, causing the target to fall. Holding her head, Lin Yunshang did not forget to inquire, "How many rings did you hit?" The crowd glanced at the fallen target, the dart having been dislodged, and they had no time to ascertain the score. The wealthy youth, allied with Wang Guan, quickly declared, "Since we didn't TC it, that shot naturally doesn't count." The entourage accompanying Wang Guan readily nodded in agreement. Lin Yunshang was about to defend Xiao Zhuan, but he stopped her, knowing full well that he had indeed hit the 7 rings. However, given the current situation, arguing would serve no purpose. Lin Yunshang felt a surge of indignation. These people were utterly shameless. Yet, understanding she had no evidence to support her claims, she huffed, "If you wish to play dirty, do not blame me." A sly smile crept onto her lips as she turned to Wang Guan, saying, "I feel a bit dizzy. I fear I cannot stand there any longer. Why don't you take my place?" Wang Guan appeared bewildered. "You want me to stand there?" Lin Yunshang's expression darkened. "What? Are you unwilling?" Wang Guan hastily waved his hands. "No, that's not it." "So, you are willing then?" Lin Yunshang did not grant him the chance to explain, insisting, "All right, go stand over there now." Wang Guan wished to protest, but upon seeing Lin Yunshang's fierce gaze, he reluctantly complied, moving to rehang the target and stand beneath it. Lin Yunshang discreetly signaled to Xiao Zhuan before retreating to the couch to rest. Understanding her cue, Xiao Zhuan donned a mischievous smile, gripping the dart as he approached the throwing line, casting a mischievous glance at Wang Guan. Wang Guan, already apprehensive, felt his heart race at Xiao Zhuan's peculiar grin. "Are you going to throw or not?" Wang Guan snapped. Xiao Zhuan maintained his smile, teasingly stroking the dart, raising his hand to throw, only to retract it once more. Walking over to Liang Ruoxuan, "Miss Liang, may I borrow your blindfold?" Liang Ruoxuan was taken aback, laughing. "Your eyes are quite sharp. I barely revealed it when I was retrieving money, and you noticed." As she spoke, she opened her bag and took out the blindfold, handing it to Xiao Zhuan. All eyes were on him, puzzled by his intentions. Returning to the throwing line, he donned the blindfold. "For this throw, I intend to go blindfolded," Xiao Zhuan declared. To win without battle, one must first conquer the enemy psychologically. The surrounding crowd was taken aback by Xiao Zhuan's words. How could one throw blindfolded? Lin Yunshang was particularly astonished, having merely intended for him to teach Wang Guan a lesson, not to escalate to such extremes. What if something went awry? Wang Guan was indeed feeling psychologically overwhelmed. Blindfolded throwing? How could he conceive such a notion? Was he treating his life as a joke? "Xiao, are you done fooling around?" Wang Guan bellowed. A wicked smile danced on Xiao Zhuan's lips as he warned, "Young Master Wang, do not move. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." Wang Guan longed to flee, but upon catching Lin Yunshang's threatening gaze, he found himself rooted in place. Regretting his prior bravado, and finally understanding the concept of shooting oneself in the foot, Xiao Zhuan, blindfolded, slowly raised his hand with the dart. "Young Master Wang, I am about to throw. 3. Do not move." Wang Guan's mind raced with curses. Why couldn't he hurry? 2. Better close your eyes. Not only Wang Guan, but even the onlookers couldn't help but shut their eyes, fearing an impending calamity. 1. A soft sound echoed, reminiscent of a dart embedding itself into wood. And all eyes snapped open. 10 rings. It was an astounding 10 rings. Yet, no one paid heed to the score. They all turned their attention to the target beneath Wang Guan. The once handsome and charming Wang Daguzi now wore a pallid expression, and most notably, it appeared as if a stream of liquid was slowly trickling down from his pant leg. In the 6th chapter of his military service, Xiao Zhuan had learned one invaluable lesson: never engage in a battle without certainty of victory. His audacity in throwing a dart blindfolded stemmed from the confidence he had gained from the first 2 throws. As long as he remembered the angle, he was assured of hitting the target with absolute precision. He would never treat Wang Guan's life lightly. However, while he possessed self-assurance, it did not imply that others shared his confidence, particularly the individual in question, Wang Daguzi, who had entrusted his life to another. A slight deviation could result in a fatal or injurious outcome, which elicited involuntary physiological reactions upon witnessing the dart's launch. After a considerable time had elapsed, Wang Guan remained in a state of shock, still reeling from the recent panic, while several of his companions hurried over to assist him as he lay incapacitated on the ground, feeling the dampness in his lower garments. Wang Guan finally grasped the extent of his humiliation. He had been frightened to the point of losing control in front of the girl he admired. Such a scenario was an unparalleled disgrace for any man, let alone for the proud Wang Deguzi. The snickers of those surrounding him only magnified his humiliation. At that moment, his gaze toward Xiao Zhuan was filled with a visceral hatred. He had never harbored such animosity towards anyone before, not even when he had been compelled to kneel and toast to the son of a provincial official. A man does not feel shame in bowing before someone stronger. Rather, he feels indignation when he is ridiculed by someone weaker. Xiao Zhuan, who had previously been insignificant in Wang Guan's eyes, had now brought about his humiliation, leaving an indelible mark of hatred. Lin Yunxiang noticed Wang Guan's furious glare directed at Xiao Zhuan, seemingly on the brink of an outburst. She quickly stepped forward to shield Xiao Zhuan, saying, "Wang Guan, what do you intend to do?" Seeing Lin Yunxiang defending Xiao Zhuan at such a moment, Wang Guan's resentment extended to her as well. "You two wretches will pay for this humiliation one day. I will ensure you repay it 100-fold. However, he dared not display his contempt towards Lin Yunxiang, as his family's influence could not compare to the Lin family's. He could only choose to feign civility for the time being. "Yunxiang, I will take my leave," Wang Guan announced before departing, eager to escape from this place. "Hey, remember to transfer the money you owe Xiao Zhuan to my account when you get back. It's 140,000, not a cent less," Lin Yunxiang called out, her melodic voice tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Wang Guan nearly stumbled as he reached the door, realizing the irony of his situation. He was suffering a humiliation akin to that of Zhou Lang, not only enduring public disgrace, but also having to pay that scoundrel, which only intensified his hatred for Xiao Zhuan. Casting a venomous glance at Xiao Zhuan, Wang Guan left without looking back. Lin Yunxiang clenched her small fist in cheer, as excited as if the national football team had scored in the World Cup. Xiao Zhuan scoffed, "Others are wetting their pants in fear, yet you are this jubilant?" Unbeknownst to him, he was the very source of their fright. Lin Yunxiang appreciatively patted Xiao Zhuan on the shoulder, saying, "Well done today. You have completed your task splendidly. Rest assured, I will retrieve the money Wang Guan owes you. Now let us go home." After exchanging farewells with the remaining wealthy youths, Lin Yunxiang took Xiao Zhuan by the arm and exited the bar. Xiao Zhuan had intended to return the pink eye mask to Liang Ruoxuan, but she remained seated with an air of indifference, stating, "I won't use something that others have worn." Reluctantly, Xiao Zhuan pocketed the mask instead of discarding it in front of her. Once they were seated in the car, Lin Yunxiang hummed a vaguely familiar tune. Clearly in high spirits, unable to contain his curiosity, Xiao Zhuan inquired, "Do you have a grudge against Wang Guan? Why are you so pleased to see him humiliated?" Lin Yunxiang turned to glance at him and asked, "Have you ever experienced someone relentlessly pursuing you, regardless of how angry or frustrated you became?" Xiao Zhuan was momentarily speechless. Aside from being pursued by enemies, he had never encountered such an experience. He had always been an ordinary person, easily overlooked in a crowd, and thus had never enjoyed such attention. Lin Yunxiang's expression radiated delight as she replied, "In any case, I am in a splendid mood today, and out of benevolence, I shall take you home. State your address." Chongguang Community. As Lin Yunxiang and Xiao Zhuan made their way, Lan Yaru was out for a stroll with several middle-aged women in the community. One hefty woman, while cracking sunflower seeds, remarked, "The young man from the Lao Xiao family. Your son Xiao Zhuan must be getting on in years, right?" Lan Yara nodded. "He is 22. In a couple of months, he will turn 23. The woman continued, "It's about time for him to consider marriage. I have a niece who is 26, 3 years older than him. But as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings fortune. She is quite lovely and adept at managing a household. Perhaps we could arrange for them to meet?" Lan Yara chuckled lightly. "I shall not interfere in my son's matters. It is up to his own wishes." Though she spoke thus, she inwardly scoffed, having seen the girl herself, dark-skinned, barely exceeding 5 feet tall, and having dropped out of school to work in the provincial capital. Yet, that was not the worst of it. The girl had some mental issues, often erupting into fits of either shouting or laughter. There was no way her son, who was quite the catch, could consider such a girl. The plump woman, sensing Lan Yaru's disapproval, became somewhat irked, saying, "Lao Zhao's family, with your conditions, you ought not to be so picky. Just the other day, the news mentioned that our country will have 30 million bachelors. Your son may work in an office, but he earns only a meager 2,000 to 3,000 a month. Finding a wife would be quite fortunate." Lan Yar's expression soured. No parent wishes to hear their child belittled. Just as she was about to retort, a BMW sped past and halted before them. The middle-aged women gasped. Isn't that Lao Zhao's son? How is he driving such an exquisite car? That must be worth at least several $100,000. Another remarked. And who is that girl with him? She is more beautiful than the stars on television. Lin Yunxiang called out to Xiao Zhuan as he exited the car. I will pick you up after work tomorrow. You promised to accompany me to look for an apartment. When did I promise you that? Xiao Zhuan protested begrudgingly. I only said that in jest to play along with you at the bar. I don't care. I will be at your workplace tomorrow to pick you up. Lin Yunxiang declared before driving off. Xiao Zhuan rolled his eyes and turned to see the astonished expressions of the middle-aged women, asking curiously, Mom, what's wrong? Lan Yaru hurriedly followed her son, bombarding him with questions, while the woman who had been promoting her niece hurriedly covered her face and slipped away. Oh my, he has such a beautiful and wealthy girlfriend, and I was trying to play matchmaker. In the early hours of the following day, Xiao Zhuan rose at around 5 o'clock, first jogging several laps around the community before performing a few sets of military-style exercises. After a thorough shower, he rode his motorcycle to work. The colleagues who had originally been gathered in small groups to chat suddenly greeted Xiao Zhuan with enthusiasm, which took him by surprise. Not long ago, these individuals had exhibited some resistance towards the newly transferred Xiao Zhuan, as his records from the Langhun Brigade were classified, merely indicating a transfer from military service. Most of the officers at the police station had graduated from police academies, embodying the ideals of a proper and upright police force. In contrast, Xiao Zhuan, having transitioned from the military, lacked both specialized training and experience. Tasked with mediating disputes, he might inadvertently escalate the situation, leading to disastrous outcomes. Consequently, many had been less than welcoming towards him. However, after his impressive display during a critical moment at the KTV the previous day, his image soared in their eyes. Many had heard the account relayed by the officers present, which, naturally, included a measure of embellishment through their exaggerated descriptions. Xiao Zhuan's conduct was likened to that of Zhao Zilong at Changban Slope, rendering him a modern-day martial deity. It is an immutable truth that individuals of merit command respect wherever they go. With others greeting him warmly, Xiao Zhuan felt it inappropriate to maintain an aloof demeanor. So he smiled in response, though by the time he returned to his seat, his smile had grown somewhat rigid. Seated beside Xiao Zhuan was Tao Xian, a woman in her 30s who had recently married. Upon seeing him, she turned her chair and remarked, Well, Xiao Zhuan, you've concealed your talents quite well. I initially thought you were just a pretty face, but you are impressively capable. Tao Xian then remembered the matter at hand and quickly added, By the way, Officer Song just mentioned that if you arrived, you should head to the monitoring room. Did he indicate what it was about? Xiao Zhuan inquired. Tao Xian pointed towards the interrogation room and explained, 2 individuals from the municipal bureau came yesterday and spent the whole night with old Lu inside. They haven't elicited a single word from him, and it seems Officer Song is becoming a bit anxious. Xiao Zhuan understood that old Lu referred to Deputy Chief Lu Yuan, a veteran officer with over 20 years of service. The fact that they had spent an entire night without obtaining any information suggested that the suspects were indeed formidable. Without delay, Xiao Zhuan proceeded to the monitoring room. Inside, Song Qingyan was seated, intently observing the surveillance footage, accompanied by several leaders from the precinct. Upon noticing Xiao Zhuan's entrance, Song Qingyan cast him an inquiring glance, evidently seeking an update on his encounter with Guan Wenxue the previous day. Although Xiao Zhuan held some disdain for him, he subtly nodded, indicating that everything had gone smoothly. Song Qingyan's expression softened with satisfaction, and he gestured for Xiao Zhuan to take a seat beside him. The other leaders nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing Xiao Zhuan's significant contribution yesterday, which had elevated his prospects. Given Song Qingyan's favorable attitude, they were inclined to treat him with respect. Take a look at the situation inside, Song Qingyan instructed. Pointing at the monitor, the footage revealed 3 officers conducting an interrogation, one of whom was Deputy Chief Lu Yuan. The other 2 were unfamiliar to Xiao Zhuan. One was a man in his 30s, while the other, a young woman in her 20s, possessed striking beauty. Unable to resist, Xiao Zhuan stole a few glances at the young woman, as such beauty was a rarity within the police force. Typically, those with even a modicum of attractiveness were dubbed police flowers, but someone of her caliber could easily be likened to a rare gem. Song Qingyan provided further context, stating, The man is Yuan Tianlong, the deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit. The young woman is Zhang Yuran, who has just joined the department from Shuemu University with a master's in psychology. Xiao Zhuan smirked, pondering the irony that a psychology graduate had failed to extract any valuable information after a night of interrogation. The 3 officers in the interrogation room appeared weary. While the suspect sitting across from them bore a smug expression, seemingly reveling in the officer's lack of success. Zhang Yuran, with an air of authority, addressed the suspect. I hope you cease your stubborn resistance. Only by cooperating with our investigation can you secure leniency. Persisting in your defiance will lead you nowhere. The suspect, reclining with an air of arrogance, retorted, what does leniency entail? If you promise that I will be released immediately upon confessing, I will cooperate. Zhang Yuran's expression hardened as she replied, that is impossible. We can only assure you that your sentencing will be commensurate with the truthfulness and significance of the information you provide. Listening from the monitoring room, Xiao Zhuan stifled a yawn at the back-and-forth exchange, realizing that if such inquiries could yield results, it would indeed be a stroke of luck. Song Qingyan remarked, these individuals are indeed tight-lipped. No matter the approach, they refuse to cooperate. Xiao Zhuan smiled and responded, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. Nor is there a lock that cannot be picked. The reason for your lack of progress may very well lie in the chosen method. Song Qingyan paused, asking, do you have a solution? Xiao Zhuan replied, I wouldn't claim absolute certainty, but I believe I have a 70% chance of success. The leaders present exchanged incredulous glances. A 70% chance? They found his confidence a bit presumptuous. Two of the individuals in the room were seasoned officers, and the third was a highly educated psychology graduate. If they had failed to extract anything of value after a night of interrogation, how could he expect to succeed so easily? Xiao Zhuan's previously established positive reputation crumbled in their eyes, with some shaking their heads, deeming him too young and inexperienced for significant responsibilities. In contrast, Song Qingyan retained some faith in Xiao Zhuan, having developed a rapport during their earlier conversation. Thus, he nodded and said, very well, give it a try. Even if you cannot elicit anything, it is acceptable as long as you adhere to protocol and refrain from any impropriety. Xiao Zhuan nodded, standing to exit the monitoring room. At that moment, Zhang Yuran was on the brink of despair. Having recently embarked on her career at the municipal bureau, she had been shielded from the trials faced by many newcomers. Armed with her prestigious academic background and striking looks, she had not been subjected to the arduous tasks typically assigned to rookies, as others would readily volunteer to take them on. Today marked her first genuine involvement in a case, and she had naively thought that her academic knowledge would suffice to handle a few brutish criminals. To her dismay, when it came time to apply her learning, she found that the theories taught by esteemed professors were of little practical value. Moreover, the criminals were desperate and undeterred, hurling vile insults that left her both ashamed and enraged. Had it not been for Deputy Captain Yuan's presence, she feared she might have crumbled under the pressure. Just as the three were at a loss, the door to the interrogation room swung open, revealing Xiao Zhuan. Lu Yuan frowned slightly and said, Xiao Zhuan, we are currently in the midst of an interrogation. What brings you here? Xiao Zhuan glanced at the arrogant suspect and replied, I noticed you had been at it all night without results, so I thought I'd come in to lend a hand. The two officers from the municipal bureau felt a tinge of embarrassment. As representatives of a higher authority, they found it disconcerting that they required assistance from an officer of a subordinate department. Lu Yuan's expression darkened, and he reprimanded, do you believe your abilities surpass ours? While we acknowledge your contribution yesterday, it does not grant you the right to become arrogant. Xiao Zhuan, taken aback by Lu Yuan's sensitivity, had merely stated the truth. Did it warrant such an exaggerated response? Cats have their own paths, and mice have theirs. Since this avenue proves unfruitful, it would be prudent to explore an alternative. Who knows, it might yield results, remarked Xiao Zhuan. Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, enough, you should leave now. This place is chaotic enough without your interference. Xiao Zhuan felt a twinge of disdain towards Lu Yuan's demeanor and replied, I came at the behest of Song Sworn. If you have any questions, you may address them to him directly. Lu Yuan, confronted by a subordinate in front of the municipal police, felt a surge of anger, especially when he heard that Xiao Zhuan was invoking Song Qingyan's authority over him. As a leader, nothing is more disconcerting than having a subordinate leverage a superior against oneself. To yield is to lose face, yet to resist is equally untenable, creating an awkward atmosphere in the interrogation room. Yuan Tianlong, the deputy captain of the municipal criminal investigation team, hastily intervened, stating, Old Lu, we've been interrogating all night, and our energy is waning. Why not allow Comrade Xiao Zhuan a chance? He might just glean something useful. Lu Yuan scoffed but refrained from further comment, thinking, a disabled veteran returns from service, and, due to a stroke of luck in agriculture, believes himself to be significant? If he wishes to try, let him. I am curious to see what he conjures. Zhang Yuran, who had remained silent, leaned back in her chair, observing the unexpected intruder with an air of aloofness. With approval granted. Xiao Zhuan glanced at the criminal's dossier on the table, then turned to face the handcuffed individual, his penetrating gaze seemingly capable of piercing through flesh to the very heart. The criminal, who had been captured by Xiao Zhuan the previous day, felt a shiver of trepidation, recalling the ferocity with which he had been subdued. Xiao Zhuan circled the criminal, contemplating something with a pensive expression. The criminal, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under Xiao Zhuan's scrutiny, snapped, "What are you staring at? If you have the guts, just kill me. You think you can extract information from me? Dream on. Is that so?" Xiao Zhuan replied with a faint smile. Seemingly unfazed by the criminal's defiance, he produced a strip of black cloth from his pocket and proceeded to blindfold the criminal. Then, he turned off the lights and whispered into the criminal's ear, "I had no intention of coercing you for information. Even if you wanted to talk, I wouldn't be inclined to listen," because Xiao Zhuan's voice dropped to a whisper. "If you remain silent, I shall have the opportunity to end your life. I nearly perished at your hands. Do you think it can simply be dismissed?" Enveloped in darkness, the criminal began to feel anxious, his breaths quickening, his chest heaving. "What do you want? I warn you, don't try to intimidate me. I know this is a police station, and if you resort to torture, I can file a complaint." "File a complaint?" Xiao Zhuan chuckled. "Have you ever seen a dead man who could speak?" He extended his right pinky finger, pressing it firmly against the criminal's arm, and continued, "Do you know what I intend to do? I will sever your artery, allowing your blood to drip, drop by drop. Scientific studies indicate that if the blood flow is properly regulated, it will take at least 2 hours for you to lose consciousness. During this time, you will acutely feel the approach of death and the passage of life. I wish you a delightful experience." As soon as Xiao Zhuan finished speaking, the previously dark interrogation room fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of dripping water. Without lingering, Xiao Zhuan exited the room. When the door closed behind him, both Lu Yuan and Zhang Yuran, monitoring the surveillance, noted the criminal's body tremble violently. The psychological suggestion of Martin Gallerad's death theory. Zhang Yuran looked astonished. She had never anticipated that a mere municipal police officer would possess such an understanding of Martin Gallerad's death psychology and execute it so adeptly. What precisely is this Martin Gallerad's death psychology? What is Xiao Zhuan truly doing? Lu Yuan wore a look of discontent. Zhang Yuran glanced at Lu Yuan and explained in a calm tone. The renowned American psychologist Martin Gallerad conducted an experiment. A condemned prisoner, blindfolded and restrained to a bed, was connected to various instruments measuring temperature, blood pressure, heart rate, and brain activity. A judge approached to announce the execution of the death penalty, and a priest offered blessings for his soul's ascent to heaven. At this moment, he was informed that he would be executed by bleeding. With the judge's command, an assistant approached with a small wooden stick, lightly scratching his wrist, then opened a faucet to let water drip into a basin below, producing a rhythmic sound. As the dripping slowed, the condemned prisoner experienced overwhelming terror, feeling as though his blood was gradually seeping away. Various monitoring instruments recorded his physiological changes. He exhibited classic symptoms of blood loss. Ultimately, he lost consciousness. If I am not mistaken, that criminal will not last 10 minutes. I cannot comprehend what you are saying, yet I refuse to believe that such a ruthless bandit would succumb in less than 10 minutes, Lu Yuan interjected. Before he could finish, the criminal's face had turned pale, his body shaking uncontrollably, eventually leading him to weep. "I truly do not wish to die. My son cannot afford his university tuition and is on the verge of dropping out. My mother is over 70 and suffering from brain cancer. If I cannot gather the funds, she will die. I am being forced into this." Everyone in the interrogation and monitoring rooms stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Who could have imagined that a criminal who had remained silent for an entire night would be reduced to tears by a mere few words from Xiao Zhuan? In that moment, no one knew how to convey the surreal nature of the situation. Lu Yuan glared at Xiao Zhuan, his expression darkening. While the criminal's emotional breakdown was indeed good news for them, the realization that Xiao Zhuan had breached the criminal's defenses with just a few sentences after they had interrogated him for hours without success felt like a slap in the face. Zhang Yuran observed the surveillance intently, eager to see Xiao Zhuan's next move. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. After all, she held the title of psychology expert. Yet here she was, seeking to learn from a lowly officer. Hearing the criminal's cries, Xiao Zhuan re-entered the interrogation room. "Niu Gang, do you have anything to say?" Niu Gang replied, I confess everything. You wish to confess, but I am not particularly inclined to listen. How about this? You first share what you wish to confess. If it proves valuable, I might consider stopping the bleeding immediately. I'll tell you. Our leader's name is. By the time Niu Gang began his confession, Xiao Zhuan had already exited the interrogation room. As he stepped out, He encountered Song Qingyan accompanied by several leaders from the police station. Xiao, I was right about you. You truly have talent, Song Qingyan praised, giving a thumbs up. Each leader yearned for capable and obedient subordinates, and now, he regarded Xiao Zhuan with even greater esteem. If he could remain steadfastly loyal, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. The leaders from the station also cast interested glances at Xiao Zhuan. Previously, they had been scolded by superiors as useless, but now they had finally gained a sense of pride in front of municipal officials, all thanks to this young man. We are curious. What did you say to the criminal to make him suddenly open up? One leader inquired. Xiao Zhuan smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. Before long, the interrogation room door swung open, and Lu Yuan and the others emerged, their expressions grave. Chapter 21. Yuan Tianlong from the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team cast a deep glance at Xiao Zhuan, then addressed Song Qingyan, saying, "Congratulations, Director Song, on acquiring a formidable talent." In just a few words, he resolved what we couldn't in an entire night. Song Qingyan, feeling a tinge of pride, humbly replied, "Captain Yuan, you flatter me. Had it not been for your team's tireless efforts throughout the night, which weakened the suspect's psychological defenses, Xiao would not have been able to extract information so swiftly." Yuan Tianlong recognized his modesty, aware that even he might not believe such words. "I wonder if Director Song would consider parting with Xiao and transferring him to our criminal investigation team?" Yuan Tianlong inquired with a hint of significance. Song Qingyan's smile faltered as he replied, "Xiao has just begun his professional career in the agency, and he still needs more practical experience at the grassroots level. The criminal investigation team primarily handles major and complex cases, and I fear Xiao may not yet be up to the task." Yuan Tianlong understood that he would not easily relinquish Xiao. His words were essentially directed at Xiao Zhuan, implying that if he wished to join the criminal investigation team, he could facilitate the transition. After the pleasantries, Yuan Tianlong's expression turned serious as he stated, "All right, Director Song, the suspect has divulged some crucial case details. Xiao and I must return promptly to report to the leadership, so we won't delay your normal operations." With that, he led the way out. As Zhang Yuran passed by Xiao Zhuan, she earnestly remarked, "Do you realize that your methods with the suspect border on coercive interrogation?" Xiao Zhuan chuckled, considering it merely an interrogation of a criminal. Did these people truly need to overreact? Compared to the techniques he employed during his time in the Langhun Brigade interrogating enemy spies, these methods seemed rather trivial. When national interests are at stake, protecting the safety of the country and its citizens may necessitate extreme measures during the interrogation of spies and captives, which is far from the gentleness exhibited in a police station. "Oh, feel free to file a complaint against me," Xiao Zhuan whispered into Zhang Yuran's ear, her absence of perfume or artificial scents revealing only a subtle, alluring natural fragrance. Frowning, Zhang Yuran walked away, muttering, "Rogue officer." "Lao Lu, what did the suspect reveal?" Song Qingyan inquired, observing Yuan Tianlong's expression, which suggested the matter was rather complicated. Lu Yuan answered, "The suspect indicated that they are merely a few minor players, and there is a mastermind behind them." As expected, Song Qingyan clenched his fist. Did he disclose who the mastermind is? Lu Yuan hesitated. "Do you recall the 623 massacre?" Song Qingyan's expression darkened. "The 623 massacre? You mean?" Noticing the grim faces of those present upon hearing 623 massacre, Xiao Zhuan interjected, "What is the 623 massacre?" Lu Yuan frowned. "What business is it of a lowly officer like you to know? If you wish to learn, go read the files. This matter does not concern you." However, Xiao has exerted considerable effort in this case, so it's not unreasonable to brief him. Song Qingyan, having decided to cultivate Xiao Zhuan as a trusted aide, patiently explained. The 623 massacre was a case from 10 years ago. At that time, a village secretary named Lu Qingfa in Lu Jiagou was a tyrant, committing atrocities without restraint. However, due to some influence, the villagers tolerated him. Chapter 22. On the evening of June 17th, Wang Chonggui's wife approached him to discuss irrigation in the fields. But after consuming some alcohol, Lu Qingfa raped her. The woman, with great resolve, ultimately took her own life by jumping into the river. Xiao Zhuan clenched his fists, deeming such a bully truly deserving of death. Song Qingyan continued, "Originally, if the matter had ended there, capturing the village secretary and sentencing him would have sufficed. However, Lu Qingfa cunningly claimed that he was having an affair with Wang Chonggui's wife and used his connections to suppress the incident, resulting in only his removal from the secretary position without any legal repercussions." Xiao Zhuan's expression darkened. The village secretary deserved death, but those who protected him were even more culpable, wielding power while committing heinous acts. Song Qingyan sighed. On the evening of June 23rd, The usually meek Wang Changwei stormed into Lu Qingfa's home with a kitchen knife and slaughtered 7 members of the Lu family, leaving only a 5-year-old girl alive. He subsequently attempted suicide by poison but was rescued by the hospital. At that time, many villagers spontaneously organized and petitioned the then secretary of Lianrong County, Lin Xiuhai, asserting that Wang Changwei was eliminating a scourge and pleading for leniency. Lin Xiuhai? Xiao Zhuan paused. Recalling that he was Lin Yunxiang's father and the current secretary of the Jianghai Municipal Committee. How did Secretary Lin handle it? Xiao Zhuan inquired. Song Qingyan shook his head. Had he only killed the principal culprit, Lu Qingfa, there might have been room for negotiation. However, he killed indiscriminately, making sentencing impossible. In the end, Secretary Lin decisively ordered his execution. Xiao Zhuan sighed inwardly, recognizing that the line between justice and evil can often be blurred. Wang Changwei, in a fit of rage for his wife, committed murder. Can one truly label him as irredeemably wicked? What connection does this case have with the mastermind behind the recent events? Xiao Zhuan asked. Although reluctant to respond, Lu Yuan realized that Song Qingyan clearly wanted him involved in the case, and thus he obliged. After Wang Changwei was executed, his son, who was serving in the military, suddenly went missing, despite extensive searches by the army. Are you suggesting that the mastermind is Wang Changwei's son? Xiao Zhuan exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Yuan nodded. He has returned for revenge. Revenge? Against whom? Xiao Zhuan queried. Considering that the perpetrator responsible for his mother's death was already deceased, what vengeance remained? Song Qingyan interjected. He likely seeks retribution against Secretary Lin, as the order for his father's execution was issued by him. Xiao Zhuan contemplated refuting this, yet ultimately recognized its plausibility. After all, some individuals could become dangerously radicalized. Wang Changwei's son had lost both parents in a single night, and it was conceivable that he might direct his hatred toward Lin Xiuhai. Throughout the day, Xiao Zhuan pondered this matter. If Wang Changwei's son truly sought vengeance against Lin Xiuhai, would Lin Yunxiang not be in grave peril? By the way, didn't she mention she would come to pick him up after work? It was nearing the end of the workday. Why had she not yet arrived? Uncertain why he, typically decisive, was suddenly beset by anxiety, Xiao Zhuan was startled to see Song Qingyan approaching with another person. It was Guan Wenxue. Where is Lin Yunxiang? Chapter 23. Xiao. I am entrusting you with a formidable task, Song Qingyan stated as he approached Xiao Zhuan. Xiao Zhuan glanced at Guan Wenxue beside him, puzzled. What task? Song Qingyan replied. The specifics of the task will be discussed in detail by Director Guan. Director Guan. Xiao Zhuan regarded Guan Wenxue, having previously perceived him merely as a subordinate trailing behind Lin Yunxiang. Then I need not come to work anymore? Indeed, starting today and until the task is complete. You are exempt from work, though your salary will remain unaffected. Song Qingyan, understanding Xiao Zhuan's concerns, stated directly. The individuals seated near Xiao Zhuan cast envious glances. A paid vacation, such a delightful opportunity, seemed to elude them. Guan Wenxue exuded an air of subtle authority, starkly contrasting with the humility he displayed in the presence of Lin Yunxiang. After casting a lingering glance at Xiao Zhuan, he stated, Xiao. This is not our first encounter, so I shall forego the pleasantries. Please hand over your tasks to your colleagues. I shall await you outside. With that, he turned and departed, prompting Song Qingyan to eagerly follow, akin to a devoted lapdog. He was acutely aware of Guan Wenxue's background as the former secretary to the municipal committee's Secretary Lin and knew that such a figure was typically beyond his reach for flattery. Thus, he seized this opportunity without hesitation. Seated beside Xiao Zhuan, Tao Xin exclaimed, Xiao. Could it be that a scion of some distinguished individual has come to observe the populace in our humble abode? Even the esteemed director of the county committee's office has come personally to greet you. Meanwhile, a man in his 40s, wearing a solicitous expression, remarked, Xiao Ge. I apologize for any shortcomings in my care these past few days. I beg your understanding. Xiao Zhuan glanced at the man, who had previously deemed it unnecessary to even utter his name, simply referring to him as that guy. It was amusing to witness this man now attempting to ingratiate himself by calling him Xiao Ge. Dear uncle, he thought, your children are older than I. Such a dress will surely shorten my lifespan. With a sense of resignation, Xiao Zhuan recognized this as a typical trait of individuals who have spent too long in bureaucratic settings. Adept at navigating the winds of favor, having engaged primarily in menial tasks of serving tea and running errands, he had little to hand over. After tidying his desk, he exchanged a brief farewell with Tao Xin and left. Guan Wenxue's official vehicle awaited at the entrance of the police station, where Song Qingyan was busily bowing and nodding in conversation with him. Guan, appearing somewhat distracted, offered polite nods. but upon seeing Xiao Zhuan emerge, he called out, "Xiao Xiao, please take a seat in the back." Xiao Zhuan smiled at Song Qingyan before entering the rear seat. As he watched Guan Wenshua's vehicle drive away, Song Qingyan slowly retracted his gaze, pondering the remarkable nature of Xiao Zhuan, who had garnered such attention. He contemplated whether cultivating Xiao Zhuan as a confidant was indeed worth pursuing. Could such a talent truly be of use to him? A fine sword, when wielded well, can be a lethal weapon. Mishandled, it becomes a perilous tool, as demonstrated by the historical figures of Dongzhua and Lu Bu. Chapter 24. Guan Zhuren's vehicle glided smoothly along the road, and the seasoned traffic officer, sharp-eyed and discerning, regarded it with respect, observing Xiao Zhuan's current posture, which contrasted sharply with his usual relaxed demeanor. Guan Wenshua glanced back and inquired, "Are you not curious as to why I sought you out?" With a calm smile, Xiao Zhuan replied, "There is little to inquire. You wouldn't be sending me to my demise, would you? As long as it isn't death, any task is of no consequence." Guan Wenshua laughed heartily. That does not sound like the words of an ace sniper from the Longhuan Brigade. Xiao Zhuan raised an eyebrow, surprised. The Longhuan Brigade was a unique entity, entrusted with highly sensitive missions, and the records of its members were classified as national A-level secrets, inaccessible to officials below provincial level. Guan Wenshua clearly possessed some influence to have access to such information. Guan continued, "Do not take it lightly. Due to the special nature of the mission you are about to undertake, I must have a comprehensive understanding of you to entrust this task." Xiao Zhuan recognized Guan's attempts to bait him into asking about the mission's details, but, disliking mind games, remained silent. His patience was well practiced. He had once laid motionless on the rooftop of an abandoned power plant for 3 days and nights to eliminate a drug lord at the opportune moment. After a prolonged silence, Guan Wenshua finally displayed a wry smile. Realizing that his cultivated demeanor from a decade of following Secretary Lin had not equipped him to outlast a young man in his 20s. It was rather embarrassing. In truth, he had impulsively decided to test Xiao Zhuan's self-control. An exceptional bodyguard must first master their own curiosity to avoid being led astray by others. Evidently, Xiao Zhuan's performance exceeded his expectations. Such talent was wasted in a remote police station. Gathering his thoughts, Guan Wenshua stated, "Since I have decided to entrust this task to you, I shall not keep you in the dark. Yunshang is, in fact, the daughter of Secretary Lin Xiaohai." Xiao Zhuan had already been aware of this fact and did not show surprise, which left Guan Wenshua feeling somewhat disenchanted. This young man exhibited a poise and composure that belied his age, a rare trait among youth. "Yesterday, the individuals we apprehended confessed. You are aware of this, correct?" Guan inquired. Xiao Zhuan nodded, realizing that he had played a pivotal role in the confessions, though he chose not to disclose this fact. Given Guan Wenshua's position, the truth would inevitably reach him. It carried more weight when revealed by others than when he himself claimed credit. Guan Wenshua continued, "The mastermind behind those criminals is likely targeting Secretary Lin. Naturally, he is well protected. However, Yunshang tends to be quite active, frequently on the move, making her a potential target for the suspects. Your task is to ensure her safety. Why choose me?" Xiao Zhuan asked, pondering why, given Lin Yunshang's influential family, they could not find more suitable protectors. Was it merely because of his handsome appearance? Guan Wenshua replied, "Initially, Secretary Lin selected several elites from the SWAT team, but Yunshang dismissed them all and specifically requested you." Xiao Zhuan rolled his eyes, finding the situation reminiscent of an ancient emperor selecting a consort, dismissing numerous unattractive candidates to choose one exceptional beauty. Chapter 25. Tsongshan Biyuan was one of the few locations in Lianrong County that boasted security facilities comparable to those found in high-end urban neighborhoods. Even Guan Wenshua's official vehicle underwent a thorough inspection upon entry, as residents of such a prestigious area were invariably affluent and deserved careful scrutiny. As Xiao Zhuan peered out from the car, he beheld a community resplendent with opulence. Ornate rockeries, fountains, and vibrant flora created a picture of luxury. It was no wonder that everyone aspired to climb the social ladder, for the air they breathed was distinctly different from that of the impoverished. The vehicle eventually halted before a standalone residence. Though not particularly tall, it was exquisitely crafted. Every brick and tile had been meticulously sculpted, and any angle captured by a camera could serve as an unedited promotional photograph. Following Guan Wenshua into the house, Xiao Zhuan noted the carefully curated furnishings, stirring within him a desire for wealth and a grand abode, a sentiment quite foreign to his usually austere disposition. At the entrance, Guan Wenshua changed into slippers and offered a pair to Xiao Zhuan. "Could I possibly forego this?" Xiao Zhuan replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed, his feet confined within police boots. were less than fragrant, and he feared that the slippers would soon carry the scent of sweat. Guan, perceptive and understanding, did not press him further and proceeded inside. At that moment, Lin Yunxiang was busy at the coffee table, surrounded by a chaotic array of clothing design sketches and various unfinished garments. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating her focused face, creating a scene more breathtaking than the most celebrated Korean films. Xiaojun could not help but admire. If this girl were not so boisterous, she would indeed be quite beautiful. Guan Wenxue approached Lin Yunxiang and said, "Yunxiang, Xiao Zhuan has arrived." Lin Yunxiang did not look up, continuing to sketch with her brush until about 5 minutes had passed, at which point she finally raised her head and frowned, saying, "Who told you to come in without changing your shoes? Do you know this carpet is very expensive? Next time, if you don't change your shoes, you are not allowed to enter." Xiao Zhuan did not expect her to scold him right off the bat. Was this girl on edge? Seeing a hint of displeasure on his face, Lin Yunxiang's expression darkened, and she retorted, "What? You don't want to hear me say a few words? Do you believe I will call your boss and dock your pay?" Xiao Zhuan cursed inwardly at this stubborn girl, yet he dared not show any dissatisfaction on his face. "What does your silence mean? Do you find me unreasonable?" Lin Yunxiang continued to criticize. "What do you want me to say?" Xiao Zhuan replied with a tone of complaint. Lin Yunxiang stood up, walking barefoot towards him, gazing up at Xiao Zhuan, who towered over her, and declared, "From today onwards, whatever I say is what it is. Even if it isn't, you must treat it as such. What exactly do you want to say?" Xiao Zhuan was left bewildered by her words. "Did I ask you to speak?" Lin Yunxiang inquired with a frown on her delicate face. "In the future, when I ask you to speak, even if you don't want to, you must, and when I don't ask you to speak, even if you want to, you cannot. Do you understand?" Xiao Zhuan rolled his eyes, thinking that serving her was akin to attending to the Empress Dowager Cixi. "Speak up, did you hear me?" Lin Yunxiang pressed. Chapter 26. "You didn't ask me to speak," Xiao Zhuan replied. Seeing Lin Yunxiang was about to fly into a rage, Guan Wenxue hastily interjected, "Xiao Zhuan, starting tomorrow, you will stay here for the sake of Yunxiang's safety." Xiao Zhuan hesitated, moving and seemed inappropriate. Cohabiting as a man and woman could lead to scandal. Upon hearing this, Lin Yunxiang puffed out her cheeks and said, "I haven't even complained about you yet, and you are already reluctant? Do you believe?" "Yunxiang, Xiao Zhuan doesn't mean it that way. Please don't make it difficult for him." Guan Wenxue quickly intervened and then turned to Xiao Zhuan, saying, "Xiao Zhuan, go home and pack your things today. I will send a car to pick you up early tomorrow." Xiao Zhuan nodded and turned to leave. Staying here felt quite awkward. No wonder the saying goes that a gold nest and a silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. There is some truth to it. Once Xiao Zhuan left, Lin Yunxiang, who had initially appeared fierce, broke into a triumphant smile, her large eyes twinkling like crescent moons. "Uncle Guan, did I display a leader's demeanor just now?" Lin Yunxiang asked eagerly, like a child awaiting praise from a teacher. Guan Wenxue looked at the mischievous girl and retorted, "Xiao Zhuan is here to protect you. Can't you be a little more courteous?" Lin Yunxiang pouted and replied, "Didn't you say that as a leader, one must use both kindness and severity with subordinates? If there is no authority, subordinates will revolt." Guan Wenxue burst into laughter, saying, "Xiao Zhuan is merely here on orders to protect you. He is not your subordinate. Even if you wish to act like a leader, you need not impose it on him." Bouncing back to the coffee table, Lin Yunxiang said, "I am preparing to open a studio, and I will definitely manage many people in the future. I might as well practice on him first." Guan Wenxue shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that poor Xiao Zhuan was in for a rough time. By the time Xiao Zhuan returned home, the sky had darkened. Chongguan community was notorious for its filth and disorder. The community had only a few scattered streetlights, and one could easily step into a child's feces. Were it not for repaying his father's debts, the Xiao family would not have sold their old house. Who would willingly choose to live in such a place? Thinking of this, Xiao Zhuan felt a surge of anger. According to Yi Weihong's information, Lianrong County was about to be upgraded to a district, and the property prices in Lianrong would undoubtedly soar. If it were not for his father's insistence on selling the old house, the property values would surely have multiplied after the reclassification. However, dwelling on such matters was futile. The Xiao family was now without a house or land and burdened with debts, which was enough to give anyone a headache. Xiao Zhuan tried to maintain a relaxed demeanor. After all, the burden of the family rested entirely on his shoulders. If he were to wear a frown, who could his mother and younger sister rely on? His father, who was more of a hindrance than help. As soon as Xiao Zhuan entered, he heard the sound of his younger sister Xiao Rou sobbing in their mother's bedroom, accompanied by their father's scolding. "Why are you crying? Girls are destined to marry eventually. That my Yongyuan isn't bad looking. and his family is well off. If you marry him, you can expect a life of comfort. Xiao Zhuan's expression darkened. He knew his father was pressuring his sister to marry. He had clearly stated he would find a solution last time, yet his father remained obstinate. Bang! Xiao Zhuan kicked the door open, entering with a cold expression. Chapter 27. Xiao Zhuan's sudden entrance startled the three inside. Xiao Xinya frowned and said, "Can't you come in properly? Must you kick the door?" Xiao Zhuan glanced at his sister, who was weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, and their mother, who was comforting her, his face betraying no emotion. "What is going on?" Xiao Zhuan inquired. Xiao Xinya, aware he was in the wrong, sat silently on a nearby chair. Lan Yaru explained, "The Ma family came to propose just now, and your father agreed." Xiao Zhuan frowned at Xiao Xinya and said, "Didn't I tell you I would figure out the money? Why did you agree to this marriage?" Xiao Xinya scoffed, saying, "Wait for you to find a way. By the time you do, I will be in jail." Xiao Zhuan pointed at Xiao Rou and said, "She is only 19, just starting university. Forcing her to marry now will ruin her life." Xiao Xinya, stubborn, retorted, "What good does studying do? Can it be eaten? I raised you too without ever reading a book. Look how well I raised you, you ungrateful wretch." An old saying goes, "A girl without talent is virtuous. Marrying well is better than anything." Then the old saying also states that a tiger does not eat its cubs. You know full well what kind of person Ma Yongyuan is. Yet you are pushing her into the fire pit. Are you even human? Xiao Zhuan could no longer contain himself, his tone rising. "Rascal!" Xiao Xinya glared, saying, "I worked hard to raise you both, and now that I am in trouble, you all keep your distance. I have raised a pair of ungrateful wretches." Xiao Zhuan's anger flared, ready to retort further when Xiao Rou quickly grabbed his arm, saying, "Brother, don't argue with Dad. He is right. You have raised me for 19 years, and it's time for me to repay you." "Little sister," Xiao Zhuan interrupted, "I don't want to hear any more talk of repayment. You are a member of the Xiao family, now and forever. If anyone dares to bully you, they will have to answer to my fists first." Xiao Xinya, sensing the underlying meaning in his words, stood up in a fit of anger, saying, "What? Do you want to hit me? Don't you fear divine retribution?" Xiao Zhuan shot a cold glance at Xiao Xinya and suddenly kicked out, causing Xiao Xinya to cry out and crouch down, protecting his head. With a loud crash, the gifts sent by the Ma family were sent flying off the table by Xiao Zhuan's kick, shattering into pieces, especially a bottle of wine within that shattered spectacularly. Xiao Xinya stood up trembling, pointing at Xiao Zhuan, unable to utter a word. It was clear to any observer that Xiao Zhuan's kick was not aimed at Xiao Xinya himself. Yet it was undeniable that Xiao Xinya had provoked Xiao Zhuan to this point. Despite the fact that Xiao Rou was not his biological daughter, she was still a member of the Xiao family. Xiao Xinya could not accept that he pushed his daughter into the fire pit due to his own mistakes. "Hand me your phone," Xiao Zhuan commanded Xiao Xinya. "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Xinya inquired. Without further ado, Xiao Zhuan approached and snatched the phone from his father's hand, swiftly locating Ma Yongyuan's number and dialing it. "Hello, father-in-law," came a casual voice as soon as the call connected. Xiao Zhuan spoke. "Are you Ma Yongyuan?" The other party was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Who are you? Why is my father-in-law's phone in your possession?" Hearing him refer to his father-in-law so affectionately, Xiao Zhuan's expression grew cold. "I am Xiao Rou's brother." "Oh, it's the big brother-in-law. What can I do for you?" Ma Yongyuan responded enthusiastically. Xiao Zhuan suppressed his rising anger and asked, "Where are you right now? I wish to have a word with you." Chapter 28. Ma Yongyuan replied, "I am currently at the Geisha Boxing Club. Why not come join me for a bit, big brother-in-law?" Xiao Zhuan immediately hung up the phone and removed the battery to prevent Xiao Xinya from alerting anyone. He then changed out of his police uniform into casual attire and exited the door. Upon seeing her son leave, Lan Yaru anxiously asked Xiao Xinya, "Where is he going?" Xiao Xinya glared at the two women and exclaimed, "Do I need to spell it out? He is definitely off to stir trouble with my Yongyuan. The Ma family is wealthy and powerful. What good can come of it? I tell you, if anything happens to my son, neither of you will be let off easily. What should we do?" Lan Yaru nearly burst into tears. What to do? Chase after him. Xiao Xinya was the first to sprint out, with Lan Yaru and Xiao Rou close behind. The Geisha Boxing Club was neither luxurious nor particularly formal, primarily serving as a recreational venue for those with a bit of disposable income. At that moment, in an underground boxing ring, a group of nonconformist, postmodern-styled men and women were screaming wildly. On stage, two burly men were beating each other to a bloody pulp, which only served to incite the primal instincts of the spectators, resulting in a cacophony of shouts and insults. Ma Yongyuan, with his bleached hair, sat at the edge of the ring, a cold smile on his face. A girl with brightly dyed hair and heavy makeup leaned over and asked, "Brother Yuan, whose call was that?" Ma Yong-Yuan wrapped an arm around her and replied, "The son of that fool." The girl bit her lip, enjoying the moment, and said, "Is he the one you mentioned who insisted on marrying his daughter to you?" Ma Yong-Yuan lit a cigarette and said, "That's the one. He thinks he can use his daughter to get money from me. What a delusion. If it weren't for her looks, I wouldn't even bother with him." The girl asked, "So what do you plan to do? Are you really going to marry that girl?" Ma Yong-Yuan laughed as if hearing a joke. "Do you really think that is possible? Once I'm done with her, who will even remember who is who?" "Brother Yuan, you're so bad," the girl teased. "You said the same thing last night in bed." Ma Yong-Yuan's father, Ma Chongjing, was the vice president of a tobacco company. Xiao Zhuan had visited their home during the new year with his father, so he recognized Ma Yong-Yuan the moment he entered the boxing arena. Ma Yong-Yuan greeted him warmly. "Big brother-in-law, it's been a while since you returned from your service. We should have a drink together later." Xiao Zhuan glanced at Ma Yong-Yuan but remained silent. He had overheard Ma Yong-Yuan's earlier comments outside. At that moment, a murderous impulse surged within him. The group of nonconformists trailing behind Ma Yong-Yuan expressed their displeasure, saying, "Brother Yuan is talking to you. Why are you silent?" Ma Yong-Yuan turned and barked, "Get lost. How dare you speak to my brother-in-law like that?" The crowd fell silent but continued to glare provocatively at Xiao Zhuan. Ma Yong-Yuan turned back and asked, "What brings you here, big brother-in-law?" That term grated on Xiao Zhuan's ears, yet he maintained his composure and replied, "I came to hang out." "All right." Ma Yong-Yuan nodded and pointed at the boxing ring. "Big brother-in-law, do you want to join me up there?" A faint smile appeared on Xiao Zhuan's lips as he replied, "Sure." Chapter 29. Big brother-in-law, do you want to join me up there? Ma Yong-Yuan asked, pointing to the boxing ring. "Absolutely," Xiao Zhuan quickly agreed. Ma Yong-Yuan, suspecting nothing, turned to his companions and asked, "Who wants to join my brother-in-law for some fun?" A man with multiple piercings in his ears remarked, "Brother Yuan, is your brother-in-law even capable? Don't let him just get up there and be finished in a flash." Ma Yong-Yuan countered, "Don't underestimate my brother-in-law. He served 6 years in the military and just returned." The man scoffed. "Wasn't there a special forces soldier who came to show off? He claimed to be a champion in free fighting and ended up getting beaten to a pulp by Brother Yuan." Ma Yong-Yuan looked somewhat pleased but scolded, "Enough with the chatter. Either get up there or get lost. I'll accompany big brother-in-law for a bit," a girl with wild-colored hair said. "You." The pierced man laughed. "Forget it. You're only good in bed. In a fight, I'd let you have 10 hits. The surrounding men laughed suggestively, suggesting they had all experienced the girl's prowess in bed. She winked and said, "It's his first time here. We should be a bit gentler with him. If you guys are too rough, it'll be hard for Brother Yuan to explain to his wife." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Ma Yong-Yuan chuckled, then turned to Xiao Zhuan, saying, "How about we let Li accompany my brother-in-law for a bit?" Xiao Zhuan glanced at the frail girl, wondering if they truly underestimated him. "How about I spar with you?" Xiao Zhuan turned to Ma Yong-Yuan. Before Ma Yong-Yuan could respond, the group of nonconformists erupted in laughter. "What did he say? He wants to fight Brother Yuan? Am I hearing things?" Someone chimed in. "Brother Yuan is the king of East City. Challenging him is like courting death. Stop laughing. He is new here and doesn't know the ropes." "What are you all laughing about?" Ma Yong-Yuan said, "Big brother-in-law, I think you'd be better off playing with Li. I can be a bit rough. And if I accidentally hurt you, it won't be easy to explain to Xiao Ro." Xiao Zhuan smiled faintly and shrugged, saying, "If you're afraid, just say so." Ma Yong-Yuan noticed the disdainful expression on Xiao Zhuan's face, and his smile faltered. Irritation bubbled within him. "Do you really want to fight me? I can hit hard." "You talk too much," Xiao Zhuan bluntly replied, donning a pair of boxing gloves and stepping onto the ring. Several nonconformists voiced their dissatisfaction, saying, "Brother Yuan, this guy is so arrogant. You should teach him a lesson so he knows we're not afraid of him." Ma Yong-Yuan glanced at Xiao Zhuan standing in the ring, feeling furious. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't yet won over Xiao Ro, he would have made Xiao Zhuan regret his attitude long ago. Chapter 30. Pass me my gloves. Ma Yong-Yuan cracked his knuckles, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. At that moment, Xiao Xianye and the others arrived at the boxing arena, and upon seeing the scene, their faces changed dramatically. Xiao Xianye's expression was one of fury as he shouted, "You little brat, get down here." He was acutely aware of Ma Yong-Yuan's formidable prowess. 2 years ago, during a confrontation, he had delivered a single punch that left his opponent severely injured, requiring over 6 months of hospitalization for recovery. The little rascal, despite having served in the military, could never hope to match him. Before entering the Langhan Brigade, Xiao Zhuan had signed a confidentiality agreement, stipulating that he could not disclose any information regarding Langhan, even to his own family. Thus, the Xiao family believed that Xiao Jun was merely serving in an ordinary unit. Xiao Rou dashed to the edge of the boxing ring, exclaiming, "Brother, get down. I won't allow you to fight him." Before Xiao Jun could respond, Ma Yongyuan, with a grin, declared, "Don't worry, my wife. I will take it easy on my brother-in-law." He initially intended to teach Xiao Jun a lesson, but upon noticing the Xiao family's presence, he decided to temper his approach, especially in front of Xiao Rou, maintaining a semblance of decorum until he could win her over. Frowning, Xiao Rou reproached Ma Yongyuan, "Have some respect. Who do you think is your wife? Eventually, it's all the same, so why be so distant?" Haha. Ma Yongyuan leaped onto the stage. A flicker of anger crossed Xiao Jun's eyes, yet he calmly instructed Xiao Rou, "Little sister, be obedient and wait for me at the side." Biting her lip, Xiao Rou gazed at her brother. Having grown up together, they understood each other well. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't easily change it. Recognizing the futility of her pleas, Xiao Rou reluctantly walked to the sidelines. Worry etched on her face as she watched the boxing ring. Ma Yongyuan attempted to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor, addressing Xiao Jun, "Brother-in-law, let me first teach you some basic movements. When you stand, it's best not to adopt a parallel stance, as it can lead to a loss of balance." "Are you ready to begin?" Xiao Jun interrupted. "Actually, I don't need your instruction." Ma Yongyuan's expression darkened as he retorted, "Fine, if you don't require teaching, then I suppose my earlier efforts were unnecessary. But I must warn you, when I'm in the boxing ring, I never hold back. How long you can last is entirely up to your skill." Xiao Jun pondered for a moment and casually pulled out his phone, saying, "But what if I accidentally injure you? You wouldn't try to extort me, would you?" The crowd of nonconformists erupted in boos and jeers, expressing their disbelief at his audacity. Ma Yongyuan laughed heartily. "This is a fair match between us. Any injuries are your responsibility. If you manage to hurt me, I won't only refrain from extorting you, but I will also thank you for letting me experience the taste of defeat." "You said it," Xiao Jun replied. "A promise is a promise," Ma Yongyuan added. They both assumed their stances, preparing for the confrontation. The three members of the Xiao family wore anxious expressions, with Xiao Xinya pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Rou, scolding, "It's all your fault. If my son suffers any serious harm, I won't forgive you." Xiao Rou lowered her head in distress. Unlike the Xiao family, the eccentrically dressed nonconformists were noticeably unconcerned, casually chatting amongst themselves. "How long do you think that kid can last against Brother Yuan? Last time, that Special Forces soldier was taken down in 2 minutes. I doubt this one will last more than a minute. You're overestimating him. I bet Brother Yuan can finish him off in 3 punches." With a smile playing on his lips, Ma Yongyuan warned, "Brother-in-law, watch out. I'm about to throw a punch." With that, he lunged forward and unleashed a swift right hook aimed at Xiao Jun's head. Xiao Jun remained motionless. And just as Ma Yongyuan's fist was about to make contact with his cheek, he effortlessly tilted his head aside, dodging the punch with ease. Too weak. Xiao Jun thought to himself, relaxing completely. He had been listening to Ma Yongyuan's friends boast about his supposed prowess against a Special Forces soldier. But he had expected something more impressive. What Xiao Jun did not realize was that even among Special Forces soldiers, there are significant differences in skill. Not to mention, Xiao Jun was a top-tier soldier among the elite. The very nature of the Lianrong Brigade set it apart from other units, inherently determining the caliber of its personnel. The members of the Lianrong Brigade trained in lethal combat techniques, while ordinary field soldiers merely practiced basic fighting skills. The distinction was vast. A flicker of surprise crossed Ma Yongyuan's eyes as he realized Xiao Jun had evaded his attack. However, he pressed on, launching a flurry of punches like a storm. Xiao Jun remained firmly planted, not budging an inch. Yet, regardless of how ferociously Ma Yongyuan attacked, he could not land a single blow on Xiao Jun. The spectators fell silent, as even those who knew little about boxing could see that Ma Yongyuan was no match for Xiao Jun. Meanwhile, Xiao Jun was merely toying with him. Frustrated, Ma Yongyuan shouted and threw a powerful straight punch aimed at Xiao Jun's jaw, intent on ending the bout. As the punch flew toward him, the crowd erupted in excited howls, akin to a pack of beasts scenting blood. Faced with such a fierce strike, Xiao Jun remained rooted in place. Ma Yongyuan was exhilarated, confident that there was no way Xiao Jun could evade this punch. The angle was too sharp. Even if Xiao Jun attempted to dodge, Ma Yongyuan could easily adjust his aim to connect. For Ma Yongyuan, witnessing opponent after opponent fall before him was far more exhilarating than battling a beautiful woman. He could already envision Xiao Jun crumpling at his feet, writhing in pain. Yet, just as his powerful punch was mere inches from Xiao Jun's jaw, a ghostly hand appeared, intercepting his fist. The impact felt as if it struck a solid iron plate. producing a dull thud that abruptly halted his relentless assault. Xiao Zhuan's right hand firmly grasped Ma Yongyuan's fist, and a faint smile graced his lips as he unleashed his strength, causing a sickening crack to echo as Ma Yongyuan's bones broke under the pressure. In that moment, Ma Yongyuan let out a wretched scream. Xiao Zhuan raised his left hand, executing a swift and precise punch without any unnecessary flourish. Ma Yongyuan barely had time to register the incoming blow before a shadow flashed before him, and the next instant, accompanied by a resounding crack, he experienced a jarring pain in his head, plunging him into darkness. This punch was delivered with only 30% of Xiao Zhuan's strength, yet it proved sufficient. Ma Yongyuan stumbled and fell to the ground, leaving the audience in stunned silence. No one, be it the raucous nonconformists or the Xiao family, could have anticipated that the seemingly imposing Ma Yongyuan would be felled in an instant. Particularly those accustomed to Ma Yongyuan's reputation felt an overwhelming shock. The renowned East City boxing champion had been knocked out by a single punch? This was utterly absurd. Shaking his head, Ma Yongyuan struggled to rise, only to be forcefully shoved back down by Xiao Zhuan's foot. Desperately, he pleaded, "Brother-in-law, please stop. I concede, I concede." Xiao Zhuan removed his boxing gloves and gently patted Ma Yongyuan's face before whispering, "Who do you think you are, your maternal uncle? Take a good look at your own demeanor before dreaming of marrying Xiao Rou. Do you think you are worthy?" Only then did Ma Yongyuan realize that the other party was not here to establish a familial connection, but rather to inflict harm upon him. "This marriage was forced upon my father by yours. It has nothing to do with me," Ma Yongyuan retorted defiantly. "Very well. Let me make it clear. This engagement is now null and void. If you dare to pursue Xiao Rou again, I will ruin you," Xiao Zhuan declared, releasing Ma Yongyuan and rising to his feet. Ma Yongyuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered at Xiao Zhuan. "Who the hell do you think you are? You think just saying it's over makes it so? The betrothal gifts from the Ma family are not so easily dismissed. Since you've taken them, you want to turn your back? Dream on." Xiao Zhuan's gaze turned icy. "So, you are refusing?" Ma Yongyuan wore a mocking expression. "Huh. Do you really think I want to be entangled with you impoverished fools? Let me be frank. If you want to cancel this engagement, it's simple. I want to take that 30,000 betrothal gift. Instead, let me have your sister for a couple of days. That sounds like a fair deal, doesn't it?" Xiao Zhuan's eyes grew colder, and he even smirked, lowering his voice further. "If you have the guts, say that again." Ma Yongyuan laughed coldly. "What? You don't like what you hear? Isn't your father just trying to sell his daughter for a good price? I'll just consider it spending 30,000 to have a good time. 30,000 for a night. Quite the steep price." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Zhuan kicked Ma Yongyuan in the abdomen. Ma Yongyuan's body flew like a cannonball, crashing against the ropes before bouncing back and being pinned down by Xiao Zhuan once more. The crowd of onlookers, who had begun to shout insults, were intimidated into retreat by Xiao Zhuan's fierce glare. Some had already begun to discreetly dial the police. "Have you thought this through now?" Xiao Zhuan squatted down and asked the now conscious Ma Yongyuan. Ma Yongyuan's face was pale, but he forced a smile. "If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. Otherwise, I will have your sister." Xiao Zhuan's expression remained neutral as he asked, "Do you truly wish to die?" Ma Yongyuan curled up, still smiling. "You think this scares me? I'm not afraid of death. What can you do to me?" Xiao Zhuan leaned in closer and whispered, "Do you truly believe that death is the most painful thing in this world?" Before Ma Yongyuan could grasp the meaning behind Xiao Zhuan's words, an excruciating pain shot through his forearm, as if his marrow had been extracted, leaving him utterly devastated. "Have you thought this through now?" Xiao Zhuan's voice, ghostly and chilling, echoed in Ma Yongyuan's ear, sending shivers down his spine. "My arm is ruined. My father will never let you go." Ma Yongyuan's face twisted in agony. "That is not the answer I seek," Xiao Zhuan replied, shaking his hands violently, causing Ma Yongyuan's entire arm to dislocate. "Ah!" Ma Yongyuan's shriek filled the boxing arena, his once robust body trembling like chaff. "Have you thought this through now?" Chapter 33. At this moment, Ma Yongyuan's right arm hung uselessly at his side. He could not muster even the slightest strength, let alone move, without feeling as if his bones were being crushed. In Xiao Zhuan's eyes, he appeared as a merciless demon. I need to go back and discuss this with my father." Ma Yongyuan capitulated, desperate to avoid further inhuman torment, hoping to buy time. Xiao Zhuan sighed. "I offered you a chance, and since you refused to cherish it, do not blame me." As Xiao Zhuan reached for his other arm, Ma Yongyuan summoned an unexpected strength to shove him away and stumbled back in terror. At that moment, Xiao Rou suddenly rushed onto the stage, throwing her arms around her brother and pleading, "Brother, please stop. If you continue, someone might die." A trace of tenderness appeared on Xiao Zhuan's resolute face as he replied, "Do not worry, I will exercise restraint. With tears in her eyes, Xiao Rou felt moved. Since her birth as an abandoned orphan, few in the Xiao family treated her as true kin. Xiao Xinya had always regarded her as a burden, and while Lan Yaru was kind, she held no authority within the Xiao family. Whenever Xiao Xinya struck her, she was powerless to intervene. Only Xiao Zhuan had ever made her feel the warmth of family, fighting against their father for her and battling street thugs on her behalf throughout her life. Xiao Zhuan turned his gaze back to Ma Yongyuan. The warmth that had graced his face moments ago now replaced by a chilling demeanor as he loftily asked, "Have you not yet come to your senses?" Ma Yongyuan hastily replied, "I've realized. I was blinded by greed, thinking I could pursue Miss Xiao Rou. I promise I will never again have any inappropriate thoughts about her." The crowd below, familiar with Ma Yongyuan, was left speechless, shocked to see the once formidable figure reduced to such a pitiful state. Xiao Zhuan squatted before Ma Yongyuan, saying, "Remember your words today. If you dare to pursue my sister again, I assure you, my approach will not be as gentle." Ma Yongyuan nearly fainted again. Was this what he called gentle? Xiao Zhuan grasped Ma Yongyuan's deformed arm, manipulating it in an eerily precise manner before suddenly shaking it, causing Ma Yongyuan to scream in agony and lose consciousness. "Brother, what happened to him?" Xiao Rou asked anxiously. "It's nothing. He's just tired and needs a short rest." Xiao Zhuan replied dismissively. "Brother, let's go home." Xiao Rou trembled, clearly shaken. Xiao Zhuan enveloped her in his embrace and nodded. "All right, let us return home." As Xiao Zhuan descended from the boxing ring with his sister, the once arrogant crowd retreated in fear, their eyes filled with trepidation. They were merely small-time thugs, unaccustomed to such bloodshed. Xiao Xinya and Lan Yaru were equally anxious, seeing their son unharmed relieved a weight from their hearts. Though they worried about the severity of Ma Yongyuan's injuries, would their son be all right? Just as the Xiao family was about to leave the boxing arena, a swarm of police officers rushed in. "Get down on the ground." The officers shouted, their commanding voices echoing as if volume alone could subdue the culprits. Chapter 34. Xiao Zhuan sighed. The inevitable had finally arrived, and he slowly raised his hands. In the interrogation room of the Lianrong County East Police Station, Deputy Director Lu Yuan leaned against the table, his expression serious as he regarded Xiao Zhuan. To be candid, Xiao Zhuan's recent actions had been remarkably conspicuous. First, he single-handedly subdued several thugs at a KTV, and then he successfully uncovered a major conspiracy that could threaten the municipal secretary. These two accomplishments alone were enough to draw the attention of higher authorities. Xiao Zhuan's rise signaled a threat to Lu Yuan's position. Song Qingyan's willingness to support Xiao Zhuan stemmed from the absence of conflict between their standings. Regardless of Xiao Zhuan's merits, he would still need to ascend from the bottom. Lu Yuan, however, faced a different reality. If Xiao Zhuan ascended, he would become the first stepping stone beneath him, a scenario he absolutely wished to avoid. He ascended to the position of deputy director after nearly 2 decades of diligent effort. Once Song Qingyan successfully advanced, the directorship would undoubtedly fall into his hands. Unexpectedly, a formidable contender, Xiao Zhuan, emerged, achieving remarkable feats within a brief period at the precinct. If he were to bide his time and gain further experience, it was likely that within 2 years, he would supplant Lu Yuan, instilling within him a profound sense of crisis. Little did he anticipate that Xiao Zhuan would resort to violence in broad daylight, an act that, for Lu Yuan, felt akin to a starving man unexpectedly receiving a pie from the heavens. If he could successfully convict Xiao Zhuan, even if it merely resulted in a record of a brawl, Lu Yuan's prospects would be irreparably tarnished. Even if Song Qingyan held him in high regard, it would be challenging to safeguard his position. Resolutely, Lu Yuan maintained a serious expression and addressed Xiao Zhuan. "As a police officer, you are aware of the law, yet you choose to violate it. Do you have any justifications to offer?" Xiao Zhuan remained silent. During his time at the precinct, he had encountered numerous individuals and incidents that transcended the law. Those with minor power could flout minor regulations, while those with significant authority could disregard major statutes. For someone as powerless as a lowly officer, the concept of knowing the law and breaking it held weight. However, for those at the level of Song Qingyan or Lu Yuan, what consequence was there in knowing the law yet breaking it? The transgressions of Ma Yongyuan had been ample, yet he faced no deserved punishment, simply due to the protective influence of a father who stood above the law. Seeing Xiao Zhuan's silence, Lu Yuan scoffed. "Do not presume that your silence will absolve you. The repercussions of this incident are far too severe to overlook, and it must be dealt with seriously." Xiao Zhuan glanced at him and inquired, "So, how does Deputy Director Lu plan to handle this?" Lu Yuan replied, "We must await the hospital's definitive report. If Ma Yongyuan's injuries are severe, you may face criminal charges. Xiao Zhuan discerned the excitement in Lu Yuan's voice, despite his attempts to conceal it. Yet it was no match for Xiao Zhuan's keen perception. Was he reveling in misfortune? Xiao Zhuan inwardly shook his head, feeling a genuine disdain for Lu Yuan's narrow-mindedness. Simultaneously, he reminisced about his days in the military, surrounded by comrades he could trust with his life. Lu Yuan turned to Fan Yi, who was responsible for recording, and commanded, "Let us begin." He then asked, "So, why did you resort to violence?" "Deputy Director Lu, please mind your language. We were merely engaging in a fair boxing match." Xiao Zhuan replied, naturally unwilling to admit to any act of violence, framing it as an ordinary contest. "A match?" Lu Yuan's expression turned scornful. "People are already in the hospital, and you dare to call this a match? Boxing is a sport with considerable risk. Injuries are inevitable. And there have been instances of fatalities in the ring abroad," Xiao Zhuan countered. Lu Yuan snorted. "Yet there are witnesses who claim you intentionally provoked a brawl and viciously assaulted Ma Yongyuan. How do you explain that?" Xiao Zhuan sneered. "Do you believe those individuals? Pick one and check their records. None of them lack a criminal past. Moreover, those people share close ties with Ma Yongyuan, making their statements subjective. If you consider their testimony valid, I too have witnesses who can attest that we were merely engaged in a fair boxing match. My father, mother, and sister can all testify." Lu Yuan, infuriated by his reasoning, slammed the table and exclaimed, "You are grasping at straws." Xiao Zhuan feigned innocence and replied, "It is precisely because I am justified that I can argue my case. Without justification, there would be nothing to argue about." Lu Yuan found himself at a loss for words, pointing at Xiao Zhuan in frustration. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and a stern-looking middle-aged man in a suit entered, flanked by several imposing figures. Xiao Zhuan recognized him as Ma Changzheng, his father's superior at the tobacco company. Lu Yuan also knew this influential figure and, despite the impropriety of an outsider entering the interrogation room, quickly rose to greet him. "Mr. Ma, what brings you here?" Lu Yuan asked politely. Ma Changzheng, visibly enraged, replied, "My son was nearly beaten to death. Do you expect me to remain silent as a father?" Lu Yuan cleared his throat and said, "That was not my intention. The suspect has already been apprehended and is currently being interrogated." Ma Changzheng approached Xiao Zhuan and, without warning, raised his hand to strike him. However, Xiao Zhuan reacted swiftly, easily seizing his wrist. "You little brat, let go!" Ma Changzheng roared. Xiao Zhuan yanked him closer and twisted his arm behind his back, delivering a kick to the back of his knee, forcing Ma Changzheng to kneel. "Sir, I must remind you that this is an interrogation room, and as you are not a police officer, you cannot simply enter. We have the authority to detain you. I am here merely to assist the precinct leadership with an internal review. My identity remains that of a police officer. If you dare to assault an officer in the precinct, do you believe I would hesitate to draw my weapon?" After saying this, Xiao Zhuan released Ma Changzheng's wrist, sending him sprawling backward. Having taken a blow from Xiao Zhuan, Ma Changzheng, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "You little brat. If it weren't for me covering for your father, Xiao Xinya, who embezzled funds, he would have long been imprisoned. Not only do you fail to show gratitude, but you also repay kindness with malice. You truly are a bunch of ungrateful wretches." Xiao Zhuan coldly laughed and replied, "Gratitude? Mr. Ma, you should know your true motivations for assisting my father." "You and I do not comprehend what you are saying," Ma Changzheng retorted, his face paling as he bit his tongue, refraining from discussing Xiao Xinya's embezzlement further. It was well known that Xiao Xinya was a veteran in their company's finance department, and as a vice president, Ma Changzheng had his share of dirty dealings that far exceeded the 30,000 embezzled by Xiao Xinya. If he acted against Xiao Xinya, the latter could expose him, resulting in far graver consequences for Ma Changzheng. Quickly, he changed the subject. "The Ma family can have any woman they desire. If they choose to look at your Xiao family's daughter, it is due to the merits of your ancestors. We did not disdain your poverty, yet you seem discontent. How laughable." Xiao Zhuan retorted boldly, "We may be poor, but we possess dignity. You may have wealth, yet it reek of corruption from within. While you do not disdain us, we genuinely disdain you from the core." Ma Changzheng erupted in laughter. "Dignity and poverty? That is the most amusing thing I've heard this year." Xiao Zhuan cast a fleeting glance at Ma Yongyuan, deliberately ignoring him. He preferred not to offend Ma Yongyuan too severely, as he was his father's superior. If Ma Yongyuan were to misuse his authority against Xiao Xinya, it would spell trouble for him. Regardless of their frequent quarrels, Xiao Xinya remained his father, the closest person in his life. Seeing Xiao Zhuan's demeanor weaken, Ma Changzheng's expression turned smug. "Deputy Director Lu, please continue the interrogation. I am curious to hear what he has to say in his defense," he said, taking a seat beside Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan hesitated. "Mr. Ma, This may not align with proper procedure. Although Ma Changjing possesses considerable wealth, he remains an ordinary individual without any official title or rank. If he were to attend the hearing here and the upper authorities were to lay blame, it is not something he, as a mere deputy chief of a police station, could bear. Having navigated the business realm for decades and interacted with countless individuals, Ma Changjing could easily discern Liu Yuan's concerns. He placed a reassuring hand on Liu Yuan's shoulder and said with a hint of significance, "Deputy Chief Liu, the reason you have remained a mere deputy for 20 years is due to your failure to leverage opportunities. If someone is willing to give you a push from behind, with your qualifications and capabilities, I believe you could ascend swiftly. It all depends on whether you can seize the opportunity." His words were quite clear. Liu Yuan was no fool. His heart raced at the thought of promotion, a long-held aspiration that had haunted him even in dreams. Now, someone was extending an olive branch, and all he had to do was reach out to grasp it, which was an irresistible temptation. As vice president of a tobacco company, Ma Changjing had a formidable network. With his assistance, Liu Yuan felt confident he could take a step forward. The outcome of today's handling of Xiao Zhuan could greatly impact his future, and he needed to perform well. With this thought in mind, Liu Yuan stopped speaking further and glared at Xiao Zhuan, stating, "Xiao Zhuan, you are suspected of intentional assault. Now that we have both witnesses and evidence, do you still intend to deny it?" Xiao Zhuan scoffed inwardly, recognizing that there is a distinction between brawling and intentional harm. The former might only result in a fine and a few days of detention, while the latter could lead to imprisonment. Liu Yuan's shamelessness was apparent. He sought to imprison Xiao Zhuan based solely on Ma Yongyuan's words. Noticing Xiao Zhuan's silence, Liu Yuan pressed, "You may refuse to acknowledge it, but in the face of irrefutable evidence, you cannot deny it. May I make a phone call?" Xiao Zhuan suddenly asked, although he had prepared evidence to prove his innocence. It could not be handed over to Liu Yuan without a person of some weight to ensure its reliability. Liu Yuan laughed coldly, ready to refuse. But Ma Changjing waved his hand and said, "Let him call. I want to see what tricks he can pull." Ma Changjing was well aware of the Xiao family's background. They were a family of utmost ordinariness. Even if he sought connections, what could he truly gain? He was curious to see who in Lianrong County would jeopardize their standing for a fallen family. Xiao Zhuan pulled out his phone, located a number he had just saved that day, and dialed it. The line rang twice before a man's voice came through. "Hello, Xiao Xiao, what is the matter?" After considering, Xiao Zhuan replied, "Uncle Guan, I might not be able to make it tomorrow. Please find someone else." "What is going on?" Guan Wenxue asked seriously. Xiao Zhuan sighed and briefly explained his predicament before hanging up. He had few connections in Lianrong, and though Song Qingyan was one, Xiao Zhuan felt a certain aversion towards him, leading him to choose Guan Wenxue instead. However, he was uncertain whether Guan Wenxue would lend assistance, given their limited relationship. Even if he were unwilling to help, Xiao Zhuan had other contingencies. He never depended solely on one branch for his fate. This adaptability was essential for his survival through countless battles. Today's incident served as a reminder that without formidable strength to rely on, one could easily become a lamb for slaughter. If he had sufficient power, even Ma Changjing would not dare to utter a word against him, knowing he had intentionally harmed his son. Ma Changjing and Liu Yuan racked their brains, but could not recall any prominent figure named Guan in Lianrong County. This was understandable. Guan Wenxue had only been transferred to Lianrong for a little over half a month, and he was still settling into his role, not yet having made appearances in various circles. Moreover, he tended to keep a low profile, avoiding interactions with others, making it natural for them not to recognize him. Had it not been for an accidental encounter at a KTV, he might never have known that Lianrong had a county office director with the surname Guan. During the subsequent interrogation, regardless of how Liu Yuan pressed, Xiao Zhuan skillfully evaded direct answers, neither confirming nor denying, dancing around the questions, which nearly drove the deputy chief to the brink of rage. Ma Changjing observed Liu Yuan being toyed with by a young upstart and chuckled inwardly, realizing that such incompetence would never rise to the position of chief without support. "Deputy Chief Liu, I believe we have gathered enough evidence, regardless of whether he admits guilt. It matters little. I suggest we detain him until the prosecutor arrives," Ma Changjing yawned. Liu Yuan quickly nodded in agreement, stating, "Mr. Ma is correct. The evidence is conclusive, and his attempts at evasion are futile." Ma Changjing, uninterested in this sycophant, approached Xiao Zhuan with a cold smile and declared, "You little wretch. I intend to make you understand the consequences of daring to harm my son. I will not only imprison you, but ensure your father accompanies you. I will bring ruin to the Xiao family. That is the fate of those who offend Ma Changjing. Do you realize this interrogation room is under surveillance and recording?" Xiao Zhuan remarked dismissively. Ma Changjing froze momentarily. Beside him, Liu Yuan quickly interjected. This is merely a preliminary interrogation, so we haven't reviewed the surveillance or recordings. Upon hearing this, Ma Changjing finally relaxed. Xiao Zhuan scoffed. At that moment, a loud, defiant voice echoed from outside. Who dares to touch my little brother? The next instant, a tumultuous sound followed, and the interrogation room door swung open, revealing a strikingly beautiful girl striding in confidently. Liu Yuan frowned and barked. What do you think this place is? Get out. The girl was Lin Yunxiang. Ignoring Liu Yuan's reprimand, she approached Xiao Zhuan and asked, Little brother, have they bullied you? Xiao Zhuan did not mind her awkward term of endearment and simply nodded. Someone just said they would bring ruin to the Xiao family. Guan Wenxue entered right behind Lin Yunxiang, his expression one of helplessness, clearly reluctant to wade into this mess. He had been assigned to Lianrong County to gain experience and was expected to take on significant responsibilities afterward. He had no desire to stand up for someone unrelated. While Xiao Zhuan had indirectly saved him and Lin Yunxiang at the KTV, it was merely part of his duty, not enough to compel him to offend local powers. His priorities in Lianrong were to protect Lin Yunxiang and complete his training. Nothing else warranted his attention. Although he held a certain admiration for the young Xiao Zhuan, he had encountered many capable youths and felt little impact. He did not expect that after he subtly informed Lin Yunxiang that Xiao Zhuan might not be able to make it tomorrow, she would react so strongly, demanding to understand the situation thoroughly before racing over. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths for someone they barely knew? Guan Wenxue found himself inwardly lamenting. Liu Yuan glanced at the two individuals who had suddenly barged in, feeling a surge of irritation. Who are you? Who permitted your intrusion? This is a police station, not a marketplace. Do you believe I will have you arrested? Lin Yunxiang, upon confirming that Xiao Zhuan was unharmed, turned her attention back, pointing at Ma Changjing. Then why is he allowed in while we are not? Liu Yuan found himself momentarily speechless, stammering, because he is a family member of the victim, concerned about the progress of the case. Hearing his nonsensical excuses, Lin Yunxiang placed her hands on her hips and retorted, We are also the family of the suspects. We are equally concerned about the developments. Why are we barred from entering? Liu Yuan was left at a loss for words by her sharp remarks. Ma Changjing cursed inwardly, then fixed his gaze on Lin Yunxiang, stating, Young lady, this matter does not concern you. I advise you to refrain from meddling. Lin Yunxiang flashed a sweet smile, replying, I relish meddling. The more trivial the affair, the more I enjoy involving myself. Is that a problem, long face? Xiao Zhuan nearly burst into laughter at her calling Ma Changjing long face. While one should not strike a person but their faults, it was impolite to mention one's physical appearance directly. Ma Changjing replied, Young lady, out of consideration for your youth, I will not hold this against you. Kindly do me a favor and refrain from involving yourself in this matter. Long face, your face is too large. I cannot accommodate that, Lin Yunxiang quipped, gesturing to emphasize its length. Ma Changjing felt that he could not reason with this outspoken girl, so he turned his gaze to Guan Wenxue. Although he had never seen the man before, the subtle air of authority that surrounded him indicated a long-standing position of power. He was certainly not someone to be underestimated. My friend, you must be a reasonable person. I am Ma Changjing. This matter involves the conflict between my son and Xiao Zhuan. I hope you will do me the courtesy of not intervening. I shall personally express my gratitude afterward, he said politely. Guan Wenxue glanced at Xiao Zhuan and then at Lin Yunxiang. Although he was reluctant to involve himself, he could see that Lin Yunxiang was resolutely defending the young man, and it was not the right moment to undermine her. Ma Changjing, does your face carry such weight that I should accommodate you? Guan Wenxue replied firmly. He had always been one to act with caution, and after receiving Xiao Zhuan's call, he had instructed others to investigate Ma Changjing's background, discovering he was the deputy general manager of a tobacco company, of the same administrative level as himself. However, the disparity between their positions was vast. A deputy general manager of a tobacco company could not be compared to the director of the county committee office wielding real power. Having decided to confront him, there was no need to extend him any courtesy. Ma Changjing's expression darkened as he said ominously, Your accent suggests you are not from Lianrong. I advise you not to wade into these murky waters, or I will ensure you regret it. Upon hearing this, Guan Wenxue was instantly enraged. He scoffed and asked Ma Changjing, Did I just hear a threat directed at me? Ma Changjing chuckled lightly, And what if I did? With a swift motion, Guan Wenxue slapped Ma Changjing across the face, then produced his work ID and handed it to Liu Yuan, pointing at Ma Changjing. Did you all hear that? This man dared to openly threaten me. I expect you to arrest him immediately so he understands that the law still prevails in this world. Liu Yuan took the ID and quickly examined it, recognizing Guan Wenshue's identity, and was taken aback. You are the new director of the county committee? Should I call County Chief Liu or Secretary Zhao to verify? No need, no need. I apologize, Director Guan, for the earlier misunderstanding. Our work was inadequate. Please feel free to critique us, Liu Yuan stammered. Critique is unnecessary. I merely wish to ascertain the charges against my young brother. Rest assured, I only seek a fair treatment for him. If he is guilty, I will not show favoritism. However, if someone attempts to leverage their status to intimidate, Guan Wenxue's remarks were clearly aimed at Ma Changzheng. He refrained from mentioning the arrest of Ma Changzheng, who, in turn, refrained from contesting the slap he had received. The reason was that Guan Wenxue had only recently arrived in Lianrong. Acting too ostentatiously would not be wise. Liu Yuan found himself in a predicament. He had hoped to leverage the situation between Xiao Zhuan and Ma Changzheng. However, the revelation that Xiao Zhuan had connections to the county committee office director had escalated the situation to one of significant power dynamics. If he mishandled this, he could easily find himself in a precarious position, akin to Zhu Beiji looking into a mirror, caught between two worlds. Xiao Zhuan deliberately caused injury, resulting in serious harm. With evidence firmly in hand, according to regulations, he may require temporary detention, Liu Yuan cautiously stated, at least based on the evidence available. That is the fact. Guan Wenxue regarded him. Evidence firmly in hand? Is that so? He observed Liu Yuan with a calm demeanor, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Liu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine under his gaze. Just then, Song Qingyan hurriedly entered. Director, you come without a word of greeting, he said, wiping sweat from his brow, the scent of alcohol on him indicating he had rushed over after drinking. Guan Wenxue smiled lightly. I wouldn't dare trouble you, Director Song. One deputy director is already enough for me to manage. Song Qingyan shot a glare at Liu Yuan. What is going on? Liu Yuan recounted the events, selectively omitting his own involvement. Song Qingyan glanced at Xiao Zhuan. A young man he held in high regard for his courage and cunning, qualities that were quite rare. He had intended to cultivate him as a confidant, but was disheartened by the reckless actions he had taken. Nonetheless, appreciating Xiao Zhuan's willingness to defend his sister by injuring a wealthy heir demonstrated a sense of loyalty, making him easier to manage than those who lacked such sentiments. Recognizing his loyalty, Song Qingyan decided to win him over through this act of goodwill. If he could resolve this matter today, he would surely earn Xiao Zhuan's gratitude. These thoughts raced through Song Qingyan's mind as he swiftly made a decision. Addressing Liu Yuan directly, I am aware of the situation. Release him for now. We can discuss other matters later. Liu Yuan felt a surge of urgency. Having finally grasped Xiao Zhuan's weakness, he was reluctant to let it slip away so easily. However, he could not defy Song Qingyan's authority and turned his gaze towards Ma Changzheng. Director Song, this seems rather biased, Ma Changzheng said coolly. During a recent banquet for County Chief Liu Qingfa, Song Qingyan had been quite courteous and had even assured him that he could seek his assistance whenever necessary. Now, however, he seemed to have turned his back. Song Qingyan glanced at Ma Changzheng. His previous deference was due to Ma Changzheng's extensive network, as he sought to ascend the ranks himself. Yet, when comparing Ma Changzheng to Guan Wenxue, the latter was of far greater significance, not merely because of his position as the director of the county committee office, but also due to the formidable backing of Lin Xiuhai, who was the true pillar of support that Song Qingyan valued. Song Qingyan, in his early 50s, finds himself at the pinnacle of his career, where the prospects of ascension to a leadership position before retirement seem plausible, especially with the backing of a powerful figure. In this regard, Liu Qingfa's influence seems significantly weaker. If he could successfully align himself with Lin Xiuhai, offending Ma Changzheng would be a trivial matter, and he would not hesitate even to cross Liu Qingfa. Deputy Ma, old grievances are best resolved amicably. Xiao is merely a youth acting on impulse. Such impetuousness is characteristic of the young. I suggest we settle this privately, Song Qingyan urged. Ma Changzheng's face betrayed an anger he could not conceal as he retorted, Director Song, is this the stance one would expect from the head of a police precinct? As a law enforcer, rather than seeking justice, you seem intent on excusing the offender. Do you truly believe I, Ma Changzheng, can be easily intimidated? Taken aback by Ma's resolute demeanor, Song Qingyan furrowed his brow. Is there truly no room for negotiation? With a sneer, Ma replied, negotiation? Certainly. If he can provide 1 million as compensation for the severe injuries inflicted upon my son, who remains in critical condition, I shall refrain from pursuing further action. Song Qingyan's countenance darkened. Given Xiao Zhuan's circumstances, managing even 100,000 would be a stretch, let alone 1 million, which was clearly an exorbitant demand. So, it appears there's no room for discussion? Song Qingyan inquired. Ma Changzheng remained silent, yet his expression conveyed his unwavering determination. It seemed evident that unless Xiao Zhuan was incarcerated today, he would not relent. Chapter 41. Guan Wenxue cast a glance at Lin Yunxiang, who was visibly preoccupied with thoughts of Xiao Zhuan, her lovely eyes filled with concern. Guan Wenxue sighed internally, then spoke softly. I have gathered a general understanding of the situation. Although Xiao Zhuan's actions were somewhat excessive, the confrontation was indeed a fair contest. In the realm of combat, unintended injuries are inevitable. I propose we downplay this incident, allowing Xiao Zhuan to assume full responsibility for the medical expenses until recovery. What do you think? Unintended injuries? Ma Changzheng was unyielding. My son has been hospitalized for emergency treatment. Is that merely a minor scuffle? Let me be clear. Unless Xiao Zhuan is imprisoned, I would not be worthy of the title father. Guan Wenxue frowned. Deputy Ma, you must reconsider. It is wise to leave a path for future encounters. Mercy can foster goodwill. Ma Changzheng scoffed. Have you all lost your minds? My son is the victim, and instead of seeking justice, you ask me to overlook the assailant. Is that not absurd? Seeing his inflexible stance, Guan Wenxue realized that even his intervention might be futile. Ma was a person of considerable standing, and the evidence against Xiao Zhuan was irrefutable. It was indeed he who had instigated the violence. Pressing the matter could backfire, jeopardizing both Xiao Zhuan's fate and his own standing. Secretary Lin had sent him to gain experience, not to create chaos. This realization made Guan Wenxue hesitant, observing the silence from both Song Qingyan and Guan Wenxue. Xiao Zhuan couldn't help but smirk at the irony. These seasoned bureaucrats, adept in the art of compromise, would not extend unreserved assistance. The truth was that his value to them was insufficiently high. Otherwise, with their capabilities, they could have quelled this situation. Relying on others was fraught with risk. One must always retain a card close to the chest. Today's events only reinforced Xiao Zhuan's understanding of this principle. Guan Wenxue and Lin Yunxiang appeared increasingly anxious. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Guan Wenxue frowned. Yunxiang, we must deliberate this matter thoroughly. Haste is unwise. Song Qingyan, observing Guan Wenshue's expression, discerned his thoughts. It seemed that his connection with Xiao Zhuan was not as profound as initially perceived. Glancing back at Xiao Zhuan, he sighed. Relinquishing such a promising ally felt regrettable. Yet reckless actions had left them with vulnerabilities. His impending promotion could not be jeopardized for the sake of Xiao Zhuan. Ma Changzheng cast a triumphant glance at Xiao Zhuan, as if to say that even with reinforcements, he would easily resolve the matter. Lu Yuan, too, felt a surge of satisfaction, believing the outcome was sealed. Xiao Zhuan would likely face dire consequences, thereby securing his own position. Director, should we not consider detaining Xiao Zhuan? Lu Yuan tentatively suggested. Song Qingyan hesitated, his expression torn, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Lu Yuan felt reassured and turned to issue orders, but before he could, Xiao Zhuan interjected. Wait, I have a few words to say. What trickery do you intend? Ma Changzheng scoffed and addressed Lu Yuan. Deputy Lu, I must visit my son in the hospital. I have no time for his ramblings. Your time is yours to manage, but must Xiao Zhuan be denied the chance to defend himself? You can assert whatever you wish. Perhaps you should claim he intended to commit murder. Lin Yunxiang retorted with discontent. She gestured to Xiao Zhuan. Speak your mind, Xiao Zhuan. If you are justified, I assure you, no one shall wrong you. Ma Changzheng sneered. Very well, I am curious to see what nonsense he can conjure. Xiao Zhuan, however, remained composed. He retrieved his phone and located an audio recording, which he proceeded to play. Initially, there was a cacophony of noise, but as the audience grew impatient, a male voice emerged, none other than his son, Ma Yongyuan. I must be clear, when I step into the boxing ring, I never hold back. How long you can last depends solely on your skill. Then came Xiao Zhuan's voice. But what if I inadvertently injure you? You won't try to extort me, right? Ma Yongyuan responded. We are to compete fairly. The consequences are ours to bear. If you manage to hurt me, I would not only refrain from accusing you, but I would also express my gratitude. As the recording continued, the expressions on the faces of those present shifted significantly, particularly Ma Changzheng's, which grew increasingly grim. Although the recording was brief, it sufficiently demonstrated that the encounter was a fair competition rather than the intentional assault claimed by Ma Changzheng and Lu Yuan. Ma Changzheng's expression fluctuated as he protested. What can a mere recording prove? My son is still lying in the hospital. Do you think this recording can absolve him of his injuries? Lin Yunxiang interjected. Hey, long-faced one, could you refrain from such vulgarity? The matter is quite evident. Xiao Zhuan and your son engaged in a fair contest, which was clearly articulated beforehand. Now that your son is hospitalized, you come here to stir trouble. Do you not feel any shame? Your words have left Ma Changzheng speechless. Chapter 42. The The sudden emergence of the recording brought smiles to both Guan Wenxue and Song Qingyan. Guan Wenxue regarded Xiao Zhuan with newfound respect. His foresight to record the encounter, while not entirely definitive, demonstrated that this young man retained a level of composure even amidst fury, an exceedingly rare quality. Perhaps he truly was the ideal protector for Yunshan. With this in mind, Guan Wenxue resolved to address Ma Changzheng. Ma Changzheng, is it? The situation is now quite clear. It appears your son and Xiao Zhuan engaged in a fair contest, and he was ultimately injured due to a lack of skill. In all honesty, Xiao Zhuan would only provide a meager sum for medical expenses. I wonder if Song Su feels this holds any merit. Director Guan is right. It is reasonable and lawful. Song Qingyan immediately transformed into a supportive figure. Mr. Ma, what do you think of my proposal? Guan Wenxue inquired with a subtle smile directed at Ma Changzheng. Ma Changzheng, fully aware of his predicament today, clenched his teeth and replied bitterly, "Do as you please, but this matter will not be so easily resolved." He knew his son's injuries had likely been in vain. At this moment, as Ma Changzheng gazed at Xiao Zhuan, his eyes were filled not only with animosity, but also a hint of trepidation. Song Qingyan recognized that it was time for him to step in and said, "Since both parties have agreed to mediate privately, this matter will no longer be filed. Xiao Zhuan, you may leave now." Xiao Zhuan approached Ma Changzheng and expressed, "I appreciate your magnanimity, Mr. Ma. Rest assured, I will make time to visit your son." Though Ma Changzheng's heart seethed with hatred, he could not express it overtly. With a huff of frustration, he exited the interrogation room. Xiao Zhuan then approached Lu Yuan and, with a hint of significance, remarked, "Thank you for your guidance today, Deputy Director Lu. It has truly been enlightening." Lu Yuan's expression resembled that of someone who had just suffered a great loss. The person he had intended to curry favor with had left without a word, while the one he wished to belittle had successfully forged ties with the county committee. This was a thunderous shock for him, and he feared his future might be irrevocably altered. Xiao Zhuan paid him no further mind. Turning to Guan Wenxue to express his gratitude, fully aware that he had narrowly escaped disaster thanks to him, Guan Wenxue remained silent, while Miss Lin voiced her dissatisfaction, saying, "Xiao, why do you not thank me? I am the one who saved you." Xiao Zhuan quietly grumbled about her eagerness for acknowledgement, but sincerely replied, "I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance, Miss Lin. I shall never forget it." "That is more like it," Lin Yunshang replied, her face lifted with pride. Song Qingyan's expression shifted as he cast a glance at Lin Yunshang. This girl bears the surname Lin, and she is so closely associated with Guan Wenxue. Could she be the daughter of Secretary Lin from the municipal committee? Upon this realization, Song Qingyan felt a jolt of surprise. Given her evident concern for Xiao Zhuan, what exactly is their relationship? This simple discovery significantly altered Song Qingyan's perception of Xiao Zhuan. If Xiao Zhuan were merely connected to Guan Wenxue, he would have been surprised but not overly concerned. However, if he were linked to the daughter of Lin Xiuhai, that warranted serious attention. The difference between a biological daughter and a secretary is substantial. No matter how close a secretary may be, they remain an outsider, while a daughter is of one's own flesh and blood. Should Xiao Zhuan indeed have a close relationship with Lin Xiuhai's daughter, it would be of a different magnitude altogether. Unaware of Song Qingyan's shifting sentiments, Xiao Zhuan was eager to return home, knowing that his family must be anxious about his detention. "Would you like me to drive you home?" Lin Yunshang inquired as they exited the police station. "No need. My vehicle is parked over there." Xiao Zhuan pointed towards the parking lot, recalling he had been picked up by Guan Wenxue earlier that day, leaving his motorcycle at the station. Lin Yunshang nodded and said, "All right, I will take my leave. Remember to report on time tomorrow. Tardiness will result in a salary deduction." Watching her vehicle fade into the distance, Xiao Zhuan felt speechless. His duty to protect Lin Yunshang was a governmental obligation, compensated by the state. Even if he were late, it was not her place to impose salary penalties. Upon returning home, Xiao Zhuan found the hour late, yet the Xiao family remained awake, their faces drawn with worry. The moment they spotted him, the once dreary atmosphere transformed into jubilant cheers. Lan Yaru embraced her son's arm, overflowing with excitement. "Mom, I'm hungry," Xiao Zhuan said, playfully seeking attention. "I'll prepare a meal for you right away," Lan Yaru responded hurriedly as she dashed into the kitchen. "Brother, you're back?" Xiao Ro exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. After Xiao Zhuan had been taken by the police, guilt consumed her. Had it not been for her, he would not have sought trouble with Ma Yongyuan and thus avoided detention. Seeing him return, her heart swelled with joy, surpassing even her elation when she had been accepted into Jianghai University with top honors. Xiao Zhuan wiped her tears away and chastised, "Why are you crying?" "I'm back, and I'm perfectly fine." Xiao Ro pouted and lightly hit him, insisting, "You mustn't say such things." He nodded. "All right, without your consent. I shall not encounter any troubles. I look forward to the day you become an old lady." Frustrated, Xiaorou stomped her foot and retorted, "I won't talk to you anymore," before running into the kitchen to assist their mother. The living room fell silent as only Xiao Zhuan and Xiao Xinya remained. After a long pause, Xiao Xinya broke the silence, saying, "Son, I owe you an apology. I should not have allowed your sister to marry my Yongyuan." Xiao Zhuan looked at him in surprise. It was the first time in his life he had heard his father utter an apology. Xiao Xinya rubbed his face and continued, "Do you know how worried I was when you fought with my Yongyuan today? You are the only heir of the Xiao family. If anything were to happen to you, how would I live the rest of my life?" Xiao Zhuan remained silent, simply listening intently. "Why did I pilfer funds for stock trading? Was it not for the sake of the family? Your grandmother is aging and still resides in that dilapidated house. I wanted her to live better. But how can one manage without money? You are nearing the age of marriage. As your father, I ought to find you a suitable bride. It is exceedingly difficult to marry nowadays. Money is required everywhere. Can one manage without it? Your mother's stomach ailment is worsening, and I wish to take her to a hospital in the big city for examination, but when I inquired, the cost for just the examination is several tens of thousands. How can we manage without money? Do you think I truly wanted to push your sister into the fire? She has been part of our family since she was just over a year old. Though not my biological child, I have raised her. If it were not absolutely necessary, would I force her to marry my Yongyuan?" Xiao Zhuan did not interject, and Lan Yaru and Xiao Rou remained hidden in the kitchen. The father and son rarely engaged in meaningful conversation, often exchanging nothing but glares or silence. It was a rarity for them to speak so openly. "Dad, regardless of how difficult our family situation may be, family remains family. We must never measure it in monetary terms. Money can be earned again. But if we lose our loved ones, they are irretrievable," Xiao Zhuan said thoughtfully to his father. Xiao Xinya nodded, saying, "I understand. I will return the dowry to the Ma family without hesitation. To hell with it. I would rather go to prison." Xiao Zhuan replied earnestly, "You are my father. I will not allow you to go to prison. I will find a way to manage that money, so rest assured." Xiao Xinya nodded. "Whether I can obtain it or not, your words are enough. In truth, I wouldn't mind going to prison now. At least I can take pride in the fact that my son has grown up and is capable of supporting this family." "Dad," Xiao Zhuan wished to say more, but Xiao Xinya waved his hand, saying, "I'm tired. I will go to sleep now." Watching his father's slightly stooped figure, Xiao Zhuan felt a wave of emotion wash over him. In his childhood, when bullied, he would often threaten others with, "I'll tell my dad," believing his father to be an invincible hero. As time gradually passes, the figure of the father becomes increasingly diminutive, and one begins to realize that he is not as great as once perceived. His various flaws become apparent. Consequently, the admiration for him wanes, replaced by a sense of disdain, viewing him as worldly, petty, and cowardly, exuding the air of a small-town individual. However, it is only at this moment that one recognizes the true greatness of the father, which had been willfully overlooked. At this juncture, Lan Yaru and Xiao Rou stealthily emerged, carrying steaming bowls of noodles. Xiao Zhu devoured them voraciously, hastily retreating to his room. He had undoubtedly offended Ma Changjing today. Although the latter temporarily yielded due to Guan Wenshu's influence, resentment surely festered within him. Ma Changjing was the vice president of a tobacco company, holding a significant leverage over the father, akin to a ticking time bomb. Should he expose the father's embezzlement, the consequences could lead to imprisonment. This predicament was indeed troublesome. After much contemplation, Xiaozhu retrieved his phone and dialed a number he was reluctant to call. Second brother, Lianrong County People's Hospital. Ma Changjing stood at the entrance of the intensive care unit, gazing at his son, swathed in bandages like a mummy, his rage indescribable. He had never felt so helpless. His son lay gravely injured, and he faced the assailant powerless. The frustration was infuriating. Xiaozhu. The mere thought of this name made Ma Changjing grind his teeth in hatred. Had it not been for Guan Wenshu's intervention, he would have ensured that the young wretch paid 100-fold for his transgressions. Yet, the formidable forces behind Guan Wenshu left him feeling utterly powerless to retaliate. His usual acquaintances were merely county-level officials and city party secretaries, individuals far beyond his reach. How could that young scoundrel possibly have connections with a city party secretary? As Ma Changjing brooded, a group of young individuals in their 20s appeared in the corridor, their attire suggesting a well-to-do background. They approached him, and one exceptionally handsome young man inquired, "Are you Ma Changjing?" Ma Changjing, taken aback, nodded, "Yes. Are you friends of my Yongyuan?" The young man and his companions scoffed, seemingly amused by the notion of being associated with my Yongyuan. "Can we discuss this elsewhere?" the youth asked. Ma Changjing hesitated. Who are you exactly? The young man smiled nonchalantly. I am Wang Guan. Chapter 45. The next day, Xiao Zhu arose early, hastily gathering his belongings. In truth, there was little to pack. He merely stuffed a few changes of clothes into his backpack and left a note before departing. As he rode his dilapidated second-hand motorcycle into Tsongshan Yuan, he attracted many curious glances. How could someone use such a vehicle in such a high-end community? Xiao Zhu paid little mind to the stares. Having obtained an access card from Guan Wenxue the previous day, allowing him to register at the gate without issue. Possessing an excellent memory, he quickly located Lin Yunshang's residence amidst the nearly identical houses of Tsongshan Yuan. After ringing the doorbell for quite some time without a response, he checked the time. It was nearly 8 o'clock. Lin Yunshang was likely still asleep, having returned from the police station quite late the previous night, which was understandable. While the young lady indulged in her slumber, he could not simply loiter foolishly. He worried about being mistaken for a burglar and reported to the police. With this thought in mind, he found a piece of wire in the yard and skillfully picked the lock, causing the supposedly 5-star secure door of Tsongshan Yuan to swing open. Should anyone have passed by, they would undoubtedly be left speechless. Xiao Zhu entered nonchalantly. After all, he had opened locks far more sophisticated than this, rendering it a mere trifle. In the bathroom, he spotted a figure bathing. It was Liang Ruoxuan, the girl he recognized from the bar, exuding a mature charm beyond her years. What was she doing in Lin Yunshang's home? Just as his heart raced, he heard Liang Ruoxuan's voice calling from the bathroom. Could you please bring me my clothes? Oh, of course, he hastily replied, rushing to grab the garments from the sofa. A few minutes later, Liang Ruoxuan emerged, her previously flushed face regaining its usual composure as she casually sat on the sofa, glancing at the awkward Xiao Zhu. How did you end up here? She inquired. Impressed by her swift recovery from embarrassment, Xiao Zhu regained his composure and replied, I have been tasked with protecting Miss Lin. Liang Ruoxuan internally scolded herself, wondering why Lin Yunshang had not informed her sooner. At that moment, Lin Yunshang, clad in pink cartoon pajamas and still groggy, descended from the second floor. Upon seeing the two, she remarked, You both are up so early? Liang Ruoxuan retorted, Lin Yunshang, why didn't you tell me Xiao Zhu was coming here? Lin Yunshang, taking a seat on the sofa and sipping from a water cup, explained, You arrived quite late yesterday, and I noticed you looked tired, so I didn't mention it. What is the issue? What is the issue? Liang Ruoxuan began to respond, but abruptly halted. If she revealed her recent embarrassment to Lin Yunshang, she would surely be mocked for an eternity. It was akin to a mute eating bitter herbs, suffering in silence. Observing Liang Ruoxuan's troubled expression, Lin Yunshang inquired with concern, What's wrong, Ruoxuan? You look unwell. Are you on your period? I have some mineral. Liang Ruoxuan, irritated, retorted, You big-headed fool. I must have been kicked in the head by a donkey to come help you with this ridiculous studio. With that, she stormed upstairs. Lin Yunshang gazed in confusion at her retreating figure, then turned her attention to Xiao Zhu. Did you upset her? Xiao Zhu, feeling somewhat awkward, merely smiled in response. Chapter 46. Xiao Zhu placed his belongings in the room allocated to him on the ground floor. Although Lin Yunshang had been rather stern the previous day, she did not make things difficult for him in this space. The room, while not luxurious, was notably tidy, far superior to his accommodations in Chongwang Xiaoziu. However, his fondness for Lin Yunshang did not last long, as her authoritative demeanor resurfaced, and she began to assert herself in the living room. Xiao Zhu, does it really take that long to put something down? It's already been 5 minutes. If you don't hurry, I'll deduct your pay. She called from the sofa. With no other choice, Xiao Zhu exited the room. At that moment, Liang Ruoxuan had changed into a striking red short dress that accentuated her graceful figure, her long legs somewhat dazzling. Lin Yunshang had also finished her morning routine, wearing a loose knee-length denim dress that radiated freshness. The two young women, each a captivating beauty capable of causing a stir, now sat across from Xiao Zhu. A situation that might be considered a stroke of luck for many, yet proved rather torturous for him. One is the stunning Liang Demiran, with whom I have just had an honest encounter, and the other is the somewhat petty but ambitious Miss Lin. Each of these ladies is already quite enough to give me a headache, and to have both of them together is utterly exasperating. As you are here to ensure my safety, I must announce a few regulations, Lin Yunshang said to Xiao Zhuan, pulling out several sheets of paper from her pocket. Exuding an air of authoritative leadership as she declared, First, as a competent bodyguard, you must strictly adhere to all commands issued by your employer, that is, this miss, without any doubt, negligence, or refusal. Second, your range of activities within the house is limited to the first floor, which includes the bedroom, restroom, kitchen, and living room. As for the second floor, you are not permitted to step foot there without the express permission of your employer, this Mississippi third, when going out. You must maintain a distance of no less than 5 meters from your employer, this miss, and you are not allowed to approach any closer without permission. Lin Yunxiang had prepared thoroughly, listing a total of 20 regulations, with an additional 21st rule stating that she would add any further stipulations as they came to mind. Xiao Zhuan replied, Miss, I am here to protect your safety, not to be imprisoned by an array of regulations. Lin Yunxiang haughtily snorted, without rules, there can be no order. Some matters must be clarified in advance, but rest assured, as long as you perform well, this miss will not treat you unfairly. Xiao Zhuan shook his head with a wry smile. This girl was adept at the art of giving a slap, followed by a sweet treat. Well then, go to the garage and bring out the car. We need to go find a house. Lin Yunxiang tossed her BMW car keys to Xiao Zhuan. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Yunxiang suddenly called out to him again. Oh, and here's this card for you. The password is 6 zeros. Xiao Zhuan queried, what is this? Lin Yunxiang explained. This is the 140,000 you won from Wang Guan at the bar the other day. This miss helped retrieve it for you. Xiao Zhuan looked at her in astonishment. He had long given up hope of recovering that money. It seemed a fanciful dream to expect to reclaim it from Wang Guan, yet unexpectedly, Lin Yunxiang had managed to do so. This was indeed a delightful surprise. The Xiao family was currently in dire straits, and that 140,000 was like a timely rain, although it wouldn't completely resolve their difficulties. It illuminated a glimmer of hope. With this sum, they merely needed to find another 100,000 to replenish the embezzled funds. Noticing the sparkle in his eyes, Lin Yunxiang couldn't help but scoff. Look at you, so enamored by money. Is this paltry sum really worth celebrating so? Xiao Zhuan did not retort to Lin Yunxiang. 140,000 might seem insignificant, but for the Xiao family, it was a lifeline. They belonged to two entirely different worlds, and even now, under the same roof, the inherent differences between them remained unchanged. Once this task concluded, he would return to his world to continue his struggle, while she would remain in her realm, living as a princess. To ascend from one world to another requires not only immense willpower, courage, and opportunity, but also countless years of hardship to glimpse even a sliver of hope. Xiao Zhuan was quite lazy, preferring to curl up in his own world. Xiao Zhuan was an excellent driver. Although the BMW sped along, it did not induce dizziness. However, even the best skills could lead to irritation after driving for an entire morning. They spent the whole morning searching, inspecting 3 houses, each either too remote or in disrepair. Finally, they found a place that was relatively convenient and spacious, yet the price was exorbitant. Lin Yunxiang had ventured out to establish her studio without seeking a dime from her family. All her funds were saved from her pocket money, amounting to less than 300,000. She simply could not afford a place with a monthly rent of over 10,000. The 3 of them settled for a modest meal at a restaurant before continuing their search. As Xiao Zhuan drove, he glanced at the 2 beautiful women lounging carelessly in the back seat, internally lamenting how they had transformed from elegant ladies at lunch to their current disheveled state. The old adage rings true. Distance creates beauty. When proximity is too close, even the most exquisite can lose their luster. Eventually, the car halted on a street named Huaiyue Avenue, where towering buildings and bustling traffic made it one of the most vibrant areas in Lianrong. The fact that Lianrong could separate from the county speaks volumes of its economic progress, though it may not yet rival the major cities. It certainly surpasses the typical county in vibrancy. As the 2 strikingly beautiful women stepped out of the car, they shed their earlier despondence and resumed their goddess-like demeanor. A transformation as miraculous as that of David Copperfield. Xiao Zhuan felt a pang of embarrassment. Liang Ruoxuan looked up at the towering office building before them and remarked, "This is the last property we found online. If this one doesn't suit us, we'll have to reconsider our options." Lin Yunxiang surveyed the surroundings and replied, "At least from the outside, it appears quite decent. We shall see what lies within. Let us go inside and find out." Liang Ruoxuan took the lead. As Xiao Zhuan gazed at the sign reading Minghuang Building, a flicker of recognition crossed his face. The name seemed strikingly familiar. The property Liang Ruoxuan found was on the 16th floor, and since the landlord had been informed in advance, he was waiting for them upon their arrival. The landlord was a middle-aged man in his 40s, not overweight, but possessing a belly akin to that of Zhu Beiji. Upon seeing the 2 ladies, particularly Liang Ruoxuan and Lin Yunxiang, his eyes gleamed with interest, and had Xiao Zhuan not been accompanying them, the 2 girls might have turned back immediately. Although the landlord was off-putting, the apartment was indeed quite nice, approximately 100 square meters, bright and clean, with a tasteful decor that perfectly met Lin Yunxiang's requirements for a small studio. The two girls nodded in satisfaction as they explored. Uncle, what was this place used for? Lin Yunxiang sweetly addressed the middle-aged man, causing him to nearly swoon. It used to be a newspaper office, the Lianrong Evening News. But you know, in a small place like ours, not much news happens daily, so it couldn't sustain itself. The landlord spoke at length, showing no signs of hesitation. Yet Xiao Zhuan noticed a momentary pause when Lin Yunxiang inquired, which was not the typical hesitation of a conversation, but rather the telltale sign of a lie. Having undergone micro-expression training with Lang Han, Xiao Zhuan understood that evading his perception required considerable cunning. The two girls, however, seemed oblivious to any oddities, continuing to ask the landlord questions, which he answered one by one. Finally, Liang Ruoxuan cut to the chase, asking, "What is the monthly rent for this property?" The landlord scrutinized the two girls and, perceiving they were likely not locals, said, "I see you two are unfamiliar with the area. I'll give you a discount. 3,000 a month." Upon hearing this, the excitement that had lit up the girls' faces dimmed instantly. They had already deemed a place quoted at 1,000 too expensive, let alone 3,000. With Lin Yunxiang's limited funds, even a year's rent would be unattainable, much less opening a studio. "Uncle, can you lower the price a bit? We truly don't have that kind of budget." Lin Yunxiang blinked her large eyes, her face pleading. The middle-aged man's wrinkled face flushed, and he said, "Actually, the price I offered you is already quite reasonable. Rooms in this area typically rent for 30 to 40,000 a month." Liang Ruoxuan also employed her charms, her voice alluring as she inquired, "Is there truly no room for a lower price?" With Liang's captivating presence, even the resolutely strong-willed Xiao Zhuan found it difficult to resist, let alone an old lecher, whose eyes widened in surprise. 25,000, and truly, I cannot lower it further, the landlord replied, swallowing hard. The sudden reduction of 5,000 must be credited to Liang Ruoxuan's formidable allure. However, this price evidently did not align with their expectations, prompting them to continue negotiating. As Xiao Zhuan found himself unable to contribute to the conversation, he meandered through the apartment. Upon reaching the window and gazing outside, his expression shifted unexpectedly. From this perspective, everything felt eerily familiar. He must have seen it somewhere before. Chapter 49. Frowning, Xiao Zhuan recalled a news story from the early days of his return to Lianrong, about an editor from a newspaper who tragically jumped to his death while at work. No wonder the name Minghuang Building felt so familiar upon his entrance. It was the very place reported in that news. Realizing this, Xiao Zhuan hastily called Tao Xin at the police station to inquire further. Among the officers, he enjoyed a relatively good rapport with her, and given her role overseeing records, she was often privy to case details that even the chief might not know. The call lasted a good 10 minutes, and when he hung up, his face bore an expression of disbelief. The bizarre revelations from Tao Xin had even unsettled him. A staunch atheist. Meanwhile, Lin Yunxiang and her companions had reached an impasse in their negotiations. After employing various charms and tactics, they had managed to reduce the price to 18,000, which was no small feat. The impact of their beauty was undeniable. Negotiating from 30,000 to 23 was akin to the arduous long march of 25,000 li undertaken by their party. In such a prosperous area, where every inch of land is precious, monthly rents of 30 to 40,000 are commonplace. Although securing this price was a miracle, it was still beyond their budget of 8,000, which was essential for the studio's operation. Seeing the landlord firmly hold to 18,000 and recognizing that their negotiation tactics had failed, Lin Yunxiang and Liang Ruoxuan exchanged resigned glances. Despite their satisfaction with the place, they reluctantly conceded defeat. Observing their despondent figures, Xiao Zhuan felt a pang of sympathy. Today marked the first genuine interaction he had with these two girls, whose resilience, despite their delicate appearances, moved him. They were daughters of affluent families, yet they chose to negotiate for their dreams, a task that many would have eagerly undertaken on their behalf. Their willingness to personally engage in this process distinguished them significantly from those who merely squander their privilege. "Do you truly wish to rent this place?" Xiao Zhuan stopped the two, asking softly. Lin Yunxiang pouted, "Of course. The location and layout are perfect. It's just the price." It was rare for Xiao Zhuan to witness Lin Yunxiang in such a state of helplessness. Usually, she exuded the pride of a peacock, radiant yet distant. Now, however, she resembled a vulnerable kitten, evoking a protective instinct within him. "Let me give it a try," he said with newfound confidence. The landlord, noticing Xiao Zhuan's return, waved impatiently. "If you wish to negotiate further, please don't waste my time. Go out and see if there are any cheaper options in this area." Xiao Zhuan smiled. "Rest assured, I am not here to haggle. I simply wish to share a few stories." The landlord retorted with annoyance. "Who cares about your stories? If you're not renting, kindly leave. I have others coming to view the property. Xiao Juan, with an enigmatic expression, replied, why not wait for them to arrive and hear together? Just then, several young men and women entered. Chapter 50. Upon seeing Xiao Juan and his companions, their expressions shifted. One of the boys asked the landlord, you are the landlord, right? Who are they? The landlord, sensing they were not locals, responded with a hint of delight. They are also here to view the apartment. The newcomers exchanged wary glances. So, has the apartment been rented? The landlord candidly replied, not yet. We haven't settled on a price. Their faces brightened, and one girl eagerly asked, how much? We'll take it. The landlord glanced at Xiao Juan and his companions, then, without a hint of embarrassment, held up 4 fingers, 40,000 a month. I assure you. This price. All right, 40,000 it is. We'll rent it for a year and sign the contract now, the girl declared decisively. The landlord swallowed hard. He had anticipated negotiation on his initial hire offer, but the swift acceptance took him by surprise. Regret washed over him. Had he known they were such naive newcomers, he would have asked for 50 or even 60,000. With a smug expression, the landlord cast a glance at Xiao Juan and his companions, as if to say, I offered you 18,000, and now they are willing to pay 40. You can go cry elsewhere. Lin Yunxiang and Lianrong County displayed faces of despair. Initially, they had harbored a glimmer of hope that Xiao Juan could negotiate, but now, with the offer of 40,000, all hope seemed lost. They could not match that price. We should head back, Lin Yunxiang said with a sorrowful expression. No need to rush. I have yet to share my story, Xiao Juan replied. Lianrong County rolled her eyes dramatically. We are not in the mood for your tales right now. Perhaps some might be interested in hearing them. Xiao Juan proclaimed cryptically as he approached the group of young men and women. Do you know what price he just offered us? The newcomers exchanged puzzled glances. Unsure of his intent, the landlord's demeanor shifted, and he pushed Xiao Juan aside. If you're not renting, please leave immediately. Ignoring the landlord, Xiao Juan continued. He just quoted us 23,000. The landlord's face contorted with anger. This young man was clearly intent on sabotaging his business. The newcomers, sensing the landlord's agitation, turned to him. What do you mean? You offered them 23,000 and now expect us to pay 40? Do you take us for fools? The landlord, overwhelmed by their ire, shot a venomous glare at Xiao Juan, wishing he could silence him, but the sight of Xiao Juan's imposing physique left him without courage. Xiao Juan's motivation for speaking up was not merely to disrupt the landlord's dealings. He continued, do you know why he offered 23,000, yet we didn't rent? The newcomers were captivated by his words. Indeed, given the location and size of the apartment, 23,000 seemed almost a gift. Why would they refuse such an offer? Xiao Juan naturally would not admit that he was financially constrained and could not afford the price of 18,000. Instead, he spoke with an air of profundity, stating, you are outsiders and know nothing of Lianrong. This house has witnessed death, and not just once. Before Xiao Juan could finish his statement, the landlord let out a furious shout and lunged forward, attempting to silence him. However, given the landlord's stature, he was no match for Xiao Juan, who effortlessly pushed him several meters away. The group of individuals was clearly startled by Xiao Juan's words. Several girls turned pale, and the boys fared little better, especially upon witnessing the landlord's reaction, which further confirmed the veracity of Xiao Juan's claims. Is what you said true? A timid girl trembled. Xiao Juan pointed towards a window and vividly described, just last month, when this place was still a newspaper office, an editor jumped from that window. 16th floor, his bones shattered upon impact. As he narrated, he intentionally infused his tone with a hint of tremor, creating an atmosphere of terror that caused the group to recoil in fear. Even Lin Yunxiang and Lianrong County's faces turned ashen. Had there truly been deaths in this house? The landlord was seething with rage, but he could do nothing to retaliate against Xiao Juan, merely standing by in frustration. Xiao Juan continued, if it were only this one suicide, it might be coincidence. Yet, half a year ago, when this was still a small advertising company, their boss mysteriously died in the office, right over there. Everyone in the room turned to look in the direction Xiao Juan indicated, sensing an eerie chill emanating from that spot. Observing their expressions, Xiao Juan continued, there have been more than just these 2 deaths in this house. In the mere 3 years since its construction, 5 people have died. 3 years, 5 lives. The attendees gasped in astonishment. If 1 or 2 deaths could be dismissed as coincidences, 5 within 3 years could not be so easily explained. Was the house haunted? The group was terrified. Yet one girl, a bit calmer than the others, questioned, is what you're saying true? Are you not deceiving us? Xiao Juan replied, these incidents have been reported in the news. A simple online search will reveal everything. The girl, dubious, took out her phone to investigate. As she did, Her expression grew increasingly grim, and finally, she trembled so violently that her phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Akai, is he telling the truth? A boy inquired. We should leave. The girl named Akai picked up her phone and hurriedly urged her companions to depart. Watching the opportunity slip away, the landlord's eyes turned red as he exclaimed, I hold no grudge against you. Why are you doing this? Because we wish to rent this house as well. Xiao Zhuan replied matter-of-factly. The landlord found himself momentarily at a loss for words. If the opponent were a hypocrite, one could argue against him. But when confronted by a true villain who openly admitted to sabotaging others for his own benefit, it left one at a standstill. Can we sit down and discuss this properly now? Xiao Zhuan said with a beaming smile. Blocking someone's path to prosperity is akin to murder. The saying rang true as the landlord gazed at Xiao Zhuan with a look of vengeance, as if he bore a blood feud. Dream on. I can afford to let this house sit vacant. I will not rent it to you, the landlord replied defiantly. Xiao Zhuan chuckled. Why go to such lengths? While we may not offer a high price, even the smallest of creatures has its worth. Renting to us is surely better than letting it remain idle, no? Before the landlord could respond, Lin Yunxiang and Liang Ruoshuan approached and grasped Xiao Zhuan's arms. We're no longer renting this house, Lin Yunxiang said, her expression finally betraying a hint of fear. Why not? What's the reason to decline? Xiao Zhuan pressed. Liang Ruoshuan, nervously rubbing her arms, remarked. Did you not just mention that people have died here? Xiao Zhuan scoffed. I have seen many dead. These individuals were pitiful in life and are now merely pitiful ghosts. What is there to fear? Lin Yunxiang smacked him on the head, exclaiming, You fool! Have you forgotten our agreement from this morning? Whatever I say is final. If I say we are not renting, then we are not renting. Test me, and see what happens. Xiao Zhuan shot her a look. I am only looking out for your well-being. Just trust me this once. Lin Yunxiang was about to retort when Liang Ruoshuan tugged at her. Knowing that her instincts were usually accurate, though she had not interacted deeply with Xiao Zhuan, she sensed he would not speak without reason. Xiao Zhuan draped an arm over the landlord's shoulder. What do you say? Consider it. We genuinely wish to rent this place. The landlord shrugged off his arm, stating, Fine. Let us stick to the original agreement. 18,000 a month. If that works, great. If not, then so be it. Xiao Zhuan smiled and extended 5 fingers. To be frank, we can only offer you this amount. 5,000. The landlord sneered. Are you jesting? You expect to rent in this area for just 5,000? Xiao Zhuan remained unfazed. You won't find another tenant. This house is haunted. In 3 years, it has seen 7 companies come and go, 5 deaths, and several residents ending up in mental institutions. Who would dare rent your house? The landlord scoffed. If you do not rent, there are plenty who will. If not for your interference, this place would have been rented out already. The landlord's resentment toward Xiao Zhuan intensified, yet he dared not lash out. You can only deceive those unfamiliar with the house's dark history. Once they discover the truth, they will certainly confront you. Your scheme is rather clever, but what? The landlord frowned. But if someone stands guard at the entrance daily and informs newcomers about the house's grim history, do you think it will still be rented? Xiao Zhuan said with a cheeky grin. You are being unreasonable. The landlord's eyes blazed with fury. What did you say? Xiao Zhuan's fist crashed down onto a nearby table, causing the wooden surface to splinter dramatically. The landlord's bravado evaporated, his face falling as he pleaded, Brother, could you spare me? 5,000 won't even cover the property fees. Xiao Zhuan feigned hesitation. 8,000, that is my final offer. We cannot produce more. The landlord, grimacing, was about to protest further when Xiao Zhuan interrupted. Moreover, I can help you dispel the evil energy from this house. The landlord paused, deep in thought. Since its construction, this house had been plagued by misfortune, with businesses failing one after another and employees meeting untimely ends. Optimistic individuals would suddenly take their own lives. Over time, this place had gained a reputation as a haunted dwelling, deterring locals and only attracting unsuspecting outsiders. Once they realized they had been deceived, they would inevitably confront him. And he had grown weary of it all. If he could rid the house of its negative aura, he would have sold it long ago. Upon hearing Xiao Zhuan's claim of being able to cleanse the house, the landlord perked up and eagerly inquired, Is that true? Can you truly dispel the evil from this house? Xiao Zhuan replied, Need I say more? If I knew your house was haunted, would I still rush to rent it? Beside them, Lin Yunxiang and Liang Ruoshuan exchanged knowing smiles, bemused by Xiao Zhuan's inability to deceive anyone effectively. With such vague and superstitious claims, who would believe him? However, to their astonishment, the landlord hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement, saying, Very well, 8,000 it is. As long as you can rid this house of its malevolent spirits, I can bear the loss. Wait here, I will prepare the contract. Watching the landlord rush off, Fearful that Xiao Zhuan might change his mind, he turned at the door to remind them to wait for his return. Lin Yunxiang and Liang Ruoxuan stood there, dumbfounded. Was it possible that such a clumsy lie could find a believer? Spirits and ghosts? How superstitious. Having received higher education, they scoffed at such notions. Yet, the average populace clung to their superstitions, especially when confronted with phenomena that eluded scientific explanation. What other rationale could they assign to such occurrences, if not haunting? In truth, when Lin Yunxiang and Liang Ruoxuan heard Xiao Zhuan mention that 5 individuals had died in this place over the past 3 years, they too felt a shiver run down their spines. Even the most skeptical among them would feel a twinge of unease in the face of such eerie circumstances. Xiao Zhuan, is there really a ghost here? Lin Yunxiang asked, her face pale. Xiao Zhuan slowly turned his head, his pupils widening as he trembled, saying, "It seems there is someone standing behind you." Ah! Both Lin Yunxiang and Liang Ruoxuan shrieked in unison, darting behind Xiao Zhuan. Yet, upon discovering that there was nothing there, they realized they had been tricked, and their little hands rained down upon the scoundrel. Xiao Zhuan, delighting in his prank, chuckled, "What spirits or ghosts are you talking about? I can't believe you two, educated as you are, would still buy into such nonsense. But didn't you just mention that this place is haunted?" Lin Yunxiang retorted, annoyed that he was now accusing her of superstition when it was he who had mentioned the haunting. "What do you believe? I could also claim to be the illegitimate child of Bill Gates," Xiao Zhuan replied nonchalantly. Lin Yunxiang, unwilling to engage in his nonsense, asked, "But 5 people have died here. Isn't that rather strange?" Xiao Zhuan smiled enigmatically, saying, "The reason for those deaths isn't due to hauntings, but rather the poor feng shui of the place." Feng shui. Both women rolled their eyes in disbelief, incredulous at how absurdly far-fetched his explanations had become, shifting from ghosts to feng shui, almost akin to a street fortune teller. Xiao Zhuan plopped down casually in a chair, stating, "You shouldn't dismiss it outright. While much of what our ancestors passed down is indeed nonsense, not all of it is mere deception. Feng shui, while not as fantastical as portrayed in television dramas, does possess a degree of scientific basis." Liang Ruoxuan shot him a sardonic glance and said, "It's a wonder you're a police officer, spouting such superstitions." Xiao Zhuan scoffed, "What do you mean by superstition? To believe blindly is superstition. And today's people are obsessively devoted to science. Does that not make science a form of superstition as well?" Lin Yunxiang huffed, "Let us not delve into this further. We're not interested in your ramblings. If you wish to stay here, that's your choice. We'll be leaving." Xiao Zhuan quickly blocked their path, saying, "To explain scientifically, the layout of this place affects the magnetic energy, which can lead to various health issues if one remains here for extended periods. Coupled with the dark decor, it can have a negative psychological impact. If everyone in the office harbors such negativity, it's no wonder the company struggles. But with so many deaths, how do you explain that?" Lin Yunxiang inquired. "I researched those individuals. Each had some degree of depression. In such an environment, their conditions would worsen, and if aggravated by other negative stimuli, such as work stress or relationship issues, it's not surprising that extreme actions could result." Lin Yunxiang and Liang Ruoxuan exchanged glances. Although still skeptical of Xiao Zhuan's claims, they found themselves less resistant than at the outset. "Since you assert that the feng shui here is problematic, do you have any methods to remedy it?" Liang Ruoxuan asked. "None," Xiao Zhuan replied, shaking his head. Before the two could express their outrage, he hastily added, "However, an elderly gentleman living next door is quite knowledgeable about feng shui. Perhaps we could seek his guidance." Lin Yunxiang hesitated. Though she did not believe in hauntings, the fact that people had died here unsettled her. "Miss, 8,000 a month is quite a bargain. Where else in Lianrong could you find such a place? If it weren't for the haunting, it would be nearly impossible to rent this for 40 to 50,000. Xiao Zhuan argued. Liang Ruoxuan chimed in. "Yes, darling, we've searched all morning, and this is the most suitable option. Why not rent it for a year and see how it goes? If it doesn't work out, we can always look for another place." Lin Yunxiang was not one to dither. Persuaded by their arguments, she nodded in agreement. Just then, the landlord returned with the printed contract. Liang Ruoxuan, a law student, meticulously reviewed the details before both parties signed, thus securing the rental of the property for Lin Yunxiang for the coming year. After paying the deposit, the trio drove back to Tsongshan Biyuan. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, the two women collapsed onto the sofa, motionless. "Xiao Zhuan, order 3 takeout meals," Lin Yunxiang said weakly. Xiao Zhuan noticed that Lin, with her legs draped over Liang, had completely abandoned her demure image, while Liang had her legs perched on the coffee table. If their admirers were to witness this scene, they would surely be left slack-jawed. "Do you eat takeout every day?" Xiao Zhuan inquired while gathering the shoes they had kicked off. Lin Yunxiang rolled her eyes and replied, of course. I don't cook. So if I don't order takeout, I de-starve. Xiao Zhuan chuckled. Didn't you see the news a few days ago? Some takeout is prepared in unsanitary conditions. With chefs multitasking between cooking and hygiene, imagine flies and cockroaches crawling into the food. Xiao Zhuan, are you trying to kill us? Lin Yunxiang and Liang Ruoxuan exclaimed as they rushed to the bathroom, followed by the sounds of retching. Xiao Zhuan burst into laughter. The two stunning beauties, fuming with indignation, emerged from the bathroom, their expressions icy as they glared at him, wishing to deliver a few kicks. If the takeout is unsanitary, then you will be responsible for preparing our meals from now on, Lin Yunxiang declared with a hint of malice. Xiao Zhuan nearly choked on his laughter, realizing he had just shot himself in the foot. Initially, he had considered resisting, but the frosty glares from the two beautiful women made him feel a twinge of trepidation. As he sulkily retreated to the kitchen, the two women exchanged smug glances. Darling, are you sure he can cook? Liang Ruoxuan asked, wrapping her arm around Lin Yunxiang's waist. Lin Yunxiang raised her chin defiantly, saying, what is there to fear? If his cooking is subpar, he can eat it all himself. Liang Ruoxuan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Just as they were engaged in their private conversation, a delightful aroma wafted in from the kitchen. With their stomachs already grumbling in anticipation, the enticing scent only intensified their hunger. As they grew increasingly impatient, Xiao Zhuan emerged, carrying a bowl of instant noodles. Wow, instant noodles! Lin Yunxiang exclaimed in surprise. Impressive, Xiao Zhuan. You've managed to make instant noodles smell so appetizing. Liang Ruoxuan complimented. Xiao Zhuan replied, there were no other ingredients at home, so this will have to suffice for now. Lin Yunxiang eagerly took a bite, and though the dish was scalding hot, she could not help but give a thumbs up. Liang Ruoxuan soon joined the fray in devouring the food. Don't snatch it. Leave me a bite, she exclaimed. Why are you taking what I picked up? Are you a pig? The soup is all gone. Observing the two stunning women ravaging the bowl of instant noodles without an ounce of ladylike decorum left him in a state of disbelief. Although he prided himself on his culinary skills, he never imagined it would lead to such chaos. Lin Yunxiang licked the broth from her lips and patted her round belly, exclaiming, it's all your fault, Xiao. You made me eat so much that all the weight I lost these past few days has been in vain. Xiao Zhuan protested. Looking quite wronged, are you serious? I haven't even touched my chopsticks, and you've both polished it off. Liang Ruoxuan cast a flirtatious glance his way and said, Chef Xiao, this is delicious. You should consider opening a restaurant instead of being a police officer. The business would undoubtedly thrive. Xiao Zhuan scoffed. I have taken it upon myself to uphold justice and rescue the people from peril. How could I stoop to dealing with mundane kitchen affairs? Both women rolled their eyes in unison. Xiao, we used to eat instant noodles at school too. Why can you make it so delicious? Do you have any secrets to share? Liang Ruoxuan humbly inquired. Xiao Zhuan, not one to withhold knowledge, generously replied. It's quite simple, really. Just wrap some ginger and garlic and throw them into the pot. But what do you wrap them in? Liang Ruoxuan pressed further. A pair of stockings will do. He replied honestly, before asking, by the way, whose black stockings are hanging in the bathroom? I just used a pair. The room fell silent for a moment before two shrill screams erupted. Xiao Zhuan, you bastard. In the following days, Xiao Zhuan assisted Lin Yunxiang with the renovation of their studio while Liang Ruoxuan busied herself with recruitment. Since the studio started on a small scale, there was no need for many employees. Under the guidance of Wu Banxian from next door, they demolished 2 walls and opened 2 new windows, completely renovating the space. They spent an additional 20 to 30,000, which made Miss Lin pout in distress. Xiao Zhuan, perceptive to her mood, kept his distance to avoid further provoking her. As the renovation neared completion, requiring just a few days of ventilation before officially opening, Xiao Zhuan admired Lin Yunxiang's paint-splattered face, filled with admiration. Initially, he assumed that a young lady of her stature would soon tire of the labor and leave everything to him. But to his surprise, she exhibited remarkable resilience, personally attending to every detail, even purchasing screws and paint. Of course, if one were to overlook the cost of fuel for her BMW compared to the price of screws, her dedication was commendable. Miss Lin, I would like to request a day off tomorrow. Xiao Zhuan approached her with his request. No way. Lin Yunxiang replied while mopping the floor. I need to buy some office supplies tomorrow. If you trust me to go alone, you can take the day off. Can't you wait until the day after tomorrow? He frowned. Can't you take the day off the day after tomorrow? She countered firmly. Xiao Zhuan, feeling defeated, turned to leave with a sulky expression. Do you have something to do on your day off? Lin Yunxiang suddenly asked. Tomorrow is my grandmother's 70th birthday, he replied. Lin Yunxiang paused, momentarily silent as she continued mopping. Just as Xiao Zhuan was about to step outside for fresh air, Lin Yunxiang said, You're not seriously planning to go empty-handed, are you? What? Xiao Zhuan asked, slightly confused. Lin Yunxiang removed the paper hat from her head, saying, You are my little brother now, and I don't want to be embarrassed alongside you. After a quick wash of her face, she appeared more vibrant without makeup, and she led Xiao Zhuan downstairs. Unsure of her intentions, he silently followed her. Lin Yunxiang parked the car in front of a jade shop, and Xiao Zhuan asked curiously, What are we doing here? She shot him an exasperated glance, replying, Stop asking so many questions and hurry up and open the door for me. Reluctantly, he complied, acting like a gentleman as he opened the car door for her. Customers entering and exiting the jade shop were drawn to Lin Yunxiang. Her beauty and grace reminiscent of a celestial being, a rarity even more extraordinary than a giant panda. The shop assistant warmly introduced various pieces of jade to them. Does your grandmother prefer jade or emerald? Lin Yunxiang inquired while browsing the display. You're not seriously buying jade for my grandmother, are you? Xiao Zhuan asked, realizing the implication. What's wrong with that? She replied nonchalantly. I must clarify that I don't have a single cent to my name, he warned. Lin Yunxiang scoffed. Didn't I just give you 140,000 a few days ago? What are you saving that for? It's your grandmother. Can't you be a little generous? Xiao Zhuan looked woeful, thinking that 140,000 was my grandfather's life savings. You are asking me to sacrifice it. Lin Yunxiang, seeing his reluctance, said with irritation. I can pay for it. That should suffice, right? Xiao Zhuan brightened up. Oh, I feel so embarrassed. Lin Yunxiang, noticing his opportunistic nature, added, Consider it a loan. You can pay me back slowly. Xiao Zhuan's expression froze. In that case, I don't want it. In a fit of temper, Lin Yunxiang kicked him, saying, Stop stalling and choose something. Reluctantly, he approached the counter, where even the smallest pendants were priced in the thousands, further dissuading him. What use are these things? They are neither edible nor utilitarian. What do you think of this? Lin Yunxiang pointed to a jade bracelet priced over 3,000. Not impressive, the quality is too poor. And it's filled with impurities, Xiao Zhuan replied without hesitation. How about this one? She pointed to a pair of earrings priced over 5,000. My grandmother is quite old. Why would she wear such things? He firmly shook his head. After several attempts, Lin Yunxiang grew displeased, asking, Are you intentionally trying to make this difficult for me? Clearing his throat, he pointed to a 200 yuan bodhisattva pendant, saying, I think this one is quite nice. Just look at the craftsmanship, so lifelike. It must be from a renowned artist. I'm sorry, sir, but typically, low-priced jade items are produced in bulk by machines. The shop assistant said with a professional smile. Xiao Zhuan glared at her, thinking, as if I didn't know that. Just as Lin Yunxiang was about to express her frustration, she caught sight of a jade pendant in the display case. Although small, it was exceptionally exquisite. In terms of material, this pendant could only be classified as mid-range jade, a piece of red jade with white specks considered scrap. However, the artisan had ingeniously carved the red portion into a vivid phoenix, while the white section was sculpted into a longevity peach. Lin Yunxiang excitedly pointed at the pendant, exclaiming, Please bring me that pendant. As the shop assistant retrieved it, she introduced, This pendant is called Yunhuang Baoshou. While the material may be slightly inferior, it excels in craftsmanship and just arrived this morning. Holding the pendant, Lin Yunxiang was captivated and turned to Xiao Zhuan, asking, What do you think? Xiao Zhuan gazed at the pendant with great admiration, but upon seeing the price tag, he felt a pang of regret. 12,000. Xiao Zhuan was on the verge of nitpicking when Lin Yunxiang turned to the sales assistant and said, I'll take this one. Please wrap it up. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Zhuan interjected, Miss Lin, as you are running a studio, you truly need your funds. This pendant alone could cover over a month's rent. Lin Yunxiang replied nonchalantly, What is just over 10,000? I can afford it. Xiao Zhuan, with a sorrowful expression, remarked, You may afford it, but I cannot. Lin Yunxiang shoved the wrapped pendant into his hands and said, Then consider it a gift from me. Xiao Zhuan stared at her in astonishment. Sensing something was amiss with her today, Lin Yunxiang had only around 300,000 in total funds, after deducting rent and renovation expenses. She was left with less than 200,000. Maintaining a studio's operations was indeed a tight squeeze, and she had been economizing fiercely in recent days. Why then? This sudden display of generosity. The following day, Xiao Zhuan rose early while Lin Yunxiang and Liang Ruoxuan were still asleep. He hurried to the kitchen to prepare breakfast and left a note before rushing out. Upon returning home, he found Xiao Xinya and Lan Yaru already prepared and waiting for him. Xiao Rou had returned to school 2 days prior after summer break, and to avoid disrupting his tasks, she had merely sent him a text message. Xiao Zhuan did not elaborate to his family about his protective duties concerning Lin Yunxiang, simply stating he was on a mission and due to a confidentiality agreement, could not divulge further. Xiao Xinya and the others did not press for details, merely advising him to be cautious, to avoid danger, and not to rush forward, a typical mindset of common folk. Enough dawdling. Let us be on our way, urged Xiao Xinya. Xiao Zhuan glanced at him, noting that he had never been this eager to visit their grandmother before. Today he seemed a different person altogether. Their grandmother resided in an old house in the historic district, and since the new city was built, the residents there had dwindled significantly. Yet, the elderly lady was sentimental and refused to move. Upon their arrival, the elderly matriarch, over 70, trembled with excitement as she welcomed them. Slow down, mother. Xiao Xinya hastily stepped forward to support her, but to his surprise, she brushed him aside and hugged Xiao Zhuan's arm, her face lighting up with joy. Grandson, have you missed your grandmother? She asked eagerly, like a child waiting for a reward. Of course, Xiao Zhuan felt a twinge of guilt. He had been back for over a month, yet had only visited her twice. His brief reply delighted the old lady immensely. Xiao Xinya, feeling neglected, remarked, Mother, I'm your son. Why do you only care about your grandson? The old lady ignored him and clung to Xiao Zhuan. Grandson, I saved plenty of delicious treats for you. Come inside, she insisted. Xiao Zhuan chuckled, thinking he was no longer a child, yet she still treated him as such. Once inside, the old lady began rummaging through cabinets, muttering, I remember putting it here. Where could it have gone? Xiao Zhuan felt a pang in his heart. She was aging and her memory was fading, and he realized he had not been attentive enough to her needs. Oh, here it is, she exclaimed, pulling out a box wrapped tightly in layers of packaging. After struggling to open it, she revealed a box of apricots. These are from the old Chu family's apricot tree. They're delicious. You used to climb the wall to steal them, often getting caught by old Chu, who would come to find me, making me feel embarrassed, she rambled on. Xiao Zhuan chuckled at the memory, replying, Why didn't you just tell him to chase you away with a broom? The old lady's face flushed as she defended, Who dared to touch my grandson? Taking the box, Xiao Zhuan noticed the apricots had begun to spoil due to age, but seeing his grandmother's eager expression, he hesitated not and popped one into his mouth, exclaiming, Delicious. Really good. You should try some too. The old lady beamed and waved her hand, saying, No, these are for my grandson. No one is allowed to take them. Just then, his aunt and uncle arrived, and Xiao Zhuan had never held a fondness for his stingy and harsh aunt. Merely nodding politely before ignoring her, Xiao Yufan cast a glance at Xiao Zhuan, then approached the old lady with a pout, saying, Mother, you're so biased. When I visited a few days ago, you wouldn't let me have any apricots, but now that your grandson is here, you give them all to him. The old lady retorted, You're all grown up, stop fighting over food like a child. If you want some, go buy your own. Xiao Yufan rolled her eyes and reached for a few apricots, only to suddenly exclaim, Mother, these apricots are spoiled. How could you give them to someone to eat? This could be dangerous. The old lady panicked, examining the apricots closely. Her eyesight was poor, and she often saw things hazily. Now, upon closer inspection, her face turned pale. She grabbed Xiao Zhuan's hand and urged, Grandson, spit it out. Don't eat spoiled food. Seeing his grandmother's anxious face, Xiao Zhuan shot a glare at his aunt, thinking there was no need for her overreaction. Grandma, I'm fine. These nearly spoiled apricots are the best, he reassured her. The old lady lamented, It's my fault. I should have tasted one first. This commotion shattered the previously warm atmosphere. Xiao Xinya broke the silence, asking, Yufan, where's Xiaobing? Xiaobing was his aunt's son, whose full name was Guo Xiaobing, and he seemed to work at the county finance bureau. Upon hearing the question, Xiao Yufan proudly replied, He's here. You want to park the car? We all came in his vehicle. Xiao Xinya expressed envy. Xiaobing bought a car? Xiao Yufan beamed. He just bought it a few days ago. It wasn't too expensive, only a bit over 100,000, paid in full. While Xiao Xinya smiled outwardly, he felt resentment brewing within. A short while ago, he had approached her for a loan, and she had spun a web of excuses, claiming poverty. He had even left her 200 yuan, thinking she was genuinely in need. Yet here she was, buying a car. If he continued to misuse public funds without repayment, he could face serious consequences, yet she was willing to risk everything for her son's car. Truly a devoted sister. At that moment, a tall young man entered, followed by a demure young woman, both laden with bags. The young man was Guo Xiaobing, 2 months older than Xiao Zhuan, who immediately approached the old lady and said, Grandma, happy birthday. The old lady looked puzzled and replied, What's that? Guo Xiaobing, slightly disheartened, explained, Grandma, I said it in English. It means happy birthday. The old lady grumbled, You always use such confusing phrases. Guo Xiaobing, feeling a bit let down, pulled the girl over and said, Grandma, this is my girlfriend, Tang Ying. Xiao Ying, Greet Grandma. The girl hesitated for a moment before finally calling out, Grandma. Xiao Xinye remarked, Well done, Xiaobing, you have a girlfriend now. Before Guo Xiaobing could respond, Xiao Yufan interjected, Xiaoing works at a bank and is a university student. She is beautiful and well-educated. Xiao Shangyet feigned a smile as he remarked, Impressive, impressive, Yang Bing is indeed fortunate. Xiao Yufan detected the sarcasm in his words, smiled lightly, and continued, Your son, Xiao Zhu, must strive harder. He is no longer a child. Even if he cannot find someone as exceptional as Xiaoing, he should at least seek a partner who can lead a stable life. Xiao Shangyet's expression darkened. Regardless of the reprimands or scolding, his son would always remain his flesh and blood. It was not for others to criticize. My son is not in a hurry. He has just returned to work at the police station. He will have ample opportunities to find a partner, he stated. Xiao Yufan responded, The police station, while seemingly respectable, offers a meager salary and entails dangers. One might inadvertently offend some petty ruffians and could be ambushed. Xiao Shangyet, growing irate, was about to retort when the elderly lady slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, What are you arguing about? It has been so long since we last met. And you greet each other with disputes, as if you expect me, an old woman, to remain silent? Xiao Yufan, feeling wronged, replied, Mother, it is my elder brother who insists on arguing with me. I merely wish to suggest that if Xiao Zhu considers changing jobs or finding a partner, Yangbing could assist him. After all, we are family. The elderly lady retorted angrily, Be quiet. What is wrong with my eldest grandson? Being a police officer is commendable. Who taught us to serve the people? Moreover, my grandson possesses both looks and talents. Is he to worry about finding a partner? Must you concern yourself with that? Xiao Yufan muttered under her breath, Truly a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. Although the elderly lady's eyesight was poor, her hearing was sharp. Upon catching the remark, she grew even angrier and demanded, What did you say? Xiao Yufan quickly plastered on a smile and said, Mother, Yangbing is also your beloved grandson. You cannot always favor your own grandson. The elderly lady glanced at Guo Xiaobing, her anger slightly dissipating, before turning to Xiao Zhu and declaring, Grandson, next time you visit your grandmother, remember to bring a girlfriend along, so that certain individuals may witness your capabilities. Xiao Zhu forced a smile, wondering how the flames of conflict had now engulfed him. Xiao Yufan added, Indeed, Xiao Zhu, you should bring a girlfriend for us to see next time. If not, I can introduce one to you. There is a girl next door who works in a textile factory. Though she may not compare to Xiaoing in looks or education, she is quite diligent and capable of leading a good life. Xiao Zhu shot her a look, questioning her certainty that he could not do better. Just as he was about to speak, a gentle voice floated in from the courtyard. Is Xiao Zhu here? Everyone turned to see a girl standing gracefully in the courtyard. Her beauty, poise, and attire were strikingly exquisite, unmistakably hinting that she was not from Lianrong. Girls from Lianrong, regardless of how they dressed or acted, could never exude such elegance. While the concept of grace may seem ethereal, it undeniably exists, evident in every smile and gesture. This girl radiated an aura that could never be feigned, clearly a product of refined upbringing. Upon seeing Lin Yunxiang, Xiao Zhu was taken aback and quickly approached her, asking, Miss Lin, what brings you here? Lin Yunxiang's face lit up with delight upon seeing him as she replied, You are truly here. I thought I had come to the wrong place. How did you find me? Xiao Zhu, puzzled, wondered how she had discovered his location, as he had never disclosed his address. Before Lin Yunxiang could respond, the elderly lady, unable to contain her impatience, emerged and scolded Xiao Zhu, with the sun blazing outside. Why are you making the young lady stand in the courtyard? Come in, dear. Lin Yunxiang hurried inside, sweetly greeting, Grandma, hello. The elderly lady grasped Lin Yunxiang's hand, inspecting her closely, and exclaimed, Whose daughter is this? She is exceptionally beautiful. In all my years, I have never encountered such a stunning girl. Meanwhile, Xiao Yurfun's family fell silent. The presence of this girl evoked a sense of inadequacy in them, as she was clearly not the daughter of an ordinary family. Compared to her grace, Tanging seemed somewhat ordinary. Lin Yunxiang held the elderly lady's hand, saying, Grandma, you must have been a great beauty in your youth. Even now, you appear remarkably spirited. The elderly lady, beaming with joy, displayed her two remaining front teeth and replied, Indeed, I am not boasting. In my younger days, I was renowned in Lianrong for my beauty. Xiao Zhu silently scoffed, thinking this woman was overly skilled in flattery. He had never seen her so sweet-tongued before. While everyone exchanged pleasantries, another girl entered from outside, complaining, Lin Yunxiang, I have been waiting for you outside for ages. Couldn't you have come out to say something? Once again, everyone was taken aback. This girl was hardly inferior to Lin Yunxiang, the only difference being her more mature aura, exuding a sense of worldly experience. Liang Ruoxu approached, taking the elderly lady's other hand, and said, "Hello, Grandma. I am Xiao Zhu's friend." The elderly lady, looking bewildered, glanced between Lin Yunxiang and Liang Ruoxu, asking, "Which of you is my eldest grandson's girlfriend?" Both Lin Yunxiang and Liang Ruoxu felt embarrassed, not expecting the elderly lady to pose such a question immediately. "What brings you both here?" Xiao Zhu hastily intervened to defuse the situation. Lin Yunxiang pouted, saying, "You come to celebrate Grandma's birthday, leaving us at home. We cannot cook and are too timid to order takeout, so we had no choice but to come here for a meal." Her words, while innocuous, took on a different meaning in the ears of those present. Xiao Xianyet gasped, "You all live together? 3 of you?" Liang Ruoxa laughed. "Uncle, please do not misunderstand. We merely share a house, not a bed." Xiao Xianyet could hardly bear her bluntness, his face reddening as he inwardly cursed. Realizing that the reason his son had not returned home these past few days was that he was living with 2 girls, all while fabricating stories about being on a mission. Yet, he thought, these girls were quite impressive. At that moment, Xiao Yifan seized the opportunity to speak, saying, "Xiao Zhu, it is not that I am admonishing you. We are an ordinary family, and it is essential to lead a grounded life, avoiding any disarray. You may be fine, but do not tarnish the girl's reputation." Liang Ruoxu, running her fingers through her hair, elegantly responded, "What do you mean by disarray?" Xiao Yifan explained, "It is nothing. I only wish to say that while young people may be open-minded, girls should cherish themselves, for they will eventually marry." Liang Ruoxu fell silent, casting a deep glance at Xiao Zhu, suggesting that for his sake, she would refrain from arguing with her but would deal with him later. The elderly lady, holding one girl's hand and then the other, carefully scrutinized them, feeling increasingly anxious for her grandson. With such wonderful girls, which one would he prefer? "Xiao Zhu does not bully you, does he?" the elderly lady inquired. Lin Yunxiang pouted, saying, "Grandma, he often bullies us." The elderly lady's expression turned serious as she demanded, "How does he bully you? Tell me, and I will deal with him." Thus, the 2 girls began to recount Xiao Zhu's numerous transgressions, while he internally protested his innocence, feeling as if he were being accused of the gravest of crimes. Xiao Yifan observed that the spotlight had been seized by Xiao Zhuan, leaving her own son overlooked, which left a trace of displeasure on her face. She said, "Xiao Bing, did you not buy a gift for your grandmother? Hurry and bring it out." Since Lin Yunxiang and Liang Ruoxuan arrived, Gua Xiaobing had been staring at the 2 of them with wide eyes, almost as if his eyeballs might pop out. However, one could hardly blame him. Any normal man would find it impossible to remain composed upon encountering such charming young ladies. Tang Ying, witnessing his dazed demeanor, pinched him sharply. Gua Xiaobing quickly snapped back to reality, flustered as he rummaged through his belongings for the gift. "Grandma, this is the gift I prepared for you," he said, handing over a bag. The old lady set the bag aside, remarking, "It's just a birthday celebration. There's no need for such extravagance." Xiao Yufan urged, "Mother, shouldn't you take a look at what Xiao Bing got you?" The old lady, seeing her daughter's insistence, reluctantly opened the packaging. Inside lay a bracelet of vivid emerald green, its color strikingly bright. Upon glancing at the price tag attached to the bracelet, the old lady exclaimed in anger, "Over 2,000 for a bracelet? What a waste of money." Xiao Yufan replied, "This is just a token of Xiao Bing's affection. Please accept it." The old lady glanced at Gua Xiaobing and finally nodded, "I shall accept this time, but do not spend recklessly next time. Save your money. You never know when it might come in handy." Xiao Yufan, seeing that the old lady accepted the gift, wore a subtle smile as she turned to Xiao Xinya. "Elder brother, what about your gift?" Xiao Xinya looked taken aback and asked, "What?" Xiao Yufan laughed. "The gift, of course. You didn't come empty-handed, did you?" Both Xiao Xinya and Lan Yaru wore embarrassed expressions. They had been living quite frugally and had no means to purchase a gift. "You truly came empty-handed?" Xiao Yufan teased. "Brother, I'm not criticizing you, but mother used to dote on you so much. Whenever there was something good to eat or drink, it was always for you. Now that you have Xiao Zhuan, she dotes on him as well. Today is her 70th birthday, and surely your family should express some sentiment, regardless of the value." Xiao Xinya's face darkened as he glared at Xiao Yufan, unable to refute her words. Lan Yaru, equally embarrassed, had been unemployed and had started washing dishes at a restaurant to help pay off her husband's debts. All their earnings went towards settling those debts, leaving no money for gifts. Xiao Yufan felt a surge of satisfaction. This elder brother had always looked down upon her, and she finally felt a sense of triumph. She had never excelled academically and had married a man of little ambition, which had kept her family in a dire situation. In contrast, While Xiao Xinya had not been an outstanding student, he at least graduated from a technical school and secured a position as a cashier in a tobacco company, leading a relatively prosperous life. This had always been a thorn in her side. Both were born of the same parents, yet their circumstances differed so vastly. Today, she felt a sense of vindication. Even if she could not compare to him in many aspects, at least she had a good son who attended university, found a job in the finance department, and was now dating a girl from a decent family background, far surpassing his son, who wasted 6 years in the military and returned with nothing to show for it. Lin Yunxiang was not one to swallow her grievances. Seeing Xiao Yufin's smug expression made her furious. Xiao Zhuan, you forgot the gift for grandmother you bought yesterday in my car. Hurry and go get it. Her reminder jolted Xiao Zhuan's memory of the pendant she had purchased. He had been in a rush that morning and had temporarily forgotten it. Liang Ruoshuan tossed him the car keys, saying, the car is parked right outside. Go fetch it yourself. Xiao Yufin noticed the logo on the car keys was unmistakably BMW. While she was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, she was familiar with the luxury brand often discussed in society. Who were these two girls that had suddenly appeared? She was inwardly astonished. Not long after, Xiao Zhuan returned, holding a beautifully wrapped package, and approached the old lady, saying, Grandma, happy birthday. The old lady's face lit up with joy as she eagerly accepted the package, exclaiming, wonderful, wonderful. Xiao Yufin scoffed, knowing the troubles Xiao Xinya had been facing recently. They were desperately trying to gather money to cover debts. What kind of proper gift could they possibly afford? However, when the old lady unwrapped the package to reveal the pendant, everyone gasped in admiration. It was stunning. The pendant had been meticulously crafted by an artisan. While its material may not have been the finest, its visual impact was unparalleled, prompting a chorus of astonished remarks. After the initial excitement, the old lady suddenly adopted a serious expression and asked, this pendant must have cost quite a bit, hasn't he it? Xiao Zhuan chuckled awkwardly, not much. Not much is how much? The old lady pressed. With no other option, Xiao Zhuan admitted, 12,000. How much? Xiao Yufin thought she misheard and pressed for clarification. The old lady, now displeased, scolded, you really are quite thoughtless. Even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it so carelessly. Xiao Xinya chimed in, exclaiming, what a waste. I'm on the verge of going to jail, and you're spending money so extravagantly. Lin Yunxiang had expected the old lady to praise Xiao Zhuan for the lovely gift, but instead, he was met with criticism, leaving her at a loss for words. It's just a birthday gift. Do you really need to berate him for it? She interjected. Xiao Yufin sneered, miss. You may not be fully aware of our family's situation. Xiao Zhuan's father owes a significant amount of money and hasn't he paid it back yet. And here he is, acting as if nothing is wrong while spending so much on a worthless pendant. Is he trying to drive his father to despair? Lin Yunxiang glanced at Xiao Zhuan, realizing why he often appeared obsessed with money. It seemed his family was indeed in trouble, and she now recognized her earlier misjudgment of him. What are you all arguing about? The old lady, displeased at the attack on Xiao Zhuan, turned to Xiao Yufin and asked, why must you always stir the pot? Is it not enough to create chaos in the family? Why don't you go wash vegetables and prepare a meal instead? She then turned to Xiao Xinya, saying, how can you be so oblivious? Xiao Zhuan has already helped you pay off quite a bit since he returned. What is wrong with him spending some money to buy me a pendant? Xiao Xinya, still fuming, retorted, Mother, if you want a pendant, once my son has passed this hurdle, he can buy you as many as you want. But right now, he is in a dire situation, and rather than thinking of ways to help his father, he is squandering money carelessly. I'm almost tempted to give him a beating. The old lady glared, stating, try laying a finger on my grandson. Mother, if you coddle him too much, you'll spoil him. Xiao Yufin interjected. Lin Yunxiang, realizing that her pendant had caused a misunderstanding with the Xiao family, quickly clarified, please don't blame him. This pendant was bought by me. Xiao Xinya replied, miss. Please don't shield him. No one knows a child better than their parent. This little rascal has never cared for his father's well-being, and I've grown accustomed to it. Lin Yunxiang, anxious, insisted, why don't you believe me? I truly bought it. Xiao Xinya remained skeptical. If you're not family, why would you buy such an expensive gift for her? Yes, why? Xiao Yufin pressed. Lin Yunxiang hesitated briefly, then looked deeply at Xiao Zhuan and replied, because I like him. Everyone was taken aback. Even Liang Ruoshuan stared at her in bewilderment. What had she just said? That she liked Xiao Zhuan? Xiao Zhuan himself appeared equally perplexed. This was utterly nonsensical. Lin Yunxiang, blushing slightly, replied, because I like him, his grandmother is my grandmother too. Is that not permissible? A profound silence enveloped the room. Even the acerbic Xiao Yufin found herself at a loss for words and retreated to the kitchen. Among those present, the one who appeared most delighted was the elderly matriarch, who clutched Lin Yunxiang's small hand and incessantly asked her questions. Eventually, the young lady could no longer withstand the onslaught and excused herself, claiming she needed to buy wine, before hastily fleeing. Liang Ruoxuan followed her out of the Xiao residence, eagerly inquiring, "Darling, was what you just said true? You can't possibly have developed feelings for that young policeman, can you?" Lin Yunxiang swiftly refuted. "How could that be? I merely wished to prevent him from taking the blame for me, so I stepped in to help. Do not be absurd. I stood right beside you when you spoke those words. There was a glimmer of sincerity in your eyes that was unmistakable," Liang Ruoxuan insisted. "Then that simply indicates my acting skills are quite commendable, having deceived everyone," Lin Yunxiang countered. Chapter 65. Liang Ruoxuan gazed at her earnestly and cautioned, "That is for the best. I must remind you, he is just a mere policeman, while you are the daughter of the city's mayor. You inhabit two entirely different worlds. Once that criminal is apprehended, you will inevitably return to your respective realms, never to intersect again. Therefore, I implore you to remain clear-headed." Lin Yunxiang pouted. "Ruoxuan, I always believed you were indifferent to such superficial matters. Are we not all equal? Why must we delineate hierarchies?" Liang Ruoxuan replied. "We may choose to overlook these distinctions, but what of our parents? Would they ever permit us to fall for an ordinary person? From the moment of our birth, as we enjoyed the privileges afforded by our parents' status, we simultaneously forfeited the right to choose freely. My parents are not so antiquated as to care about so-called social standings," Lin Yunxiang asserted. Liang Ruoxuan retorted, "You cannot claim you do not harbor feelings for him. Your earlier words clearly indicated that there are no class barriers between you. Lin Yunxiang, please wake up to reality. I have stated I do not like him. Believe it or not," Lin Yunxiang declared before turning away. Having known Lin Yunxiang for over a decade, Liang Ruoxuan was intimately familiar with her tendencies. Whenever she felt intense anxiety, she would invariably choose to evade, just as she was doing now. Surely, she could not truly have developed feelings for Xiao Zhuan. That was absolutely out of the question. While Xiao Zhuan might be considered somewhat exceptional among ordinary people, his advantages were insufficient to bridge the chasm between them. In terms of both family background and personal attributes, they were utterly mismatched. If this relationship were to continue, it would likely yield no benefit for either party. Individuals raised in affluent households often found themselves surrounded by peers of their own status, leading to a degree of ennui. They may become drawn to certain traits in those from entirely different worlds, a phenomenon that is entirely understandable. Liang Ruoxuan herself had once harbored a crush on a boy from a less fortunate background while in school. But that nascent affection was swiftly extinguished as she recognized the futility of such feelings. She had witnessed far too many relationships dismantled by parental intervention, where initially the woman would be despondent and the man would languish in despair. Yet, time would dull the sharpness of even the most poignant emotions, leading one to accept their fate, leaving behind merely painful memories. As Lin Yunxiang's closest confidant, Liang Ruoxuan could not bear to watch her tread the same path as those unfortunate souls. It seemed she would need to be more vigilant about maintaining their distance. Although their initial interactions had been fraught with tension, the family dinner proceeded relatively smoothly, as they appeared to have set aside their grievances, exchanging conventional well-wishes for the matriarch. Phrases like "May your happiness be as vast as the East Sea," and "Your longevity surpass that of the South Mountain." To the left of the elderly matriarch sat Xiao Zhuan, and to her right was Lin Yunxiang, presenting a picture of familial harmony. As the birthday celebrations neared their conclusion, Xiao Xinya cleared his throat and hesitantly said, "Mother, I wish to discuss something with you." The elderly lady, entertained by the clever Lin Yunxiang, did not pay immediate attention and replied, "What is it?" Xiao Xinya, unable to meet her gaze, suddenly interjected, "This house has been around for quite some time, hasn't it?" The matriarch failed to grasp the underlying meaning and replied, "Indeed, your father built it many years ago. You were just a child of 5 or 6 at the time, and he sought help from everyone to construct it." "Mother," Xiao Xinya interjected, clearly not interested in reminiscing, "this house is quite old, and some areas are starting to crack. I worry about you living here alone. Perhaps we should sell it and have you move in with us." At this, everyone at the table set down their utensils. Chapter 66. The attendees were not oblivious. Although Xiao Xinya's words were couched delicately, it was clear he intended to sell the old residence. The matriarch's expression darkened as she firmly declared, "I will not sell." Xiao Xinya implored, "Mother, I have already spoken with someone. They are willing to pay 200,000 for this old house. If we miss this opportunity, it may not come again." 200,000? Is that true? Xiao Yufan gasped. This old house is at least 40 years old, and with everyone moving to the new city, the old district is becoming increasingly desolate. How could anyone possibly offer such a price? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhuan was momentarily taken aback. Given the current desolation of the old city, selling such an old residence for a mere 10,000 would be considered fortunate. Yet, someone was offering such an exorbitant price? Something felt amiss, and Xiao Zhuan instinctively grew wary. Seeing Xiao Xinya's unwavering demeanor, Xiao Yufan began to persuade, "Yes, mother, for this dilapidated house. Selling for 200,000 would indeed be a significant windfall. Why not heed your son's advice and sell it?" The matriarch slammed her chopsticks on the table and declared, "When I say I will not sell, I mean it. Even if someone offered 2 million, I would not part with it." Xiao Xinya, undeterred, pressed, "Mother, you cannot still be pining for my father, can you? He has been gone for nearly 20 years. It is time to let go." The matriarch shot him a glance and replied, "It has been so long since he passed. I hardly remember what he looked like. Perhaps in a few years, I will go to find him. I do not long for him. If it is not for sentimental reasons, then why do you refuse to sell?" Xiao Xinya questioned in confusion. The matriarch remained silent for a moment before responding. "Because I transferred the house to my grandson's name a few days ago." Xiao Yufan's eyes widened in alarm as she exclaimed, "Mother, how could you transfer the house to?" Xiao Xinya paused, then felt a surge of joy, turning to glare at Xiao Yufan. "What of it? Transferring it to Xiao Zhuan's name is entirely justified. He is the legitimate heir of the Xiao family. Are you suggesting you want to interfere? Do not forget, you are married now. A married daughter is like spilled water, no longer considered part of the Xiao family." Xiao Yufan slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Xiao Xinya, what do you mean by that? We are all born of the same parents. Why should you be the only one to inherit the family estate, while I cannot?" Xiao Xinya, playing the rogue, retorted, "Why not? Simply because my son bears the surname Xiao, while your son bears the surname Gua. If we were in ancient times, his name would precede the Xiao, making him Gua Xiao." The man, who had always been overshadowed, lifted his head and smiled without uttering a word, which infuriated Xiao Yufan. In a fit of anger, she kicked him and exclaimed, "How did I end up marrying such a spineless wretch? You can't hold your own against your brother and sister-in-law, nor can you stand up to your mother-in-law. What can you do?" Xiao Xinya chose to ignore her tirade and shifted his gaze towards Xiao Zhuan, saying, "Zhuan, you should accompany me to speak with that person later. You are now a police officer. Perhaps he will be more accommodating in light of your status." Xiao Zhuan had only learned of the matter that day. He glanced at the elderly matriarch and inquired, "Grandmother, when did this happen?" The old lady, chewing her food with her toothless mouth, replied, "It was a few days ago. I requested your household registration book from your father, and then I transferred it to you. I have no means to leave you a fortune. This dilapidated house is all I can offer. It may still hold some value, so if you wish to sell it, do as you please. I shall not interfere." Xiao Zhuan grasped the old lady's hand tightly. She had lived in this house for the majority of her life. To claim there were no emotional ties would be disingenuous. Torn between helping her son settle debts and her long-held sentiments, she entrusted the decision regarding the house to him, believing he could handle the situation with competence. "You little rascal, I am speaking to you." Xiao Xinya, seeing him ignore him, struck his arm with his chopsticks. Chapter 67. Xiao Zhuan cast a cold glance at him and replied, "I will not sell." "Say that again," Xiao Xinya retorted, his anger bubbling over. Xiao Zhuan remained undaunted, locking eyes with him and repeating, "I said, I will not sell. Your father is on the verge of going to prison, and you little rascal, can just stand idly by?" Xiao Xinya was about to charge at him, but Lan Yaru hurriedly restrained him. "It is your mother's birthday. What are you making a fuss about?" For once, Lan Yaru stood her ground. Xiao Xinya shot a glance at the old lady, suppressing his rage as he sat back down. "Xiao Zhuan, your father is about to be imprisoned. Misappropriating public funds is a serious crime, punishable by at least a decade in prison. At my age, if I go in, I may never come out. You are my only son. You cannot force your father into a corner." After a prolonged silence, Xiao Zhuan retrieved the bank card that Lin Yunshang had given him and tossed it to Xiao Xinya. "There are 180,000 in there. I initially intended to gather the funds before giving them to you." The Xiao family gasped in astonishment. For an ordinary household, 180,000 is certainly not a trifling sum, and they were taken aback that Xiao Zhuan could so casually produce it. Xiao Xinya was momentarily stunned, examining the card for a long time before asking, "Where did you procure such a large sum? You haven't engaged in any illicit activities, have you?" After all, Xiao Zhuan had used his transition funds to cover debts. It would be implausible to amass such a sum without resorting to wrongdoing. Xiao Zhuan responded, "That's none of your concern. Just return this money for now. I'll find a way to manage the rest." Xiao Xinya's voice trembled as he said, "Son, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. Consider this. If you give me 180,000 now, and I can secure another 120,000, the debt will be settled. If this house sells now, no need to say more. I will not sell this house, Xiao Zhuan firmly rejected. Xiao Xinya was on the verge of exploding. Just then, Lin Yunshang, who had remained silent, spoke up. Uncle Xiao, if you heed my advice, it would be wise not to sell this house. Otherwise, you will surely regret it. Xiao Xinya glanced at her, dismissing her concern. Regret what? It's merely an old house. We can always repurchase it when our financial situation improves. Lin Yunshang smiled gently and replied, it may be easy to sell, but repurchasing it could prove to be quite a challenge. What do you mean? Xiao Xinya frowned. Before Lin Yunshang could elaborate, Liang Ruoxu interjected, Yunshang, some things are better left unsaid. Lin Yunshang hesitated, glancing at Xiao Zhuan, then turned to the Xiao family, saying, what I am about to share is of great significance, and I hope you will keep it confidential. Chapter 68. The Xiao family, who had always seen Lin Yunshang wear a sweet smile, now witnessed a serious expression on her face, prompting them to pay attention. Xiao Xinya assured her, Miss Lin, rest assured that whatever you say will remain confidential. Lin Yunshang thought for a moment before stating, Lianrong is about to undergo administrative division. Boom. The dining table erupted with astonishment at this bombshell revelation. This matter was still classified, as the government feared it could provoke unrest. Only a select few in high positions were privy to this information. The shock among the family members was palpable upon hearing Lin Yunshang disclose it. Lin Yunshang continued, after the district is established, Lianrong will undoubtedly experience accelerated development, attracting external enterprises and personnel. Consequently, property prices in this area will soar, especially in the old town, which is reportedly a focal point for development. The land value may potentially multiply several times. Except for Liang Ruoxu, Xiao Zhuan, and the elderly matriarch, the others were left speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. Lin Yunshang was aware of this information, and her friend Liang Ruoxu, hailing from a family of similar standing, also understood, hence her lack of surprise. Xiao Zhuan had previously learned of it from Ye Weihong, so he remained composed. The elderly matriarch, having weathered many storms in her lifetime, also displayed no excessive emotional response. However, the rest saw a vast opportunity. If one had capital at this moment, they could buy up some land at a low price before the news leaked and wait for it to appreciate. Liang Ruoxu held her forehead in frustration, thinking how reckless this girl was to divulge everything. If such confidential matters were leaked, the consequences could be dire. It seemed she was indeed blinded by love. Xiao Xinya fell silent as well. He was no fool. Having embezzled over $1 million without detection, he understood that if the district were truly established, property prices would skyrocket. Yet, he feared he might not live to see that day. If the truth were revealed before then, what would it matter if the prices rose afterwards? Miss Lin, it's not that I lack familial loyalty. Forcing the family to sell the house is simply an inevitability. I must lay bare my transgressions. Lin Yunshang and Liang Ruoxu exchanged glances, taken aback by his peculiarity. Xiao Yufan, her eyes darting about, spoke up, brother. If you agree to give me half of the proceeds when you sell the house, I could help you raise 100,000. Xiao Xinya felt a surge of anger at her opportunism. The last time I asked you for a loan, you said you had no money. Xiao Yufan's gaze faltered as she replied, I truly have no money. But isn't Xiaoying working at the bank? Can't she lend us some funds? Tanging, who had a somewhat shy demeanor, froze at her words, torn between wanting to say something and feeling pressured by Xiao Yufan's incessant signaling. She finally nodded. I can give it a try, but... Xiao Yufan did not allow her to finish, turning back to her brother. See, Xiaoying has already said it's no problem. You just need to agree. Xiao Xinya appeared tempted, asking, can Xiaoying's word really be trusted? Xiao Yufan replied, she works at a bank, dealing with hundreds of thousands every day. Giving you 100,000 is a trivial matter. Liang Ruoxu couldn't help but chuckle at this statement. Did this woman truly believe that working in a bank meant one could freely dispense money? Did she think the bank was her family business? Xiao Yufan shot her a glance and retorted, Miss Liang, what are you laughing at? Chapter 69. Liang Ruoxu waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. I just think that if working at a bank allowed one to take money freely, I'd want to do that too. Xiao Yufan remarked. The bank is not a place for just anyone. Xiaoying is already a university student and had to rely on family connections to gain entry. You, however, do not have that privilege. Liang Ruoxuan did not respond to her, but turned to Lin Yunshang and said, isn't Uncle Guan the director of the county committee office? Perhaps you could ask him to see if he could help ease this matter? The members of the Xiao family were taken aback. The director of the county committee office? For ordinary citizens like them, that was an extraordinary official. It seemed that Miss Lin was quite remarkable to have such connections. Xiao Xinya looked at Lin Yunxiang with a flicker of hope in his heart. Lin Yunxiang hesitated, saying, Uncle Guan is quite cautious. He would certainly prefer to avoid involvement in matters like this. Xiao Xinya's expression fell, realizing that Miss Lin was likely unwilling to assist. Such words were probably mere excuses, indicating that the relationship between the young lad and her was not sufficiently strong for intervention. Lin Yunxiang paused momentarily and addressed Liang Ruoxuan. Your father is the secretary of the Municipal Political and Legal Committee. Surely he can handle such matters? Perhaps you could mention it to him? Cough, cough, cough. Just as Xiao Yufan was about to take a bite of her rice, she erupted into a fit of coughing. The secretary of the Political and Legal Committee? This girl's father is actually the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee? The expressions of the Xiao family began to shift dramatically. While they might look up to the county committee office director, the secretary of the Municipal Political and Legal Committee was beyond their aspirations. To think that the daughter of such a high-ranking official would be dining at the same table as them was astonishing. Everyone turned to Xiao Zhuan, wondering how this young man could possibly know individuals of such stature. After all, he was merely a small-town police officer. Xiao Zhuan was already aware of the identities of the two girls and paid little mind, continuing to eat calmly. Liang Ruoxuan sighed. I could certainly mention it to my father, but he is a man who does not tolerate any compromise. If I approach him about this, do not expect him to assist. He might even take it upon himself to arrest Uncle Xiao. Xiao Xinya was once again disheartened. With both connections proving unreliable, would he truly have to resort to asking Xiao Yufan for help? Seeing her brother's gloomy expression, Xiao Yufan felt a surge of satisfaction. What use was it that her son knew the daughter of the secretary when such connections were of no help? After a moment of contemplation, Liang Ruoxuan turned to Lin Yunxiang and said, Why not ask your father? He is the mayor. Such a trivial matter could easily be resolved with a word from him. The Xiao family fell silent, their expressions akin to being struck by lightning, eyes wide in disbelief as they stared at Lin Yunxiang. The mayor? Surely these two young ladies were not speaking fancifully? One moment, it was the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, and the next the mayor. It felt as though they were implying that the fate of Zhanghai City rested in their hands. However, observing their genuine expressions, it did not appear to be a fabrication. At that moment, Xiao Zhuan finished his rice and passed the bowl to Lin Yunxiang, gesturing towards the rice cooker beside her. Could you please serve me another bowl of rice? Thank you. The members of the Xiao family looked at him in disbelief. Did he dare to request rice from the daughter of the mayor? Had he become quite audacious? Chapter 70. Xiao Zhuan perceived Lin Yunxiang's predicament. Even if they were not close friends, anyone would feel conflicted in such a morally ambiguous situation, especially given that Xiao Xinya's embezzlement was a fact. Assisting in suppressing this issue would be tantamount to collusion. Recognizing her difficulty, Xiao Zhuan used the request for rice to divert the conversation. Lin Yunxiang understood his intention, smiled faintly, and replied, I could indeed mention it to my father. Miss Lin, are you serious? Xiao Xinya stood up excitedly. If the mayor was willing to speak on his behalf, surely this trivial matter of embezzlement could be resolved effortlessly. Lin Yunxiang cautioned, however, my father is rather stubborn and may not be inclined to help. Do not place too much hope in this. Xiao Xinya quickly nodded, I understand. I am already immensely grateful that you are willing to assist, Miss Lin. Regardless of the outcome, I will forever remember your kindness. Come, Miss Lin. Allow me to toast to you. Xiao Yufan sat beside them, feeling a mixture of emotions, a glimmer of relief that her brother might evade disaster, frustration that her own loan plans were falling apart, and astonishment that Xiao Zhuan could be acquainted with the daughters of both the mayor and the Political and Legal Committee secretary. Her expression became exceedingly complex. The elderly matriarch, who had been quiet until now, suddenly spoke. Yunxiang, do not involve yourself in this matter. He is a grown man and must face the consequences of his own actions. Xiao Xinya protested. Mother, am I not your own flesh and blood? Can you truly bear to watch me be taken away? The matriarch's expression hardened. If you had not engaged in illegal activities, would you find yourself in this situation? When one heirs, they must bear the burden. Miss Lin has no familial ties to the Xiao family, so why should she assist you? Mother, Xiao Xinya exclaimed in frustration, about to continue when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, quickly answered, and his expression grew increasingly grim until the phone slipped from his hand, leaving him in a daze. Lan Yaru, anxious, asked, Xinya, what has happened? Xiao Xinya stood frozen. It's over. It's all over. I'm finished this time. The matriarch, seeing his sudden change in demeanor, felt a pang of fear. After all, he was her own child, and who could be more concerned for his safety than she? What is happening? The matriarch inquired. Xiao Xinya remained silent for a moment, then stood, holding his wine glass, and addressed her. "Mother, this may be the last birthday I celebrate with you. From now on, I might only be able to celebrate in prison." As he spoke, the man in his 50s began to weep bitterly. The matriarch, alarmed by his distress, urged, "What on earth is wrong? You are on the verge of becoming a grandfather. Why are you crying?" Xiao Xinya replied, "Just now, President Wang from our company called to say that Ma Changzheng went directly to the city to submit my report of embezzlement." The expressions of everyone present altered drastically. Just moments ago, they had felt a glimmer of hope due to Lin Yunxiang, but now the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. Lan Yaru's face turned pale. "Didn't Ma Changzheng promise that he would not pursue this matter as long as you made up for the discrepancy?" Xiao Xinya responded. "That was what he said, but then his son was hospitalized because of your son's actions. Do you think he will let me off the hook now? I have been worried about this for days, and now it has come to pass. I am finished. Even a deity could not save me now. Son, think of something to save your father." Lan Yaru anxiously turned to Xiao Zhuan. At this juncture, what could he possibly do? Xiao Xinya, in despair, looked up at Xiao Zhuan and said, "Son, do not blame yourself. I do not hold you responsible. You were right to confront my Yongyuan. This is all my doing, and I have brought chaos to our family. Once I am incarcerated, you will be the pillar of the Xiao family. You must care for your grandmother and your mother." Chapter 71. Isn't it a bit premature to discuss this? Xiao Zhuan interrupted his father's solemn words. What? Xiao Xinya was taken aback. Xiao Zhuan replied calmly. "How long has he been gone?" Xiao Xinya understood he was inquiring about Ma Changzheng, thought for a moment, and answered, "About half an hour." Xiao Zhuan calculated that it would take approximately an hour to travel from Lianrong to Jianghai. Ma Changzheng was likely still en route. "Miss Lin, may I borrow your car?" Xiao Zhuan turned to Lin Yunxiang. You don't mean to chase after Ma Changzheng, do you?" Lin Yunxiang exclaimed in surprise. The members of the Xiao family displayed expressions of astonishment. Was this idea not utterly preposterous? The elderly matriarch grasped Xiao Zhuan's hand, saying, "Grandmother forbids you from going. It is far too perilous." Xiao Zhuan, with heartfelt persuasion, managed to ease her concerns after a prolonged discussion. "I will accompany you," declared Lin Yunxiang, her demeanor radiating excitement. Xiao Zhuan firmly rejected her, stating, "This is not a leisurely trip. Why would you want to tag along?" Lin Yunxiang, hands on her hips, retorted, "I don't care. If you do not take me with you, I will not lend you my car." Xiao Zhuan sighed, recognizing that her stubbornness was in full bloom, and reluctantly consented. Lianrong harbored worries about Lin Yunxiang's safety and attempted to voice her concerns, but was promptly disregarded by the young lady. As they watched Lin Yunxiang's BMW vanish from sight, the Xiao family returned home with heavy hearts. After much contemplation, Lianrong picked up her phone and dialed Guan Wenshua's number. Xiao Zhuan's driving skills were undoubtedly top-notch. As a member of the Wolf Soul team, he had to master various modes of transportation, including cars, helicopters, and yachts. Lin Yunxiang's BMW boasted exceptional performance. Once on the national highway, Xiao Zhuan accelerated to a staggering 150 kilometers per hour, leaving the vehicles beside them far behind, as the world outside began to blur. Lin Yunxiang, seated in the front passenger seat, was as exuberant as a spirited little tiger. Having been sheltered by her parents throughout her life, she had always been shielded from any danger, leading to a life of comfort that felt rather monotonous. This was precisely why she found herself drawn to Xiao Zhuan. He embodied a realm of existence that was both mysterious and thrilling, a stark contrast to her own sheltered life. Although she later had Guan Wenshua investigate Xiao Zhuan's background, his response was confidential, which only intensified her curiosity. As Xiao Zhuan remained focused on driving, he inquired, "What has you so exhilarated?" Lin Yunxiang, her cheeks flushed, exclaimed, "It feels just like a scene from a movie, speed and excitement. Wow." Xiao Zhuan chuckled and replied, "Then you better hold on tight." The BMW surged forward, rapidly shifting through several gears like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 72. As Xiao Zhuan and Lin Yunxiang pursued Ma Changzheng at breakneck speed. Within a lavish villa on the outskirts of Lianrong County, Wang Guan savored a glass of red wine, while seated across from two individuals, Wang Chang, the general manager of the Lianrong Tobacco Company, and surprisingly, Ma Changzheng himself. "Young Master Wang, do you believe that Xiao Zhuan will fall into the trap?" Ma Changzheng sat stiffly on the sofa, feeling uneasy since Wang Guan had approached him a few days prior with his audacious plan. The mere thought of his son in agony at the hospital made him unwittingly comply with Wang Guan's scheme. Wang Guan, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, remarked, "With Manager Wang's cooperation, this plan is flawless. Even if that Xiao brat is cunning, he is doomed this time." Wang Chang quickly smiled in agreement. Yet Ma Changzheng's face still bore signs of apprehension as he voiced, Young Master Wang, while that fellow may be detestable, I never intended for him to lose his life. Should we not deliberate further on this matter? Wang Guan's expression darkened. Manager Ma, the bait has already been cast, and the plan is in motion. Are you suggesting we reconsider at this point? Do you not find that absurd? Ma Changzheng hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, young Master Wang. I merely feel that if that fellow dies so easily, will we not attract trouble? Wang Guan's expression softened slightly. What trouble could arise? As long as you follow my instructions, I assure you, there will be no complications. Even if there are, my father can handle it. Yes, yes. Both Ma Changzheng and Wang Chang quickly concurred. Wang Guan raised his glass, a hint of madness gleaming in his eyes. Having always been proud, he had been humiliated by a mere minor character in front of the woman he cherished, a disgrace that pierced his heart like a dagger, leaving him unable to hold his head high in his circles. If this person remained alive, his resentment would never dissipate. Xiao, the humiliation you have inflicted upon me will be repaid 100-fold. Xiao Zhuan pushed the BMW to its limits. In less than 20 minutes, he caught sight of Ma Changzheng's vehicle, which was moving at a leisurely pace. Initially filled with delight, a sense of caution soon crept into his mind. Something felt amiss, though he could not pinpoint why. Lin Yunxiang, still in a state of exhilaration, suddenly exclaimed, "Look at that license plate. That's the car. Isn't it? Hurry, catch up." Xiao Zhuan, feeling a headache coming on, pressed on without reducing speed, swiftly closing the distance. Just then, it appeared that the vehicle ahead had noticed they were being followed and began to accelerate. "They are speeding up. They're trying to escape," Lin Yunxiang urged, clenching her fists. "Could you please calm down for a moment?" Xiao Zhuan replied helplessly, yet he continued to pursue. The other car accelerated several times, but unable to shake them off, it suddenly decelerated, veering off the national highway and into the mountainous road. Xiao Zhuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow suit. The winding mountain road was rather narrow, able to accommodate only 2 trucks side by side, with steep cliffs plunging dozens to hundreds of meters on either side. The bumpy terrain made it impossible to drive too quickly, yet under Xiao Zhuan's skilled handling, the discomfort was minimal. Lin Yunxiang turned to glance at him, puzzled. Why did we suddenly take this detour? Xiao Zhuan remained silent, his unease intensifying. He sensed that things were not as straightforward as they appeared. Gradually reducing speed, he found himself conflicted. Should he continue the pursuit? Chapter 73. If he were alone, it would not matter, but with Lin Yunxiang beside him, he could not risk her safety. Yet, if he abandoned the chase now, and Ma Changzheng did indeed deliver incriminating materials to the city, his father would be irreparably harmed. Just as Xiao Zhuan was wavering, Lin Yunxiang suddenly called out, "Why have they stopped?" Xiao Zhuan looked up to see Ma Changzheng's vehicle halt about 100 meters away. The driver exited the car to check under the hood, apparently facing some mechanical issues. Relieved, Xiao Zhuan accelerated, intent on intercepting Ma Changzheng's vehicle. He had yet to devise a strategy to thwart Ma Changzheng's intentions, but he understood he had to attempt to negotiate with him. As he closed the distance to within 10 meters of Ma Changzheng's car, a flicker of joy crossed his face, but abruptly, a large truck barreled around the corner, hurtling toward them with alarming force. Lin Yunxiang screamed, clutching Xiao Zhuan's arm. "Xiao Zhuan, a truck! Stay still," he commanded, but the terror-stricken Lin Yunxiang lost her composure, wrenching the steering wheel away. The BMW lost balance, tires screeching against the pavement, and plunged off the cliff. In that fleeting moment of losing control, Xiao Zhuan instinctively pulled Lin Yunxiang into his embrace, striving to shield her with his body. Onlookers on the mountainside beheld the BMW tumble down the precipice, their faces betraying smug satisfaction. The individual who had been seated in Ma Changzheng's car produced a phone, declaring, "Young Master Wang, the task has been accomplished. That brat is doomed. Are you certain it was the Xiao kid in there? We have seen his photograph. There is no mistaking it. Alongside him, there is a girl." "What did you say? A girl?" "Yes, a young woman in her early 20s, quite beautiful. It's truly unfortunate for Wang Xiao to be associated with someone like this." "Wang Xiao, are you still there?" In the Lianrong County Committee office, Guan Wenxue appeared exceedingly anxious, repeatedly dialing Lin Yunxiang's mobile phone, only to be met with the incessant message of no answer. The same was true when he tried calling Xiao Zhuan. Typically composed, Guan Wenxue felt his body trembling, grappling with the weight of the situation. The precious daughter of Secretary Lin had been entrusted to him, and now such a calamity had occurred. How could he possibly explain this to him? After a long moment of contemplation, Guan Wenxue first contacted the Lianrong Public Security Bureau to report the incident. Then, after much hesitation, he dialed Lin Xiuhai's number. "Secretary Lin, I have something to report to you." In the old district of Lianrong County, Zhao's residence. Still unable to reach him? Lan Yaru asked anxiously. Xiao Xinya shook his head. Ashen-faced. Could something have happened to my son? Why else wouldn't he answer his phone? Lan Yaru collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Sister-in-law, try not to overthink it. Xiao Yufan said. What if he simply forgot his phone? Lan Yaru shook her head in despair. No, he had it. I personally handed it to him when he left. Xiao Xinya struck his own face in frustration. Why did I let him go? My life is worthless. Why drag my son into this? The elderly woman, who had been silent, suddenly stood up. My grandson is blessed. He will not come to harm. Absolutely not. Yet, her hands, gripping the Yunhuang Baosho pendant, betrayed her inner turmoil. As night fell, Lin Yunxiang slowly opened her eyes. Her once smooth forehead bore a slight bruise, but fortunately, there were no fatal wounds. Bewildered, she surveyed her surroundings, not regaining her senses until a considerable time had passed. Xiao Zhuan, where are you? Lin Yunxiang could not find Xiao Zhuan in the vehicle, and her anxiety grew. In the instant the car veered off the mountain path, Xiao Zhuan had shielded her with his body. And then there was a deafening crash as the vehicle struck a tree, flinging him out with tremendous force. Panic surged within Lin Yunxiang as she attempted to push open the car door, only to find it severely warped and immovable. Resigned, she climbed out through the shattered windshield. The nearby poplar had been splintered, its stout branches strewn across the ground, a testament to the impact's ferocity. The valley was enveloped in darkness, obscuring her view of the surroundings. She called out several times, but received no reply. Xiao Zhuan, where are you? Are you still alive? Lin Yunxiang searched frantically, but only the echoes of the valley responded to her pleas. Xiao Zhuan, if you are alive, please say something. I am terrified. Her delicate frame trembled, her voice laced with tears. After approximately half an hour of searching, Xiao Zhuan was still nowhere to be found, as if he had evaporated. Lin Yunxiang slumped to the ground, hugging her knees and weeping softly. Xiao Zhuan, please don't frighten me. If you hadn't protected me, perhaps you would be safe. If you die, I will carry the guilt for a lifetime. Please, don't leave me. Just as Lin Yunxiang was sobbing uncontrollably, a chilling voice emerged from behind her, startling her into retreat. Upon recognizing Xiao Zhuan, her tears transformed into laughter. You hid here just to scare me. How mean. Xiao Zhuan's clothes were tattered. Are you all right? Lin Yunxiang approached him, worry etched on her face. Not so good, Xiao Zhuan replied candidly, although the branch on his thigh had not damaged any tendons. Without timely medical attention, he risked lifelong disability. What should we do now? The usually resourceful Lin Yunxiang felt lost, unsure of their next steps. Leaning against a tree, Xiao Zhuan said, check your phone for a signal. Only then did Lin Yunxiang recall her phone. She hastily retrieved it, shaking her head in disappointment. No signal. What about yours? Xiao Zhuan struggled to pull his phone from his pocket, only to find the screen completely shattered, rendered useless. Lin Yunxiang called out loudly. Is anyone up there? Help. Xiao Zhuan shook his head with a wry smile. Miss, conserve your energy. It's unlikely anyone would pass by at this hour. And even if they did, they wouldn't hear your cries. Lin Yunxiang frowned. So we are just to sit here and wait for our fate? Xiao Zhuan smiled lightly. Not at all. Perhaps someone will come to rescue us soon. Why do you think that? Lin Yunxiang inquired, curious about his confidence. Xiao Zhuan tapped her lightly on the head. You're so naive. Don't forget, you are the daughter of Secretary Lin. While the Public Security Bureau may be slow at times, when faced with such a situation, they can resolve it in no time. Just wait here calmly, and before dawn, someone will come to save you. But your leg is bleeding. If we don't stop the bleeding soon, it could lead to a disability, right? Xiao Zhuan chuckled. Well, then I could simply take the bus or subway without worrying about not getting a seat. Lin Yunxiang let out a laugh, annoyed. Even in such a dire situation, you still have the heart to joke. Xiao Zhuan sighed. What else can I do? I can't just throw myself off a cliff. Lin Yunxiang understood that he was merely trying to comfort her, but in reality, his injuries were severe. If left untreated, it could become a matter of life and death. Xiao Zhuan hastily bandaged his wound and, noticing her anxious demeanor, said, Come, let us talk to pass the time. With no other options, Lin Yunxiang obediently sat beside him. However, they struggled to find common ground in their conversation. Their vastly different backgrounds and experiences made it difficult to connect. Xiao Zhuan discussed firearms and combat, but she showed little interest. When she spoke of fashion or school anecdotes, he was equally uninterested. After exchanging a few words, silence enveloped them. By the way, why didn't that car explode? Lin Yunxiang asked, pointing at the wrecked BMW. On television, cars always explode when they fall off a cliff. Xiao Zhuan replied dryly. Television tends to exaggerate for effect. If every car that rolled into a ravine left the protagonists unscathed, it wouldn't be entertaining at all. Lin Yunxiang remarked dreamily, in truth. If one could perish alongside their beloved, it would be a romantic end, far better than living a mundane life with an ordinary man until mutual disdain leads to separation. Xiao Zhuan shook his head. Life is all about the mundane. No matter how grand one's past may be, it ultimately returns to tranquility. That is life. Lin Yunxiang gazed at him, intrigued. From your words, it seems you've experienced quite a tumultuous life. Would you share your story with me? I wish to hear it. Xiao Zhuan glanced at her and shook his head. Forget it. My story is too bloody, and I fear it might frighten you. Lin Yunxiang protested. Do not underestimate me. I have witnessed live ammunition exercises and even saw a soldier lose a leg. Quite gruesome. Xiao Zhuan expressed surprise. Military exercises are typically closed off. How could you have seen that? Because my grandfather Lin Yunxiang suddenly fell silent and said, I want to hear your story. Why do you turn the question back to me? Xiao Zhuan chuckled and replied, Do you truly wish to hear it? Lin Yunxiang nodded earnestly, saying, Indeed. Xiao Zhuan gazed at the pitch-black sky, as if reminiscing, and after a lengthy pause, finally spoke. 3 years ago, in North Africa, I was tasked with infiltrating a terrorist organization to ascertain their location, member composition, and armament details. I deliberately posed as a journalist conducting local interviews and was captured, confined within a cell. Upon hearing Xiao Zhuan's account, Lin Yunxiang's face displayed astonishment. Though she suspected Xiao Zhuan had a remarkable past, she never anticipated it to be so extraordinary. To be dispatched for a mission abroad likely indicated he was more than just an ordinary special forces soldier. At that time, there were several others imprisoned alongside me, including a 19-year-old European girl who had been held captive for over 3 years, reduced to a mere outlet for their depravity, and was even pregnant with a daughter. She confided in me that she had contemplated ending the child's life multiple times, fearing that once the child grew, she too would become a despicable tool for their exploitation. Lin Yunxiang gasped, struggling to comprehend the tragic experiences of a girl her age, having grown up in relative comfort within a stable environment. The girl expressed that if not for the child, she would have long ceased to exist like a mere walking corpse. I reassured her that if she could hold on a little longer, I would rescue her, allowing her to live with dignity once again. Her joy was profound. I shall never forget the beauty of her smile in that moment. And then, Lin Yunxiang sensed an ominous turn in the tale. Xiao Zhuan remained silent for a while, then continued. That very night, a few of those brutes took her away for their vile purposes, but this time, she did not return. It was reported that she had fiercely resisted, and they killed her. Lin Yunxiang covered her mouth in shock, her heart aching for the girl. Xiao Zhuan sighed deeply, stating, I was responsible for her demise. Had I not planted a seed of hope within her heart, she might have continued to endure in her previous state. However, I told her that freedom was near, and thus she chose to resist for the sake of her dignity, which, in such an environment, proved to be a fatal choice. And afterwards, Lin Yunxiang trembled but pressed on. Xiao Zhuan's eyes darkened with a hint of fury. The girl's child cried incessantly from hunger. Those beasts fed her a bowl of the girl's blood, unaware that it was her mother's essence she consumed. Lin Yunxiang clamped her hands over her ears, unable to bear the brutality of such a tale, which had no place in her world, a world devoid of bloodshed, filled solely with beauty. I had refrained from taking action to avoid alerting them, but at that moment, my humanity overwhelmed me. I was not a machine. I personally castrated those brutes and then snapped their necks before the girl's lifeless body. Lin Yunxiang could not help but glance at Xiao Zhuan's hands, which appeared somewhat larger and rougher than her own, yet bore no visible marks of his past. While her hands had only carried bags, his had taken lives. A look of relief washed over Xiao Zhuan as he recounted, At that point, I was exposed and fled with the child in my arms. The terrorist organization pursued us relentlessly, and we narrowly escaped death multiple times. Ultimately, we endured until the counter-terrorism unit arrived. Though I nearly faced a military tribunal, I do not regret my choices. What became of the child? Lin Yunxiang inquired. Xiao Zhuan gazed at the faint light emerging on the horizon. She was taken to her grandmother. Although her life began in tragedy, may it find a hopeful conclusion. Lin Yunxiang stared at Xiao Zhuan, the gentle light illuminating his face, imbuing him with a sense of sanctity. It is said that saving a life is more meritorious than erecting a towering pagoda. He had personally rescued that child from the depths of hell, making him worthy of praise. Then why did you leave the military? Lin Yunxiang asked curiously. Xiao Zhuan regarded her intently and replied, Why are you so curious about me? Lin Yunxiang cleared her throat. Who is curious? I merely find it entertaining to listen to your story. A smile danced at the corners of Xiao Zhuan's mouth as he said, That is good to hear. For I have heard that many love stories begin with the female protagonist's curiosity about the male lead. Love you, you big fool. Lin Yunxiang playfully punched him. Xiao Zhuan exclaimed in feigned pain, clutching his shoulder. I apologize, I forgot you were injured. Lin Yunxiang stammered. Where did I hit you? Let me check. Xiao Zhuan burst into laughter. Why are you so anxious? Are you worried I might accidentally perish here, leaving you alone? Lin Yunxiang, realizing she had been tricked, was about to strike again when Xiao Zhuan seized her wrist. She struggled, unable to break free, and was about to express her anger when she noticed him staring at her intently. Lin Yunxiang's cheeks flushed as she asked, What are you staring at, you lecher? Xiao Zhuan cleared his throat and quickly released her hand. The valley fell silent once more, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. After a long pause, Lin Yunxiang attempted to break the tension when suddenly voices from an intercom above called out, Is anyone down there? Both of them experienced a wave of excitement. Finally, someone had arrived. Yes, help, Lin Yunxiang shouted. The responders quickly initiated a rescue, and before long, rescuers descended via ropes. The ropes could only accommodate one person at a time, and Lin Yunxiang turned to Xiao Zhuan, saying, Your injury is serious. You should go up first. Xiao Zhuan waved his hand. I'm fine. The bleeding has stopped. You go ahead. I will follow shortly. Lin Yunxiang insisted, but eventually relented and ascended first. However, Xiao Zhuan had clearly overestimated the rescuers' concern for him, as it was more than 10 minutes after Lin Yunxiang had gone up that they remembered there was still one person below. This time, no rescuer descended. They merely tossed down a rope for him to climb. Fortunately, Xiao Zhuan possessed exceptional stamina. Although he had lost considerable blood and his strength had waned, he managed to climb the rope without issue. When he reached the top of the mountain path, however, Lin Yunxiang was nowhere to be found. After searching in vain, he encountered Liang Ruoxuan, her expression icy. Miss Liang, where is Yunxiang? Having spent the night together, Xiao Zhuan felt their relationship had deepened enough that he no longer addressed her as Miss Lin. Liang Ruoxuan approached him silently, then suddenly coldly remarked, Do you know you nearly caused Yunxiang's death? I hope to never see you near her again. I trust you will reflect on this matter. With that, Liang Ruoxuan turned and departed. In the hospital ward of Lianrong County, Xiao Zhuan lay on the bed, drowsy. Since his grandmother had arrived at the hospital 2 hours prior, she had been incessantly lecturing him, leaving little room for his parents, Xiao Xinya and Lan Yaru, to interject. Grandma told you not to go, but you insisted. You never listened to me. What if something happened to you? How would I live? You are the only one left in the Xiao family. If anything were to happen to you, the lineage would be extinguished. Xiao Zhuan yawned and replied, Grandma, I merely injured my leg. It's not like I lost something vital to our family line. The elderly lady was amused by him and scolded, What time is it? Still being so glib. You deserve a beating. Xiao Zhuan looked up at Xiao Xinya and said, Dad, please take Grandma back home. I'm really fine, just a minor injury. It will heal in 2 days. Xiao Xinya, with a face full of guilt, responded, Zhuaner, it is my fault. I should not have let you worry about my trivial matters. I've come to terms with it. Let fate take its course. What does it matter if I go to prison? It's not a big deal. Xiao Zhuan replied, I have already said I won't let you go to prison. No matter what it takes, I will resolve this matter for you. However, before Xiao Xinya could continue, the hospital room door was suddenly pushed open, and several people walked in. Leading the group was Guan Wenxue, followed by several individuals in military uniforms, among whom the one with the highest rank was a man with the rank of lieutenant colonel, around 30 years old, exuding a sense of determination. As soon as he entered, his gaze pierced directly at Xiao Zhuan like a sharp knife. The members of the Xiao family were perplexed, unable to discern the intentions of these uninvited guests. Guan Wenxue took the initiative to introduce, Xiao Zhuan, this is Yunxiang's cousin. He wishes to discuss something with you. Xiao Zhuan glanced at the man and turned back to the elderly lady and others, saying, Grandma, you haven't rested well this night. Please go back and rest. The elderly lady nodded in agreement, assisted by Xiao Xinya and Lan Yaru, as they exited. Guan Wenxue and the other soldiers tactfully withdrew from the hospital room. Inside the room, only the two remained, yet neither spoke, merely sizing each other up. Xiao Zhuan, at 23 years old, was a former member of the Langhun Brigade. Holding the rank of major, he had served for 6 years, earning 1 first-class merit, 3 second-class merits, and 7 third-class merits. In June of this year, he was discharged from the military for crossing borders and killing foreign mercenaries without permission, and was now an ordinary police officer at the Xiqing police station in Lianrong County, Zhanghai City. The man recounted Xiao Zhuan's background with interest, observing him keenly. Chapter 79. Xiao Zhuan was not surprised that he could access his file. After all, being Lin Yunxiang's cousin, he undoubtedly came from a distinguished lineage, making it rather easy to obtain such information. For ordinary citizens, achieving the level of county chief was already quite remarkable, Advancing further was not solely a matter of capability. Lin Yunxiang's father, Lin Xiuhai, could serve as a city mayor before 50. Aside from his own merit, it was virtually impossible without a robust political background. It was highly likely that a significant political family supported him. Such connections were not difficult to deduce. Since this individual was Lin Yunxiang's cousin and had attained the rank of lieutenant colonel by 30, it was evident that he was not merely a result of personal effort. Xiao Zhuan had survived 6 years in the line of fire to achieve the rank of major, falling short compared to his counterpart, indicating the formidable power behind him. Upon noticing Xiao Zhuan's lack of astonishment, the man chuckled self-deprecatingly and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Sun Jinzhong, Lin Yunxiang's cousin." Hearing Yunxiang's name stirred something within Xiao Zhuan. After being rescued, he had not seen her and had inquired with the rescuers, all of whom claimed ignorance, leaving him puzzled for quite some time. "Where is Miss Yunlin now?" Xiao Zhuan asked. Sun Jinzhong keenly picked up on Xiao Zhuan's slip of the tongue. He had clearly intended to call her Yunxiang, indicating that their relationship was indeed more than ordinary. "She is confined by my uncle," Sun Jinzhong stated, referring to Lin Xiuhai. Xiao Zhuan grimaced at this, pondering how Lin Yunxiang, with her spirited personality, must be infuriated by such confinement. "What brings you to seek me today?" Xiao Zhuan inquired. Sun Jinzhong looked at him and replied, "My uncle sent me to discuss with you." His exact words were, "Regardless of your intentions in getting close to Yunxiang or your relationship with her, he will no longer pursue the matter and hopes you will not disturb her in the future." Xiao Zhuan scoffed, saying, "Your uncle must be suffering from paranoia, believing that everyone approaching his daughter has ulterior motives." Instead of feeling anger at Xiao Zhuan's audacity to criticize Lin Xiuhai openly, Sun Jinzhong burst into laughter, saying, "Being overly suspicious is a professional hazard from spending too long in politics. Even if you don't plan to scheme against others, you must be wary of their schemes against you, right?" Xiao Zhuan shook his head with a smile. "Well, he truly overestimates me. As long as Miss Lin does not plot against me, I consider myself fortunate. I lack the capability to scheme against her." Sun Jinzhong, recalling Lin Yunxiang's mischievous nature, couldn't help but chuckle. "Yunxiang is my uncle's only daughter. He has always regarded her as a precious gem and will not allow her to suffer any harm. You nearly caused her to lose her life. It is already a mercy that he has not come to tear you apart. I suspect Yunxiang has pleaded on your behalf." Reflecting on Lin Yunxiang's pure visage made Xiao Zhuan's heart tremble slightly as he asked, "Will she still return to Lianrong?" Sun Jinzhong regarded him intently and replied, "I doubt it. My uncle never wanted her to venture out, especially after recently solving that case and learning that the mastermind may seek revenge. He intended to take her back, but she insisted on staying. This time, it is unlikely she will be able to return, no matter what." Xiao Zhuan suddenly felt a void within him, akin to losing something precious, leaving him unsettled. Observing the change in Xiao Zhuan's expression, Sun Jinzhong discreetly remarked, "The reason my uncle sent me is to warn you. Yunxiang is indeed beautiful and comes from a good family. Any man would find it hard to resist such a girl. However, you two are from entirely different worlds, and there is no possibility between you. So it is best that you let go." After a long gaze at Xiao Zhuan, Sun Jinzhong added, "However, I believe those words are ultimately nonsensical." Chapter 80. Xiao Zhuan found himself perplexed by Sun Jinzhong's intentions. Initially, he had come to warn him on behalf of Lin Xiuhai, yet now he spoke in such a manner. Sun Jinzhong, whose physique was not particularly strong, still exuded a certain presence as he stated, "I understand my uncle's intentions. He wishes for Yunxiang to find a suitable match. Either the son of a high-ranking official or the child of a tycoon. This would benefit his political career." However, Sun Jinzhong glanced at Xiao Zhuan and continued, "I have no regard for those spoiled rich kids who linger in the world of cosmetics, resembling nothing more than women. Where is the essence of manhood in them? If we speak of real men, they are the soldiers of our army, each one a true stalwart, far superior to those idle wastrels." Upon hearing his words, Xiao Zhuan burst into hearty laughter. This man was indeed quite interesting. Sun Jinzhong approached Xiao Zhuan's bedside and said earnestly, "When my uncle informed me that someone nearly caused Yunxiang to lose her life, my first thought was to hunt that person down and give him a good thrashing. However, after reviewing your background, I now hold you in high regard. You do not bring shame to our republic's military." Xiao Zhuan smiled faintly and replied, "Thank you." Sun Jinzhong gave Xiao Zhuan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Focus on recovering. Do not worry about anything else. All right, I will give you my contact information. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Okay, if you truly like Yunxiang, I can help you pursue her." Xiao Zhuan placed his hand on his forehead in exasperation, wondering when he had ever expressed a desire to pursue Lin Yunxiang. Sun Jinzhong did not afford him the opportunity for explanation, stating, "I have some matters to attend to shortly, so I shall take my leave. We can converse in greater detail next time." Xiao Zhuan held a considerable fondness for this straightforward man and rose to see him off. However, Sun Jinzhong waved a hand dismissively, saying, "We are both soldiers. Let us dispense with such formalities." Just as he was about to exit the ward, Sun Jinzhong suddenly halted, turning to say, "This car accident was orchestrated by Wang Guan. He intended for you to vanish without a trace. But he did not anticipate that Yunshang was also in the vehicle. He has since gone into hiding, and his father is seeking my uncle for leniency. Recently, at the executive meeting in Jianhai City, my uncle received support from Wang Guan's father for his proposals regarding personnel changes. I suspect Wang Guan may soon be forced abroad and will not return in the near future. I am aware of your father's situation, and I advise you to contemplate your countermeasures. Someone like Ma Changzhong, a seasoned veteran, will not simply relent unless you decisively crush him." Sun Jinzhong departed. But Xiao Zhuan lingered, contemplating his final words. One must admit that Wang Guan's scheming was indeed profound. He first exploited the Xia family's greatest vulnerability, his father's misappropriation of public funds, and then crafted a false narrative to mislead his father, claiming that Ma Changzhong intended to report him to the city. He anticipated that Xiao Zhuan's character would compel him to intervene, subsequently luring him into a trap. On that mountain road, devoid of surveillance cameras, and with the vehicle indeed having plunged off the cliff, it could easily be construed as an accident. Even with a few suspicious elements, Wang Guan's influence could effortlessly erase them. Yet, he had not accounted for Lin Yunshang being in the car, nor did he foresee that their fall would not be fatal. Truly, human calculations cannot rival the will of heaven. Xiao Zhuan's pupils constricted as he quietly reminded himself to remember the lesson imparted by this incident. In navigating the complexities of reality, one's methods for resolving issues are no longer limited to brute force, but should rely instead on intellect. One must learn to anticipate adversaries and extinguish potential threats in their infancy. This is what he ought to consider. He glanced down at his heavily bandaged left leg, his mind replaying Sun Jinzhong's remark about Ma Changzhong, a cunning old hand. Unless one crushes him thoroughly, he will not easily relent. Ma Changzhong, Xiao Zhuan whispered to himself. Just as he pondered how to retaliate against Ma Changzhong, his phone, resting on the bedside table, suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed Yi Weihong. Xiao Zhuan picked up the phone, and Yi Weihong's voice quickly resonated through the receiver. "Fourth brother, I am aware of your situation. I have arranged for someone to settle your father's accounts, and they have been reconciled. As for Ma Changzhong and his son, Ma Yongyuan, I advise you to go and teach them a lesson promptly, or you may not have another opportunity." Xiao Zhuan was left in a daze by Yi Weihong's words. Just as he was about to inquire further, the call was abruptly terminated. In Lianrong County Central Hospital, Ma Changzhong parked his vehicle in the hospital lot and carried several boxes of supplements into the building. His son's injuries were healing rapidly, and he was nearing discharge. However, he was irked that the perpetrator who had harmed his son was still roaming free. Wang Guan was a reckless fool. If he intended to act, he should have done so decisively. Yet he not only failed to eliminate the boy, but also stirred a significant uproar, prompting the county police chief to lead a search, thus subjecting himself to anxiety. Ma Changzhong ascended to the second-floor VIP ward, only to find his son's room door firmly shut. Cursing under his breath about the heat, he pushed the door open. Upon entering, he was astounded to see Xiao Zhuan seated by his son's bed, who was on the floor, grimy and moaning in pain beneath Xiao Zhuan's foot. Xiao Zhuan was indeed a straightforward individual, following Yi Weihong's advice to seize the opportunity and confront Ma Yongyuan. He had done just that. Despite their limited interactions, Xiao Zhuan had some trust in Yi Weihong. If he warned of a lost opportunity, it was likely a genuine concern. Seeing Xiao Zhuan treating his son in such a manner, Ma Changzhong erupted in fury, pointing at Xiao Zhuan and shouting, "You little wretch, release my son." Xiao Zhuan pressed his foot harder against Ma Yongyuan's face, stating, "Kneel and plead for mercy, calling me Xiao Yi, and I might consider sparing your son." Enraged, Ma Changzhong gritted his teeth and warned, "If you dare harm a hair on my son, I will ensure you pay dearly." "Is that so?" Xiao Zhuan chuckled, lifting his foot high before bringing it down with force, causing Ma Yongyuan to scream in agony as blood streamed from his nose. "Cease this at once," Ma Changzhong shouted. "This is intentional harm, a crime." "Crime?" Xiao Zhuan scoffed. "I never imagined you understood the law." Just as he finished speaking, a cacophony of footsteps approached from the ward door. The door swung open to reveal a group of police officers alongside two middle-aged men who bore the semblance of authority. One of the men, Xiao Zhuan recognized as Yuan Tianlong, the deputy chief of the criminal investigation team he had encountered at the police station. Upon seeing the officers, Ma Changzheng appeared as though he had found kin, urgently pointing at Xiao Zhuan and declaring, "Officers, you have arrived just in time. Arrest this little wretch. He has openly assaulted my son. Look, his foot is still on my son's face." Yuan Tianlong glanced at Xiao Zhuan, offering him a faint smile that put Xiao Zhuan somewhat at ease as he began to surmise Yuan Tianlong's intentions. Yuan Tianlong turned his attention to Ma Changzheng, stating in a dispassionate tone, "Our criminal investigation team possesses irrefutable evidence linking your son, Ma Yongyuan, to multiple incidents of rape and drugging. We are here to execute his arrest. Here is the warrant." He brandished the arrest warrant, tossing it towards Ma Changzheng. Hearing this, Ma Yongyuan, who was under Xiao Zhuan's foot, panicked, crying out, "Dad, save me. Dad, your father may not be able to save you." Another middle-aged man interjected nonchalantly. Feeling apprehensive, Ma Changzheng regarded this man, confident that he knew all county-level officials in Lianrong, and concluded that this individual was not a local leader. Who then was he? The answer soon unfolded as the man brandished his identification badge, addressing Ma Changzheng. "Ma Changzheng, I am Yun Xiao, the head of the anti-corruption investigation team from Jianghai City. You are suspected of embezzlement and bribery through various means, involving a substantial amount of money. Therefore, we are here to arrest you for examination. Here is the arrest warrant from the municipal procuratorate. You may take a look." Yun Xiao flung the warrant at Ma Changzheng's face, leaving him in a state of shock. He stared at Yun Xiao, trembling as he stammered, "And no, it cannot be. The Anti-Corruption Bureau would be the county's responsibility. Why are individuals from the city involved?" Yun Xiao squinted slightly and smiled faintly. He was quite honest and straightforward, directly telling Ma Changzheng, "The reason is simple. You, my foolish friend, have offended a prospective young master, and we are merely acting on orders from above to give you a hard time. But who would have thought that your past was so dark? A casual inquiry could land you in prison for the rest of your life." The mention of a prospective young master sent shivers down Ma Changzheng's spine, and he turned to look at Xiao Zhuan as if he had seen a ghost. Xiao Zhuan wore a subtle smile and stepped down on Ma Yongyuan once more. He then addressed Yuan Tianlong, saying, "Captain Yuan, I shall not disturb your investigation any further. I will take my leave now." "Very well. Do visit the criminal investigation team when you have time," Yuan Tianlong replied courteously. The mention of the prospective young master, coupled with Yuan Tianlong's unexpected phone call from the captain, hinted that he was to ensure Ma Yongyuan's downfall. Yuan Tianlong understood that Xiao Zhuan had a formidable background. As a mere deputy captain, it would be wise for him to maintain a good relationship with Xiao Zhuan. Unaware of Yuan Tianlong's thoughts, Xiao Zhuan nodded in agreement, saying, "I will certainly come to learn from you, Captain Yuan, when I have the opportunity." Afterward, he departed. Once outside the hospital, Xiao Zhuan's emotions were in turmoil. He recognized that Yi Weihong held an extraordinary identity. Yet the events of the day made it clear to him that his previous speculations about her background were merely the tip of the iceberg. Yi Weihong was far more powerful than he had imagined. With his father's matters resolved, Xiao Zhuan now owed Yi Weihong a significant favor. Debts of money are easier to repay than debts of gratitude. It seemed that Yi Weihong was about to arrive in Lianrong. Despite his injuries, Xiao Zhuan returned directly to his affiliated hospital after leaving the central hospital. After spending over a week in the hospital, the doctor suggested he would need at least another half-month of observation and treatment. However, through his persistent efforts, he obtained permission to be discharged. Xiao Xianya and Lan Yaru had arrived early at the hospital to help Xiao Zhuan pack his belongings. Noticing the uncontrollable excitement on Xiao Xianya's face, Xiao Zhuan inquired, "Dad, what good news do you have? You seem particularly happy." Xiao Xianya smiled, "Did you notice? I was going to wait until we got to your grandmother's house to share it with everyone." "What good news? Do tell," Xiao Zhuan urged. Lan Yaru interjected, "Your father's issues have been resolved." Feigning surprise, Xiao Zhuan asked, "Resolved? How did that happen?" Xiao Xianya explained, "I don't know how Ma Changzheng and his son ended up being arrested, but President Su has been exceptionally courteous to me these past few days. Yesterday, he hinted that he is preparing to offer me the position of head of the finance department. Son, do you think I went to Xiangshan Temple to pray, and the Bodhisattva blessed me? Perhaps." Xiao Zhuan chuckled, not revealing that he had secretly helped Xiao Xianya with this issue. Just then, Xiao Xinya's phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, his expression turned serious. "Shu, everyone be quiet. It's President Su," he instructed, pressing the answer button. "Hello, President Su? Yes? Yes, indeed. You are too kind. No, no, how could we trouble you? It's certainly our treat. Please don't mention it." After hanging up, Xiao Xianya stared wide-eyed at Xiao Zhuan. Lan Yara nudged Xiao Xianya, asking, "Old Xiao, what's wrong? Why are you looking at your son like that?" Xiao Xianya, as if in a daze, murmured, President Su just said to let you know that he has taken care of everything as instructed, and if there is anything unsatisfactory, he welcomes you to voice your concerns. He mentioned he is getting older and would like to make one last move before retirement. He hopes you could speak favorably on his behalf and insists on treating you to a meal. Once he finished speaking, Lianrong was also taken aback. Xiao Zhuan, however, remained composed and shook his head, saying, "Dad, I cannot accept that meal. Your issue was resolved thanks to my friend's influence, and they have already helped us immensely. I cannot use their reputation for my benefit. As for your promotion, do not take it too seriously." "Ah, what you say is true." "Indeed," Xiao Xinya nodded repeatedly, momentarily shifting his perspective. This amused Lianrong, who could not help but chuckle. After completing the discharge procedures, Xiao Zhuan was assisted by Xiao Xinya as they were about to leave the ward when they suddenly saw an urgent news report on the television. The content revealed that a significant traffic accident had occurred in Jianghai City, involving 12 vehicles and resulting in 9 fatalities and 7 injuries, which had drawn serious concern from provincial leaders. While it appeared to be merely an unfortunate traffic incident, Xiao Zhuan sensed something was amiss. The stretch of road where the accident occurred had a relatively slow speed limit. Even if an accident happened, it should not have resulted in such severe consequences. However, he could not ascertain any further details at that moment and chose to set it aside for now. The elderly matriarch of the Xiao family was aware that her grandson was being discharged today, so she rose early to tidy up the yard and prepared a lavish feast. As soon as Xiao Zhuan entered the house, she eagerly pulled him aside, asking numerous questions until even the patient Xiao Zhuan began to show signs of impatience. At which point the matriarch reluctantly fell silent. At the dining table, the 4 of them enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere, especially after Xiao Xinya shared the news of resolving his financial misconduct, which made the matriarch beam with joy. She looked at Xiao Zhuan with pride, saying, "My grandson has grown up and can now help the family, surpassing your father." Seeing Xiao Xinya's gloomy yet restrained expression, Lianrong couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Xinya shot her a glare, asking, "What are you laughing at?" Lianrong quickly composed herself, saying, "I was just thinking, since the matter has been resolved, perhaps Xiao Zhuan should return the tens of thousands of yuan he borrowed from you." To cover the financial gap this time, the family had accumulated considerable debt. Since the issue was now resolved, it was indeed time to repay those debts, and Xiao Xinya had no objections. After the meal, the matriarch insisted that Xiao Zhuan rest. But after tossing and turning in bed for a long time without being able to sleep, he decided to get up and move around. Just then, he heard a commotion coming from the neighboring yard. Bored, he got up and stepped outside. Next door lived a middle-aged bachelor, a man in his 40s who was lazy and fond of gambling. He had squandered his once promising life. When his mother passed away, he could not even afford a coffin, relying on the neighbors to contribute. Xiao Zhuan had once been beaten for stealing a bottle from him when he was a child, but he had not seen him since joining the army. Hearing the noise, Xiao Xinya and Lianrong also came out to investigate, noticing a tricycle parked at the entrance with several burly men carrying items out. "Hey, are you moving?" Xiao Xinya inquired from the doorway. The disheveled man turned to glance at them and walked over, offering a cigarette. "Yes, moving," he replied, then handed a cigarette to Xiao Zhuan, adding in a somewhat fawning tone, "Xiao Zhuan, you're back to see your grandmother? I heard you're working at the police station now. Quite impressive. If uncle has any requests in the future, you must give me some face." Xiao Zhuan took the cigarette and placed it behind his ear, saying, "What is so impressive about it? I'm merely a gopher." "Uncle, are you moving to the new city?" The man chuckled bitterly. "With my current state, how could I afford to move to the new city? I owe a bit of money, so I'm selling my house and planning to move back to the village." Xiao Zhuan's expression changed slightly. "Is anyone still buying houses in the old city? Even if you sell, it can't be worth much." The man's face bore a hint of vigilance, and he merely smiled without speaking. Upon seeing this expression, Xiao Zhuan chuckled inwardly and said, "Uncle San, I mean no harm. I was just casually inquiring. If you prefer not to share, that's perfectly fine." Having put it this way, the man felt compelled to relinquish his reticence and replied honestly, "Initially, I shared your sentiments. The old city is nearly deserted, devoid of even a vegetable market. Who would buy a house in such a wretched place? However, yesterday, that person approached me and offered a price of 100,000. I had anticipated selling it for around 60 to 70,000, believing him to be somewhat unhinged." Xiao Zhuan's eyes glimmered with curiosity as he pressed further. "Is there truly such a fortunate opportunity? Surely, you signed a contract on the spot?" "No," the man lamented. "He insisted on having the property deed before signing the contract. How was I to know where the deed was kept? I told him I would contact him once I located it. I only just found it this morning." The man continued, "He'll arrive shortly. Are you also interested in purchasing a house?" Xiao Zhuan's mind raced. and he proposed, "Uncle San, why not sell the house to me instead?" Xiao Xinya and Lan Yaru were momentarily taken aback by Xiao Zhuan's suggestion, suddenly recalling Lin Yunxiang's words about Lianrong about to be divided into districts. With the old city designated as a key development area, they exchanged excited glances, envisioning the imminent surge in land prices. The man, hearing Xiao Zhuan's proposal, questioned, "If you have the funds, why not buy in the new city instead of this dilapidated area?" Xiao Zhuan chuckled awkwardly. "I simply wish to reside closer to my grandmother." The man gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "What filial piety! However, I've already made a promise to someone else. I cannot go back on my word. Uncle San." Since he offered 100,000, I will offer 110,000, Xiao Zhuan declared generously. The man swallowed hard, realizing this meant an extra 10,000 in his pocket, a sum that seemed almost too easy to acquire. Yet, a flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. Why was his humble abode suddenly so sought after, with multiple offers exceeding 10,000? Was there some hidden agenda? Xiao Zhuan, "It is not that I lack consideration. The other party had made the first offer," the man replied, trying to maintain his composure. Xiao Zhuan, observing the man's mercenary demeanor, felt a twinge of disdain. "Uncle San, considering our long-standing neighborly relationship, I can offer you 120,000. If you agree to sell, I will provide cash immediately, and we can sign the contract. Should you insist on discussing credibility, we may wait for the other party." Initially, the man had merely intended to negotiate a higher price, unaware of the concept of credibility. Seeing Xiao Zhuan's assertive stance, he quickly acquiesced. "All right, 120,000 it is. Let us sign the contract now." Xiao Zhuan smiled at this, and both Xiao Xinya and Lan Yaru shared in the joy, sensing that fortune had finally smiled upon the Xiao family. Having just resolved the misappropriation of funds, they were now on the brink of an unexpected windfall. Xiao Zhuan did not dwell on the matter, recognizing the value of capitalizing on such insider information. With his limited funds, he could not engage in large-scale property acquisitions, nor would it significantly impact the government's plans. However, he pondered the identity of the individual seeking to purchase Qiao's house. Was it the same person who approached his father? If so, this individual likely possessed greater assets and had also received insider knowledge. Having encountered this situation twice, he wondered how many more such opportunities existed. These thoughts flitted through Xiao Zhuan's mind without much weight. He had no desire to probe into the other party's background, given their apparent connections. He had no reason to offend such influential figures. After nursing his injuries at home for 2 days, Xiao Zhuan received a call from Song Qingyan, informing him that his assignment to protect Lin Yunxiang had concluded. If his injuries were healed, he was to return to the station. Reminiscing about Lin Yunxiang brought a wave of melancholy. He had attempted to reach her twice by phone, yet his efforts were met with silence. They were, after all, from two different worlds. Even when their paths crossed, they would inevitably return to their respective trajectories. Perhaps this was the fundamental rule of existence. Xiao Zhuan mused with a hint of self-deprecation. On Monday morning, Xiao Zhuan donned his police uniform and, as before, rode his second-hand motorcycle to work. His colleagues greeted him warmly upon his arrival, and Tao Xine, seated nearby, teased, "Our great hero has finally returned. While you were away, I felt so lonely and desolate." Xiao Zhuan, slightly apprehensive of this woman who often made suggestive remarks, quickly changed the subject. "What new developments occurred while I was gone?" With an affectionate gaze, Tao Xine replied, "Without my Xiao Zhuan around, even the most exciting events seemed utterly dull." Xiao Zhuan sighed. "Sister, if you continue this way, I might have to report you." With a playful wink, Tao Xine responded, "But I am a police officer too. If you wish to embrace, go ahead. But let us keep it discreet." Just as Xiao Zhuan was about to protest, Tao Xine quickly added, all right, I'm no longer joking, you innocent boy. Nothing significant happened, save for a new instructor being assigned." "Instructor?" Xiao Zhuan inquired, perplexed. The instructor primarily handled routine political and ideological duties. The previous instructor at the Chengxi police station had retired this month, and now they had a new one? Male or female? Xiao Zhuan asked, intrigued. "Female." Tao Xine replied teasingly, "You've met her before." "I have." Xiao Zhuan was puzzled. Aside from a few middle-aged women at the station, he had little experience with female officers. Tao Xine reminded him, "Don't you recall? She was the one from the last case involving those armed robbers. The one from the municipal bureau named Zhang Yuran." Xiao Zhuan recalled her, a psychology master's graduate from Shui Mu University, strikingly beautiful yet seemingly lacking in capability, fitting more into the realm of ornamental figures. However, he wondered why she had chosen to forsake her position in the criminal investigation unit for a grassroots police station. Soon, he concluded that for anyone aspiring to a successful political career, Gaining experience at the grassroots level was essential. It seemed that Zhang Yuran was merely seeking to embellish her resume. With this thought, Xiao Zhuan felt indifferent towards her. Noticing his lack of enthusiasm, Tao Xian remarked. All the men in the station were exhilarated upon hearing about Zhang Yuran's arrival. Why do you look so nonchalant? Xiao Zhuan smiled, but did not respond. By the way, Tao Xian continued, I heard that the rewards for the recent armed robbery case have been announced. I suspect that Director Song will come by shortly to declare it. Given your contributions, you should at least receive a promotion of 2 ranks, likely to 3rd-level sergeant. Nearby, a man with a bushy beard expressed his envy. I have been in the station for over a decade and only reached 2nd-level sergeant. Yet Xiao Ge has only been here a little over a month and is already getting promoted. It's infuriating. Just as Xiao Zhuan was about to respond, he noticed Song Qingyan, Zhang Yuran, and Lu Yuan entering the hall, prompting everyone to set aside their tasks and stand at attention. As Song Qingyan's gaze swept across the room, it lingered briefly on Xiao Zhuan before he averted his eyes. Yesterday, the Municipal Bureau issued a notice regarding the rewards for the recent armed robbery case, stating, Song Qingyan demonstrated composure and adept handling of the situation, effectively minimizing loss of life and property among innocent civilians. As he began to read the list of personnel recognized for their contributions in the case, the atmosphere among the attendees grew increasingly perplexed. Chapter 86. In the previous mission, everyone who participated received rewards, including several auxiliary police officers who were granted cash bonuses. However, Xiao Zhuan's name was conspicuously absent from the list. Could it be that his contributions were so significant that they wished to announce it last for emphasis? Du Fang's Han was awarded 3,000 yuan, with a note to continue striving for the service of the people. After Song Qingyan read the last name and closed the folder, he stated, This concludes the announcement of commendations for those who accomplished merit in this case. Why is Xiao Zhuan's name not on the list? Tao Xian asked, feeling perplexed. She had not been present during the incident, so her absence from the list was understandable. Yet, Xiao Zhuan had not only attended, but had also achieved remarkable feats. Why was he overlooked? Song Qingyan cleared his throat and replied, I am merely reading the announcement as it is. I am not privy to the specifics. Without allowing further discussion, he turned and entered his office. A flicker of smugness crossed Lu Yuan's face as he too departed. Just as Xiao Zhuan was about to take a seat with a furrowed brow, he heard Zhang Yuran call out, Xiao Zhuan, please come to my office. Xiao Zhuan glanced at the girl before him, who possessed a delicate visage and appeared to be of similar age, yet she had already attained a leadership position. Following Zhang Yuran into her office, he could not help but notice the stark contrast between her environment and Song Qingyan's. Upon entering Song Qingyan's office, one was immediately hit by the acrid scent of tobacco, and despite daily cleaning, the desks and shelves remained in disarray. In contrast, Zhang Yuran's office exuded an air of refinement. Every detail revealed elegance, with a cactus perched on the windowsill, its prickly exterior adding a touch of vitality to the otherwise monotonous office. Zhang Yuran took a seat, her curious gaze appraising Xiao Zhuan, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine. During my few days here, I have frequently heard accounts of your exploits, she began. Xiao Zhuan scratched his nose and replied, I suppose they are not particularly commendable tales. Zhang Yuran lifted a pink teacup to her lips, taking a sip before saying, There are both good and bad aspects. Although your time here has been brief, you seem to have made quite an impression. Xiao Zhuan shrugged. Are you praising me or mocking me? Zhang Yuran did not respond, but instead posed another inquiry. I find it curious that your file is blank. Xiao Zhuan scrutinized her delicate features and retorted, Why are you so curious about me? Zhang Yuran's expression turned serious as she replied, Do not misunderstand. As a newcomer, I must familiarize myself with every colleague here. I have reviewed everyone's files, yet yours merely states retired. Were you in the military? Yes, Xiao Zhuan nodded. What branch were you in? Zhang Yuran pressed further. Xiao Zhuan cast a cool glance at her and stated, As a law enforcement officer, should you not be aware of confidentiality regulations? Do you realize that your probing could lead to military court? Zhang Yuran's wide eyes were filled with astonishment, her unadorned face betraying her surprise. The atmosphere in the office grew tense, and just then, a knock interrupted them. Come in, Zhang Yuran said, her gaze returning to the door, her irritation at this audacious challenger of her authority simmering. The receptionist, Xiao Chun, entered, casting a curious glance at the two, but quickly regained composure and approached Zhang Yuran's desk. Director Zhang, we just received a report of a fight on Fudong Street. How should we proceed? This matter should be referred to Director Song, Zhang Yuran replied. Director Song and Deputy Director Liu have just gone to a meeting, so I could only report to you. Xiao Chen explained. Very well, understood. You may return to your duties, Zhang Yuran instructed. Chapter 87. Xiao Zhuan observed a barely perceptible expression of difficulty cross Zhang Yuran's face, which amused him. It was hardly surprising that someone fresh from academia, devoid of experience, would struggle in such a high position. Her inexperience was becoming evident now that a situation had arisen. As Zhang Yuran pondered deeply, she suddenly caught sight of the faint smirk tugging at Xiao Zhuan's lips, igniting her frustration. "You're coming with me to respond to the call," she declared. "Me?" Xiao Zhuan exclaimed in disbelief. "Director Zhang, my injuries have yet to fully heal. Sending me out there would only complicate matters. Enough with the excuses. Is your injury a valid reason? Do you still expect to receive a salary?" Zhang Yuran retorted coldly, gearing herself up and stepping out of the office, leaving Xiao Zhuan no choice but to follow. Though Zhang Yuran lacked experience, she was not foolish. Aware that they were somewhat undermanned with only the two of them, and with two auxiliary officers temporarily reassigned, the four of them set off in a police vehicle toward Fudong Street. The street was not particularly prosperous, with dilapidated buildings lining it, housing an array of small shops, eateries, and counterfeit mobile phone stores frequented by low-income residents. Upon their arrival at the scene, they found a considerable crowd gathered, with bloodstains marking the ground. "Make way! Make way!" The two auxiliary officers shouted as they energetically pushed through the throngs, ushering people aside. Xiao Zhuan glanced up at the sign of the Qingmei restaurant, a name that seemed vaguely familiar, though he could not recall the specifics. The deeper they ventured, the more blood they encountered, accompanied by the sound of a woman weeping. A burly man sat in a chaotic hall, exposing his abdomen and gripping an iron rod, flanked by several unsavory characters. On the ground beside them lay a man, bloodied and motionless, while a disheveled woman cradled him, weeping uncontrollably. Xiao Zhuan turned to one of the auxiliary officers and instructed, "Call for an ambulance." The officer nodded and stepped aside to make the call. Zhang Yuran glared at the intimidating men, demanding, "Did you injure this person?" The leader, munching on peanuts from the table, leered at Zhang Yuran. "Ah, a female officer. How rare." Zhang Yuran snapped, "I am asking you a question. Answer me honestly. Are you angry?" "Huh." The man laughed, turning to his companions, who joined in the mirth. "Yes, officer, we did it." With a stern expression, Zhang Yuran replied, "Then you will accompany us to the precinct." The man jested, "If you want me to go to a hotel with you, I might consider it, but the precinct? Forget it." Zhang Yuran's face darkened, commanding Xiao Zhuan, "Cuff these men." Before Xiao Zhuan could act, the leader threatened, "Try touching one of us, and you'll regret it." Xiao Zhuan ignored the threat, thinking to himself that broad daylight would not allow a few petty thugs to intimidate him. He confidently retrieved his handcuffs, ready to apprehend them. Seeing him disregard their leader's warning, the thugs brandished bottles and table legs, advancing menacingly. "Are you new here? You don't even recognize my brother, Fei Hong?" One thug barked menacingly. Chapter 88. Xiao Zhuan glanced at the man who was seated with an air of confidence. So, this was the infamous Fei Hong. His full name was Du Fei Hong, a notorious figure in Lianrong, a name Xiao Zhuan had often heard whispered during his middle school days. Anyone who claimed to associate with Fei Hong was often regarded with a mix of respect and fear, regardless of their background, whether from school or the streets. Yet, such a character held no significance in Xiao Zhuan's eyes. Xiao Zhuan directly disregarded the threats posed by the few ruffians and made his way towards Du Fei Hong. How audacious! The ruffians brandished iron rods and charged at Xiao Zhuan. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. How dare they assault a police officer in a public place? Truly, there seemed to be no law left to uphold. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhuan seized one of the ruffian's wrists with precise efficiency and twisted it sharply. A sharp crack echoed as the ruffian let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. In that singular motion, Xiao Zhuan had effectively broken the ruffian's hand. With a surge of strength, he swung the ruffian around. Thud, thud, thud. The ruffian's body became a literal human club in Xiao Zhuan's grasp, sending anyone who approached him flying. By the time Xiao Zhuan discarded the unconscious ruffian, the others who had been following Du Fei Hong lay incapacitated on the ground. "Well done, Xiao Zhuan. You've even captured Du Fei Hong," Zhang Yuran exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, as Zhang Yuran called out Xiao Zhuan's name, a woman who had been sobbing on the ground lifted her head to look at him, her gaze filled with disbelief. After a long pause, she softly uttered, "Xiao Zhuan?" Upon hearing her voice, Xiao Zhuan turned to glance at her. Though her beauty did not quite match the likes of Lin Yunxiang, Liang Ruoxuan, and Zhang Yuran, in a small place like Lianrong, she was indeed quite stunning. Xiao Zhuan furrowed his brow. He felt a strange sense of familiarity upon seeing her, but could not immediately recall where he had met her before. The girl stood up timidly and said, "Xiao Zhuan? I am Yi Qingmei." Suddenly, It dawned on Xiao Zhuan why he felt a sense of recognition upon seeing the words Qingmei Restaurant. Yi Qingmei was his deskmate in middle school. They had not interacted much, exchanging only a few words occasionally. He remembered that once she had mentioned her parents opening a restaurant, but was unsure of what to name it. Xiao Zhuan had casually suggested, "Since your name is Yi Qingmei, why not call it Qingmei Restaurant?" To his surprise, she had actually named it that. Back then, Yi Qingmei had been rather unremarkable in appearance, often bullied by the boys in class who had nicknamed her Little Black Devil. As her deskmate, Xiao Zhuan had often stood up for her. However, he had enlisted in the military during their third year, and they had not seen each other since, making her current beauty all the more astonishing to him. Xiao Zhuan intended to converse with her, but was interrupted by Du Feihong's mocking voice. "Oh, so you've run into an old acquaintance. No wonder you're so fearless." Xiao Zhuan shot him a glare and turned back to Yi Qingmei, asking, "What exactly happened?" Chapter 89. Yi Qingmei glared at the ruffians with fury and said, "I just returned from out of town the day before yesterday and found our restaurant vandalized. My father was injured and hospitalized because of them. They came to collect protection fees, and when my father refused, they resorted to violence. I went to confront them, but they insulted me." Xiao Zhuan chuckled wryly. "Sister, you went to reason with thugs and expected them to be polite? That's rather naive, isn't it? Why didn't you report it to the police?" Zhang Yuran inquired. Yi Qingmei replied, "I did report it, but when your officers arrived, they just smoked and laughed with them, completely ignoring the situation. They even warned me to keep quiet if I wanted to continue living here." Zhang Yuran, newly appointed and intolerant of injustice, was infuriated by such absurdity and asked, "Who handled it at that time?" Yi Qingmei shook her head. "I don't know him, but they called him Brother Lu." Xiao Zhuan glanced at Zhang Yuran and noticed her face darkening. There was only one officer named Lu in their precinct, Deputy Chief Lu Yuan, and the fact that he would engage in such behavior left both Zhang Yuran and Xiao Zhuan feeling disgraced. Xiao Zhuan crouched down to examine the man lying on the ground. Though he was bleeding profusely from the head, it was merely superficial. The ruffians were accustomed to brawling and knew how to control their strength, so fatalities were rare. "Is he your boyfriend?" Xiao Zhuan asked, looking up. Yi Qingmei quickly shook her head. "No, he is my younger brother. We were planning to tidy up the restaurant and reopen it today. But who would have guessed these ruffians would come to cause trouble? My brother, in a moment of panic, got into a fight with them." As she spoke, Yi Qingmei began to cry again. Watching her helpless tears stirred a sense of anger within Xiao Zhuan. He turned to Du Feihong and said coolly, "Now, will you come back to the precinct willingly, or shall I make you crawl there?" Du Feihong sneered. "Even your chief Lu treats me with respect. Who do you think you are? Just because you learned a few martial arts moves, you think you're tough? Do you want to test me? I can end you in a heartbeat." Just as Xiao Zhuan was about to lose his temper, a police aide approached and whispered, "Brother Xiao, Feihong has significant influence in Lianrong. Generally, no one dares to touch him. Perhaps we should ease up and pretend nothing happened. Even if the chief finds out, he won't blame us." Zhang Yuran, hearing this absurdity, retorted angrily, "Is that what a police officer should say? As a police officer, when faced with such bullying, you actually want to turn a blind eye? How can you live up to the trust the public has in you?" The aide chuckled. He was serving as an aide for the pay and to flaunt his authority on the streets, not for the trust of the common people. Seeing Zhang Yuran's stubbornness, he shrugged, saying, "Then I quit. I'm local. If I offend Feihong, my family won't have peace." Another aide followed suit, claiming, "I'm out too." The crowd, already biased against the police, erupted in jeers as they witnessed the two aides fleeing. Du Feihong laughed even more triumphantly, saying, "You two are wise to leave. You have no business here. Get lost." The two aides fled as if granted a reprieve, not daring to look back. Zhang Yuran's face turned pale with rage as she pointed at Du Feihong, declaring, "You are utterly lawless. If we don't arrest you today, I don't deserve to wear this uniform." Xiao Zhuan, handcuff them all. Just then, Lu Yuan hurried in with two others, shoving Xiao Zhuan aside and demanding, "What do you think you're doing?" Chapter 90. Upon entering, Lu Yuan immediately directed his ire at Xiao Zhuan without inquiring about the situation, reproaching him. "Who allowed you to strike someone indiscriminately?" "I instructed him to do so, Deputy Chief Lu." "Do you have an issue with that?" Zhang Yuran interjected. Lu Yuan glanced at her, his brow furrowing. He had harbored resentment towards Zhang Yuran. After toiling for over 20 years, he had finally attained the position of deputy chief. Only to have this inexperienced girl, with little credibility, rise to a position just below Song Qingnian upon her arrival. It baffled him. Was it merely because of her higher education? What good was that in practical situations? "Director Zhang, you're new here and may not yet understand the situation in Lianrong. Let me explain everything when we return. For now, please stand down." Lu Yuan attempted to lower his tone. Zhang Yuran, however, was unyielding, responding coldly. I may not know the situation in Lianrong, but my eyes are not blind. These individuals came to collect protection fees, destroyed a restaurant when they were refused, and injured people. All the evidence is clear. What more is there to understand? Lu Yuan, perceiving the woman's obstinacy, found himself in a predicament where he could not afford to offend her too greatly. Thus, he redirected his ire towards Xiao Zhuan, exclaiming in frustration, Zhang Zhidao has just arrived and is unfamiliar with the situation. You, being from Lianrong, ought to exhibit more discernment. Xiao Zhuan scoffed, you think I am an easy target? Merely because I dare not offend Zhang Yuan? I am but a mere soldier, following orders without concern for other matters. His countenance remained icy as he spoke. Lu Yuan, taken aback by Xiao Zhuan's audacity to confront him publicly, felt a surge of anger but suppressed his voice, leaning closer to Xiao Zhuan's ear. Do not blame me for not warning you. Fei Hong is notoriously ruthless and capable of anything. You, unlike Zhang Yuan, have familial ties in Lianrong. Even if you disregard your own well-being, consider your parents. Director Lu, are you attempting to intimidate me on Fei Hong's behalf? If the police fear the mercilessness of criminals, what purpose do we serve? Xiao Zhuan's indignation boiled within him, appalled at the conduct of Lu Yuan, a deputy director of a police station, who would utter such threats to a subordinate. His words elicited cheers from the onlookers, who rallied behind him, exclaiming, yes. Well said. This is what a police officer should be. So cool, handsome officer. I have decided that from today forth, you shall be my idol. And when I graduate from middle school, I shall marry you. Dare not to miss a beat. Du Fei Hong chuckled. Lu Yuan, you truly are a pitiful director. Your words carry no weight, akin to flatulence. No one takes you seriously. Lu Yuan shot a piercing glance at Xiao Zhuan before turning back to Du Fei Hong. Smiling apologetically, Fei Hong, today's incident is our fault. These two are new and lack understanding of the situation. Please, do me the favor of letting it slide. Du Fei Hong scrutinized Zhang Yuan, and then Xiao Zhuan, remaining silent as he toyed with a string of prayer beads, seemingly contemplating how to address the two. Ultimately, he smirked and stood, declaring, very well, I shall grant Lu Yuan a favor today. Brothers, let us depart. The few thugs on the ground, who had been struck down by Xiao Zhuan, struggled to rise, appearing genuinely ready to leave. Xiao Zhuan cast a glance at Lu Yuan, then snatched the hat from Lu Yuan's head and tossed it aside, coldly stating, Lu Yuan, you are unworthy of donning a police uniform, let alone wearing the badge upon your head. With that, Xiao Zhuan barked, all of you stand down. Chapter 91. Du Fei Hong turned, a mocking grin on his face, pointing at Xiao Zhuan's nose. Have you watched too many movies? I've tolerated you long enough. Do not overestimate your worth. He continued, speak without profanity. Respect begets respect. Whether you seek to display your ferocity or merely crave attention, cursing is unwarranted. Perhaps you resent your teachers for failing to educate you or harbor grievances against your parents for their lack of discipline. Your character is lacking, your morals have decayed. Being ostracized by society or ridiculed by others should not serve as justification for your vitriol. You ought to seek clarity and rejuvenation. Damn, is this officer out of his mind? At this moment, he is lecturing these thugs on philosophy, the crowd murmured amongst themselves. Yet unexpectedly, Xiao Zhuan concluded with a resounding proclamation. Promise me you will strive to be an upright individual, rather than a mindless beast. Remarkable. That last line was classic. I must remember it. The crowd erupted in applause, declaring, this statement deserves a spot among today's top 10 quotes. Note it down. This year's Penguin's signature is set. The onlookers continued to cheer, but Du Fei Hong could no longer contain himself. He shouted angrily at Xiao Zhuan. I curse your entire family. Go. End him. Despite the raucous shouts from Du Fei Hong's lackeys, none dared to lay a hand on Xiao Zhuan. After all, an individual who could wield a body weighing 150 pounds as a weapon was not one to be trifled with by those who prey on the weak. With his underlings remaining passive, Du Fei Hong had no choice but to act himself. Grabbing a steel pipe from one of his thugs, he charged at Xiao Zhuan, exhibiting a surprising agility that suggested he was indeed a skilled fighter. Xiao Zhuan merely smiled, taking a sudden step to the left, directly into Du Fei Hong's path. Before Du Fei Hong could comprehend Xiao Zhuan's swift movement, Xiao Zhuan had seized the steel pipe and his arm, twisting it with a crack that signaled a dislocated shoulder. A further twist resulted in another audible crack, eliciting a cry of agony from Du Fei Hong. Xiao Zhuan, you bastard. Du Fei Hong gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, launching himself toward Xiao Zhuan's abdomen. Xiao Zhuan effortlessly captured Du Fei Hong's head in his grasp, his fingers tightening to the point of eliciting further cries of distress. Despite Xiao Zhuan's right hand having been wounded by a gunshot, his left hand had been honed through deliberate training, allowing him to exert considerable force. In that moment, Xiao Zhuan utilized only a fraction of his strength. Had he unleashed his full might, he could have indeed crushed Du Feihong's skull. Nevertheless, he refrained from crossing that line, intent instead on imparting a lesson to this insolent beast. With a decisive motion, Xiao Zhuan's left hand held Du Feihong's head while his right fist connected with Du Feihong's face, demanding, "Do you understand your mistakes now?" Tears, blood from his nose, and a mouthful of blood streamed down Du Feihong's face as he gasped for breath, realizing that even if he fought back, he would only humiliate himself further. He lowered his voice. "Brother, I acknowledge your prowess in combat. Even if you could defeat 5 or 10, what of 100? Today, I concede, let us part as friends. Since this girl is acquainted with you, I shall refrain from causing trouble in the future. Please extend me some grace. And let this matter pass. I will provide protection for you in Lianrong." My response is as follows. Xiao Zhuan delivered another punch to Du Feihong's face, one that undoubtedly fractured his nasal bone and caused several teeth to shatter. Du Feihong spat blood, bellowing, "You are courting death, do you understand?" Unrepentant, Xiao Zhuan shouted coldly, delivering a flurry of punches, ensuring that Du Feihong's remaining teeth were knocked out. Finally recognizing his untenable position, Du Feihong realized he could no longer resist, or this rogue officer would indeed end his life. He hastily cried out, "I was wrong. Please, I beg you. I submit. I will do anything as long as you spare me." "Did you think you could endure a few more minutes?" "You are utterly useless," Xiao Zhuan retorted, releasing Du Feihong, who was now in excruciating pain, feeling as though death would be a kinder fate. He lay on the ground, shouting, "Dear police officers, I implore you, take me back to the station. I will accept whatever fate awaits me. Just spare me the beating." Xiao Zhuan promptly cuffed Du Feihong's hands. Dragging him by the legs like a dead dog, he approached Zhang Yuran, stating, "Let us return to the station, Zhang Zhidao." Oh, right, back to the station." Zhang Yuran, momentarily stunned, finally regained her composure. She cast a glance at Du Feihong and softly inquired of Xiao Zhuan, "Should we call an ambulance for him? Is he going to die?" "No need. A scourge lasts 1,000 years. He can still survive for a while, provided he doesn't offend me again." The onlookers outside instinctively cleared a path, marveling at the audacity of the police officer, such skill and tenacity. Should this incident become public, it would surely create a sensation throughout Lianrong County. Lu Yuan observed as Xiao Zhuan and Zhang Yuran drove away in their police vehicle, his face a canvas of shame, anger, and resentment, emotions flickering in rapid succession. Chapter 92, City West Police Station. When the officers at the station beheld Xiao Zhuan and Zhang Yuran returning with Du Feihong in custody, their expressions were nothing short of spectacular. It was unclear whether to commend their integrity or to chastise their recklessness. After all, was Du Feihong truly someone who could be easily apprehended? Song Qingyan, the previous station chief, had only been in his position for a fortnight when he attempted to capture Du Feihong as a warning to others. This, however, stirred a hornet's nest. For over a month, multiple brawls and robberies erupted daily in the East City, leading to the station chief's dismissal within 3 months of his appointment. Yet the saga did not conclude there. On the very night of his removal, he suffered a broken leg, with an individual later confessing that he had been instructed to do so, although it was apparent to discerning eyes that he was merely a scapegoat. The true mastermind behind the scenes was likely Du Feihong, but without concrete evidence, the matter ended in obscurity. Consequently, upon assuming office, Song Qingyan chose to turn a blind eye to Du Feihong's transgressions. If his actions became too egregious, he would simply summon him for a reprimand, urging him to restrain himself before letting him go. In truth, it was not merely Du Feihong that instilled such trepidation in Song Qingyan, but rather the individual lurking in the shadows behind him. This person, while not as flamboyant as Du Feihong, was a far more formidable figure, someone even the county police chief regarded with trepidation. Zhang Yuran and Xiao Zhuan appeared entirely oblivious to these circumstances, given their personalities. Even if they were aware, it was likely they would not alter their approach. Du Feihong offered no defense. Without waiting for interrogation, he recounted every detail of the incident, exuding an air of confidence. As the questioning reached its conclusion, Zhang Yuran was about to invite Xiao Zhuan for a meal when someone hurried over to say, "Xiao Zhuan, Chief Song wants to see you in his office." Xiao Zhuan, puzzled, asked, "Just me?" "Yes," the individual replied before departing. Zhang Yuran handed over the interrogation results to Xiao Zhuan with a smile, saying, "You might as well deliver this to Chief Song. It should be sufficient to detain Du Feihong for at least half a month." Xiao Zhuan entered Song Qingyan's office. noticing he was on the phone and opted not to interrupt. After concluding his call, Song Qingyan remained silent, his expression impassive as he regarded Xiao Zhuan until, after a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Has Du Feihong's interrogation concluded? Placing the results on the desk, Xiao Zhuan replied, yes. The cause and course of events have been clarified. Given his conduct, Song Qingyan abruptly interrupted. Do you harbor any grievances against me? Xiao Zhuan, taken aback, responded. Chief Song, why would you say that? Song Qingyan regarded him for a moment and said, I am aware that your name is absent from the list of commendations from the Municipal Bureau. Naturally, you might feel some resentment. Such feelings would be understandable for anyone in your position. Chief, Xiao Zhuan interjected, unable to tolerate this line of reasoning. I bear no resentment. I am a soldier by training, and obedience to orders is my duty. The absence of commendation may stem from their considerations, but I will not allow this to affect my work. Song Qingyan chuckled softly, saying, that's for the best. I too was taken aback when I first saw that list. I reported your performance in detail to the higher-ups. I'm uncertain why it turned out this way. Have you perhaps offended someone? Xiao Zhuan fell silent. If he had indeed offended anyone, it could only be Lin Xiaohai. He had nearly caused harm to his daughter, so it was only natural for Lin to bear a grudge against him, even if it wasn't Lin himself. The mere hint of dissatisfaction in his words could prompt others to take action against him. Song Qingyan regarded Xiao Zhuan, fully aware of the intricacies surrounding him. Chapter 93. A few days prior, he had encountered Guan Wenxue while visiting the county committee to meet Lu Qingfa. Their brief conversation revealed Guan's subtle discontent with Xiao Zhuan, raising alarms for Song Qingyan. Guan Wenxue was aligned with Lin Xiaohai. If he bore dissatisfaction toward Xiao Zhuan, could this not be indicative of a sentiment shared by Secretary Lin? If that were the case, it would be prudent to maintain a distance from Xiao Zhuan. Although he had always held high hopes for him, one must not act impulsively during such times, lest they provoke Secretary Lin's ire and jeopardize their own future. Xiao, how is your recovery from your injury? Song Qingyan inquired suddenly. Xiao Zhuan replied, there are no issues. The hospital advised a follow-up in a few days. But it is unnecessary. Song Qingyan remarked, it is wise to heed the doctors. After all, they are the professionals. I believe you should take some time to rest. Xiao Zhuan countered, that is unnecessary. I have endured injuries before and do not require such delicacy. Seeing that Xiao Zhuan had not grasped his intent, Song Qingyan bluntly stated, what I mean is, you should take a leave of absence for a while. Xiao Zhuan's expression shifted, a leave of absence? Why? Simply for apprehending a thug? It has nothing to do with Du Feihong, Song Qingyan clarified. I merely believe your actions have been somewhat reckless, and you need time for introspection. Xiao Zhuan, puzzled, pressed. What have I done wrong? You could point it out. Song Qingyan frowned. As your superior, must I consult you on every decision? Xiao Zhuan retorted. Even if it were a death sentence, one would still deserve a reason. I cannot accept being suspended without explanation. Song Qingyan slammed his hand on the table, declaring, this is an order. Whether you accept it or not, I am informing you that you are suspended. When you may return will depend on your reflection. Now leave. I have matters to attend to. Xiao Zhuan furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a moment before ultimately refraining from further protest as he exited the office. His mood was exceedingly grim, not because he had been suspended, but rather because it was for apprehending a thug. It was utterly absurd, a reversal of right and wrong. As he emerged from the chief's office, those colleagues who had greeted him warmly earlier now busied themselves with indifference. The morning's commendation list indicated that Xiao Zhuan had indeed incurred disfavor from above, and having now apprehended Du Feihong, his prospects appeared bleak. Naturally, they wished to distance themselves from him. Having witnessed the capriciousness of human relationships too often, Xiao Zhuan paid little heed to it. Xiao, what did Chief Song want with you? Tao Xian, noticing his sour demeanor, asked with concern. Xiao Zhuan forced a self-deprecating smile, saying, I've been suspended. What? Tao Xian exclaimed in outrage. What nonsense is this? Is it just for apprehending a thug? Just then, Du Feihong's voice rang out. Officer Andy, are you talking about me? Chapter 94. Du Feihong had nearly lost all his teeth to Xiao Zhuan's blows, and thus his speech was accompanied by a dribble of saliva. Upon hearing Du Feihong's voice, Tao Xian's expression shifted, and she immediately averted her gaze and walked away. Xiao Zhuan, observing Du Feihong being carried away on a stretcher by two medical personnel, furrowed his brow and demanded, who permitted him to come out. Du Feihong chuckled and said, your superior personally released me. What? Do you intend to apprehend me again if I refuse? Xiao Zhuan chuckled lightly, then leaned closer to Du Feihong's ear and whispered, do you know that while I can only detain you at the police station, outside, I could eliminate you without anyone knowing? As Xiao Zhuan spoke, An aura of menace emanated from him. He was indeed a man who had taken lives, and the words from his lips carried an undeniable weight of lethal intent. Du Feihong trembled, swallowing hard as he stammered, "Don't threaten me. I will report you. Let me tell you, my boss will not let you off. If your boss doesn't spare me, I will make you take the fall," Xiao Zhuan replied in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Du Feihong became agitated. His neck stiffening as he exclaimed, "Are you even being reasonable? It's not like I'm trying to do anything to you. Why do you have to target me?" "Because I want to," Xiao Zhuan retorted, gripping Du Feihong's arm tightly, causing him to scream in pain once more. Xiao Zhuan glanced at the two medical personnel, gestured with his chin, and said, "All right, take him away." Du Feihong's cries echoed throughout the police station, and just as he was being let out, Zhang Yuran approached furiously, asking, "Who released that scoundrel?" Xiao Zhuan shrugged and replied, "You might want to ask Director Song about that." Zhang Yuran's face turned pale with anger as she declared, "Let us go, Xiao Zhuan. We need to bring that scoundrel back." Xiao Zhuan smirked and said, "Zhang Guiding, you might want to find someone else for that." "What? Are you afraid?" Zhang Yuran responded with dissatisfaction. Tao Xin, indignant, remarked, "Xiao Zhuan has been suspended." "Suspended?" Zhang Yuran expressed her confusion, then became furious, asking, "Who did that? Was it Director Song?" Tao Xin said, "Apart from you and Director Song, who else has the authority here?" Zhang Yuran, exasperated, retorted, "Xiao Zhuan, don't leave yet. I'm going to find Director Song." Xiao Zhuan watched her rush into the director's office, sighed with a bitter smile, and walked straight out the door. Humming a tune from Jingju, "Look at that dark hole ahead. It must be the bandits' lair. I'll rush in and clean them out thoroughly." The onlookers observed his departing figure, some reveling in his misfortune, while others felt a pang of empathy, their emotions a mix of various sentiments. About 10 minutes later, Song Qingyan emerged from the office with a grim expression, followed closely by Zhang Yuran, who was still chattering incessantly. "Director Song, I just want to know what crime Xiao Zhuan committed to warrant suspension," Zhang Yuran pressed. "Xiao Zhuan used excessive force, sending someone to the hospital. Isn't that enough?" Song Qingyan replied. "Those individuals assaulted the police first, and Xiao Zhuan only retaliated. Should he just stand there and take the beating?" Zhang Yuran countered. "Zhang Guiding, your job is to provide ideological and political education to the officers, not to question the director's decisions." Song Qingyan frowned. Zhang Yuran scoffed. "Don't think I'm unaware of the reason. It's simply because he apprehended a thug that none of you dare confront. I issued the order to arrest him. Are you going to suspend me too?" Song Qingyan was momentarily at a loss for words. Although Zhang Yuran was a rank below him, she was transferred from the municipal bureau, and he did not wish to offend her too much. Just then, a female officer screamed at her computer, and Song Qingyan seized the opportunity to shift his focus, angrily asking, "What are you yelling about during work hours?" The female officer pointed at her screen and said, "Xiao Zhuan is in the news." Song Qingyan scoffed, "Good deeds don't leave the house, but bad news travels far. It's probably another scandal about police brutality." The female officer waved her hand. "No. The headline is Police Officer Li Xiaolong takes down 6 criminals with one move. It was uploaded 2 hours ago and has already garnered over 500,000 views." Zhang Yuran, intrigued, leaned in, and the previously hesitant officers gathered around as well. The video was not very clear, filmed from the perspective of onlookers, the footage shaky. Yet it captured the entire event, particularly the provocations from the thugs and Xiao Zhuan's swift counterattacks. Watching Xiao Zhuan's decisive and clean actions, several female officers were captivated. "I didn't expect Officer Xiao to be so handsome. Those moves are even cooler than Jet Li's," one remarked. "This is nothing. He was even more impressive during that KTV incident, but you all weren't there to see it," another male officer who had worked with Xiao Zhuan previously added. "Let us check the comments," Zhang Yuran suggested. The female officer quickly scrolled down to the comments section, where there were already thousands of remarks in just 2 hours. "No way. Is it true that our police are this formidable? Where is this happening? Goodness, this police officer is way too handsome. I want to have his children. This is what a true good police officer looks like. If we had more like him, it would be a blessing for the people." Zhang Yuran felt a flicker of joy as she read the comments. If the video received a favorable response, perhaps Xiao Zhuan's suspension could be revoked. Despite the overwhelming majority of positive comments, dissenting voices always emerged. "I don't understand why you praise the police for this behavior. It is clearly police brutality." "Yes, absolute police brutality. The police have no special privileges. What gives them the right to beat someone like this?" Zhang Yuran, enraged by the comments condemning police brutality, wished she could reach through the screen and confront those individuals. However, overall, the positive sentiments outweighed the negative, with at least 8 out of 10 comments being laudatory. Zhang Yuran felt somewhat relieved and turned to Song Qingyan, saying, Director Song, you've seen the people's voices. Can we consider lifting Xiao Zhuan's suspension now? Song Qingyan sneered. If we were to act according to public opinion, how could we carry out our work? Zhang Yuran demanded. What would it take for you to lift the suspension? Song Qingyan replied, I've said before, it depends on his performance. As long as he realizes his misuse of violence during enforcement and conducts a thorough self-critique, I may consider lifting the suspension. Zhang Yuran felt a surge of frustration, given Xiao Zhuan's temperament. How could he possibly admit fault when he knew he was in the right? Just then, someone rushed in, saying, Director Song, a call from Director Chu. Upon hearing it was a call from County Bureau Director Chu, Song Qingyan did not dare to delay, quickly answering the phone. On the other end, the voice immediately praised. Qingyan, you have a promising talent in your department. 10 minutes later, Song Qingyan hung up the phone, his face alternating between shades of green and white. Director Chu had praised Xiao Zhuan for a full 10 minutes, calling him a representative of the ideal police image, and mentioned wanting to meet him in a few days. But now that very representative had been suspended by him. While he wore a troubled expression, he suddenly spotted Guan Wenxue hurrying toward him. Director Song, where is Xiao Zhuan? I just called his phone, but no one answered. Guan Wenxue inquired immediately. Xiao Zhuan has been suspended. Song Qingyan hesitated to reply, recalling that just a few days ago, Guan Wenxue had been dissatisfied with Xiao Zhuan. Suspended? Who did that? Are you out of your mind? Take me to find him now. Guan Wenxue urged anxiously. When Xiao Zhuan returned home, feeling dejected, he found Lan Yuru playing mahjong with several neighbors. Upon seeing him, she expressed surprise. Why are you back so early today? I've been suspended, Xiao Zhuan answered honestly, plopping down on the sofa and turning on the television. Lan Yuru exclaimed, What were you suspended for? Was it because of the accident the other day? Xiao Zhuan ran his fingers through his hair and said, It's not because of that. Just don't worry about it. Lan Yuru replied, A temporary suspension isn't such a bad thing. Your injury hasn't healed properly, so you might as well take this time to rest. A woman lounging with a cigarette laughed. The old Zhao family is really having a streak of bad luck. Just when the husband is fine, the son gets suspended. If I were you, I would go to the temple and pray to the Bodhisattva. A freckled woman nearby scolded. How can you speak like that? Can't you see Cao Lan is upset? Must you say such things? The cigarette woman chuckled awkwardly. I'm only trying to be kind. The old Zhao family is having a rough year. Even drinking cold water seems to bring misfortune. Why not have Wu Banshan come over to check the feng shui? Lan Yu's expression soured as she retorted. Your family's feng shui is the issue. My son is only suspended, not fired. Why make such a fuss? The cigarette woman, seeing Yu's anger, couldn't help but laugh. You always praised your son as exceptional, and now that he is suspended, you're making excuses. How foolish. She continued, honestly, your son should just resign. What good is being a mere policeman? The salary is low, and it's dangerous. My son drives for the county leaders. He could find your son some work. Initially, it might just be serving tea, but at least he'd be close to those big leaders. Who knows? He might even get noticed and rise to prominence. Lan Yu scoffed. If it were that easy to rise, you would have gone along with your son to enjoy a comfortable life instead of playing mahjong with us. The cigarette woman bristled. I'm being kind. If you can't appreciate it, must you be so sarcastic? Lan Yu disrupted the mahjong tiles and said bluntly, Am I being sarcastic, or are you? After all this talk, what you really mean is that your son is better than mine, right? With his looks, he's south-destined to drive for a living. The cigarette woman, now infuriated, tossed her mahjong tiles aside and exclaimed, How can you say that? What makes your son better than mine? At least my son has been valued by his superiors for 5 or 6 years, while your son has only been working a month before getting suspended. If he were truly good, why would they suspend him? Lan Yu, trembling with anger, pointed at the woman, Leave now, and don't come back to my house. The woman, equally stubborn, retorted coldly, Fine, I'll leave. Who wants to stay in your poor house anyway? You won't even let anyone eat a watermelon, claiming it's for your son. You really treat him like a precious gem. Xiaoqing watched the two middle-aged women bicker over trivial matters, chuckling helplessly, and resumed watching television. Just then, the cigarette woman stormed out, and upon opening the door, she collided with the hurriedly moving She was about to unleash a tirade of insults, but swallowed her words when she recognized the two men's formal attire. The man in uniform, radiating authority, was someone she had seen once when she visited the police station to bail a relative. He was reportedly the station chief, a significant figure in her eyes. However, this station chief was now trailing behind another middle-aged man, indicating that the latter must hold an even higher status. What could such esteemed individuals possibly want at the Xiaojia? Lan Yu appeared equally puzzled, wondering if these two had mistakenly come to the wrong house. Whom are you looking for? Gan Wenxie inquired politely. Hello. I am the director of the county office, Gan Wenxie. You must be Xiao Jun's mother, correct? Is he at home? Upon hearing Gan Wenxie's identity, Liang Yu became flustered. She had never hosted such a distinguished guest before and felt at a loss. Why yes, he is at home. Please, come in, esteemed leaders. Liang Yu hurriedly gestured, then called out. Xiao Jun, come greet our honored guests. In truth, as soon as Gan Wenxie spoke, Xiao Jun had already heard and glanced over, choosing to ignore them and continue watching Xiang Yang Yu Wolong. Liang Yu, irritated, scolded, You rascal, leaders are here, and you haven't come over yet? Gan Wenxie quickly intervened, smiling, Lan Dajie. No need to be so formal. We've known Xiao Jun for a while. Just think of us as family. Family? Liang Yu forced a smile, feeling uneasy. She didn't understand the significance of a county office director, but she knew enough to recognize it was no small matter. The fact that such a person would call themselves family was astonishing. The cigarette woman's face shifted through shades of green and white. Her son was the one driving for the county, yet here was the county office director personally visiting the Xiaojia, seemingly on close terms with Xiaojia. Just moments ago, she had mocked him for being useless, and now those words felt like a resounding slap to her face. Gan Wenxie and Zheng Yan entered the house quietly, approaching Xiaojia. Xiao, watching television? Gan Wenxie attempted to break the ice. Xiaojia grunted, his gaze still fixed on the screen. Gan Wenxie felt the chill of rejection, but bore no anger. Signaling to Feng Qingyan to handle the situation. Clearing his throat, Feng Qingyan stepped forward. Xiao, I must admit my attitude at the station today was inappropriate. My handling of your suspension was rather rash, and I apologize. I hope you can forgive me. The four middle-aged women in the room could hardly believe their ears. These two powerful leaders were treating Xiaojia as if he were a grandson meeting his grandfather. Especially Liang Yu, who had always boasted about her son, yet deep down, she had never truly believed those words. Although Xiaojia occasionally displayed a bit of cleverness, she couldn't think of any significant achievements until this moment, when she suddenly realized she had underestimated her own son. Xiaojia glanced at Gan Wenxie and Feng Qingyan, puzzled by their sudden change in demeanor. What do you want from me? The abrupt shift in attitude from Gan Wenxie and Feng Qingyan raised Xiaojia's suspicions. Just days ago, Gan Wenxie had been indifferent, even diminishing his contributions, while Feng Qingyan had displayed a blatant lack of gratitude for the insider information he had provided. Their sudden reversal was too dramatic. If there were no ulterior motives, it would be hard to believe. Gan Wenxie rubbed his hands together, hesitating before speaking. Xiao, Secretary Lin wants to see you. Xiaojia froze. Secretary Lin? Lin Yunchang's father? Why does he suddenly want to meet me? A flood of questions rushed through his mind. He had nearly caused his daughter's demise, and he imagined the man would harbor a deep-seated hatred for him. Even if he sought revenge, why would he personally come? Gan Wenxie, adept at reading expressions, quickly added, Don't misunderstand. Secretary Lin merely wishes to meet you without any ulterior motives. Xiaojia scoffed at this statement. The disparity in their ranks was immense. Every action from such a person carried profound implications. Would he travel all this way just for a simple meeting? I'm sorry, I'm unavailable. Xiao Jun remained fixated on the television, seemingly far more captivated by the peculiar sheep on the screen than by Secretary Lin. Secretary Lin? Which Secretary Lin? Lianrong wondered if there was still a Secretary Lin in her life. The woman with the cigarette rolled in her mouth wore a puzzled expression. The other two women exchanged confused glances. Was it someone new? They had not heard anything about it. It was the municipal committee's Secretary Lin. At that moment, Lan Yaru could hardly suppress her desire to drag Xiao Jun over and give him a good thrashing. How could he act so aloof when a person of such stature wished to see him? The three middle-aged women were momentarily rendered speechless. The municipal committee's Secretary Lin? This situation felt utterly absurd. Song Qingyan, observing Xiao Jun's demeanor and Guo Wenshua's embarrassment, hastily intervened. Xiao Jun, I understand you harbor resentment, but you must recognize the gravity of the situation. Secretary Lin wishes to meet you. This is not the time for you to sulk. Go change your clothes. Xiao Jun remained unmoved, sitting still as a statue, and retorted, What of Secretary Lin? Just because he wants to see me, I should rush to meet him? If he wants to see me, he ought to inquire whether I wish to see him in return. Song Qingyan, taken aback by such audacious remarks, scolded him sternly. Comrade Xiao Jun, I hereby order you to change your clothes. Xiao Jun glanced back at him, saying, I apologize, Director Song, but I have been suspended. I am merely an ordinary citizen now. You barged into my home without my permission. I could very well report you for trespassing. What authority do you possess to command me? Song Qingyan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to penetrate Xiao Jun's obstinacy. Guo Wenxue quickly raised his hand, signaling for silence, and attempted to persuade him gently. Xiao Zhuan, I realized there were misunderstandings between us a few days ago. When we learned about Yunshang's incident, both Secretary Lin and I were genuinely concerned. As the saying goes, worry can lead to chaos, and we inadvertently troubled you. Here, I extend my apologies on behalf of Secretary Lin, and I hope you can forgive us. Xiao Zhuan nodded. Very well, I forgive you. Can you leave now? Guo Wenxue, feeling somewhat disgruntled after his heartfelt entreaty was met with indifference, replied, Xiao Zhuan, I have postponed my work to come here and plead with you. I have exhausted all my polite words. What more do you desire from me to be satisfied? Xiao Zhuan sneered and turned to glare at him, declaring, Indeed, you, Director Guo, have made a special trip to request my presence, and I should be grateful? In your eyes, I have always been a mere inconsequential pawn, treated kindly only when I serve a purpose, and discarded when I am of no use. Much like a compliant dog, am I not? Chapter 99. But remember, even if I, Xiao Zhuan, am but a dog, I am a dog with a temperament. Should anyone dare to cross me, I will bite. Therefore, while I have yet to lash out, it would be wise for you to keep your distance. Having vented his pent-up frustration, Xiao Zhuan no longer cared if his words would offend Guo and Song, or if they might jeopardize his future. As he had stated, anyone who dared to make his life difficult, regardless of their stature, would find themselves on the receiving end of his ire. Lanyaru, witnessing her son's sudden outburst against the two high-ranking officials, hurried over to apologize on their behalf. Guo Wenshue's expression shifted dramatically. He had never been spoken to in such a manner, not even by Secretary Lin, and was taken aback by being berated by a young man. He composed himself and asked, Are you certain you will not accompany me to meet Secretary Lin? Xiao Zhuan did not respond, continuing to watch television. Just as Guo Wenxue was about to leave, he suddenly turned back and said, Yunshang is in trouble. Xiao Zhuan snapped his head around, staring intently at him. On the journey to Jianghai City, Guo Wenxue recounted the details of the incident to Xiao Zhuan. Yesterday afternoon, Lin Yunshang had sneaked out through a window and boarded a bus heading to Lianrong. However, less than 10 minutes after departing Jianghai, the bus suddenly experienced brake failure. Fortunately, the driver, with his considerable experience, managed to steer the bus into the woods, averting a catastrophic accident. Lin Yunshang sustained a minor fracture in her calf due to being trapped under the seat, but thankfully, she was otherwise unharmed. Following the incident, the police launched an investigation and discovered that the bus brakes had been tampered with. However, despite reviewing surveillance footage from the bus station and gas stations visited by the bus in recent days, they had yet to identify the perpetrator. Though Xiao Zhuan felt a twinge of worry for Lin Yunshang, he nonetheless asked, What do you want from me? If the city bureau hasn't managed to find the culprit, what can I do? Guo Wenxue replied, Do not question me. I am merely following orders. Secretary Lin instructed me to invite you without providing further details. Gazing out the window, Xiao Zhuan appreciated the beautiful scenery. Yet his thoughts were consumed by Lin Yunshang's enchanting visage. He recalled her playful spirit and found himself entranced. Love, he mused, is a feeling that can arise from the most unexpected places, and he was uncertain of the nature of his feelings for her. Their acquaintance had been brief, and with no prior experience in matters of the heart, he struggled to discern whether what he felt for Lin Yunshang could be classified as love. He simply knew that during the time Lin Yunshang had been away, his heart felt achingly empty, a sensation reminiscent of when he had first joined the army and longed for his parents. In that moment, as they had teetered on the brink of the abyss, his instinct had been to protect her, willing to risk his own life to ensure her safety. Could this truly be called love? Chapter 100. At Jianghai City People's Hospital, Xiao Zhuan stood at the door of Lin Yunshang's room, gazing at her as she slept, resembling a fairy tale princess. Gone was the usual mischief that often left others exasperated. She lay there in serene repose, perhaps dreaming of something delightful, a gentle smile gracing her delicate features. Who could be so cruel as to inflict harm upon such a girl? Guo Wenxue patted Xiao Zhuan on the shoulder and said, Secretary Lin is waiting for you. Xiao Zhuan nodded, casting one last lingering look at Lin Yunshang before turning to depart. On the way to meet Lin Xiuhai, an inexplicable sense of trepidation washed over Xiao Zhuan. After all, Lin Xiuhai was a legend in Jianghai, having transformed Lianrong, a poverty-stricken county, into a model county for the entire city during his 4-year tenure. Even nearly a decade later, many in Lianrong still expressed their gratitude for his contributions. Throughout his career as deputy mayor, and secretary of the municipal committee, every domain under his purview experienced remarkable development, thus solidifying Lin Xiuhai's unparalleled prestige in Jianghai. Meeting such an eminent figure would make anyone feel apprehensive. Due to Lin Xiuhai's esteemed position, The hospital had allocated a spacious office for him to rest. As Xiao Zhuan followed Guo Wenxue to the office door, his initial nervousness inexplicably dissipated. Perhaps it was a peculiar trait of a sniper during previous missions. Even when his anxiety peaked, the moment the target came into view, he would instantly relax and enter a state of ease. As the door swung open, the dimly lit room revealed only one figure, seated with their back to the entrance. Xiao Zhuan fixed his gaze on the individual and stepped forward. "Have you arrived?" The person spoke. Xiao Zhuan pulled out a chair and sat down, stating, "Let us dispense with the theatrics. If you have something to say, simply say it." Guo Wenxue winced slightly. This young man was indeed audacious. Speaking to him in such a manner was one thing, but to behave so irreverently before Secretary Lin was another entirely. Lin Xiaohai burst into laughter and then turned his chair around. Xiao Zhuan had not deliberately researched Lin Xiaohai's background. Today was the first time he had seen his appearance. He possessed a dignified square face, and his features bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yunxiang. If he had not proclaimed himself as the secretary of the municipal committee, one might easily mistake him for an actor portraying a tough guy. No wonder the people of Jianghai revered him like a deity. A man of such formidable capability and striking looks would draw attention anywhere, let alone in a political arena often dominated by mediocrity. Lin Xiaohai remained silent, gazing intently at Xiao Zhuan for a while, only to find the latter maintaining an air of calm indifference. He was somewhat taken aback and inquired, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Xiao Zhuan chuckled lightly, responding, "Will you eat me?" The implication was clear. You are not a beast, so why should I fear you? Chapter 101. Lin Xiaohai clapped his hands in amusement, remarking, "Quite interesting. No wonder even the seasoned literary figure, Guan Wenxue, speaks highly of you." Guan Wenxue stood by like a servant, smiling. It was hard to believe that the usually jovial director Guan could exhibit such a humble demeanor. After the pleasantries, Lin Xiaohai's expression suddenly turned serious as he asked, "You should have seen Yunxiang earlier. What are your thoughts?" Xiao Zhuan maintained his composure, replying, "What do you want me to think?" Seeing that the young man was not easily baited, Lin Xiaohai silently elevated his opinion of him. In truth, if Xiao Zhuan expressed his genuine feelings, he would find himself in a passive position, susceptible to Lin Xiaohai's manipulation. He disliked feeling constrained by others. So even though he felt some pity for Lin Yunxiang and a degree of hatred toward the assailant, he refrained from voicing it. The perpetrator was detestable, willing to endanger all passengers in a bid to harm Lin Xiaohai's daughter, an act of sheer madness. Lin Xiaohai's face bore signs of anger, encountering such a situation. Even a man of his depth could hardly remain composed. Considering Lin Xiaohai's power, it was outrageous that the assailant dared to target his daughter right under his nose. Akin to pulling the whiskers of a tiger, Xiao Zhuan sat quietly, aware that conversing with an old fox like Lin Xiaohai required caution, as a misplaced word could lead him into a trap. Observing that the young man was reluctant to engage, Lin Xiaohai resolved to be direct. "I have brought you here today to assist me in capturing this assailant." Xiao Zhuan offered a self-deprecating smile, saying, "You overestimate me. How could a mere officer from a local precinct achieve what so many elites at the municipal bureau have failed to do?" Lin Xiaohai replied, "There is no need for false modesty. I have reviewed your resume. I submitted a request to the military commission and examined your detailed file. As one of the nation's top special forces operatives, your abilities surpass those of the municipal police. Moreover, both Guan Wenxue and Jin Zhong admire you greatly, which speaks volumes." Xiao Zhuan did not let the flattery inflate his ego and stated, "Jianghai City is vast, and the assailant is cunning. Capturing him under these circumstances would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It cannot be accomplished through individual effort alone." Lin Xiaohai nodded, affirming, "You are correct. Aimlessly flailing about will yield no results. However, what if the assailant has already been largely identified?" Xiao Zhuan regarded him, asking, "What do you mean?" Lin Xiaohai retrieved a photograph from the documents on the table and handed it to Xiao Zhuan, saying, "I heard you personally apprehended several armed robbers recently and successfully uncovered the mastermind behind it." Noticing Xiao Zhuan's expression darkening, Lin Xiaohai felt a twinge of embarrassment. This time, the municipal bureau's commendation list had erased all of Xiao Zhuan's achievements. Though not directly responsible, he was complicit in a sense, and mentioning it now felt like a self-inflicted slap. The mastermind, named Wang Yu, had a father who was executed due to a violent incident involving his wife. Lin Xiaohai had personally sanctioned the decision, and he felt guilty for a long time. Now, after so many years of Wang Yu's disappearance, his sudden reappearance must harbor some malicious intent, with revenge against Lin Xiaohai being the primary motive, Lin Xiaohai stated earnestly. Xiao Zhuan scrutinized the photograph of the boy in military attire, his face radiant with youth. although it was an old photograph from over a decade ago. His innocence was evident, making it hard to fathom that he had morphed into such a ruthless criminal. Since you have already identified a suspect, why not simply issue a capture order? Why seek my help? Xiao Zhuan inquired. Chapter 102. Hearing Xiao Zhuan's question, Lin Xiaohai's expression grew more grave. Wang Yu has been elusive for the past few years, mastering evasion techniques that allow him to escape without leaving a trace after each crime. The municipal bureau is at a loss. Xiao Zhuan pressed, what do you intend to do? Lin Xiaohai tapped his fingers on the table, stating, if we cannot capture him, we must lure him out. Xiao Zhuan chuckled. He is not foolish enough to come willingly. Lin Xiaohai appeared torn, but ultimately stated, I wish to use Yunshang as bait to draw him in. What did you say? Xiao Zhuan's eyes flashed with intensity. Lin Xiaohai disregarded his reaction and continued, Wang Yu's aim is revenge against me. Thus Yunshang will inevitably become his target. At the same time, she is the best bait to lure this big fish. Then why not use yourself as bait? Xiao Zhuan interrupted. Since Wang Yu seeks revenge against you, you would be the ideal lure. Guan Wenxue frowned, preparing to admonish him. But Lin Xiaohai waved his hand dismissively, saying, what you say is true. If I were the bait, it might yield better results. However, my protection is too stringent, and no one would agree to remove the guards around me. Even if they did, with Wang Yu's cunning, he would not bite easily. A clever wolf does not prey on carrion. He knows that easy prey is often fraught with danger, and Wang Yu is even more astute than that. Xiao Zhuan scoffed. Have you considered Yunshang's safety? If you use her as bait and something goes awry, can you bear the responsibility? Lin Xiaohai fell silent for a long time before speaking. She is my only daughter. No one loves her more than I do. Yet this is not the time to indulge in personal feelings. Wang Yu has become a complete monster. The last major traffic accident was orchestrated by him, and with this recent bus incident, if he continues unchecked, I dread to think how many innocent lives will be endangered. Moreover, Wang Yu is in the shadows while we are in the light. If we do not draw him out, neither Yunshang nor I will escape unscathed. If this situation persists, it may endanger even more innocent civilians. For the civilians? It seems you are more concerned about your own position, Xiao Zhuan retorted bluntly. If Jianhai City continues to face significant safety threats, you, as secretary of the municipal committee, will bear the blame. Therefore, to secure your position, you would risk your daughter's life, all the while claiming it is for the public good? Lin Xiaohai rubbed his temples, his tone heavy. Regardless of how you perceive me, this plan must be executed, and you are a crucial component for its success. Xiao Zhuan responded indifferently. What do you want me to do? Lin Xiaohai said earnestly, I want you to do everything in your power to ensure Yunshang's safety. Why choose me? Xiao Zhuan asked. Because you are the most suitable candidate, Lin Xiaohai replied. Why? Xiao Zhuan pressed on. Lin Xiaohai gazed into Xiao Zhuan's eyes and slowly said, because you have feelings for Yunshang. Chapter 103. Xiao Zhuan discarded the photograph in his hand with a scoff. Are you joking? Lin Xiaohai retrieved the photo and asked, then tell me, why did you shield her with your own body when the car was about to plunge off the cliff? You knew full well that it would put you in grave danger, so why did you do it? Don't claim it was merely to fulfill the protective mission assigned to you. You have already been suspended today and could have refused to oversee Wenxue. Yet why did you rush over upon hearing that Yunshang was in trouble? Your words may deny it, but your eyes betray the truth. The concern you exhibited just now outside the hospital room, can you truly assert it was merely that of a concerned friend? Despite Xiao Zhuan's efforts to articulate numerous counterarguments, he ultimately slumped against the chair, defeated. Lin Xiaohai softened his tone, stating, I believe that when one falls in love, it can awaken boundless potential within oneself. Coupled with your extraordinary abilities, you will undoubtedly ensure her safety. A struggle finally flickered across Xiao Zhuan's face as he replied, I'm afraid I can't. If you can complete this task successfully, I will promote you to Deputy Director of the Chengxi Police Station, Lin Xiaohai proposed. In bureaucratic circles, promotion is seldom an easy endeavor. Regardless of one's merits, seniority is paramount. Only after sufficient tenure can one earn respect. Lu Yuan took 2 decades to ascend to the position of Deputy Director, while many seasoned officers, with 30 or 40 years of service, remain mere regular police officers. Xiao Zhuan had only transitioned to active duty less than 2 months ago, making Lin Xiaohai's offer of a deputy director position undeniably enticing. However, the allure of power and wealth held little significance for Xiao Zhuan. He had grown accustomed to freedom and could not abide the constraints of a high-ranking position. Constantly having to appease superiors and guard against subordinate schemes, it was simply too exhausting. With a wry smile, Xiao Zhuan lifted the teacup containing Lin Xiaohai's leftover tea and took a sip. Having encountered countless individuals, Lin Xiaohai instantly recognized that this bargaining chip was somewhat insipid. Thus, He revealed his final card. If you excel in this mission, I will consent to your courtship of Yunshang. At that moment, Xiao Juan, having just swallowed a mouthful of tea, erupted, spewing it all over Lin Xiaohai. Had Lin Shuju not dodged in time, he surely would have needed to wash his face in the restroom. Guan Wenxue glared at Xiao Juan in annoyance. How dare he act so recklessly in front of Lin Shuju? Lin Xiaohai waved his hand and continued to gaze at Xiao Juan, stating, "You may propose any further requests. As long as they are not excessive, I am willing to comply." Lin Xiaohai had lowered himself to an unprecedented degree. If their conversation were to be disseminated, it would undoubtedly attract ridicule. How could Lin Shuju, revered as a deity in Zhanghai, stoop to such a level, pleading with a mere police officer? After a long moment of contemplation, Xiao Juan finally spoke, "I can accept this task. But I cannot guarantee Yunshang's absolute safety while I am in the open and the enemy lurks in the shadows. Therefore, I will not sign any military orders." Lin Xiaohai nodded, "I understand. The enemy is exceptionally formidable, and I have mentally prepared for the worst. Just do your best, regardless of whether Yunshang emerges unscathed. I will owe you a favor." As he spoke, Lin Xiaohai retrieved a handgun from his drawer, stating, "This is my personal sidearm, and I am now granting you the right to carry it freely. You may fire it whenever you encounter danger." Xiao Juan accepted the Type 54 pistol. While it was not the most impressive firearm he had seen, the privilege of carrying it was exhilarating. He intended to inquire further about the details of the assignment. But at that moment, the office door swung open, and a doctor entered, announcing, "Lin Shuju, Miss Yunshang has awakened." Joy illuminated the faces of the three individuals present. Chapter 104. Lin Yunshang had indeed regained consciousness, her large eyes blinking at the ceiling. Her serene face a picture of confusion as she seemed to ponder how she had ended up in this place. Upon seeing Xiao Juan and Lin Xiaohai walk in together, she was utterly astonished. "Dad, Xiao Juan, why are you two together?" Lin Xiaohai tenderly grasped her hand and reproached, "You have never been considerate of me since childhood. Now that you're grown, you still act so recklessly. What can I possibly say to you?" Lin Yunshang pouted. "You've always watched me like a prisoner since I was little. Now that I'm older, you still control me. What can I possibly say to you? Your words are truly something." Lin Xiaohai felt helpless, no matter how adept he was at solving significant problems at work. He found himself at a loss when facing his daughter, who seemed to be his nemesis from a past life. Lin Yunshang turned her head and asked, "Where's my mom? Why hasn't she come to see me?" Lin Xiaohai explained, "Your grandmother suddenly fell ill, and your mother hurried back to attend to her." Lin Yunshang's face filled with concern. "Is grandma all right?" Lin Xiaohai reassured her, "The elderly often have minor health issues, but she is fine now. Your mother is on her way back." "Oh." Lin Yunshang sighed in relief, then glanced at Xiao Juan, asking, "You still haven't told me why you two are together?" Lin Xiaohai hesitated. He could not divulge the plan just yet. He feigned a sigh and replied, "You wish to go to Lianrong. I must find someone to ensure your safety, right?" Lin Yunshang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So you agree to let me go to Lianrong?" Lin Xiaohai replied with exasperation, "What can I do if you insist so firmly? If you manage to climb down from the balcony this time, will you dig a tunnel next time? I can't turn our home into a fortress." "Thank you, Dad." Lin Yunshang beamed, completely oblivious to the fact that she had become a mere bait. Lin Xiaohai added, "But you must promise me that no matter what you do, Xiao Juan must stay by your side at all times." Lin Yunshang glanced at Xiao Juan, then feigned shyness, saying, "Does that mean he has to follow me even to eat or use the restroom? That doesn't seem appropriate. I am still an unmarried young lady." Lin Xiaohai, irritated, lightly tapped her forehead. "If you can't comply with that, then perhaps it's best for you to remain at home." Lin Yunshang quickly replied, all right. I promise." Satisfied, Lin Xiaohai stood and addressed Xiao Juan. "I have spent the day at the hospital, and there is much work awaiting my attention. I must return now. I entrust Yunshang to you, and I hope you can protect her well." Xiao Juan glanced at the clock. It was already past 8 in the evening, and those with a regular routine were likely preparing for bed. Lin Xiaohai still had to return to work, demonstrating that every seemingly glamorous job comes with unimaginable sacrifices. Having long departed, Lin Xiaohai left Lin Yunshang excitedly counting on her fingers, seemingly planning her grand endeavors. After a while, Lin Yunshang finally remembered Xiao Juan's presence and asked, "Xiao Juan, is your injury healed?" Xiao Juan scoffed, "At least you have some conscience. It's worth my trouble coming all the way to Zhanghai. Much better now, I can run and jump. But it seems I'll have to stand on the subway from now on," he lamented. Chapter 105. Lin Yunshang laughed. "You're supposed to be my bodyguard. Is that all you've achieved?" Xiao Juan chuckled, just as Lin Yunshang's expression suddenly darkened. "Tell me, have you made some secret deal with my dad? Otherwise, how could he suddenly agree to let me go to Lianrong?" Xiao Zhuan chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Your father is the secretary of the municipal party committee, while I am merely a humble police officer. We are separated by 800 ranks. What kind of transaction can we possibly engage in? Really not." Lin Yunxiang still wore a skeptical expression. "No," Xiao Zhuan responded resolutely. Lin Yunxiang nodded, stating, "All right, I will temporarily trust you. If I discover that you are lying, I will certainly help you fulfill your wish of having someone offer you a seat on the subway." Xiao Zhuan couldn't help but shiver. This woman, known for her unruly demeanor, might actually carry out such a deed. Just then, Liang Ruoxuan entered the hospital room, carrying something. The originally beaming Liang, the stunning beauty, grew visibly displeased upon seeing Xiao Zhuan. "Why are you here?" Liang Ruoxuan's exquisite face was filled with anger. Her best friend had nearly been harmed by this man, and now he had the audacity to show up. Lin Yunxiang tugged at Liang Ruoxuan's hand, saying, "Ruoxuan, please don't blame him. What happened that day was truly an accident. He didn't intend for it." Liang Ruoxuan shot her a glare and retorted, "How can you say that? In just a week, you've been in and out of here twice. Is the hospital that entertaining?" Lin Yunxiang, feeling the heat of the argument shift onto herself, grimaced and replied, "It was also an accident this time." Liang Ruoxuan ceased her accusations and turned to Xiao Zhuan, declaring, "I do not care what your purpose here is. You may leave now." Xiao Zhuan raised his hands in surrender, stating, "Secretary Lin sent me to protect Yunxiang. I cannot abandon my post." "Secretary Lin?" Liang Ruoxuan glanced at Lin Yunxiang, who nodded. Her surprise deepened. When Lin Yunxiang had been brought back that day, Lin Xiuhai had been furious, practically wishing to dismember Xiao Zhuan. How could he now be invited over? "I do not care who invited you. You must disappear from my sight at once," Liang Ruoxuan said coldly, not wishing to see Xiao Zhuan for even a moment. Xiao Zhuan furrowed his brows. "But Yunxiang's safety is my responsibility." Liang Ruoxuan insisted stubbornly. "What will you use to ensure that?" Xiao Zhuan pressed further, frowning. "You do not need to concern yourself." Liang Ruoxuan flushed with anger. Seeing the animosity between the two, Lin Yunxiang quickly interjected, "Xiao Zhuan, perhaps you should go rest for now. Let Ruoxuan stay with me." Noticing Liang Ruoxuan's expression as if she wished to devour him, Xiao Zhuan realized the two could not coexist peacefully in the same room for the time being. He reluctantly nodded, saying, "All right, if anything arises, remember to call me." Outside the hospital room, there were guards sent by Lin Xiuhai keeping a vigilant watch, ensuring that no unexpected incidents would occur during this period in Jianghai. This was also why Xiao Zhuan felt at ease leaving. Since he was in Jianghai, he naturally wanted to visit his sister, Xiao Rou, who was studying at Jianghai University and would only return to Lianrong during long holidays. Their opportunities to meet were quite limited. "Hello, little sister, can you come out now?" Xiao Zhuan dialed Xiao Rou's number. Though Xiao Rou grew up alongside Xiao Zhuan, her character and demeanor were vastly different. Since childhood, Xiao Zhuan had been a rebellious spirit, drawing conflict wherever he went, getting beaten by parents at home, scolded by teachers at school, and pursued by ruffians on the streets. Had he not ultimately enlisted in the military, he might have become a local tyrant. In contrast, Xiao Rou's personality was quite the opposite. Perhaps due to her awareness of not being a true member of the Xiao family, she had always been somewhat shy and self-effacing, speaking softly in any setting, never causing trouble, and maintaining an image of the perfect daughter in the eyes of both parents and teachers, embodying all the standards of beauty revered in the country. During the college entrance examination, Xiao Rou scored 24 points higher than the threshold for the prestigious Shui-Mu University. Yet she graciously declined their full scholarship offer, ultimately enrolling in Jianghai University, leaving everyone astounded. Although Jianghai University had made remarkable progress in recent years with its teaching methods and faculty, it remained merely a second-tier institution. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to grow trees, but 100 years to cultivate talent. Building a renowned school is not an endeavor that can yield immediate results. Regardless of Jianghai University's rapid advancement, it still lagged far behind Shui-Mu University, and many failed to comprehend her decision. Consequently, Xiao Xinya severed her tuition and living expenses, leaving her to fend for herself. Despite her gentle nature, Xiao Rou possessed a stubborn streak, managing to earn her tuition through part-time jobs and occasionally sending money home, albeit in modest amounts, which garnered some admiration. In truth, Xiao Rou had not overthought this matter that others found perplexing. She simply wished to remain close to Lianrong. She feared that if her brother returned from the military and could not find her, so she chose a university nearby, allowing her to see him as soon as he returned home. For this sole relative in her life, Xiao Rou held an almost obsessive attachment. When she received Xiao Zhuan's call, informing her that he was in Jianghai and wished to meet, the previously quiet Xiao Rou was filled with ecstatic joy. tossing aside her borrowed copy of microeconomics. Her dorm mates, taken aback, exchanged bewildered glances, having never witnessed Xiaoro so animated in the nearly year they had shared a room. Xiaoro opened her wardrobe and pulled out a floral dress that she had rarely worn since buying it, asking, "Do you think this looks nice on me?" The girls looked at her as if she were an alien, yet no one offered an opinion. "Is it not pretty?" Xiaoro changed into another outfit, inquiring, "How about this one?" A girl with a ponytail approached, gently touching Xiaoro's forehead and mumbling, "You're not feverish, are you?" Xiaoro looked puzzled and asked, "What are you doing, Huang Ying?" The girl named Huang Ying replied, "I was about to ask you the same. You suddenly seem possessed." Xiaoro pouted. "What do you mean?" Another girl with a cherubic face chimed in, "How could you say that? You never care about your appearance, always in your school uniform. What's with the sudden change today?" "Oh, it can't be." Huang Ying suddenly realized, could it be that our ethereal Xiao Daixia has a boyfriend? Who is he? Is it Gao Su from the computer science department, or Chen Chu from the philosophy department? Xiaoro retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? I have no boyfriend." Huang Ying, with a mischievous grin, said, "Confess willingly, or face severe consequences. If you don't come clean, we might have to resort to extreme measures." As the girls reached for her simultaneously, Xiaoro hurriedly dodged, pleading, "There's really nothing. It's just my brother coming to see me." The girls found the revelation rather mundane and said, "So it's just your brother visiting. Why all the fuss?" Xiaoro, looking aggrieved, asked, "You still haven't told me if this outfit is nice or not." Huang Ying scoffed, "You, the acknowledged beauty of the school, would look good even wrapped in a bedsheet." Without further ado, Xiaoro rushed to the restroom to change, then borrowed some makeup from her roommates, clumsily attempting to beautify herself. Eventually, Huang Ying could no longer bear to watch and helped her with her makeup. After the meticulous enhancement, Xiaoro's already exquisite features captivated even her dorm mates. The chubby girl with a teary voice lamented, "It's utterly unfair. I spend hours every day on makeup, yet I still look dreadful. Why is it that you can look so stunning with such ease?" Huang Ying quickly turned her head, her face filled with resentment, exclaiming, "I can't bear to watch this any longer. If I do, I might start to question my own sexual orientation." Xiaoro, weary of wasting her breath on these unscrupulous individuals, hurriedly dashed out the door. Huang Ying and her companions exchanged perplexed glances, sensing something unusual in each other's expressions. "Shall we follow her? Let us go." By this time, the sky had completely darkened, and the campus was filled with students engaging in secret romantic exchanges. Xiaoro, unable to conceal her excitement, moved lightly on her feet, and clad in a flowing white gown, resembled a celestial being descended to earth. As she rushed towards the school gate, she suddenly heard someone call out from behind, "Xiaoro." Turning around, her previously sweet smile faltered, only to be replaced by her customary aloof demeanor. The boy approaching was named Wang Yin, a third-year student from the law department. Ever since Xiaoro first set foot in Zhanghai University, he had relentlessly pursued her, inundating her with love letters every 3 days and bouquets every 2. Much to her annoyance. At that moment, Wang Yan's gaze widened at the sight of Xiaoro in an attire he had never seen before, particularly captivated by the 2 fair legs visible beneath the hem of her white dress, as if they possessed an irresistible charm that he couldn't tear his eyes away from. Despite knowing it was inappropriate, Xiaoro furrowed her brow and asked, "Is there something you need?" Wang Yan, wearing a gentle expression, replied, "Xiaoro, today marks the 388th day since we met. Throughout this time, you have entered my world like an incredibly pure angel." Students passing by the campus paused to witness the confession, gathering around to cheer. Wang Yan raised his voice, "Although you have consistently rejected my advances, I have never once considered giving up. After all, no great love story is without its trials. I regard these as divine tests. Today is my 9th confession. Will you be my girlfriend, Xiaoro?" "Agree to him. Agree to him." The onlookers began to cheer enthusiastically. Chapter 108. Xiao Zhuan had been waiting outside Zhanghai University for a considerable time, yet still no sign of Xiaoro appeared. He found it rather strange, as she was not typically one to dawdle. Was she perhaps occupied with something? After calling her twice to no avail, Xiao Zhuan hesitated before stepping inside. When Lin Xiuhai served as the vice mayor in charge of education in Zhanghai City, he had vigorously reformed Zhanghai University, improving not only its teaching quality, but also extensively renovating the campus. Upon entering Zhanghai University's grounds, one was greeted by exquisitely designed pavilions and buildings, all crafted by the students of the architecture department. Setting aside the school's academic heritage, in terms of aesthetics alone, Zhanghai University could be deemed one of the finest in the country. After inquiring several times, Xiao Zhuan finally ascertained the general location of Xiaoro's dormitory. Just as he approached within 100 meters of the classical-style dormitory, he suddenly noticed a crowd gathered ahead, accompanied by raucous chatter. Curious, he walked over. But as he discerned the scene, his expression darkened. Xiao Rou's face was as cold as ice as she firmly stated, "Wang Yan, I hope you refrain from such frivolous actions in the future, or I will report this to the school." Wang Yan furrowed his brow, but still replied with a grin. "Xiao Rou, my sincere feelings for you are as clear as day. Even if you reject me 1,000 or 10,000 times, I will never give up." Xiao Rou, possessing a gentle temperament, felt utterly powerless against such a rogue. "How many times must I say it? I will not be your girlfriend. Not even if you confess 1,000 times." Wang Yan, publicly rejected by Xiao Rou, felt his pride wounded. He stood up, furrowing his brow, and said, "Xiao Rou, you should not be so ungrateful. It is a privilege for you that I, Wang Yan, take notice of you. Not everyone needs the privilege you speak of. I believe what Xiao Rou appreciates most about you is probably that you can keep your distance." The sudden voice drew everyone's attention, with an undertone that seemed less than friendly. Was this yet another suitor of Xiao Rou's? Only Xiao Rou herself lit up at the sound, eagerly turning to search for its source. Xiao Juan, hands in his pockets, slowly emerged from the crowd. Wang Yan's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on this unexpected intruder. Xiao Juan approached Xiao Rou, affectionately ruffling her hair. She scrunched her nose playfully, a smile gracing her face. This simple gesture shattered the hearts of the onlookers. Since her arrival at school, Xiao Rou had been regarded as the undisputed beauty of her cohort, even ranking second in a national beauty contest, only behind the goddess Guanku from Yin University. Owing in part to Guanku's prestigious educational background, what drove the male students of Jianghai University wild was that Xiao Goddess had never been linked romantically with any boy, not even glancing at Wang Yan, a dazzling young man of both wealth and status. A girl of exquisite beauty, outstanding academic performance, modest attire, and no frivolous flings. She seemed to encapsulate every male's ideal of a goddess. Now, witnessing such a goddess, revered by all students, behaving intimately with a stranger in broad daylight was simply unacceptable, leading many male admirers to stifle their tears. A girl sharing the same dormitory as Xiao Rou exchanged glances with her friends, wondering if this was indeed Xiao Rou's brother. He appeared rather ordinary and unimpressive, disappointing several girls. Among them, Wang Yan's expression darkened the most. Despite his relentless efforts over the past year, Xiao Rou remained indifferent. And now she was flirting with another man. This scene felt like a dagger piercing his heart. "Xiao Rou, who is he?" Wang Yan questioned with a hostile tone. Chapter 109. Xiao Rou glanced at him and asked, "Do I owe you an explanation?" Xiao Juan tousled her hair and completely ignored Wang Yan's presence, saying, "Are you hungry? Let's go. I'll treat you to some spicy hot pot." Xiao Rou nodded obediently, taking Xiao Juan's hand as they walked away. "Stop right there." Wang Yan barked coldly. Xiao Rou turned to respond, but Xiao Juan did not halt his steps, leaving the girl with no choice but to abandon her intention. Seeing that his words had no effect, Wang Yan's anger flared, and he stepped in front of the two, shoving Xiao Juan. "Let her go?" Xiao Juan cast a cold glance at Wang Yan and replied, "What if I refuse?" Wang Yan pointed at Xiao Juan's nose, declaring, "Do you know who I am? Trying to steal my girl? Take a good look at yourself. Do you think you deserve it?" Xiao Rou's face paled slightly. She had heard of Wang Yan's reputation as the vice mayor's nephew, notorious for his unruly behavior at Jianghai University, to the extent that even the principal dared not confront him too harshly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the audacity to pursue her openly. Last time, her brother had nearly landed in trouble for defending her against Ma Yongyuan, and she could not allow him to resort to violence again. "Wang Yan, I have made myself clear. There can never be anything between us. Please, I implore you to stop pursuing me," Xiao Rou earnestly pleaded. Wang Yan, realizing the futility of pretense, smirked coldly. "After all this time wasted on you, you think a mere don't pursue me will suffice?" Xiao Rou replied, "What exactly do you want?" Wang Yan scrutinized her for a long moment before stating, "I am not that persistent. If you agree to go on a date with me today, I assure you I will never bother you again." Xiao Rou gazed at her brother, feeling an internal struggle. She was 100% unwilling, yet feared that pressuring Wang Yan might bring harm to her brother. Xiao Juan scratched his ear and inquired of Xiao Rou, "Did you just hear a dog barking?" Xiao Rou opened her mouth, unsure of how to respond. Nearby classmates began to whisper among themselves. The sudden appearance of this man loomed large, audaciously daring to speak disrespectfully to the esteemed young Master Wang. Fury ignited in Wang Yan's eyes as he demanded, "What did you just say? If you have the courage, repeat it." Xiao Rou quickly tugged at Xiao Juan's arm, aware that her brother might not comprehend the gravity of this man's identity. Someone not to be trifled with by families like theirs. Unfazed by Xiao Rou's signal, Xiao Zhuan smirked slightly and retorted, I said. I don't know where this dog came from, constantly barking in my ear. If it doesn't leave, I will personally silence it. You bastard. With his usual arrogance, Wang Yin could not tolerate being insulted in front of the object of his affections. He immediately swung a fist toward Xiao Zhuan's temple. The surrounding students erupted in chaos, scattering in all directions, while some timid girls screamed. A few of Xiao Rou's dorm mates scoffed, realizing that this fool had chosen to offend Wang Yan. He was sure to suffer the consequences. As Wang Yan's punch was about to land on Xiao Zhuan's temple, the crowd witnessed a sudden blur, and in the next moment, Xiao Zhuan had seized Wang Yan's fist. Wang Yan's face contorted in pain. The grip on his fist produced a cracking sound, sending sharp agony coursing through his mind, prompting an involuntary cry. Let go, you scoundrel! Wang Yan shouted in fury. Xiao Zhuan chuckled lightly and delivered a swift kick to Wang Yan's abdomen, sending him sprawling several meters away. Wang Yan, whose personality was somewhat obsessive, felt his anger flare, especially upon encountering Xiao Zhuan's subtly disdainful gaze. Overcoming the pain in his abdomen, he lunged at Xiao Zhuan once more. Xiao Zhuan regarded this petty character with disdain, delivering another kick to his abdomen, this time causing Wang Yan to collapse to the ground, unable to rise for a while. Throughout, Xiao Zhuan did not deign to look at him, simply taking Xiao Rou by the hand and walking away. Wang Yan watched their retreating figures, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. Silently, he charged at Xiao Zhuan's waist, targeting a vulnerable spot, hoping to incapacitate him. The surrounding students gasped in shock at Wang Yan's malicious intent. A glimmer of menace flashed across Xiao Zhuan's face as he sidestepped, preparing to retaliate. However, Wang Yan's earlier move had merely been a feint. In the moment Xiao Zhuan dodged, Wang Yan seized his waist, attempting to topple him through brute force. Although Xiao Zhuan leaned back from the impact, his lower half remained as solid as a rock, and with a graceful maneuver, he regained his balance, locking Wang Yan's throat in an effort to push him away. In a panic, Wang Yan clutched at Xiao Zhuan's waist and unexpectedly grasped something hard. Without a second thought, he yanked it out. To his astonishment, he discovered it was a gun. The atmosphere shifted to one of chilling silence as all eyes fixated on the .54 pistol in Wang Yan's hand. Under the streetlight's glow, the firearm emitted a glint that sent shivers down spines. He has a gun, someone shouted, igniting a wave of panic among the students. Quick-thinking individuals scrambled to find cover, while others froze, crouching on the ground, clutching their heads. Humanity possesses an intrinsic fear of firearms, though few have experienced gunfire. The mere sight of a gun provokes thoughts of mortality. In an instant, the dormitory that all the boys at Zhanghai University admired descended into screams. Xiao Zhuan's expression darkened as he snatched the gun from Wang Yan's grip, coldly stating, "Are you satisfied now?" Wang Yan remained frozen, clearly still in shock from the recent turn of events. Xiao Zhuan ignored him and took Xiao Rou away. It was a considerable time before anyone dared to stand, their eyes revealing the fear they shared. Firearms were still a rarity in the country, reserved for police during perilous missions, and ordinary people seldom encountered them. Who exactly was that individual? A police officer? Or a criminal? A few of Xiao Rou's dorm mates shakily rose, recalling Xiao Rou's claim that he was her brother. Why was he carrying a gun? Brother, you frightened them just now, Xiao Rou remarked as she followed Xiao Zhuan at a distance. She knew this incident would undoubtedly cause a stir at school the following day, and she would inevitably be mentioned, a scenario she wished to avoid. Xiao Zhuan shrugged. You saw it too. The gun wasn't drawn by me. It's not my concern. Although Xiao Rou recognized the truth in his words, she remained anxious, desiring nothing more than a peaceful university life followed by a stable job, without becoming the subject of gossip. Xiao Zhuan playfully pinched her cheek, declaring, actually, this isn't entirely a bad thing. With this incident, I wonder who would still dare to harass my sister. Xiao Rou, slightly embarrassed by his teasing, replied. There wasn't really much to it. It was just a coincidence today. Xiao Zhuan countered, I understand. With my sister's unparalleled beauty, if no one pursued her, then those people must truly be blind. They randomly chose a street-side eatery and ordered some food, while nearby tables of burly men continuously turned to gawk, their eyes nearly popping out, as they seemed unaccustomed to seeing such a striking girl in a place like this. Xiao Rou glanced at Xiao Zhuan's pocket where the gun was concealed, her concern resurfacing. Brother, are you involved in some dangerous mission again? Xiao Zhuan replied. I'm just a small-town officer, mostly mediating disputes and apprehending petty delinquents. How dangerous could it be? Xiao Rou remained skeptical. Don't deceive me. If it weren't for a risky assignment, why would you carry a gun? Xiao Zhuan explained. It was merely a routine task. Who knows why that foolish leader equipped me with a firearm? I'll just have to place the blame on Lin Xiaohai when the moment arises. Xiao Rou, still uneasy, insisted, there's really no danger? Promise me. Xiao Juan pinched her face, pretending to scold her. Have you not learned your lesson? How dare you speak to your brother in that tone? Xiao Rou pitifully begged for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. Please stop pinching. You'll break my face. Xiao Juan snorted dismissively before letting go, unaware that this action was met with gritted teeth from those around them. Irritated at how he could treat such a lovely girl so casually. After sharing a meal, though their conversation was minimal, both found joy in each other's company. Xiao Juan quietly observed the now graceful and poised Xiao Rou, feeling a wave of nostalgia. The little girl who once tugged at his clothes and sported pigtails had blossomed into a beauty coveted by many, a testament to the transformative power of time, which holds the mystery of what astonishing changes may come next. Brother, what are you staring at? Xiao Rou asked, noticing Xiao Juan's gaze fixed intently upon her. Caught like a thief in the act, Xiao Juan quickly averted his eyes. You're already in your second year. You should start considering your future. Xiao Rou giggled. I just began my second year. I still have 2 years until graduation. Why rush? Xiao Juan rolled his eyes and remarked, 2 years will pass swiftly. I recall the year I enlisted when you cried as if we were parting forever. In the blink of an eye, I have returned after 6 years of military service. And that scene feels as though it occurred just yesterday. Xiao Rou recalled her own disheveled appearance from that time, her delicate face flushing with embarrassment. However, her brother spoke the truth. Time indeed flies by, and 2 years can vanish in the blink of an eye. I hope to start my own company in the future, Xiao Rou said with a face full of aspirations. Chapter 112. Xiao Rou's ambitions are grounded in reality. Unlike the lofty aspirations of many university students who wish to change the world or aspire to join the so-called Fortune 500, she simply wishes to return to Lianrong and establish a small business, providing her parents and brother with a comfortable life. Xiao Juan had never doubted Xiao Rou's business acumen. From a young age, while he was still pestering their mother for pocket money to buy popsicles, Xiao Rou had already grasped the concept of leveraging her meager allowance to earn more. Although Xiao Xinya often claimed to have raised Xiao Rou single-handedly, the truth was that over the years, Xiao Rou had given back to the Xiao family just as much as they had provided for her. A girl who could independently save enough for her university tuition and living expenses, regardless of her outward fragility, must possess an indomitable spirit within. Your dream will undoubtedly come to fruition, Xiao Juan stated with conviction. Xiao Rou's eyes sparkled with clarity. Yet they contained a resolve that starkly contrasted with her delicate exterior. Before the dormitory door closed, Xiao Juan escorted Xiao Rou back to Jianghai University, inadvertently placing her at the center of attention. He could not allow her to bear the stigma of spending the night away, for although he usually disregarded others' opinions, he still had to consider Xiao Rou's feelings. Xiao Rou reluctantly waved goodbye to Xiao Juan, glancing back every few steps as if parting from a new husband. It was only after her figure vanished into the night that Xiao Juan turned away, feeling a sense of loss. As it was already late, the buses had long ceased operation, and the distance to the hospital was considerable. Xiao Juan decided to indulge himself and spent 10 yuan to hire a motorcycle taxi. The rider was a hefty woman who sped along on the noisy motorcycle, causing Xiao Juan to grip her belly tightly, fearing for his life. He was, after all, one of the nation's most elite special forces soldiers, with the noblest end awaiting him on the battlefield, not in a disgraceful demise on the streets. By the time he returned to the hospital, it was past midnight. The once bustling corridor was now eerily empty, reminiscent of scenes in horror films when a ghost appears. Xiao Juan took the elevator straight to the 3rd floor. Ding! The doors opened, and he brushed past a man clad in a black hoodie and mask. Just as Xiao Juan stepped out, an overwhelming sense of oppression washed over him, a feeling he only experienced when confronting top-tier mercenaries like Chris. He abruptly turned back, catching a glimpse of the elevator doors closing, through which emanated a pair of wolf-like, icy eyes. Goodbye, the man inside uttered coolly as the doors sealed shut. Xiao Juan hurriedly pressed the button for the elevator, but it was too late. The elevator began its descent. His expression darkened, realizing that the man had deliberately displayed a hint of malice, likely to intimidate him. If he was not mistaken, this individual must be Wang Yu, the child who had mysteriously vanished years ago. How had he suddenly appeared at the hospital? Was Yunshang in danger? Xiao Juan quickly turned and dashed toward Lin Yunshang's hospital room. If Wang Yu had left, then Lin Yunshang might have encountered an accident. If that were the case, it would be due to his negligence, and he would be left with a guilt that could never be atoned for. The guards who were supposed to be stationed at the door were nowhere to be seen, intensifying his unease. He sprinted forward, kicking open the door. Upon entering, he was taken aback. Liang Ruosun was seated casually in a chair, engrossed in a magazine, while the two absent-minded guards were perched on Lin Yunxiang's hospital bed, playing cards with her. However, they were evidently no match for Lin Yunxiang, whose cleverness was unmatched, as evidenced by the paper notes plastered all over their faces. Chapter 113. Startled by Xiao Zhuan's sudden and frantic entrance, the occupants of the room turned to face him. Liang Ruosun smirked and remarked, "Do you always kick the door open when entering?" Upon seeing Lin Yunxiang unharmed, Xiao Zhuan felt a weight lift from his chest. Dismissing Liang Ruosun's sarcastic jibe as he furrowed his brow at the two guards, "Who permitted you to abandon your posts?" The guards exchanged glances but did not respond to Xiao Zhuan, instead turning their attention to Lin Yunxiang. She quickly defended them. "I thought it was too dull, so I asked them to come in and play cards." These guards, tasked with protecting government officials, typically held themselves in high regard, and with Lin Yunxiang backing them, they paid no heed to Xiao Zhuan, continuing their game. Xiao Zhuan strode over, tearing the paper off their faces and demanded, "Do you treat my words as mere nonsense?" The guards, now visibly irritated, retorted, "Who do you think you are? The young lady hasn't spoken yet, so who are you to issue commands?" Xiao Zhuan let out a cold laugh, his expression darkening as he seized each of their necks, lifting them effortlessly out of the room. Although these guards were elite, chosen to protect Lin Yunxiang, they found themselves utterly defenseless against Xiao Zhuan's strength. He tossed them into the corridor like discarded refuse and coldly stated, "Now, you may leave. I will report your conduct accurately to Secretary Lin, and how he chooses to handle it will be up to your fate." The guards' faces changed dramatically. They might have dismissed Xiao Zhuan, but upon hearing Secretary Lin's name, they quickly abandoned their pride and pleaded, "We're sorry, we understand our mistake. Please, spare us. Leave." Xiao Zhuan said with ruthless finality. He held a zero-tolerance policy for negligence, as what may seem inconsequential could jeopardize others' lives. Given their earlier state, had they been suddenly attacked, they would not have been able to protect Lin Yunxiang, let alone save their own lives. Regardless of their reasons for abandoning their posts, it was an unforgivable lapse. The two men left in a daze, awaiting what would likely be a termination notice from the municipal government. Xiao Zhuan felt no pity as he returned to the hospital room, where the two women gazed at him in astonishment. Liang Ruosun was the first to regain her composure and scoffed, "Is it necessary to make such a fuss over nothing?" Xiao Zhuan was disinterested in explaining himself to this short-sighted woman. As Lin Xiaohai had stated, when it came to Lin Yunxiang's safety, he had the authority to make decisions independently. Lin Yunxiang interjected, "Xiao Zhuan, you've sent away my guards. What if a bad person comes?" Xiao Zhuan, exuding confidence, replied, "Even 100 guards of their caliber would be useless. With me here, I am worth more than 100 guards." "Such arrogance," Lin Yunxiang said disdainfully, then waved her hand. "I am tired and wish to sleep. You can wait outside." Xiao Zhuan casually plopped down onto a nearby chair. "Your father instructed me to guard you closely." Lin Yunxiang, hands on her hips, retorted, "What if I need to bathe? You wouldn't insist on staying by my side, would you?" Xiao Zhuan glanced at Lin Yunxiang's figure and then down at his own. "It seems there is not much difference between us, is there? Go away." Lin Yunxiang retaliated by throwing a pillow at him. Chapter 114. After spending 2 days in the hospital, Lin Xiaohai, under the strong insistence of Lin Yunxiang, had no choice but to send someone to handle her discharge procedures. Fortunately, her injury was merely a minor fracture. As long as she refrained from engaging in strenuous activities, there was nothing to be overly concerned about. On the day Lin Yunxiang was discharged, Xiao Zhuan once again encountered Sun Jinzong, who was accompanied by a woman. The moment Xiao Zhuan laid eyes on her, he realized that such a woman could render her appearance irrelevant. Just her presence exuded a formidable aura that made anyone nearby feel a sense of inferiority. Perhaps this embodies the essence of the ancient text that suggests one should admire from a distance but not approach recklessly. Of course, the woman was exceedingly beautiful, appearing to be in her early 30s, yet when he heard Lin Yunxiang call her mom, he nearly swallowed his own tongue. Xiao Zhuan had heard Lin Yunxiang mention her mother, Sun Jin, who was a highly acclaimed painter in the country, with her artworks often fetching over $1 million at auction. Lin Yunxiang had been influenced by her mother since childhood, which fueled her interest in painting and led her to study fashion design. Although Xiao Zhuan was entirely unversed in the elegant arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, it did not imply that he held disdain for artists. On the contrary, he genuinely admired those who could express human emotions and essence through diverse forms of art, a feat not much easier than engaging in combat. Sun Jin wore no jewelry, yet it was easy to perceive an understated elegance emanating from her. Noticing the mischievous Lin Yunxiang, Sun Jin playfully tapped her nose and said, "You never make things easy for me." The moment I leave you, you get into trouble. Should I tie you to my side to ensure your obedience? Lin Yunshang, nestled in her mother's embrace, pouted, Mom, aren't you indirectly calling me a little puppy? Sun Jin laughed and retorted, You do resemble a little dog, a disobedient stray. After 2 days without discipline, you've become unruly. Lin Yunshang, unperturbed, replied, If you dare, then go ahead and discipline me. Sun Jin exchanged a few pleasantries with Lianrong before turning her gaze to Xiao Zhuan, scrutinizing him for a while before speaking. You are Xiao Zhuan, aren't you? Xiao Zhuan was not surprised that she knew his name. Such a significant matter regarding Lin Yunshang's safety would certainly be communicated to her by Lin Xiaohai. Hello, Miss Sun. Xiao Zhuan deliberately refrained from using the title Mrs. Lin, as he understood that many independent women prefer not to be labeled by their husband's surname. Indeed, upon hearing this address, Sun Jin's scrutinizing gaze softened considerably. As the wife of a mayor, she was often overshadowed by her husband's status, leading most people to refer to her as Mrs. Lin rather than Sun Jin. No one enjoys living in another's shadow, even if that person is their closest kin. Behind every successful man stands a remarkable woman, yet such greatness often stems from a reluctant choice. No one willingly opts for such a role, especially not a woman like Sun Jin, who possesses her own achievements. All right, let us head home, Sun Jin instructed the group. Lin Yunshang limped a couple of steps before turning to Xiao Zhuan, saying, Come here and carry me. Xiao Zhuan, hands in pockets, looked at her and replied, But you can walk. Chapter 115. Lin Yunshang, displeased, exclaimed, I have a fracture. I can't walk. Xiao Zhuan inwardly scoffed, thinking, What kind of fracture is this? You're just trying to make me suffer. Lin Yunshang urged, Hurry up. If my injury worsens and I end up a cripple, can you bear the responsibility? With no other option, Xiao Zhuan reluctantly walked over and lifted her onto his back. The accompanying young doctors, witnessing Xiao Zhuan's unwillingness, silently cursed him for being ungrateful. Such a beautiful girl would make anyone else eager to offer assistance, yet he wore a sullen expression. Sun Jinzong secretly gave Xiao Zhuan a thumbs up, recognizing that true greatness lies in humility and adaptability. As Xiao Zhuan observed the armed guards outside the hospital and the luxury vehicles, the disparity between him and Lin Yunshang became even more apparent. Upon his discharge, he had been met by only his parents, whereas Lin Yunshang commanded such a grand escort. Although their playful banter may have masked their differences, the contrast in their statuses was now unmistakable. To ensure Lin Yunshang's safety, Xiao Zhuan took the passenger seat in Sun Jin's vehicle, while Liang Ruoxuan and Sun Jinzong occupied the back of another car, accompanied by 2 security vehicles. The convoy made its way to the municipal compound. Throughout the journey, the mother and daughter exchanged intimate conversations, with Lin Yunshang primarily chattering away while Sun Jin mostly listened. Xiao Zhuan, sitting in the passenger seat, remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. After his encounter with Wang Yu the previous night, he had grown increasingly alert. The dangerous aura emanating from that individual was not something an ordinary criminal could possess. It was the result of long-term exposure to bloodshed and conflict, a kind of lethal energy cultivated through experience. When engaging with skilled adversaries, victory or defeat often hinges on a fleeting moment. Even the slightest misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Fortunately, the journey proceeded without incident, and the vehicles safely entered the municipal compound. As he gazed upon the heavily guarded compound, Xiao Zhuan felt as though he had returned to his days in the military. The residences within the municipal compound were not opulent, as they housed government officials and their families, who had to maintain a sense of propriety. However, the surrounding area was filled with luxurious villas. Given that the Lin family had 2 artistic women, the interior decor bore a unique aesthetic charm. The walls were adorned with some of Sun Jin's works, along with photographs and awards showcasing Lin Yunshang's journey from childhood. When Xiao Zhuan stumbled upon a photograph of Lin Yunshang at around 5 or 6 years old, he nearly burst into laughter. In that image, hints of her future beauty were already evident. Of course, if not for the red on her forehead and the oversized apple she was holding, she might have appeared even more charming. Lin Yunshang seemed to notice this embarrassing photo too. Disregarding her injury, she hopped over on one leg, snatched the picture down, and, blushing with indignation, said to Sun Jin, How many times do I have to tell you not to hang this photo? Why won't you listen? Sun Jin, with a smile, imparted a philosophical remark. Everyone must bravely confront every version of themselves, whether disheveled or noble. They are all facets of the true self. Chapter 116. When Lin Xiaohai returned, Sun Jin, Lin Yunshang, and Liang Ruoxuan were seated on the sofa engaged in light conversation, while Xiao Zhuan and Sun Jinzong were engrossed in a game of military chess on the other side. Although Xiao Jun was not particularly skilled at the game, he found that Sun Jinzong was even less adept. Thus, the two novices were locked in a stalemate. Upon seeing her father return, Lin Yunxiang eagerly ran over and embraced his arm, while Lin Xiuhai affectionately ruffled her hair. The others stood up respectfully, but Sun Jin remained seated, casually inquiring, "Back already?" "Yes," Lin Xiuhai replied to his wife with far less enthusiasm than he had shown his daughter, offering only a brief response. Xiao Jun caught a glimmer of sadness in Lin Yunxiang's eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he understood her feelings. At first, he found it peculiar that Lin Yunxiang's parents, one a prominent figure in the political arena skilled in the art of power plays, and the other a renowned painter celebrated for his appreciation of tranquil aesthetics, appeared to share no common ground. How did they come together? In hindsight, it seemed merely a political marriage, a union forged under familial interests, where two individuals devoid of affection presented a facade of intimacy in public, yet remained strangers at home. Upon reflection, it was indeed somewhat tragic. As Lin Xiuhai entered the room, the atmosphere grew tense. Even during dinner, an air of discomfort lingered. Although Lin Yunxiang made efforts to enliven the conversation, her attempts yielded little effect. At the conclusion of the meal, Lin Xiuhai turned to Xiao Jun and said, "Come with me." Xiao Jun glanced at Lin Yunxiang, who regarded him with a look of suspicion, seemingly curious about Lin Xiuhai's desire to speak with him privately. Avoiding her gaze, he rose to follow Lin Xiuhai. Once in the study, Lin Xiuhai turned and asked, "Has that Wang Yu made an appearance?" The previous day, when Xiao Jun had phoned him regarding this matter, he had been attending a meeting in the provincial city and had only just returned. Xiao Jun replied, "That individual was heavily disguised. I cannot definitively say it was Wang Yu." Lin Xiuhai slowly seated himself and said, "I understand. Those like you, who have long battled on the edge of life and death, are highly attuned to the aura of danger. I trust your instincts. That person is undoubtedly Wang Yu. It seems he is growing restless." Xiao Jun, puzzled, remarked, "I am merely curious. It was clearly an opportune moment. So why did he not act against Yunxiang?" Lin Xiuhai speculated, "Perhaps he is overly suspicious. Yunxiang has always been under tight protection, and the sudden lapse in vigilance may have led him to believe it was a trap." Xiao Jun nodded, unable to conjure any other explanation. Lin Xiuhai sighed as he gazed at the ceiling, saying, "Yesterday, during my meeting in the provincial city, the provincial leaders expressed dissatisfaction with several major incidents occurring in Jianghai recently. I made a military pledge to the province, promising to bring the culprit to justice within a month." Xiao Jun empathized with Lin Xiuhai's predicament. Capturing Wang Yu was no ordinary task. However, as the secretary of the Jianghai Municipal Committee, the successes belonged to him, while any failures would also rest on his shoulders. Lin Xiuhai fixed his gaze on Xiao Jun, stating, "I am placing all my hopes on you. Whether we can apprehend the criminal within a month hinges on you." Chapter 117. Xiao Jun chuckled, "Do not frighten me. Initially, you only tasked me with ensuring Yunxiang's safety. You did not mention that capturing the criminal falls to me as well." Lin Xiuhai conceded, "Indeed. My original plan was to cast a net over the entire city, using Yunxiang as bait to draw out Wang Yu, and then swiftly close the net. However, it appears this plan must be simplified. Time is not on our side." Xiao Jun asked, "How do you propose to simplify it?" Lin Xiuhai responded, "It is quite straightforward. I can grant you temporary command of the Lianrong police. Should you discover Wang Yu's whereabouts, you can mobilize all available forces for coordinated action." Xiao Jun could not help but admire Lin Xiuhai's audacity. He was essentially entrusting the police force of an entire county into his hands, albeit temporarily for this mission, which was quite staggering. How many officers were in Lianrong? Including township police stations, surely there were thousands. Commanding such a force was no small burden. Yet, Xiao Jun pointed out, "Even if you grant me command, what if Wang Yu remains inactive? Wouldn't that render our plan futile?" As a former Special Forces soldier, he understood the patience of a determined adversary. Given ample resources, one could lie in wait for weeks. If Wang Yu could endure a month without acting, their plan would be rendered moot. Lin Xiuhai nodded, "You are correct. If the adversary remains inactive, our strategy would be of no use. However, what if we deliberately expose weaknesses?" Xiao Jun frowned. "What do you mean?" Lin Xiuhai elaborated, "I am suggesting that we purposely place Yunxiang within his hunting range. What predator could resist such temptation?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun felt a surge of discontent towards Lin Xiuhai, saying, "Does this not place Yunxiang in even greater danger? What if something goes awry?" Lin Xiuhai sighed, "We have no alternative." Xiao Jun countered, "But you mentioned Wang Yu is very suspicious. If we intentionally expose weaknesses, would he not notice?" Lin Xiuhai replied, "That will depend on your skill. If your bait is well concealed, What fish would resist the hook? Xiao Zhuan stared at Lin Xiaohai. If Yunshang discovers that her father is using her as bait, do you believe she would forgive you? Lin Xiaohai hesitated. I believe she would. At that moment, the door swung open, and both men turned in surprise. Lin Yunshang stood pale-faced, her gaze fixed on the two men, her beloved father and the man she considered a dear friend, who were conspiring to use her as a pawn. This heavy blow left her momentarily at a loss. Yunshang, Lin Xiaohai, and Xiao Zhuan exclaimed in unison. A trace of despair crossed Lin Yunshang's face as she turned and fled from the house. Quickly, pursue her, Lin Xiaohai shouted. Chapter 118. Before Lin Xiaohai could speak again, Xiao Zhuan had already dashed out after her. Lin Yunshang walked on, wiping her tears, unaware of her destination. She simply wished to escape far away, avoiding any familiar faces, especially those who had deceived her. Xiao Zhuan caught up to her and grasped her arm, saying, "Where are you going? Come back with me." Lin Yunshang struggled to free herself, crying, "I do not need your concern, you deceitful fiend. Leave me alone. Can you at least allow me to explain?" Xiao Zhuan implored. "Go to hell," Lin Yunshang retorted, attempting to turn away. Xiao Zhuan, growing frustrated, pulled her into an embrace. "Now, can you listen to my explanation?" Chapter 74. The explosion. Lin Yunshang, petite in Xiao Zhuan's arms, froze. This was her first experience of physical contact with a male outside her family, and the roughness of it stirred tumultuous feelings within her. Realizing the inappropriateness of the situation, Xiao Zhuan gradually released her, though his expression remained serious. "I understand this is hard for you to accept right now, but you must know this is a last resort. If there were any other options, your father would not risk you." "A last resort?" Lin Yunshang stepped back, scoffing at his explanation. "Is it acceptable to use your own daughter as bait? What does he consider me? A mere pawn to be discarded at will? Or a fool who is sold, yet helps count the money?" Xiao Zhuan frowned. "No one sees you as a fool. The decision was painful for us all, but until the criminal is apprehended, the entire Jianghai populace will live in fear. We have no other choice." Lin Yunshang coldly remarked. "You all are so noble, thinking solely of the citizens of Jianghai City, while I alone am consumed by self-interest. You are all heroes, and I am merely a selfish coward, am I not?" "I did not mean it that way," Xiao Zhuan attempted to clarify, but Lin Yunshang remained obstinate. "I trusted you so deeply, considered you a friend, yet you colluded with my father to deceive me. You conspired against me." "I did not deceive you. I merely wished to protect you to the best of my abilities," Xiao Zhuan insisted. Lin Yunshang interrupted him. "Do you truly believe I could ever trust you again? Go to hell." With that, she turned to leave, and Xiao Zhuan hurried after her. "Yunshang, who do you think you are to address me so?" "Miss Lin, could you please remain calm?" "I am perfectly calm. I am acutely aware that Lin Xiaohai intends to use me as a pawn, and you are complicit in this scheme. The citizens of Jianghai City face peril every day, and you are their sole hope. I am afraid I am not so grand." As the two engaged in a tug of war, a sudden, deafening explosion reverberated through the air. With a violent tremor beneath their feet, a massive fireball erupted into the sky, illuminating the night. In the ensuing chaos, the entire city of Jianghai descended into turmoil, as screams filled the air and people fled in panic. In that initial moment of the explosion, Xiao Zhuan swiftly embraced Lin Yunshang and pressed her to the ground. Although the blast occurred at least 2 kilometers away, they could still feel a wave of heat wash over them. Dazed, they clambered to their feet, Lin Yunshang's face pale with fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Zhuan held her close, whispering words of comfort, yet his gaze remained fixed on the direction of the explosion. While that area was not considered the bustling heart of Jianghai, it still saw considerable foot traffic, and the explosion would likely result in significant casualties. The traffic in Jianghai had ground to a halt, and panic reigned. The citizens, having lived in peace for so long, were ill-equipped to handle such an event. Just as fear engulfed the city, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared on the screens of every household television and computer. "Greetings, citizens of Jianghai. I sincerely apologize for the fright I have caused you today." Pedestrians turned towards the enormous screen of Rongguang Building, and Lin Yunshang and Xiao Zhuan stood among the crowd. The figure on the screen was clad in dark attire, their voice altered, rendering them unrecognizable. Yet, Xiao Zhuan instinctively felt that this was the same individual he had encountered in the hospital corridor, the one who had caused Lin Xiaohai such distress, Wang Yu. "Jianghai is my hometown, and I cherish it deeply," the shadowy figure continued. "However, one individual has single-handedly destroyed my affection for this place. That person is your esteemed mayor, Lin Xiaohai." Upon hearing her father's name, Lin Yunshang's expression grew tense. The figure continued. "What I wish to convey is this. My goal is to see Lin Xiaohai ousted from power. You may consider my words a threat." As long as he remains in office, the terror of today will persist. And this explosion is merely the beginning. Once the figure finished speaking, the screen abruptly switched back to its original interface, but the people of Zhanghai had lost all interest in watching, their conversations filled with anxiety. Lin Yunxiang stood in stunned silence, turning to Xiao Zhuan to ask, "What does this mean? Will he cease his madness if my father steps down?" Xiao Zhuan shook his head. "Do you truly believe he orchestrated such a grand spectacle merely to force your father out of office? It is more akin to a cat-and-mouse game. The cat does not devour the mouse immediately, but toys with it until it is utterly exhausted before striking." Although Lin Yunxiang disliked the comparison of her father to a mouse, she could not deny the validity of Xiao Zhuan's analysis. This individual, seeking revenge against her father, would not relent simply upon achieving his goal. "What shall we do?" Lin Yunxiang asked with concern. Despite her anger at her father's deception, her worry was undeniable. Xiao Zhuan looked at her earnestly. "There are only two paths. One is to capture him swiftly, and the other is for your father to resign, leaving you and your family in constant danger." Lin Yunxiang fell into deep thought. Xiao Zhuan could see the struggle etched on her face. Anyone would find it difficult to remain calm, especially a girl accustomed to a life of privilege. "Let us return," Lin Yunxiang finally declared. Xiao Zhuan, recognizing her determination, nodded in agreement. Upon their return to the municipal party compound, they found Lin Xiuhai sitting gravely on the sofa in the living room, while Sun Jin wore a similarly serious expression on the opposite side. As Lin Yunxiang entered, both rose quickly. "Father, I am sorry," Lin Yunxiang said softly as she approached Lin Xiuhai. "Just returning is enough," Lin Xiuhai replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. Lin Yunxiang hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. "It is all right," Lin Xiuhai reassured her with a comforting smile before patting her shoulder. "You should get some rest. I still have official duties to attend to. Given the events of today, sleep may elude me." As Lin Xiuhai prepared to leave the house, Lin Yunxiang suddenly spoke up. "Father, I will help you capture that villain." Lin Xiuhai turned back to look at his youthful daughter, giving her a thumbs up. "That is my daughter, Lin Xiuhai." Xiao Zhuan, Lin Yunxiang, and Liang Ruoxuan returned to Lianrong, their movements unguarded, for in the pursuit of their quarry, it was essential to entice the fish with bait. Fortunately, they encountered no unexpected incidents along the way, returning safely to Lianrong, which was precisely as Xiao Zhuan had anticipated. If Wang Yu had acted impulsively, it would have surprised him. A good hunter must possess patience and composure, waiting silently for the opportune moment to strike decisively. Xiao Zhuan initially intended to drive straight back to Tsangshan Yuan, but Lin Yunxiang suddenly clamored for spicy hot pot. Concerned for her safety, Xiao Zhuan attempted to dissuade her. Yet her stubbornness left him no choice but to steer the car toward Huiming Street. Huiming Street is a well-known food lane in Lianrong, where an array of delicacies from across the nation can be found. Whether authentic or not, the street certainly bustled with activity. As Lin Yunxiang stepped into the vibrant alley, she resembled a magpie released from a cage after a long confinement, darting from one stall to another, indulging in bites without a care for her ladylike demeanor. In contrast, Liang Ruoxuan, who held refined tastes, looked down upon such street food, trailing behind at a distance to maintain her customary elegance. Two beautiful women, each distinguished by their looks, demeanor, and attire, appeared utterly out of place in the chaotic surroundings, drawing the attention of every passerby, even from elderly men with few teeth remaining. Xiao Zhuan followed closely behind the two enchanting figures, becoming the target of envious gazes from many men, who regarded him with the same disdain reserved for a debtor refusing to repay. Xiao Zhuan had long grown accustomed to such gazes. Every man harbors a peculiar psychology. Upon encountering a girlfriend resembling Feng Jia, an inexplicable sense of happiness often emerges. Yet, should the woman possess even a modicum of beauty, one cannot help but utter envious remarks akin to "such fine cabbage is wasted on pigs," not to mention the likes of Lin Yunxiang and Liang Ruoxuan, who are of a strikingly higher caliber of beauty. Lin Yunxiang, like a tempest, swept through a street, and by the halfway mark, she had already ceased her feasting. Gently caressing her round little belly, the young lady gazed mournfully at the remaining stretch of street, vexed at her modest appetite. Xiao Zhuan, amused, remarked, "My lady, shall we return now?" Lin Yunxiang, reluctantly, packed away a portion of stinky tofu and a serving of soup dumplings before meandering back to him. As Xiao Zhuan shook his head in a wry smile, he prepared to depart when his gaze inadvertently fell upon an inconspicuous stall at the street corner, and his expression turned serious. Noticing his demeanor, Lin Yunxiang glanced back but found nothing amiss, inquiring, "What do you see?" Following his gaze, Liang Ruoxuan spotted a lovely girl at the stall, her skin a healthy wheat tone, her ponytail exuding a certain charm. With a teasing laugh, Liang Ruoshuan taunted, "What? Have you been struck dumb by her beauty? Shall we go over and strike up a conversation, perhaps obtain her number?" Xiao Zhuan remained silent, firmly grasping Lin Yunxiang's hand as he strode toward the stall. Liang Ruoshuan, initially jesting, was taken aback by his audacity, her fair face paling with anger. The stalls along Huiming Street primarily offered snacks, drawing patrons eager for a taste of novelty. Yet this particular stall sold boxed meals, resulting in lackluster business. Arriving at the stall, Xiao Zhuan regarded the perspiring girl but refrained from speaking. "Would you like to buy a boxed meal?" Yi Qingmei cheerfully inquired. But her expression faltered upon recognizing Xiao Zhuan, forcing a laugh. "Xiao Zhuan, you're not working today?" Xiao Zhuan furrowed his brow, questioning, "What brings you here? Is your restaurant closed?" Yi Qingmei chuckled awkwardly, evading his question as her gaze flitted to Lin Yunxiang, asking, "Is this your girlfriend? She is truly beautiful." Xiao Zhuan pressed further, "I'm asking you a question. Why is your restaurant closed? Did those ruffians come looking for trouble again?" Yi Qingmei faltered, unable to respond. A middle-aged man, busy behind her, approached and inquired, "Maisie, is this your friend?" Yi Qingmei nodded. "This is Xiao Zhuan." The man, upon hearing the introduction, beamed with recognition. "Oh, so you are Officer Xiao. Maisie has told me about you. We must thank you for the incident at the restaurant." Xiao Zhuan assessed the man, surmising he was Yi Qingmei's father, Yi Quanfang. Though he should have been under 50, he appeared much older, his deeply lined face perpetually lowered. "Uncle Yi, just call me Xiao," Xiao Zhuan said, then continued, "Can you tell me what transpired? Why is your restaurant closed, and why are you selling boxed meals instead?" Yi Quanfang's expression grew uneasy as he replied, "Oh, it's the same everywhere. Boxed meals have lower costs." At that moment, a boy leaning on crutches interjected, "Dad, Xiao Guo is not an outsider. Just tell him the truth." "Be quiet," Yi Quanfang reprimanded. Xiao Zhuan recognized the 17 or 18-year-old boy as Yi Qingmei's younger brother, Yi Yun. The last time the restaurant was vandalized, he had been injured while protecting his sister, and it seemed his wounds had yet to heal fully. "What happened then?" Xiao Zhuan inquired. Yi Yun disregarded the disapproving glances from his father and sister, stating, "Last time, Fei Hong was taken away by Xiao Guo, and that night, someone set our restaurant ablaze, claiming they wouldn't let us live peacefully as long as we remained in Lianrong." Xiao Zhuan's expression hardened. "He burned down your restaurant. And you didn't call the police?" Yi Yun grimaced. "Xiao Guo, we are too afraid to report it. Fei Hong said the Public Security Bureau is run by his family. Even the chief must pay him respect. We are merely common folk. We cannot provoke them." Lin Yunxiang, overhearing this, turned pale with anger, exclaiming, "How can there be such despicable people?" Yi Yun responded, "Fei Hong and his gang have committed many misdeeds in Lianrong. We are fortunate to be unharmed. They likely refrained from further action out of caution for you, Xiao Guo." Xiao Zhuan chuckled bitterly. If he truly held such influence, those thugs would not dare act so brazenly. Yi Yun looked at Xiao Zhuan and cautioned, "Xiao Guo, I think it's best you avoid provoking those people. We cannot handle them." Xiao Zhuan scoffed, "They are merely a bunch of ruffians. How much trouble can they cause?" Yi Yun glanced around, lowering his voice. "If they were just a bunch of ruffians, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, I heard that Fei Hong has a brother-in-law involved in smuggling and drug trafficking. Even the provincial governor must refer to him as third brother." Xiao Zhuan raised an eyebrow at this claim. At the level of a provincial governor, would one truly regard a gang of thugs? This must be an exaggeration. However, the mention of smuggling and drug trafficking was startling. "Who told you this?" Xiao Zhuan queried. Yi Yun replied, "Our classmate Ban Go mentioned it. He associates with Fei Hong." Xiao Zhuan pressed, "Did he mention the name of Fei Hong's brother-in-law?" Yi Yun responded, "Very few know his name. He is just referred to as third brother. So, Xiao Guo, it's best if you avoid provoking Fei Hong and his gang." Xiao Zhuan nodded. "I understand. Be cautious. If they trouble you again, call me." He cast another glance at Yi Qingmei before purchasing several boxed meals from her stall. After some haggling, he tossed 100 yuan onto the counter and departed with Lin Yunxiang and Liang Ruoshuan. "Who would have thought you possessed such a kind heart? Are you smitten with that girl?" Liang Ruoshuan teased on the way back to Tsongshan Yuan. Lin Yunxiang also cast a curious look at Xiao Zhuan. Xiao Zhuan glanced at her through the rearview mirror, asserting, "Don't speak nonsense. I merely wished to help them as they were being bullied." Liang Ruoshuan rolled her eyes. "There are so many being bullied. Why did you choose to help her?" Xiao Zhuan replied, "I would not stand idly by for anyone." Liang Ruoshuan chuckled, "So? You are indeed a hero who stands up against injustice." Xiao Zhuan focused on driving, choosing not to respond further. After dropping the two off at their apartment, he urged them not to wander around aimlessly before driving to the station. Unbeknownst to him, Someone had called out that our great hero had returned, prompting his colleagues at the station to rise and welcome, startling Xiao Zhuan as he felt he had entered a recruitment center. Is such enthusiasm really necessary? The only colleague with whom Xiao Zhuan had a closer rapport, Tao Xian, approached him, saying, "Great hero, what brings you to work today?" Xiao Zhuan, bewildered, replied, "What great hero? What are you talking about? I don't understand." Tao Xian, taken aback, asked, "You haven't been online or seen the news in the past few days?" Oh. Xiao Zhuan realized he had been accompanying Lin Yunxiang in Zhanghai and had not paid much attention to such matters. Tao Xin explained, "The process of your arresting Fei Hong a few days ago has been captured and circulated online, garnering millions of views. People are praising you as a model within the domestic police force. Additionally, Lianrong News has reported on it, and Secretary Zhao of the county has personally ordered the establishment of a special task force to combat organized crime in Lianrong. You are indeed the great hero of Lianrong." Xiao Zhuan suddenly realized, yet he mused that such criminal elements should have long been eradicated. Zhao Zhiming had served as the county secretary for many years. He could not possibly be unaware of Lianrong's situation. This action was likely merely a facade, driven by public pressure. Whether it would lead to substantial change remained uncertain. To him, it seemed likely to be a tempest in a teapot, merely apprehending a few small-time offenders, only to release them once the uproar had subsided. "Tao Jia, could you assist me in investigating someone?" Xiao Zhuan shifted to the main topic, knowing that Tao Xian, who managed the archives, might possess the information he sought. Tao Xian inquired, "Who are you looking into? You aren't interested in that girl, are you? I must warn you, such matters must rely on your own abilities. I cannot assist you." Xiao Zhuan forced a smile, responding, "Do I look like that kind of person?" After surveying him, Tao Xian remarked, "Indeed. With your appearance of ambition without the courage, you hardly seem capable of such actions. Now, tell me, who do you wish to investigate?" Ignoring her disparagement, Xiao Zhuan replied, "I don't know the name, but everyone calls him Sangu. Have you heard of him?" "Sangu?" Tao Xian's face turned quizzical. "Which Sangu?" Xiao Zhuan informed her. "I heard he is supposedly Fei Hong's brother-in-law." Upon hearing this, Tao Xian's expression drastically changed. After a moment of silence, she advised, "I would recommend that you refrain from investigating this individual." Noticing her unusual demeanor, Xiao Zhuan probed, "Tao Jia, do you know this person?" I don't know." She denied. Xiao Zhuan pressed, "You must know something. Could you share it with me?" Tao Xian, usually amiable with Xiao Zhuan, was unusually resolute at that moment. "Xiao Zhuan, when working in a government agency, one must learn to keep one eye open and the other closed. You must discern which eye to open and which to shut. This is crucial, or you may find yourself in peril." Xiao Zhuan continued to inquire, but Tao Xian remained obstinate, compelling him to abandon the matter. Her attitude only heightened his suspicion. Was this Sangu truly that formidable? As he prepared to leave, he spotted Zhang Yuran returning, escorting two unruly individuals. "Hurry up. Behave yourselves," Zhang Yuran urged with an air of authority, her seriousness adding a touch of elegance to her demeanor. Upon seeing Xiao Zhuan, she paused momentarily before launching into rapid-fire questions. "Where have you been these past few days? Hasn't Song Qingyan lifted your punishment? Why haven't you returned to work?" Xiao Zhuan was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for how to respond. However, Zhang Yuran seemed unperturbed by his silence, handing the two ruffians off to someone else before instructing him, "Come to my office." Following her inside, Zhang Yuran took her seat and regarded him, saying, "Now, what brings you to work today?" Xiao Zhuan cleared his throat and replied, "Actually, I only came to handle a few matters and will leave afterward." Zhang Yuran's frustration peaked. "Handle matters? You still have the audacity to say that? You collect a salary each month, but fail to show up for work. Is this police station a place for idlers?" Xiao Zhuan defended himself. "I have other assignments, which Director Song is aware of. You can verify with him." This only incensed Zhang Yuran further. "Are you trying to use Director Song to pressure me?" Xiao Zhuan internally scoffed, wondering if her temperament was due to her menstrual cycle. "Zhang Jidao, if you have no further instructions, I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." "Stop," Zhang Yuran commanded. "Does Zhang Jidao have other business?" Xiao Zhuan inquired, turning back. Zhang Yuran scrutinized him, asking, "What matters are you handling?" Xiao Zhuan's expression shifted. Since Zhang Yuran had been transferred from the municipal bureau, perhaps she could provide some intelligence. With this thought, he quickly approached, saying, "I would like to investigate a person." "Sangu?" Upon hearing Xiao Zhuan's description, Zhang Yuran furrowed her brows slightly. It was the first time she had encountered this name. After a moment's contemplation, she picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Hello?" Minutes later, Zhang Yuran hung up, her frown deepening. "Any news?" Xiao Zhuan inquired. Zhang Yuran shook her head. I called a friend at the municipal bureau, but they reported they had never heard of this name. Xiao Zhuan drummed his fingers on the table, lost in thought. Tao Xian's expression had clearly indicated she knew something, yet the municipal bureau claimed ignorance. This left only two possibilities. Either the bureau genuinely had no knowledge of this individual, or his background was so formidable that even they dared not speak of him. Which possibility was more plausible? Xiao Zhuan recognized that he could not act hastily. If this person truly possessed significant influence, he, as a mere officer, would be unable to challenge them. This matter required careful deliberation. I must take my leave, Xiao Zhuan stated, realizing he had already been away for some time. He could not remain absent from Lin Yunxiang for too long, given Wang Yu's erratic behavior. One could never predict what he might do. What task are you executing? Zhang Yuan questioned. Xiao Zhuan glanced back at her, replying, if you wish to know, ask Director Song. Zhang Yuan shook her fist at his retreating figure. Within the entire Qingxi police station, only this individual dared to disregard her authority. She resolved to find an opportunity to put him in his place. Upon returning to Tsongshan Bun, Xiao Zhuan found Lin Yunxiang and Liang Ruoxuan seated cross-legged on the sofa, engrossed in a discussion about their studio. Observing their focused expressions, one might wonder who said only men appear most charming when serious. Xiao Zhuan listened for a while, but the conversation veered into topics he could not comprehend. Bored, he was about to retreat to his room when Lin Yunxiang suddenly said, Xiao Zhuan, I plan to visit Guanyuan Commercial Plaza tomorrow to look at clothes. You should accompany me. Xiao Zhuan frowned. The mall was rife with all sorts of individuals, making it difficult to guarantee her safety. Is it possible not to go? He asked. Lin Yunxiang replied, the studio is about to open. I need to see what styles are trending among major brands this year. Xiao Zhuan attempted to interject, but Lin Yunxiang continued, besides, aren't you all planning to use me as bait? If this bait hides at home every day, how can you catch any fish? With her eloquence, Lin Yunxiang left Xiao Zhuan with no choice but to acquiesce, despite his lingering concerns. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Zhuan searched for the layout of Guanyuan Commercial Plaza online. After analyzing it for over an hour, he called Director Chu of the county's Public Security Bureau, detailing the personnel arrangements for the following day. Lin Xiaohai had granted him temporary authority over Lianrong County's police forces for any operations targeting Wang Yu. He could mobilize all available resources at will. Director Chu, naturally, complied fully, following Xiao Zhuan's directives on where to station officers and where to reinforce personnel. After concluding the call, Xiao Zhuan reviewed the details multiple times to ensure everything was correct. He finally exhaled, knowing that even a minor oversight in dealings with a skilled adversary like Wang Yu could lead to irreparable consequences. Before bed, Xiao Zhuan received a call from his mother, who, aside from the usual pleasantries, informed him of his father, Xiao Xinya's appointment as the Minister of Finance. Wang Yu's strategy for dealing with Lin Yunxiang remains a mystery even to Xiao Zhuan. He can only strive to consider every detail meticulously and exert his utmost effort to safeguard Lin Yunxiang. With these thoughts occupying his mind, Xiao Zhuan found himself awake late into the night. The following morning, after the trio had breakfast, Liang Ruoxuan departed first, her face clouded with worry as she needed to address the neglected matters of the studio. Subsequently, Lin Yunxiang and Xiao Zhuan leisurely made their way out, driving slowly toward Guanyuan Commercial Building. Although Xiao Zhuan was a native of Lianrong, he was not particularly familiar with its roads, having spent 6 years in the military and returning only twice briefly. The places he once roamed as a child had been transformed beyond recognition and given unflattering names, leaving him with little sense of nostalgia. Guanyuan Commercial Building is one of the largest shopping centers in Lianrong, boasting 18 floors filled with supermarkets, shops, and cinemas. Upon arriving at the entrance, Xiao Zhuan noticed a few vigilant individuals, likely sent by Director Chu. He had little hope for their competence, but they certainly should not be watching the customers like thieves, as it blatantly revealed their mission. A man dressed casually approached him, handing over an earpiece while whispering that Director Chu had briefed him, indicating that today's operations would follow Xiao Zhuan's lead. Xiao Zhuan replied that he simply needed them not to act like thieves, casting furtive glances at the customers, and then entered the building with Lin Yunxiang. Lin Yunxiang's purpose for visiting was to examine the flagship styles of various brands for the year, leading them directly to the 5th floor. This level was primarily occupied by high-end brand boutiques, where individuals with monthly incomes below 10,000 would rarely shop, likely just to indulge in window shopping. Without Lin Yunxiang's influence, Xiao Zhuan would never have set foot in such an establishment. Lin Yunxiang wandered among the counters, expertly scrutinizing the clothing styles and fabrics, while Xiao Zhuan remained alert, observing the surroundings. Xiao Zhuan, what do you think of this shirt? Lin Yunxiang inquired, holding up a men's dress shirt. It's quite nice. Xiao Zhuan replied absently. Then you should try it on, she insisted, placing the shirt in his hands. Taken aback by the staggering price, he quickly returned it, saying, I have clothes already. Lin Yunxiang retorted, I merely wanted you to try it on for me to see how it looks, not to buy it for you. Feeling slightly embarrassed by his earlier assumption, he reluctantly took the shirt and, in full view of others, removed his t-shirt. The female sales associates nearby couldn't help but gawk at his muscular physique. Lin Yunxiang quickly turned away, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? There are fitting rooms for a reason. Why change out here? As he donned the shirt, he explained, I can't let you out of my sight. That would be too dangerous. The nearby sales associates, overhearing his sweet words, were utterly enchanted, wondering where such a considerate boyfriend could be found. Witnessing Xiao Zhuan's embarrassing display, Lin Yunxiang lost interest in further browsing. After a casual glance, she declared, All right, I've seen enough, you can take it off now. This shirt is quite expensive. I should really take it off, Xiao Zhuan remarked, beginning to unbutton it. Lin Yunxiang, exasperated, said, If I told you to wear it, then wear it. Why the fuss? Xiao Zhuan, feeling resigned, accepted her insistence, but thought to himself that he would return the favor when his salary arrived. The pair spent 2 hours wandering the mall without incident, which only heightened Xiao Zhuan's unease. There were 2 possibilities for this lack of disturbances. Either Wang Yu had not shown up, or his carefully laid trap had been uncovered. If it was the former, it was manageable. If the latter, the situation would become quite complicated. As Lin Yunxiang approached after finishing her clothing examination, she glanced around and asked, So, no bites on the hook? Noticing her disappointed expression, Xiao Zhuan chuckled, You seem rather let down. Did you really hope he would show up? Of course. I genuinely want to see if he's as formidable as you all claim, Lin Yunxiang replied. Xiao Zhuan grimaced, saying, Miss, that individual is a remorseless, psychopathic killer. Do you think he is a cuddly panda from the zoo? If he truly arrives, you would be in grave danger. Lin Yunxiang raised an eyebrow, stating, Well, he hasn't appeared, so it's pointless. Let's head back. Just as they were about to leave, a cute little girl with rosy cheeks approached. Looking up at Xiao Zhuan and inquiring, Are you Uncle Xiao Zhuan? Xiao Zhuan knelt down to pinch her chubby cheeks and asked, Yes, how do you know my name? The little girl handed him a box she had concealed behind her back, saying, A man asked me to give this to you. Opening the box, Xiao Zhuan discovered only a phone inside. Lin Yunxiang took the device out and teased, Why would someone send you a phone out of the blue? Could it be someone has taken a fancy to you? Ignoring her playful jab, Xiao Zhuan examined the phone, frowning. Suddenly, the phone rang, and after a moment of hesitation, he answered. A man's voice greeted him. Hello, I suppose my absence has disappointed you? Xiao Zhuan's expression darkened as he quickly scanned the area. No need to look around. You won't see me, the man continued, fully aware of Xiao Zhuan's actions. I know what you're plotting. I almost fell for it myself. If it weren't for your subordinates revealing the target, I would have thought I had stumbled upon a rare opportunity. With a grim demeanor, Xiao Zhuan retorted, Do you believe you can escape? The man laughed. You think your useless subordinates can hold me? I walked right under their noses and will leave the same way. Xiao Zhuan furrowed his brow, questioning, You take lives indiscriminately. Do you believe that aligns with your identity as a soldier? The man chuckled. I thought you would regurgitate the typical rhetoric about turning myself in, but thankfully, you did not disappoint me. How about we play a game? Xiao Zhuan carefully observed everyone around him, asking, What game? The man responded, Let us set a month as the deadline. If I can successfully kill the girl beside you within that time frame, you will become my subordinate. If I fail, I will surrender. What do you say? Xiao Zhuan scoffed. You won't even need to wait a month. I will personally capture you. The man chuckled. Then I look forward to it. Regardless of whether you wish to play this game, you have no other choice. If I succeed in killing that girl, do you think Lin Xiaohai will let you off the hook? Will you have any standing in Zhanghai City? You will have no choice but to be my subordinate. Xiao Zhuan glanced at Lin Yunxiang, who was also looking at him with concern. This girl had placed her safety entirely in his hands, and he knew he must protect her at all costs. You cannot kill her, Xiao Zhuan asserted confidently. Really? The man retorted with a peculiar tone, stating, From this very second, the game officially commences. I hope you can endure a bit longer. Best of luck. After uttering these words, he abruptly disconnected the call. Xiao Zhuan, still pondering over his final remark, suddenly changed countenance and hastily threw his phone into the air before tackling Lin Yunxiang to the ground. Boom. In the very next moment, the phone detonated. A microbomb, which might be a rarity for an average individual, was something Xiao Zhuan had encountered numerous times. The faint sound of a frame drop emanating from the phone alerted him, thanks to his extensive experience. Although the explosion radius of a microbomb is limited, Its force is sufficient to obliterate a person into mere fragments. This Wang Yu truly possesses a ruthless nature. The people within the mall, upon hearing the explosion, frantically fled in all directions, their screams and cries echoing throughout the chaos. Xiao Zhuan rose from the ground, gazing at the dispersing crowd. Across the throng stood a man sporting a baseball cap, who flashed a faint smile before turning towards the elevator. Xiao Zhuan took a few steps forward, suddenly recalling that Lin Yunxiang was still present. If he were to fall for the opponent's ruse, it would place Lin Yunxiang in grave danger. He halted, issuing a capture order to the police stationed downstairs through his earpiece, and then hurriedly led Lin Yunxiang away from the scene. Upon returning to the apartment, Xiao Zhuan remained vigilant, monitoring the progress of the operation. The apprehension efforts persisted from morning until dusk, ultimately culminating in the disheartening report: the operation had failed. According to Director Chu, the perpetrator had seemingly evaporated from existence. The officers on site conducted a thorough search of the entire building, yet not even a single strand of the suspect's hair could be found. Xiao Zhuan had not harbored high hopes in the first place. It would have been truly surprising if Wang Yu could be so easily captured. Nonetheless, today's events served as a valuable lesson. To excel in one's endeavors, one must first sharpen their tools. Dealing with someone like Wang Yu necessitated a more competent and cohesive team, as a haphazard assembly of individuals would only hinder progress. Director Chu, gather the elite from various precincts in the county tomorrow. I wish to select some personnel from among them, Xiao Zhuan instructed. No problem. Since Secretary Lin has entrusted this case entirely to you, I will certainly cooperate fully, Director Chu readily agreed. Chapter 128. Director Chu was indeed efficient in his actions. By the time Xiao Zhuan and Lin Yunxiang arrived the following day, elite police teams from Lianrong County had assembled. Upon seeing Xiao Zhuan enter with a stunningly beautiful companion, some individuals in the hall began to jeer, whistling, and making raucous noises. Xiao Zhuan cast a glance at those few, remaining unresponsive. Zhang Yuran was also seated among the crowd, and appeared somewhat taken aback upon seeing Xiao Zhuan. She approached him, saying, Xiao Zhuan, you're here too? Did you receive the notice from the bureau? She perhaps believed she was also there to participate in the selection. Xiao Zhuan found himself at a loss for words, ultimately offering a vague response. Indeed. Zhang Yuran continued, I wonder what the task is this time that Director Chu has summoned so many to participate in the selection. Xiao Zhuan could only maintain his silence. Zhang Yuran glanced at Lin Yunxiang beside him, curiously inquiring, is she also a police officer? No, she is. Xiao Zhuan momentarily faltered, as Lin Yunxiang's identity had yet to be made public, even to his superior. Zhang Yuran frowned, stating, Xiao Zhuan, what occasion is this? You can't just bring anyone in. It's against the rules, don't you know? Lin Yunxiang, who was usually audacious, felt displeased seeing someone who, in terms of appearance, could rival her, and who even surpassed her in certain traits that many women value. She retorted, it's Xiao Zhuan's business whom he brings in. What does it have to do with you? Zhang Yuran, known for her fiery temperament, was incensed by this brazen attitude, responding, I may not concern myself with others' affairs, but I can certainly take issue with his. Lin Yunxiang shot back, who do you think you are? His mother or his girlfriend? I am his superior, if that matters. Zhang Yuran replied coldly. Lin Yunxiang, realizing she had overstepped, quickly turned to Xiao Zhuan, exclaiming, she's your superior? Why didn't you warn me sooner? Xiao Zhuan found himself unable to defend himself, taking the blame for the awkward situation. Just as he intended to explain to Zhang Yuran, an incongruous voice interrupted, Director Zhang. I advise you not to cross paths with this young lady. Her background is quite formidable. The speaker was Lu Yuan, who had previously taken Xiao Zhuan to the station after he injured Ma Yongyuan. Lin Yunxiang had met him when she came to rescue Xiao Zhuan. Zhang Yuran furrowed her brow, asking, background? What background? Lu Yuan glanced at Xiao Zhuan before responding. This young lady happens to be the niece of the director of the county committee's office. With a friend like her, how could Xiao Zhuan possibly be worried about not being selected this time? Xiao Zhuan detected an undercurrent of jealousy in his words, as if Lu Yuan insinuated that he was associating with Lin Yunxiang merely for her connections. However, he had misjudged Lin Yunxiang's identity and their relationship, rendering his assumptions quite absurd. Aren't we only selecting elites this time? How did Deputy Director Lu manage to get involved? Xiao Zhuan inquired, perplexed. Lin Yunxiang, Zhang Yuran, and several other officers nearby chuckled at Xiao Zhuan's jab. Lu Yuan, visibly annoyed, wished to retaliate but restrained himself, forcing a smile as he replied, if a rookie like you can participate after just 2 months on the force, why can't I? Chapter 129. Xiao Zhuan hastily adopted a feigned expression of trepidation, stating, Deputy Director Lu, please don't misunderstand. I merely thought you typically only engage in matters that benefit you. You usually avoid dangerous cases. Why the sudden enthusiasm this time? Zhang Yuran interjected. Director Chu mentioned that if one is successfully selected and completes the task, their rank could be elevated by 2 levels. Who wouldn't want to see such an opportunity? Even if one is just filling a spot, it's worth the risk. Perhaps the selection committee might overlook a few flaws. This time, not only Lu Yuan but even Xiao Zhuan wore a dark expression. Zhang Yuran's broadside was rather excessive. You can disparage Lu Yuan, but why drag me into it? Lu Yuan, increasingly vexed by the two, retorted, you've only been police officers for a few days, yet you dare to speak so boldly? I have handled more cases than you've had meals. How can you accuse me of merely filling a spot? Let us see who gets eliminated first. Xiao Zhuan looked at him with amusement, remarking, I predict you will be the first to be eliminated. You're talking nonsense. Lu Yuan cursed, unable to contain his temper. After all, he was a deputy director, and being publicly ridiculed by a subordinate was intolerable. Zhang Yuran also believed Xiao Zhuan was merely jesting, as Lu Yuan was an experienced officer with far more case-handling experience than they had, making it unlikely for him to be the first to be dismissed. Xiao Zhuan regarded Lu Yuan with a serious expression, saying, Deputy Director Lu, you are a leader. How can you stoop to such vulgar language? Lu Yuan felt cornered by Xiao Zhuan's words, pointing a finger at him. I want to argue with you now. I will settle this once we return to the station. Xiao Zhuan replied, you need not wait. You can leave right now. Lu Yuan sneered. Do you think you are someone special? Do you believe I will leave just because you say so? Xiao Zhuan shook his head with a sigh, seemingly lamenting Lu Yuan's intelligence. I am notifying you now. You have been eliminated. Lu Yuan burst into laughter and remarked to the surrounding officers. This child has lost his mind. He believes himself to be the director of the Public Security Bureau, declaring who to eliminate at will. The officers, aware of his position as the deputy director of the police station, chuckled in a show of camaraderie. At that moment, Director Chu hurriedly entered the auditorium and approached Xiao Zhuan, saying, My apologies, Comrade Xiao Zhuan. I was delayed due to some urgent matters at the bureau. How is it going? Have you found anyone satisfactory? Xiao Zhuan replied, I have yet to see a satisfactory candidate, but there is one that I find rather unsatisfactory. Director Chu, with a booming voice, stated, Make your decision. If you are not satisfied, eliminate them. Why waste words? Xiao Zhuan turned to Lu Yuan and said, I trust you now realize that you have been eliminated? Lu Yuan was momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. The officers who had laughed along with Lu Yuan now wore expressions of unease, suddenly aware that Xiao Zhuan was indeed responsible for the selection process. Zhang Yuran looked at Xiao Zhuan in astonishment and stammered, You are in charge of this selection? With a benign smile, Xiao Zhuan responded, What? Does that surprise you? Zhang Yuran was momentarily at a loss for words, grappling with the reality that her subordinate had ascended to a position of authority over her fate. You cannot eliminate me. Lu Yuan suddenly lost his composure and shouted. Chapter 130. You cannot eliminate me. Lu Yuan exclaimed. Director Chu frowned and asked, Deputy Director Lu, what do you intend to do? Realizing his outburst was uncharacteristic, Lu Yuan hastily explained, Director Chu, Xiao Zhuan is seeking personal revenge due to our previous conflicts. He is now eliminating me. You must see through this. Director Chu's expression turned serious as he admonished, Comrade Lu Yuan, I urge you not to attribute petty motives to your superiors. Do not presume that your elimination implies any ulterior motives. This selection is entirely under Xiao Zhuan's authority. He will determine who is chosen and who is eliminated, and your pleas will be in vain. Lu Yuan glanced at Xiao Zhuan, hesitated, and then softened his tone, saying, Xiao Zhuan, my earlier demeanor was indeed inappropriate. Please forgive my transgressions. He knew that as a third-level police inspector, if he could successfully navigate this selection and fulfill his duties, he could rise to a first-level inspector. With some maneuvering, he could secure the position of director once Song Qingyan was reassigned. For now, he had to endure and bide his time, planning to settle the score with Xiao Zhuan once he attained his goals. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, since he had already humbled himself. Insisting on his unwarranted elimination would only make him appear petty. Xiao Zhuan looked at him intently and asked, Are you certain you wish to stay? Lu Yuan nodded resolutely and declared, Serving the people is our duty as police officers. In times of crisis, we are needed more than ever. How could we retreat? Seeing Lu Yuan's noble resolve, Xiao Zhuan smiled and nodded, saying, Since Deputy Director Lu possesses such a profound sense of duty, you may remain. I hope you can endure until the end. Lu Yuan eagerly agreed. Zhang Yuran shot Xiao Zhuan a disapproving glance, questioning his judgment in allowing such a subpar officer to remain. Unfazed, Xiao Zhuan ascended the stage, gazing down at the assembly of officers in the auditorium. The individuals present represented the elite of Lianrong's police force. Facing over 100 officers, Xiao Zhuan exhibited no signs of trepidation as he proclaimed, "To be frank, I feel unworthy to stand here. In terms of seniority, all of you are my superiors, and in experience, I am acutely aware of my shortcomings." Lu Yuan scoffed, acknowledging his self-awareness. However, why was it that the leadership had chosen someone like me, lacking both experience and tenure, to lead this case? Xiao Zhuan continued. "It is because I was once a soldier." Many in the audience scoffed at this as a feeble justification, questioning the relevance of military experience to criminal investigations. Xiao Zhuan retrieved a photograph of Wang Yu, provided by Lin Xiuhai, and projected it onto the screen. He pointed to the image and stated, "This individual is the suspect in this case, known as Wang Yu. According to extensive documentation, he has received highly specialized training in foreign special military tactics, including assassination, combat, demolition, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance." The officers below exchanged astonished glances, having been summoned under the pretense of an urgent task selection without knowledge of the specific details. Now, as they absorbed Xiao Zhuan's revelations, they began to understand the gravity of the situation. Xiao Zhuan displayed several images and said, "These are recent major incidents in Shanghai City, including traffic accidents, construction failures, and the explosive incident that shocked the nation just days ago. I can assure you that the mastermind behind these events is none other than Wang Yu." The audience buzzed with chatter, realizing that these sensational incidents were interconnected, all attributed to the same individual. Xiao Zhuan's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness as he warned, "This mission is more perilous than any case you have encountered before. Once you take this on, your lives and the lives of your families will be in constant jeopardy because the adversary is a remorseless killer. To him, taking a life is as trivial as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. He may appear at your bedside while you sleep, ready to slit your throat." Chapter 131. He could also materialize at your dining table while you share a meal with your wife and children. The vividness of Xiao Zhuan's description left the audience pale, as if they were witnessing these horrors unfold. Director Chu furrowed his brow, disapproving of Xiao Zhuan's approach. His intimidation tactics could deter the officers from proceeding with the mission. Yet, this was precisely the effect Xiao Zhuan sought. Observing the expressions of those below, he continued, "Are you regretting your decision to attend this so-called selection? Do you wish to leave? The exit is right there, and no one will stop you." The officers glanced towards the exit, but none dared to lead the exodus, aware that abandoning the mission could lead to repercussions from their superiors. Xiao Zhuan noted Lu Yuan's pale visage and contemptuously remarked, "Anyone wishing to withdraw may do so now. No one will look down upon you. You are merely protecting your families from danger. Even if you choose to retreat, no one will mock you." He offered them a single opportunity to leave. As his words settled, chaos erupted in the auditorium as many rushed towards the exit, with Lu Yuan being the first to flee, completely disregarding his earlier proclamations of duty. After the frenzy, fewer than 20 individuals remained in the vast auditorium, a number greater than Xiao Zhuan had anticipated. Initially, he had expected only 10 to stay, as those willing to risk their lives were a rare breed. Xiao Zhuan noticed Zhang Yuran, the sole female officer remaining, earning his respect for her courage. "Why do you not leave? Are you not afraid of dying?" Xiao Zhuan inquired. Zhang Yuran met his gaze with composure and replied, "Everyone fears death, myself included." "Then why do you choose to stay?" Xiao Zhuan pressed. Zhang Yuran glanced at the dozen men remaining in the hall and declared, "What you men can accomplish, I can achieve as well, perhaps even surpassing you." Xiao Zhuan shook his head with a smile, surveying the attendees before saying, "All right, since you have all chosen to stay, let us commence the next round of selection. Come forward." Xiao Zhuan drew a large circle in the hall and instructed everyone to stand within it, stating, "From this moment on, without my command, no one is allowed to step outside this circle. Anyone who does so will be immediately eliminated." The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of his intentions. Just as confusion settled among them, Xiao Zhuan suddenly produced a hand grenade from his pocket, sporting an exceptionally perilous grin. The individuals standing inside the circle instinctively sensed impending doom upon seeing the grenade. Surely he wouldn't play with fire? With an enigmatic smile lingering on his face, Xiao Zhuan reiterated, "Remember my words. Without my command, no one is to leave the circle, or else you will be eliminated." No sooner had he finished speaking than he disassembled the grenade's fuse and tossed it into the crowd. Faced with such a scenario, a few individuals disregarded any semblance of command, and amidst a chorus of screams, those within the circle began to flee. In an instant, only 5 individuals remained, including Zhang Yuran. Xiao Jun regarded these 5 with mild surprise. The outcome was far better than he had anticipated. Just as he was about to speak, one rather daft individual suddenly picked up the grenade and dashed towards an open space, shouting, "Get down, everyone, hurry." Chapter 132. The crowd stared in disbelief at this individual. He was astonishingly audacious. The man sprinted far away while clutching the grenade, standing there like a wooden statue, waiting for an explosion that never came. After a good 10 seconds had passed without any catastrophic event, he looked around in bewilderment. Lin Yunxiang was already doubled over with laughter at this character. Having thought her experience with Xiao Jun would be mundane, only to encounter such an amusing fellow. The man glanced at the grenade in his hand, then looked up at Xiao Jun, scratching his head and asking, "Is this a dummy grenade?" Xiao Jun, utterly astonished by his demeanor, inquired, "What is your name?" The man snapped a salute and proclaimed, "Reporting in, I am Li Ergu, an intern police officer from the riot police." Xiao Jun rubbed his forehead and replied, "I did not ask for your nickname. I meant your full name." The man responded again with conviction, "Reporting in, my full name is indeed Li Ergu." This time, not only Lin Yunxiang, but even Zhang Yuran and the other officers burst into laughter. Li Ergu looked around, perplexed, wondering if there was something inherently amusing about his name. Xiao Jun scrutinized Li Ergu for a moment before nodding. "All right, go home and prepare your belongings. Return here tomorrow." Li Ergu appeared bewildered, asking, "So have I passed or not?" Xiao Jun replied curtly, "Use your own judgment." Li Ergu remained motionless, still puzzled. Xiao Jun ignored him and turned to the group of individuals standing outside the circle, saying, "You have all been eliminated. You may leave now." The faces of those individuals soured, especially as even a simpleton like Li Ergu had passed while they were dismissed. A particularly irate individual dared to voice, "I believe there is something fundamentally wrong with your assessment." Xiao Jun regarded him and asked, "What is the issue?" The man continued, "Your evaluation lacks any rationale. The instinctive reaction upon seeing a grenade is to evade, yet you commanded us to remain still, even if you wish to test our courage and execution. Such extreme measures are unwarranted." The eliminated individuals nodded in agreement, clearly supportive of his point. Who conducts assessments in such a manner? Xiao Jun chuckled and responded, "Who said I was testing your courage and execution? To not flee from a bomb is bravery? To follow clearly foolish orders is a mark of execution? What, then, is the purpose of this exercise?" Angered, they demanded, "What was the point of this charade?" Xiao Jun replied, "I was assessing your intelligence, specifically your basic reasoning skills, and it is evident that you all have failed." Chapter 133. A few individuals in the crowd hung their heads in shame upon hearing Xiao Jun's words. Yet one individual persisted, but that foolish giant also mistakenly believed the grenade was real. Why was he selected? Xiao Jun glanced at the bewildered Li Ergu and stated, "Indeed. His intellect may be lacking, but at least he dared to run into an open space with the bomb. Would you have done the same?" Despite some lingering dissatisfaction, no one spoke up. They indeed lacked such courage. Xiao Jun cast a cold gaze around the room, saying, "As a police officer, one must either possess intelligence or courage. If you possess neither, what use are you to me?" The group, feeling somewhat humiliated by his words, shuffled out with heads bowed. Director Chu, who had been observing from the back, approached with an expression of admiration, saying, "Your method of selection is quite unique. I have gained new insights today." Xiao Jun asked, "Are you complimenting me or criticizing me?" Director Chu smiled but remained silent, patting Xiao Jun on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement before departing the hall. Xiao Jun looked at the 4 individuals remaining in the hall. Aside from Zhang Yuran and Li Ergu, one was a diminutive, shifty-eyed figure, another a burly man with a rugged beard exuding an intimidating aura, and the last was a strikingly handsome young man with a flawless complexion. Observing this motley crew, Xiao Jun felt a sense of trepidation, as the assembly bore a striking resemblance to the haphazardly assembled football team from Zhou Xingqi's Shaolin soccer. "Please introduce yourselves. Starting with you." He pointed to the slender figure. The slight man, whose eyes glimmered with mischief, hardly resembled a proud public servant. He appeared more akin to a pickpocket apprehended by the police. Hearing Xiao Jun's prompt, the slender man hurriedly stated, "I am from the drug enforcement team. My name is Ho Dazhuang, a 3rd-level police officer." The others eyed his diminutive stature, struggling to reconcile his name with the notion of being big and strong. The burly man with a beard continued, "I am Tang Daba, from Lianrong Prison, a 3rd-level police officer." Tang Daba radiated a fierce presence, causing the others to maintain a cautious distance. The final individual, boasting a star-like visage, spoke with an air of arrogance, "Criminal Investigation Team. Fang Ming, a 2nd-level police officer." Li Ergu had already introduced himself, leaving only the solitary female, Zhang Yuran. Beautiful women often receive special treatment, especially in a male-dominated police force. The men in the hall, including the haughty Fang Ming, directed their attention toward her. Chengxi Police Station, Zhang Yuran, a third-level police supervisor. Zhang, the stunning police flower, stated coolly. The others looked on in astonishment. Although police ranks bear little practical significance, they symbolize honor akin to military ranks. Among a group of men, the highest rank was Fang Ming's second-level police officer, while this young lady had already achieved the rank of third-level police supervisor. Truly an impressive feat. You have yet to introduce yourself, Fang Ming said, fixing his gaze on Xiao Zhuan. My name is Xiao Zhuan, a first-level officer at the Chengxi Police Station. In Chapter 134, those standing within the circle felt an ominous premonition as they saw Xiao Zhuan produce a grenade. Would he truly dare to play for real? A subtle smile graced his face as he declared, "Remember my words, without my command. No one is permitted to step outside the circle, otherwise you will be immediately eliminated." As soon as he finished speaking, he dismantled the grenade's fuse and tossed it into the crowd. In such a situation, several individuals disregarded any so-called orders. Amidst a cacophony of screams, the people within the circle began to flee, leaving only 5 solitary figures behind, including Zhang Yuran. Xiao Zhuan, taken aback by this outcome, found it far more favorable than he had anticipated. Just as he prepared to speak, a daft fellow within the circle suddenly picked up the grenade and ran toward the open space, shouting, "Get down! Everyone get down!" Everyone stared in disbelief at this man. Astonished by his audacity, he ran far with the grenade, then stood immobile like a wooden statue, awaiting an explosion that never came. After a good 10 seconds had passed without incident, he stood there, bewildered. Lin Yunxiang was already in stitches, initially thinking that following Xiao Zhuan would be tedious, only to encounter such a comical character. The man glanced at the grenade in his hand, then looked back at Xiao Zhuan, scratching his head and asking, "Is this a dud?" Xiao Zhuan was utterly astonished by his demeanor and inquired, "What is your name?" The man snapped to attention and replied with vigor, reporting in, "My name is Li Ergu, an intern officer in the riot police." Xiao Zhuan sighed, "I am not asking for your nickname. I want your full name." The man confidently reiterated, reporting in, "My full name is Li Ergu." This time, not only Lin Yunxiang, but also Zhang Yuran and the other officers burst into laughter. Li Ergu looked perplexed, wondering why his name was so amusing. Xiao Zhuan scrutinized Li Ergu for a moment and said, "All right, go home and prepare your belongings. Return here tomorrow." Li Ergu appeared bewildered and asked, "So did I pass?" Xiao Zhuan retorted, "Use your brain and figure it out." Li Ergu remained confused, rooted in place. Xiao Zhuan turned to the dozen or so individuals standing outside the circle and declared, "You have been eliminated. You may leave now." The expressions of those individuals grew sour. Even someone as foolish as Li Ergu could pass, yet they had been eliminated. A hot-headed individual spoke up, "I believe there is a problem with your assessment." Xiao Zhuan glanced at him and asked, "What is the problem?" The man replied, "Your assessment makes no sense. Anyone's first instinct upon seeing a grenade is to take cover. Yet you commanded us to remain still. Even if you wish to test our courage and execution, this method is excessively extreme." The eliminated individuals nodded in agreement, clearly supportive of his sentiment. Xiao Zhuan chuckled and said, "Who said I was testing your courage and execution? Not dodging a bomb is courage. Following an obviously foolish command is execution? What then was the purpose of this?" Chapter 135, Xiao Zhuan continued, "What I am testing is your intelligence, and not even the advanced kind. It is evident that you all have failed." Some in the crowd expressed indignation, feeling as though he had indirectly insulted their intelligence. He continued, "Anyone with common sense should recognize that grenade as a fake. However, in that moment, your minds were completely overtaken by fear, devoid of the slightest judgment. Do you believe you are capable of fulfilling this task?" A few individuals felt ashamed and lowered their heads, but some remained defiant, stating, "But that fool also thought the grenade was real. Why was he selected?" Xiao Zhuan turned to glance at the dazed Li Ergu and replied, "His mind might not be sharp, but at least he dared to run into the open with the bomb. Would you have done the same?" Though their faces still bore signs of discontent, no one dared to speak up. They lacked that kind of bravery. Xiao Zhuan surveyed them coldly, stating, "As a police officer, you must either be intelligent or courageous. If you possess neither, what purpose do you serve?" The group felt embarrassed by his words and quietly shuffled out. Director Chu, who had been observing from the back, approached with admiration, saying, "Your method of selecting personnel is indeed unique. I have gained new insight today." "Are you complimenting me or criticizing me?" Xiao Zhuan inquired. Chu merely smiled without responding, patted Xiao Zhuan on the shoulder, and remarked, "Keep up the good work." Before departing the hall, Xiao Zhuan looked at the 4 individuals remaining in the hall. Aside from Zhang Yuren and Li Ergu, the remaining 3 were an unassuming figure with beady eyes, a burly man with a rugged appearance, and a strikingly handsome one. As Xiao Zhuan observed these 5 individuals, he felt a sense of trepidation. This team resembled a makeshift soccer squad assembled by Zhou Xingqi and Shaolin Soccer. Please introduce yourselves, starting with you. He directed the scraggly figure. The man, whose eyes gleamed with mischief, looked far from an honorable officer. He appeared more like a pickpocket apprehended by the police. I am from the Narcotics Task Force. My name is Ho Dazhuang, a 3rd-level officer. The others regarded his diminutive stature of less than 5 feet 6 inches, finding it hard to reconcile his name with his appearance. The burly man with a rugged beard then declared, I am Tong Debao from Lianrong Prison, a 3rd-level officer. Tong Debao exuded a formidable aura, causing the others to instinctively maintain their distance. The remaining handsome young man, with an air of arrogance, announced, Criminal Investigation Division, Fongming. A 2nd-level officer. Li Ergu had already introduced himself, leaving only the sole female, Zhang Yuren. A beautiful girl, she was bound to receive special treatment, especially in a predominantly male police environment. The men in the hall, including the arrogant Fongming, turned their attention toward her. Qingxi Police Station, Zhang Yuren. A 3rd-level police supervisor, she stated with composure. Everyone was taken aback. While police ranks held little practical significance, they symbolized honor, akin to military ranks. Fongming, the highest ranked among the men at 2nd-level officer, found himself eclipsed by this girl, who had achieved the rank of 3rd-level supervisor. A stark reminder of the adage that comparisons could be disheartening. You have yet to introduce yourself, Fongming said, fixing his gaze on Xiao Zhuan. I am Xiao Zhuan, a 1st-level officer at the Qingxi Police Station, he stated, unflinchingly. Chapter 136. I am Xiao Zhuan, a 1st-level officer at the Qingxi Police Station, he said. His heart steady and his expression calm. A 1st-level officer? The attendees, except for Lin Yunshang and Zhang Yuren, who were already aware, were taken aback. Ho Dazhuang grinned and said, Leader, don't joke with me. I am a 3rd-level officer. How could you possibly rank lower than me? I am not joking. I truly am a 1st-level officer, Xiao Zhuan replied without hesitation. In fact, I have just returned from the military 2 months ago. The auditorium fell into a profound silence as several individuals exchanged glances, each perceiving the absurdity of the situation, entrusting a novice with the leadership of this experienced group. Fongming cast a sidelong glance imbued with disdain and inquired, given your lack of investigative experience, what gives you the authority to command us? Xiao Zhuan met his gaze calmly and replied, This is not your concern. I owe you no proof of my capabilities. Your sole responsibility is to adhere completely to my orders until this mission reaches its conclusion. Fongming scoffed, retorting, Is this your answer? Without demonstrating your competence, how do you expect us to follow you willingly? Xiao Zhuan countered, I do not require your loyalty. I merely need you to fulfill the tasks I assign. Whether you are convinced or not is of no concern to me. Tang Daba laughed heartily. You've got character. I like that. Fongming, seemingly unimpressed by Xiao Zhuan, continued with a sharp tongue, What good is character alone? Can it put food on the table? The police force values skill. Without it, all is in vain. Ho Dazhuang chimed in playfully, Fong, you're being too serious. Xiao is simply modest. Didn't he mention he is transitioning from a military background? He could have been a special forces soldier. Special forces? Fongming scoffed. To my knowledge, he was in charge of the operation at Guangyuan Commercial Building yesterday, which resulted in a wasted day of effort without even a trace of the suspect. Leading us is a recipe for disaster. The others in the room exchanged surprised looks. They had heard of the events from the previous day, where nearly 100 plainclothes officers surrounded the Guangyuan Commercial Building, only for the suspect to vanish without a trace. They had speculated about the ineptitude of the commander, only to find it was the very man before them. Doubt crept into the minds of those who had initially held confidence in Xiao Zhuan. As elite officers from various police units, they were reluctant to take orders from someone they deemed incompetent. Zhang Yuran observed the uncomfortable predicament of her subordinate. Though she wished to defend him, she found it challenging to justify his actions, as the failure of the previous day's operation was an undeniable fact. Xiao Zhuan, maintaining a calm demeanor, scrutinized their expressions before addressing Fongming. Since you are aware that I commanded the operation yesterday, why did you choose to remain? Fongming replied, I simply refuse to be led by a mediocre individual. My dissatisfaction lies not with this case. Xiao Zhuan smiled. So, you wish to replace me? Fongming raised his chin defiantly. Out of respect for this case and responsibility towards the public, it is only fitting that someone with experience leads. Xiao Zhuan, with a hint of irony, remarked, You do not mean yourself, do you? Fong Ming acknowledged. I certainly lack such qualifications, but I am certainly more capable than some who command haphazardly. Xiao Zhuan noted the eagerness of this individual to usurp authority, perhaps a bit too impatient. Your confidence is commendable. I am aware of my own limitations. While I can manage at the precinct, overseeing such a major case does feel like being thrust into the deep end. Initially, the group was taken aback by his candidness, but the addition of however led them to raise their eyebrows, sensing an impending excuse. Although they understood his implication, they were curious to hear what justification he would concoct for his inadequacy. However, Secretary Lin from the Municipal Committee insisted on assigning me this case. Despite my attempts to decline, I could not shed this burden. If you can persuade Secretary Lin to retract the order, I would be immensely grateful. By the way, I can provide you with his contact information. Who among you would like it? No one spoke, not even Fong Ming, who had previously been the most vocal. Xiao Zhuan had effectively used Lin Xiuhai as a shield, silencing further dissent. They were merely ordinary police officers in a small town, inconsequential in the eyes of the municipal secretary. Asking them to contact Lin Xiuhai was akin to offering them a gun for self-destruction. Lin Yunxiang observed Xiao Zhuan silently, inwardly scolding him for invoking her father's name, portraying him in a subservient light, which was utterly detestable. Xiao Zhuan surveyed the group and inquired, "Do you have any further comments?" All remained silent. Satisfied with this outcome, Xiao Zhuan acknowledged that their silence was likely due to the pressure of Lin Xiuhai. But he was indifferent. As he had stated, he did not require their loyalty, only their compliance in executing his commands. Since no one has spoken, I shall assume you have no objections. From this day forth, I do not wish to see any further challenges to my orders. Otherwise, I will personally report your performance to Secretary Lin. Given the weight of Lin Xiuhai's name, Xiao Zhuan had no qualms about wielding it again. The five present regarded Xiao Zhuan's petty tactics with disdain, yet they dared not voice their feelings. If Xiao Zhuan reported their defiance to Lin Xiuhai, their futures would be jeopardized. They could only suppress their anger. Xiao Zhuan nodded in satisfaction. Very well, you may all return and prepare. We will convene here tomorrow at 8 a.m., and I do not wish to see anyone tardy. Otherwise, you understand the consequences. They recognized his threat of involving Lin Xiuhai once more, yet they felt powerless to resist. As the group departed, visibly disgruntled, Lin Yunxiang approached Xiao Zhuan with a hint of menace in her voice. Is my father's name truly that effective? Xiao Zhuan rubbed his nose, giving a sheepish chuckle. Lin Yunxiang snorted coldly before turning away. Where are you going? Xiao Zhuan called after her. To the studio. She replied. It must be acknowledged that Liang Ruoxuan's capabilities often left many self-proclaimed decisive men feeling inadequate. After Lin Yunxiang took a step back, the Yunxiang studio was still managed with remarkable order under her guidance. Currently, all personnel and facilities were nearly ready, with only the selection of an auspicious day for the grand opening remaining. Lin Yunxiang, hands clasped behind her back, inspected the studio with an air of leadership, nodding in satisfaction, which left Xiao Zhuan at a loss for words. The three found a modest place to dine, and after a hasty discussion among the two major shareholders, they decided to open in 2 days, as the date, August 18th, symbolized prosperity. 818 heralds fortune. In the afternoon, Xiao Zhuan accompanied the two girls to a clothing factory to collect the sample garments designed by Lin Yunxiang. Upon returning to Tsongshan Biyuan, it was already past 4 o'clock, and the girls appeared visibly fatigued. Xiao Zhuan felt a deep respect for these two young women, who could easily lead comfortable lives yet chose to venture out into the world. In contrast to the often lamented gold-digging women featured in the news, these two were remarkable, defying comprehension. Parking the car in the garage, the two girls eagerly dashed home with the garments, eager to see the studio's inaugural creations. Xiao Zhuan followed closely behind, careful not to lose pace. Lin Yunxiang clutched the sample garments tightly, humming a cheerful tune as she opened the door, her excitement evident on her face. Just as she was about to enter, Xiao Zhuan suddenly called out, "Stop!" Lin Yunxiang was taken aback and exclaimed in annoyance, "Xiao Zhuan, are you trying to scare me to death?" Without offering an explanation, Xiao Zhuan swiftly pulled the two girls behind him. His brow furrowed as he gazed intently at the doorknob. Having received a threatening phone call from Wang Yu the previous day, he had discreetly tied a strand of hair to the doorknob before leaving in the morning. It was cleverly concealed, making it difficult to detect without close scrutiny. However, that strand of hair had now snapped, leaving only one explanation. Someone had entered the room. Seeing that Xiao Zhuan was ignoring her, Lin Yunxiang, fuming, demanded, "Xiao Zhuan, what on earth are you doing? Let us in." "Don't move," Xiao Zhuan commanded, gripping her hand firmly. Just as Lin Yunxiang was about to explode in anger, Liang Ruoxuan, noticing Xiao Zhuan's unusual demeanor, quickly pulled her back. Stay away from him, Xiao Zhuan instructed. Though reluctant, Lin Yunxiang allowed herself to be led a few steps back by Liang Ruoxuan. A bit further, Xiao Zhuan insisted, displeased with the theatrics. Lin Yunxiang let out a huff and took a few more steps back. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Zhuan slowly pushed the door open just a crack. A mere 2 centimeters that seemed to drain all his energy. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he leaned in closer to observe. He noticed another strand of hair tied to the inside of the door. As he pushed it open slightly, that strand became taut, threatening to snap if he opened it any further. Xiao Zhuan surveyed the surroundings. The architectural design of Tsongshan Biyuan was exceptionally meticulous, with a high level of security, leaving no entrance other than the main door. Lin Yunxiang scowled at Xiao Zhuan's dawdling and complained to Liang Ruoxuan. What is he doing over there? Liang Ruoxuan shrugged, equally puzzled. Xiao Zhuan exhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and adjusted his body to its optimal state. Suddenly, he pushed the door forward a bit more, causing the strand of hair to snap. Without hesitation, he thrust his right hand through the gap and grasped a falling object. Chapter 139. Xiao Zhuan's lips were slightly dry, yet he could not suppress a hint of a smile as he slowly withdrew his hand. Lin Yunxiang and Liang Ruoxuan approached with curiosity, but their expressions changed drastically when they saw the object in his hand, a grenade. The safety pin had already been removed, and any impact with a hard surface would trigger an explosion. Had Lin Yunxiang barged in moments earlier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Both girls turned pale. They had been mere steps away from death. If Xiao Zhuan had not intervened in time, they dared not contemplate the outcome. After a moment of shock, Lin Yunxiang finally regained her composure and muttered, I want to go home. I can't stay here anymore. I want to go home. Just as she was about to push the door open, Xiao Zhuan stopped her again, saying, the danger has not been completely averted. You two should wait outside. With caution, Xiao Zhuan stepped into the room, casting a glance around. Suddenly, he lifted the carpet at the entrance, revealing a GLD-150 anti-infantry mine. Lin Yunxiang and Liang Ruoxuan, paralyzed with fear, stood frozen outside, as if any movement would trigger an explosion. Xiao Zhuan disarmed the mine before proceeding further into the room. The two girls anxiously awaited outside, terrified of an unexpected blast. After what felt like an eternity, half an hour later, Xiao Zhuan emerged from the room, visibly fatigued, holding 2 grenades and a mine. All clear, you can go in now, he said, though he appeared weary. Lin Yunxiang, concerned, asked, are you sure there is nothing left inside? Noticing her anxiety, Xiao Zhuan reassured her with a smile. Rest assured, I have checked thoroughly, including your bedroom. There is nothing to worry about. Lin Yunxiang, still shaken, cautiously stepped inside, and Xiao Zhuan called Guo Wenxue before following her in. The girl sat silently on the sofa, clearly rattled. After a long silence, Liang Ruoxuan finally voiced, our home has turned into a minefield. How are we supposed to live like this? Lin Yunxiang suddenly raised her head, declaring, I can't take it anymore. I want to go home. I'm calling my dad right now. As she reached for the phone, the landline in the living room rang, causing Lin Yunxiang to recoil in fright. Xiao Zhuan hurriedly answered the call. On the other end, Wang Yu's voice came through. The fact that you can answer my call means you figured out my little tricks. I must admit, I underestimated you. Congratulations on surviving a day. There are still 29 days to go. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Zhuan's eyes as he replied. I never expected you to be so despicable as to plant bombs here. Wang Yu laughed heartily, as if receiving a compliment. I told you. I would use every means necessary to eliminate that girl. Remember, by any means. Xiao Zhuan coldly retorted, dream on. As long as I'm here, you won't lay a finger on her. Wang Yu chuckled, then you'd better keep a close eye on her. You should accompany her to the bathroom and while she sleeps. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what may happen. Well, I must go commit some mayhem now. I'm off to buy apples. That scoundrel dared to shortchange me. And he will pay the price. Chapter 140. Late at night, Lin Yunxiang stood on the rooftop gazing at the sky, lost in thought. Xiao Zhuan approached with 2 glasses of red wine, observing her delicate silhouette with a sigh. This girl, who had grown up in a sheltered environment, had faced relentless calamities since arriving at Lianrong. If it were someone with a weaker disposition, they would have crumbled by now. Lin Yunxiang glanced back at Xiao Zhuan before turning away again. Aren't you the one who never drinks? Xiao Zhuan smiled. I was worried 1 glass wouldn't be enough for you, so I prepared an extra. Lin Yunxiang accepted a glass from him, murmuring her thanks before taking a small sip in silence. Xiao Zhuan found her quiet demeanor unfamiliar. He had always imagined her to be as wild as a little feral cat. Do you remember how I was during my first live-fire exercise after joining the army? Xiao Zhuan leaned against the railing, looking in the direction Lin Yunxiang was facing. Didn't you say that everything about your military life was a state secret, not to be asked or spoken of? Since that time on the cliff when Xiao Zhuan shared the tragic story of a girl, Lin Yunxiang had pestered him several times to tell her stories, but Xiao Zhuan stubbornly refused, insisting those were state secrets that could lead to a military tribunal. Miss Lin had been holding on to that grievance ever since. Amused by her grudge, Xiao Zhuan chuckled. The files on the Wolf Spirit Brigade are classified, but those from the recruit company are not. He reminisced, when I first joined the army, during routine grenade practice, my scores were always the best. Even our company commander praised my exceptional talent. Lin Yunxiang thought he was about to boast again and couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, Xiao Zhuan's tone shifted abruptly, but on the day of the live fire exercise, when I saw grenade after grenade explode, I was completely dumbfounded. When it was my turn, I pulled the pin but forgot to throw it. Even though she knew Xiao Zhuan would ultimately be fine, Lin Yunxiang couldn't help but gasp in shock. Xiao Zhuan cast a reassuring glance at her and continued, at that time, our company commander was equally terrified. He stood beside me, snatched the grenade from my hand, and threw it away. That grenade exploded less than 3 meters from us. We both sustained minor injuries, but fortunately, no one died. It was my first encounter with death so closely. Had our commander hesitated for just another second, we would undoubtedly have perished. What happened next? Lin Yunxiang turned to look at him. Xiao Zhuan's face flushed as he admitted, I was so scared that I wet my pants. Don't laugh. Anyone in that situation would have lost their composure. His overly detailed explanation, however, did little to mitigate the humor of the moment. Lin Yunxiang laughed heartily, finding it hard to imagine that the usually stoic Xiao Zhuan could have been so flustered. Just thinking about it was amusing. Seeing her smile return, Xiao Zhuan felt that recalling such embarrassing moments was not in vain. Chapter 141. Yunxiang, please tell me your story. Xiao Zhuan addressed her not as Miss Lin, as was his usual manner, but rather as a friend, eager to understand her innermost thoughts. Though they had known each other for nearly a month, his knowledge of Lin Yunxiang remained superficial, leaving him entirely oblivious to her past. Lin Yunxiang's mood brightened considerably, her face reflecting newfound vitality as she said, my story is far less dramatic than yours. It consists mostly of trivial matters. Do share. I am eager to listen, Xiao Zhuan encouraged. After a moment of silence, Lin Yunxiang began, my parents were born into completely different families. They received distinct educations and had varied experiences and interests, yet they were ultimately brought together by familial interests, leading to my existence. Xiao Zhuan noticed a subtle sadness in her expression. It was understandable. A family devoid of genuine emotion, no matter how outwardly resplendent, exuded a chilling indifference. In contrast, while his own family was modest, at least his parents maintained a degree of harmony, although they occasionally squabbled. Such is the nature of every household, far preferable to a couple treating each other with distant formality, like strangers. Lin Yunxiang continued, to outsiders. My father is a powerful municipal secretary, and my mother is a nationally renowned painter. They assume I must be incredibly fortunate. Yet, only I know how cold our home truly is. Despite my best efforts to bring them together, they remain strangers to one another. Others envy my illustrious family background, while I find myself envying those who enjoy harmonious families, who can share laughter and warmth with their parents. I have grown weary of that oppressive atmosphere, so I deliberately chose a university far from home. This way, I could return only occasionally, and they could at least pretend to be affectionate for my sake. Xiao Zhuan had intended to hear her recount her story, but instead, he had inadvertently stirred her painful memories. He swiftly changed the subject, asking, you were so close with Ruo Sun, like sisters. Did you meet in university? Lin Yunxiang, eager to shift away from sorrowful topics, smiled sweetly and replied, we've known each other since we were very young, probably since we were still in diapers. We attended kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school, and university together. Many people assume we are sisters, but although we are not related by blood, our bond surpasses that of siblings. Xiao Zhuan nodded, observing her radiant smile. Indeed, she has always cared for you like an older sister. Please, she's only 2 hours older than me, Lin Yunxiang protested playfully. Yet she insists on assuming the role of the elder sister. It's infuriating. Just as she finished speaking, Liang Ruosun's voice rang out from behind them. I wondered where you two had disappeared to. It seems you've come to the rooftop to gossip about me. Lin Yunxiang stuck out her tongue and turned to embrace Liang Ruosun's waist, playfully saying, you're the best, Ruosun. How could I possibly speak ill of you? Liang Ruosun playfully tapped her forehead and said, don't try to sweet-talk me, while I'm down below managing the opening of your studio. You heartless little creature have sneaked away to drink. The worst part is that you didn't even invite me, knowing full well that red wine is my favorite. Saying this, she unceremoniously took the remaining glass of red wine from Xiao Zhuan's hand. The three of them chatted casually on the rooftop for a while, and the two girls, fueled by the effects of the wine, began to waltz. As Xiao Zhuan watched them, he thought they resembled two exquisite butterflies dancing gracefully. Yet he felt a twinge of anxiety. He realized that he must remain vigilant. Any misstep could lead to disaster, as these two beautiful girls could easily meet with calamity, and that would weigh heavily on his conscience. Chapter 142. Over the next 2 days, Xiao Zhuan focused on rigorous training for the selected individuals. Though each was an elite from various police departments, they struggled when faced with a killer like Wang Yu, who had undergone specialized training. After 2 days of interaction, Xiao Zhuan gained a clearer understanding of each individual. Lianrong, despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, had attended a martial arts school and possessed exceptional skills. Even Xiao Zhuan was taken aback by his prowess. Remarkably, he was obedient, unlike the others who often clashed with him. Lianrong was the only one who would follow his orders without question, even if it meant jumping into a fire pit. The others, however, posed challenges for Xiao Zhuan. Despite Lin Xiuhai's reputation, they continuously presented him with difficulties. Hou Dazhuang was the sharpest among them, often instigating trouble, but when Xiao Zhuan's ire flared, he was the first to retreat, all while feigning righteousness by blaming the others. He possessed a unique talent. His sense of smell surpassed that of police dogs, allowing him to assist the anti-drug unit without needing canine companions. Tang Dabo, who worked in a prison, had developed a volatile temperament, often resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. However, beneath his rough exterior lay a kind heart. He once donated his wedding savings to support an inmate's child's education, leaving him single and heartbroken at over 30. His extensive time spent with criminals had endowed him with a wealth of street smarts and knowledge of various scams and tricks. Among them, Fang Ming was the most disdainful of Xiao Zhuan. Despite his affluent background, Xiao Zhuan observed that his arrogance was somewhat justified, particularly in his extraordinary talent for investigation and deduction. He could easily see through the traps Xiao Zhuan set, which only deepened his contempt for him. If he were to discover that Xiao Zhuan had merely employed basic traps he had mastered during his early days in the Langhun team, he would likely be astounded. In contrast, Zhang Yuran was relatively amiable, as they hailed from the same department, making it inappropriate for him to dismiss her completely. Yet, she was also the source of Xiao Zhuan's greatest frustration, not merely because she was the only woman among them, but due to her habit of analyzing everyone psychologically. Even a simple frown would be meticulously dissected, leaving Xiao Zhuan with a sense of vulnerability. Overall, Xiao Zhuan felt reasonably satisfied with this group, considering them the most elite officers in Lianrong. Though their tempers were peculiar, such quirks were trivial. Every capable individual possesses a touch of eccentricity. Tomorrow marks the grand opening of Lin Yunxiang's studio. As the founder, chairperson, and chief designer, Miss Lin will undoubtedly be present, and as her bodyguard, Xiao Zhuan will naturally provide close protection. However, with the large crowd expected, no one can guarantee that no issues will arise. Thus, these few individuals will be quite useful. The opening ceremony of Yunxiang's studio is rather simple, as both Lin Yunxiang and Liang Ruoxuan possess pragmatic personalities and have always scorned such formalities. They only set off a couple of firecrackers for good luck and took a group photo before hastily concluding the event. Guan Wenxue, being the only elder in Lin Yunxiang's life, is naturally present to celebrate, alongside the 5 employees of Yunxiang's studio. The entire ceremony lasted less than 30 minutes, without any mishap occurring. Zhang Yuran, who had been following Xiao Zhuan closely, surveyed the surroundings and whispered, "Wang Yu shouldn't show up, right?" Xiao Zhuan replied, "Just because he hasn't appeared yet doesn't mean he won't. He might be lurking in a corner watching us. At such a time, it hinges on who can remain composed. Even the slightest oversight could lead to dire consequences." Zhang Yuran looked at him with curiosity and said, "You seem to know a lot. Who taught you?" Xiao Zhuan, aware of her attempts to pry into his background, merely smiled faintly and replied, "Self-taught." Zhang Yuran rolled her eyes, clearly unsatisfied with that answer. After the ceremony concluded, everyone ascended to Lin Yunxiang's studio. Guan Wenxue took a tour around the studio and exclaimed, "Initially, when you mentioned opening a studio, both Secretary Lin and I thought it was unfeasible. Given your temperament, Miss Lin, how could you possibly focus on work? Yet, within just 2 months, you truly established this studio." Lin Yunxiang proudly lifted her small face and declared, "If you continue to underestimate me, I have promised to achieve something remarkable for you to see. I certainly intend to fulfill that promise." Guan Wenxue teased, "If I say you're plump, you'll puff up in indignation. If I'm not mistaken, a significant portion of this success belongs to Ruoxuan, doesn't it?" Lin Yunxiang opened her mouth but could not find a rebuttal. The smooth establishment of the studio indeed relied heavily on Liang Ruoxuan's hard work, while she, the boss, had not contributed much. Liang Ruoxuan, noticing her friend in a predicament, quickly stepped in to clarify. Uncle Guan, you are mistaken. In fact, Yunxiang has played a significant role in the studio's smooth progress. Guan Wenxue inquired with interest. Oh, please elaborate. Xiao Zhuan, who had been trailing behind them, was also puzzled. Miss Lin typically preferred to delegate responsibilities, so how could she have contributed so greatly? Even Lin Yunxiang herself felt somewhat baffled. As everyone turned to look at her, Liang Ruoxuan cleared her throat and said, her contribution lies in not causing any trouble. The room erupted in laughter. Even the newly hired employees struggled to contain their amusement. And had it not been for Miss Lin's authority, they would have burst into laughter outright. Lin Yunxiang chased after Liang Ruoxuan in mock anger, vowing to give this embarrassing friend a good thrashing. Guan Wenxue watched the two playfully tussling, and his smile gradually faded. He turned to Xiao Zhuan and said, I have watched Yunxiang grow up. With her background and personal qualities, she has always attracted admirers, including many distinguished and handsome young men. Yet, I have never seen her care for any man the way she does for you. The way she looks at you is different. It is neither the affection for a parent nor the camaraderie of friends, but Guan Wenxue did not finish his thought. But the implication was clear. It was neither familial love nor friendship, leaving only romantic affection. Xiao Zhuan was not oblivious. He had sensed these nuances in their daily interactions. However, despite their constant proximity, there remained an insurmountable chasm between them. Do you think there is a possibility for us? He pondered. Her father is a high-ranking city secretary. Her mother a renowned artist, while my father is merely a low-level official in a small tobacco company, and my mother is a homemaker. She received the finest education and graduated from the best university in the country, while I barely completed junior high before joining the army. She is naturally beautiful, the center of attention wherever she goes, while I am merely an ordinary person who could easily be lost in a crowd. No matter how close we may be, we remain parallel lines that will never intersect. Guan Wenxue chuckled at Xiao Zhuan's lengthy lament, saying, aren't you usually quite confident? Even when meeting Secretary Lin, you exuded confidence. Why are you now so hesitant? Xiao Zhuan self-deprecatingly smiled and replied, some things can be feigned, but others cannot. Many outcomes are preordained, and fate is hard to defy. Guan Wenxue turned to gaze out the window and continued, I grew up in poverty, was not particularly handsome, and my academic performance was poor. I was the kind of student who rarely attracted attention. Eventually, I stumbled into a mediocre university, and I thought I would lead a mundane life like many seniors before me, merely finding a job to support myself. It wasn't until my third year of university that I fell for the campus beauty from the neighboring school. She was extraordinary in every aspect, and I knew that there was no possibility for us. Many advised me against pursuing her, but I did not want to be a coward and give up without a fight. So, despite her repeated rejections, I wrote her a love letter every day and brought her a rose. Xiao Zhuan was intrigued to see this softer side of Guan Wenxue and asked, what happened next? Guan Wenxue smiled and replied, eventually, she became my wife. Xiao Zhuan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Guan Wenxue added, the reason I share all of this is to convey that success is determined by effort. Until you take action, never predict the outcome. Xiao Zhuan pondered his final words, gradually finding clarity. Indeed, while efforts may not always yield rewards, without making an effort, one can expect no return. At that moment, Lin Yunxiang approached. Curiosity etched on her face and asked, what are you two discussing? Just as Xiao Zhuan was about to respond with a smile, a beam of light suddenly shot from the opposite building, causing Xiao Zhuan's expression to change dramatically. Get down. He instinctively pushed Lin Yunxiang to the ground. In the instant they crouched down, Xiao Zhuan felt a sharp, searing pain in his shoulder, realizing he had been grazed by a bullet, and the injury was significant. That was quick, he murmured to himself, reflecting on how he had only seen the glare of the scope before the bullet grazed his shoulder, all occurring within 2 seconds. Judging by the trajectory of the bullet, had he reacted even a moment slower, Lin Yunxiang would have faced severe injury or worse. Clearly, the shooter was skilled. Do not expose yourselves. Showing your head means death, Xiao Zhuan warned Zhang Yuran and the others, who understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. However, one of the studio employees disregarded Xiao Zhuan's warning, standing up in a panic. The gunshot rang out, and that employee fell to the ground, the bullet having pierced through the back of his head and exited through his forehead, leaving a gaping hole. The scene was horrific, with blood splattering against the walls and floor in a shocking crimson display. Lin Yunxiang had not yet uttered a sound when Xiao Zhuan tightly covered her mouth and nose. Hush, do not speak. Be wary of the sniper across the way. He possesses armor-piercing rounds. Any sound you make could betray our position. And he could kill you through the wall, Xiao Zhuan whispered into Lin Yunxiang's ear. At that moment, Lin Yunxiang obediently nodded, and to her surprise, she felt an unprecedented sense of calm in Xiao Zhuan's presence. She was unsure whether it stemmed from an excess of trust or a budding dependence on him. Xiao Zhuan glanced at the fallen employee, muttering under his breath, "Madman." The salty taste trickling from his lips caused Lin Yunxiang to furrow her brows. She was familiar with this flavor. It was the taste of blood. Yet, it was evidently not her own. Reluctantly, she lifted her head, her gaze landing on Xiao Zhuan's arm. "You are bleeding." "I am aware," Xiao Zhuan replied succinctly, as if the injury did not belong to him. This was the second time he had acted this way for her. He could have easily disregarded his own safety. Yet, he had risked everything to save her. The thought stirred a pang of sorrow in Lin Yunxiang's heart, and she buried her head into Xiao Zhuan's chest, quietly sobbing. Xiao Zhuan cast a glance at Lin Yunxiang. This little girl, he thought, gently stroking her head. In a lowered voice, he teased, "You are not falling for me, are you?" "Absolutely not. You wish," Lin Yunxiang retorted. "Can we stand up now?" "Not yet. The enemy is positioned across the way, in a perfect spot to snipe us. With the best vantage point, the slightest movement could lead to our immediate demise." Xiao Zhuan licked his lips. In such dire circumstances, he found himself comparing the mercenaries he had once faced with Wang Yu, pondering who was the more formidable opponent. Ultimately, he believed the mercenaries were superior, as they would not fire indiscriminately until they had identified their target. Had the sniper across the way refrained from shooting the earlier employee, Lin Yunxiang might have had a better chance to stand, thus providing him with an even greater opportunity to harm her. Lianrong County looked at Xiao Zhuan and asked softly, "What shall we do now?" "Wait," was Xiao Zhuan's resolute reply. Guan Wenxue patted Lianrong County on the shoulder, saying, "Trust Xiao Zhuan. He will not lead us astray. Have faith in him." His words, noble in tone, not only expressed respect for Xiao Zhuan but also served to encourage him. However, it was also a means of self-preservation. As once he spoke, Xiao Zhuan would be obligated to confront Wang Yu. "Can we really wait? Is your blood flow sufficient?" Lianrong County snapped. Chapter 146. Xiao Zhuan felt a surge of gratitude in his heart as he glanced at his shoulder, smiling slightly. "Do not worry. It is just a scrape, nothing serious." Time passed slowly, with only the sound of Xiao Zhuan's heavy breathing filling the room. "Xiao Zhuan, you cannot be harmed," Lin Yunxiang said anxiously, shaking him gently. Xiao Zhuan grinned. "It hurts. Even if I do not die, you might shake me to death. I merely took a short nap. Is that so grave?" Lin Yunxiang couldn't help but chuckle, surprised that Xiao Zhuan could still joke at such a moment. "What time is it?" Xiao Zhuan inquired. 7 in the evening. Xiao Zhuan nodded, glancing at his shoulder. The blood had ceased flowing, the wound temporarily sealed by the coagulated blood. He had been in a light sleep to conserve his strength, knowing that the real battle was just beginning. Gazing at the pitch-black sky, Xiao Zhuan's lips curled into a faint smile. "It is time for a counterattack. I will go out. Zhang Zhidao, you are responsible for taking care of them. This time, I will personally capture him." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by two lovely ladies who spoke in unison. "You cannot go. Rest assured. I will take good care of them." Zhang Yuran knew she could not assist Xiao Zhuan at this moment, but she understood the importance of the task he had entrusted to her and nodded in agreement. Xiao Zhuan paid no heed to the two women. He rolled on the ground and swiftly dashed towards the door like a gust of wind. Arriving at the base of the opposing building, he surveyed the darkened floors, understanding that Wang Yu had cut the power to the entire level. Interesting. Xiao Zhuan drew his handgun, cautiously stepping into the darkness. This ignited a fervor within him, reminiscent of the battlefield filled with gunfire, as his fighting spirit surged, enhancing his physical and mental state. Some individuals are inherently suited for the battlefield. Once they arrive, they become exceptionally formidable. It is not merely physical strength, but a profound inner strength. Undoubtedly, Xiao Zhuan was one such person. The darkness within the building posed no inconvenience for Xiao Zhuan. He tread carefully, knowing that each step could be a lethal trap, lifting his foot with the understanding that there was no room for error. Bang! Xiao Zhuan instinctively spun around, alertly scanning his surroundings. "Haha, how is my ventriloquism? Did I scare you?" came Wang Yu's voice, not from a firearm, but from his own lips. Boring. Perhaps Xiao Zhuan's response was precisely what Wang Yu sought, as the latter erupted into a fit of laughter. Suddenly, the laughter ceased, and Wang Yu's voice turned icy. "Hello, people's servant. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Yu. I may not need to introduce myself, but I must demonstrate that I am a person of courtesy." Wang Yu's words were grandiose, yet they dripped with provocation towards Xiao Zhuan. The latter replied in kind, "Hello, I am Xiao Zhuan. Perhaps I also need not introduce myself. I merely wish to prove that I too am a person of courtesy." Chapter 147. The exchange, seemingly trivial, served its purpose. In the enveloping darkness, discerning the opponent's position required eliciting a sound from them. Wang Yu's decision to speak allowed Xiao Zhuan to ascertain his location, while Xiao Zhuan's own words revealed his position to Wang Yu. Both willingly exposing themselves might appear foolish, yet it was a strategy to prompt the other to strike first. To remain still while the other acted first is a vital tactic for snipers, which underscores the necessity for immense patience in their profession. Indeed, Xiao Zhuan's words immediately garnered a response from Wang Yu. Suddenly, two distinct gunshots rang out. Xiao Zhuan swiftly evaded, the bullet striking an unknown hard object. After Wang Yu fired, Xiao Zhuan pinpointed his location and returned fire. This was a gamble of life against life, devoid of class distinctions. Only luck determined the outcome. Ah! A cry of agony echoed from within the building. It seemed heaven still favored him. Xiao Zhuan could not help but smile in relief. Truly extraordinary, as the rumors suggested. I have indeed learned my lesson. Thank you for the compliment. Have you been injured? Xiao Zhuan asked with concern. From the moment he entered the building, Xiao Zhuan understood that Wang Yu intended to engage him in a psychological battle, and he was prepared to reciprocate. All he needed to do was to continuously provoke Wang Yu. A person who wields a gun and loses their calmness is not far from death. Wang Yu remained silent, never anticipating that he would find himself at a disadvantage during his first formal confrontation with Xiao Zhuan. He acknowledged Xiao Zhuan's formidable prowess, yet he adamantly refused to allow himself to concede this point. He must believe his strategy to be flawless. Wang Yu once again lifted his AWM sniper rifle, quietly awaiting Xiao Zhuan's emergence. Suddenly, a garment extended from Xiao Zhuan's direction, prompting Wang Yu to act impulsively and fire a shot without reservation. Bang! Damn it! It was merely a piece of clothing, Wang Yu exclaimed in frustration. At that moment, Xiao Zhuan's dark gun barrel was pressed against the back of Wang Yu's head. Hello. This marks our first encounter at such close quarters. Wang Yu, drenched in sweat, turned around, his eyes widening as he gazed at Xiao Zhuan, smiling as he declared, "You have lost." Lost. Xiao Zhuan's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, Xiao Zhuan's phone rang. Hello. I presume you've uncovered something. Has this game satisfied your vanity? I imagine you must be quite pleased. Your performance was truly spectacular. Is this how you find amusement? Have you heard of the strategy luring the tiger away from its mountain? I've recently taken a liking to military tactics. You must understand the literal meaning of that phrase. The ominous voice was unmistakably Wang Yu's to Xiao Zhuan, who realized he had fallen into a trap. The sniper rifle that had been aimed at him from across the building was not wielded by Wang Yu, but rather by another sniper of mediocre skill. Xiao Zhuan had been perplexed by Wang Yu's lackluster sniping ability, only to discover that the Wang Yu before him was a mere imposter. Are you not afraid that I might kill him? Not at all. If you kill him, I shall eliminate Miss Lin, 1-for-1, and neither of us suffers a loss. Wang Yu's words revealed the most unwelcome information for Xiao Zhuan. Lin Yunxiang had been captured. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Zhuan struggled to maintain his composure. Let us make a deal. I will bring him to you in exchange for Yunxiang. The heroes share a common understanding. Meet me alone in the Nanshan wilderness. I shall await your arrival. Fine, I will come immediately. I have no other requests. I only hope you will not harm Yunxiang, Xiao Zhuan replied calmly. On the other end of the line, Wang Yu chuckled, rest assured, I will defeat you and make you my subordinate. As for my future sister-in-law, I shall treat her well. Thank you, Xiao Zhuan replied sincerely. After a brief silence, Wang Yu continued, no need for thanks. I am merely a man consumed by hatred. But I am not an animal. Come, I hope you can kill me. If you do, I will find peace. If you cannot, tomorrow Zhanghai City will be engulfed in bloodshed. The call ended. Xiao Zhuan glanced at the injured imposter Wang Yu and inquired, who are you to Wang Yu? Cut the nonsense. Just kill me, the imposter replied. Xiao Zhuan shook his head, delivering a swift chop to the back of the imposter's neck before retrieving the imposter's AWM sniper rifle. An English-made weapon, renowned for its high precision, boasts an effective range of 1,500 meters with exceptional penetration. It had been a long time since Xiao Zhuan had touched a sniper rifle, and he now gently caressed its body, reminiscent of an old friend reunited after many years. In that moment, Xiao Zhuan felt a profound connection with the rifle, a bond likely never experienced by its original owner, the imposter Wang Yu. This relationship was akin to that between a master swordsman and an unparalleled sword. A weapon recognizes its wielder, and vice versa. Nanshan, located 40 miles south of Lianrong County, is characterized by its steep terrain and dense foliage, making it an ideal location for sniper engagements. Xiao Zhuan and the imposter took a taxi to the entrance of the mountain, where the driver, remarkably adept, managed to transport them safely despite one being grievously injured and the other armed with a sniper rifle. Upon disembarking, Xiao Zhuan surveyed the tangled branches and the eerie silence of Nanshan. The night sky had darkened completely, and in such an environment, even seasoned snipers would find it a considerable challenge to engage in combat. In fact, shortly after Wang Yu's call, Zhang Yuran had attempted to reach Xiao Zhuan. However, he did not answer. Instead, he turned off his phone. He understood that Zhang Yuran intended to inform him of Wang Yu's abduction of Lin Yunxiang, a matter he was already aware of, rendering the call pointless. He feared that should Zhang Yuran call during their impending confrontation, it would be disastrous. Xiao Zhuan roused the imposter Wang Yu and instructed, "You may leave. I will enter the mountain in 20 minutes to find Wang Yu. Warn him to be cautious." The imposter Wang Yu gazed deeply at Xiao Zhuan before silently departing. Xiao Zhuan meticulously organized the ammunition for the sniper rifle and carefully tended to his wounds, genuinely keeping his promise to wait 20 minutes before entering the mountain. Nanshan was vast, making it difficult to locate a single individual, particularly one adept at concealment. Yet, as if foreseeing Wang Yu's hiding place, Xiao Zhuan plunged into the thicket upon entering the mountain, sprinting with purpose. Target: 980 meters, wind speed, 3454. The imposter Wang Yu, whose real name was Su Wu and was Wang Yu's disciple, lay beside Wang Yu, peering through night vision goggles to monitor Xiao Zhuan's movements. At that moment, Xiao Zhuan's actions were erratic. He squatted, stood, rolled, and crawled, presenting a rather comical sight. The concealed Su Wu whispered to Wang Yu, "Master, what do you think Xiao Zhuan is doing? Isn't he exhausting his energy with such movements? What do you know? This is standard anti-sniper tactical movement. His actions are entirely unpredictable. No sniper could accurately anticipate them. Any sniper attempting to shoot at him under such circumstances would only have a 50% chance of hitting him. But 50% still means there's a chance to hit him, right? I recall teaching you that if a sniper's hit probability is below 95% and they still fire, they are courting death." Wang Yu's tone was icy, prompting Su Wu to immediately express his regret. "I understand my mistake, Master. By the way, Master, how do you think he became aware of our presence in this area?" "Su Wu, it seems you have much yet to learn. Have you not realized that it was you who led him here?" "Me?" Su Wu's face displayed shock. "The trampled foliage and the scent of your blood acted like signposts, guiding him here." "Master, I..." Panic surged within Su Wu, prompting him to move instinctively. Wang Yu swiftly pushed Su Wu aside, hissing, "Be careful." However, in that instant, gunfire erupted, and Su Wu's thigh was struck. Xiao Zhuan swiftly rolled into a nearby thicket. The 3 shots rang out, and the underbrush returned to silence. Wang Yu had vanished, and so had Xiao Zhuan. At that moment, both men simultaneously recognized the caliber of their opponent. For the next 10 minutes, neither engaged in further action, waiting in silence. However, it soon dawned on Wang Yu that he could not afford to wait any longer. Su Wu's injury was in his thigh. If they delayed, he would bleed out. Wang Yu clenched his teeth, originally holding an absolute advantage, yet unexpectedly found himself at a significant disadvantage upon encountering Xiao Zhuan. Stealthily, Wang Yu used his knife to sever the ropes binding Lin Yunxiang's hands, then whispered to her, "You, go outside." Lin Yunxiang glanced at him, and Wang Yu gestured with his knife, coldly asserting, "If you don't leave, I'll kill you." Lin Yunxiang hurriedly untied the cloth from her mouth and the ropes from her feet. Just as she prepared to rise, Wang Yu cautioned her, "You'd best announce your identity. Otherwise, your policeman boyfriend will shoot you dead." Having witnessed Xiao Zhuan's ability to strike with deadly precision from mere sounds in the darkness, she nodded and quickly called out, "Xiao Zhuan, it's me." From amidst the thorns, Xiao Zhuan, peering through his scope in the faint moonlight, observed Lin Yunxiang. However, upon her rising, she was unaware of his location and thus did not know where to flee. She wandered a few steps in confusion when suddenly, Wang Yu fired a shot. The bullet struck just beside Lin Yunxiang's foot, causing her to scream in terror, tears streaming down her face. Frozen in place, she feared that any movement would lead to her head being blown off. Concealed, Xiao Zhuan understood Wang Yu's intention. Gritting his teeth, he rolled on the ground while shouting, "Yunxiang, Wang Yu wants you to bandage that person's wound. Do as he says." Bang, 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 bang. As Xiao Zhuan rolled, Wang Yu fired 4 shots in quick succession, each narrowly missing Xiao Zhuan. However, these shots simultaneously revealed Wang Yu's position. Once steady, Xiao Zhuan began firing back, also discharging 4 rounds. Yet Wang Yu, anticipating Xiao Zhuan's actions, had already begun to move. In the jungle, the 2 men dashed and leaped about, exchanging gunfire that exerted immense pressure on each other, yet neither managed to land a hit. Breathing lightly behind the tree trunk, both Wang Yu and Xiao Zhuan returned to a state of calm. Xiao Zhuan sought an angle to observe Lin Yunxiang and was relieved to see her indeed tending to the fake Wang Yu's wounds. Additionally, she had the foresight to bind his hands and then concealed herself in the grass on a slope, using Su Wu's body as a shield above her. Clever Yunxiang. Xiao Zhuan smiled. Leaning against the tree trunk, he suddenly spoke. Wang Yu, your shooting skills leave much to be desired. Bang! A bullet grazed the tree trunk, splintering bark that splattered Xiao Zhuan's face. He dared not show himself, knowing Wang Yu would be waiting for just such a chance. The consequence of revealing himself would be a bullet to the head. Wang Yu suddenly chimed in. Your marksmanship isn't remarkable either. My right hand was hit by a foreign mercenary, so its stability is only 40% of that of a sniper. If I can't even beat a foreign devil, I'm worthless. Want to know why I transitioned to a different line of work? Xiao Zhuan replied. Because you're worthless, unable to defeat even a foreign devil. Wang Yu's back pressed against the tree trunk. In this standoff, as long as they remained still, neither could hit the other. However, any movement could lead to a fatal shot. Thus, in this scenario, a conversation became possible. I went to visit my old squad leader, who was stationed at the border checkpoint and about to retire. Before leaving, he advised me not to forget to marry and have a son, so I could marry his daughter. However, before I even reached the checkpoint, those 7 men encountered mercenaries from hell helping an overseas drug lord smuggle drugs. By the time I arrived, my squad leader and the other 6 were dead. I crossed the border and took out 11 of them, the last hiding in the grass like a turtle. So I extended my hand as bait, which is how I got injured. The border checkpoint you mentioned is the Tengchong Monkey Bridge checkpoint, right? Yes, how did you know? Squad leader Hu Wei was my comrade for 3 years. Wang Yu's tone grew somber, yet he seemed more human than before. Suddenly, Xiao Zhuan heard a click, followed by Wang Yu's declaration, Xiao Zhuan, I've thrown away my gun. Do you have the guts to drop yours so we can settle this barehanded? This proposal was undeniably tempting. Yet it could also be a trap. What if Wang Yu had another weapon? Nonetheless, Xiao Zhuan disregarded these concerns, discarding his gun and stepping out from behind the tree trunk. Upon seeing Wang Yu, he found him still holding a handgun aimed at him. Xiao Zhuan paused in surprise, offering a wry smile. Wang Yu's smile was even more bittersweet, shaking his head as he remarked, What should I say about you? Naive or foolish? Can't I say I'm handsome? After all, when one is on the verge of death, their words tend to be kind, Xiao Zhuan replied, laughing without a hint of anger at being deceived. Wang Yu nodded, giving Xiao Zhuan a thumbs up, saying, I've heard about the checkpoint incident. It was indeed quite impressive. He tossed his gun to the ground and raised his hands, stating, I concede, take me back. Xiao Zhuan regarded Wang Yu, momentarily rooted in place, hesitating to move. Wang Yu chuckled, What's wrong? Are you stunned? Haven't you always wanted to capture me? Instead of answering, Xiao Zhuan remarked, regarding the past. Don't blame Lin Xiuhai. Wang Yu furrowed his brow at Xiao Zhuan, anger flashing in his eyes. Lowering his hands, he narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Do you realize that mentioning Lin Xiuhai now is tantamount to seeking death? It truly isn't his fault. Lin Xiuhai isn't part of the court. Whether or not to kill your father isn't his decision. He was forced into that position, compelled to make that decision. I told you not to mention Lin Xiuhai. Wang Yu suddenly bellowed, charging at Xiao Zhuan like a wounded beast. Yet, Xiao Zhuan spoke calmly, as if he were an old scholar with your abilities. It would be easy to kill Lin Xiuhai, but you refrain because you know the truth, that he isn't to blame for what happened back then. Bang! Wang Yu tackled Xiao Zhuan, landing a punch squarely on his face. I told you to stop talking. Let it go, Wang Yu. If you can let it go, you can leave today. I want to pursue you. I can kill you and still walk away. Wang Yu continued to rain down blows on Xiao Zhuan. In between punches, Xiao Zhuan managed to say, My old squad leader once told me that the person he admired the most was named Xue Lang. He said Xue Lang was the only one in their regiment to pass the Wolf Soul test, and I should take Xue Lang as my goal. I've remembered the name Xue Lang. On my first day in Wolf Soul, I asked who held that code name. Unfortunately, they said Xue Lang was gone. Xiao Zhuan's face was battered and unrecognizable. Yet, Wang Yu's fist suddenly faltered. His mind was overwhelmed by Xiao Zhuan's words that Xue Lang was gone. As he pondered this statement, tears began to stream down Wang Yu's cheeks. The more he cried, the more heart-wrenching it became. He cried louder and louder. Indeed, Xue Lang. He had nearly forgotten that code name. Wang Yu's tears were not of hatred or resentment, but of the shame he felt for tarnishing Xue Lang's legacy and the honor of the Wolf Soul Brigade. Xiao Zhuan was gravely wounded by Wang Yu's fury and was on the verge of unconsciousness. Just before succumbing, Xiao Zhuan murmured. Shui Lang is merely gone. He is not dead. What is lost may be regained, but death is the finality of loss. With that, he collapsed. Wang Yu, having wept for a long while, stared blankly at the unconscious Xiao Zhuan. Now he is about to leave, and no one can stop him. However, in a surprising turn of events, Wang Yu managed to free the handcuffs from Xiao Zhuan's wrists, binding himself to Xiao Zhuan instead. He then retrieved Xiao Zhuan's phone, powered it on, and dialed the first number. The call was answered almost instantly, and the anxious, furious voice of Zhang Yuran echoed through the line. Xiao Zhuan, you finally decided to answer the phone, did you? You coward. You left us behind and turned off your phone, allowing Wang Yu to abduct Yunshang. You coward. You scoundrel. I am Wang Yu, and I have been captured by this coward, this scoundrel. I am in the Nanshan wilderness. Come and rescue me. Miss Lin is here too. Please call an ambulance. This coward, this scoundrel is seriously injured. Chapter 152. What? Zhang Yuran's voice rose several octaves. Wang Yu, observing Xiao Zhuan's bruised face, repeated the message. This time, Zhang Yuran understood immediately and exclaimed, Where is Xiao Zhuan? Let him answer the phone. Or do you wish to provoke the police system? Her words were filled with righteous indignation, but Wang Yu remained impassive, hanging up the call without hesitation. The police would soon locate them through the phone's GPS. You fool, why must you be so naive? Wang Yu self-deprecatingly mused. Yet, you have done a good deed. The snow wolf has been revived because of you. Wang Yu felt that his mental turmoil had eased significantly. He now desired nothing more than a moment of tranquility. Yet this time he would not choose to flee. A prison might indeed be a fitting place. Half an hour later, the sound of rustling filled the air as Zhang Yuran and her team arrived first. A group of police officers, guns drawn, eyed Wang Yu warily. Rest assured, there are no explosives. Wang Yu raised his handcuffed hands, stating calmly. Zhang Yuran, upon confirming the situation, instructed the two officers beside her, You too, restrain him. The officers pressed their guns against Wang Yu's head and unlocked the handcuffs. Wang Yu's notoriety was immense, making him a nightmare for the entire police system, and they had to exercise utmost caution. After securing Wang Yu, Zhang Yuran rushed to embrace Xiao Zhuan. You, are you all right? How did you sustain such severe injuries? Call for an ambulance, immediately, she shouted to the surrounding officers. When Xiao Zhuan opened his eyes once more, the pungent scent of disinfectant invaded his nostrils, prompting an involuntary sneeze. At the sound, the person leaning beside him raised her head. Lin Yunshang stared wide-eyed at Xiao Zhuan, elatedly exclaiming, You're awake. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. As she spoke, Lin Yunshang leaned down and gently pecked Xiao Zhuan on the cheek. A sharp pain shot through Xiao Zhuan's face. Wang Yu had struck him with considerable force, leaving his face swollen like a dumpling. Miss, is this how you treat me upon waking? What have I done to deserve such treatment? Xiao Zhuan replied, bemused. I'm so sorry, I forgot. Lin Yunshang apologized bashfully, recalling the fleeting kiss. Xiao Zhuan's mood brightened, and he broke into a silly grin. Lin Yunshang, mistaking his laughter for mockery, stomped her foot in annoyance. What are you laughing at? Humph. After exchanging playful banter, Lin Yunshang shared the news of Xiao Zhuan's awakening, attracting a flurry of visitors. Zhang Yuran arrived with her colleagues from the police station, stating, Xiao Zhuan, you are truly the pride of our Lianrong police station. Indeed, you subdued such a vicious criminal as Wang Yu. We take pride in your achievements. For thanks to you, the safety of countless citizens has been ensured. Listening to their praises, Xiao Zhuan merely offered a faint smile, concealing his true feelings about the mission. He was well aware of the gravity of the situation. Noticing Xiao Zhuan's lack of enthusiasm, Zhang Yuran found it peculiar but opted to dismiss the other officers, leaving only herself and Lin Yunshang in the small hospital room. Xiao Zhuan, what's wrong? You should be happy now that your greatest threat has been neutralized. Zhang Yuran remarked, puzzled. She believed he should grasp that, following this incident, a promotion was certainly within his reach, given the significant contributions he had made. Chapter 153. It's nothing, Xiao Zhuan replied succinctly, then inquired, What about Wang Yu? How is he now? At the mention of the criminal, Zhang Yuran grit her teeth and replied, He is currently imprisoned in a maximum security facility, awaiting prosecution. The duration of the trial will likely be lengthy, as he has committed numerous offenses. And then, Xiao Zhuan pressed, he should receive a death sentence, given his heinous crimes. Zhang Yuran raised her fist, visibly relieved. I understand, Xiao Zhuan said, falling silent once more. Zhang Yuran sensed something was amiss. It was as if Xiao Zhuan had transformed into a different person. Perhaps the injuries had caused him some degree of concussion? She offered this as an explanation for his demeanor. All right, Xiao Zhuan, please rest well. When you are recovered, we welcome you back. Zhang Yuran stated with double entendre, hinting that he might soon become a leader himself. Xiao Zhuan glanced at the fruit basket sent by Zhang Yuran and smiled slightly, saying, "Please extend my gratitude to everyone." "Understood," Zhang Yuran noted, sensing his unusual mood, and offered one last piece of advice before leaving. Xiao Zhuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After she departed, Xiao Zhuan began to ponder various matters when Guan Wenxue knocked on the door and entered. "Xiao Zhuan, when did you wake up? Are you feeling all right?" Guan Wenxue set the fruit basket aside and took a seat. "I'm much better now," Xiao Zhuan responded. "That is good to hear," Guan Wenxue replied. After exchanging pleasantries, a mysterious glimmer appeared in Guan Wenxue's eyes. Lin Yunshang, curious about the sudden air of secrecy, wondered what was going on. Recalling Zhang Yuran's earlier remarks, Xiao Zhuan seemed to connect the dots. "Could it be keeping us in suspense?" Guan Wenxue whispered. "Xiao Zhuan, do you remember the promise made by Secretary Lin regarding your promotion?" "I do." Xiao Zhuan's eyes brightened. "Well, although there hasn't been an official announcement yet, everyone has already acknowledged this fact," Guan Wenxue explained. "Next time I see you, I should call you Director Xiao." He deliberately omitted the title of deputy to cheer Xiao Zhuan up. To be honest, although Guan Wenxue was timid, he held a deep admiration for someone as courageous as Xiao Zhuan. Before Xiao Zhuan could respond, Lin Yunshang became overly excited. "Xiao Zhuan, did you hear that? You're about to become the director," she exclaimed joyfully. "I heard you, Miss Lin," Xiao Zhuan replied, maintaining his composure. "However, there hasn't been an official approval yet. Why the excitement? You little rascal, do you not believe what I say?" Guan Wenxue chuckled, pointing at Xiao Zhuan. "Well, since you doubt me, at the celebration banquet, you must drink with me multiple times." Xiao Zhuan smiled and replied, "When that time comes, I certainly will." "All right, Xiao Zhuan," Lin Yunshang chimed in. "You must drink more with others. Just now, you didn't believe me. So tell me, how will you make it up to me?" She teased playfully. Guan Wenxue, observing their interaction, chose not to linger as a third wheel, rising to leave. "Xiao Zhuan, think about how to make it up to her. I'll take my leave now." Being a third wheel among young couples could ruin one's reputation, so Guan Wenxue discreetly made his exit. Chapter 154. The injury sustained by Xiao Zhuan was not as grave as it appeared on the surface. He was acutely aware of this fact. However, he could not resist the genuine concern emanating from those around him, particularly the implicit threat posed by Miss Lin, who raised her delicate fist. This compelled him to reluctantly undergo a series of examinations at the hospital, both necessary and unnecessary, and after a 3-day period of recuperation, he could no longer remain idle. It was understandable. Given Wang Yu's capabilities, a single punch would suffice to incapacitate someone if he truly wished to do so. There was no need for him to engage in a brutish brawl, exchanging blows like a mere peasant. Instead, it seemed to be more of an emotional release for him. Had it been otherwise, Xiao Zhuan would not have refrained from retaliating. With Wang Yu brought to justice and Lin Yuni no longer in peril, the collective burden upon the hearts of those involved was lifted, leaving them with an unparalleled sense of clarity and ease. The resolution of this case also added a vivid stroke to Mayor Lin's political career. After all, Xiao Zhuan was personally appointed by him, demonstrating decisive delegation of authority at a crucial moment. A thoroughbred can gallop 1,000 miles to showcase its prowess, yet without a discerning horseman, it might as well be languishing in the stable, grazing. Thus, it was a joyous occasion for all, save for Xiao Zhuan, who could never seem to find happiness. As if something were lodged within his chest. Upon returning to the precinct with a face marred by bruises, he was immediately confronted by the last person he wished to see, which only deepened his discontent. "Xiao Zhuan has returned? Why not take a few more days to recuperate? It seems your wounds have yet to heal properly." Lu Yuan, who harbored a profound disdain for Xiao Zhuan, hesitated momentarily before feigning concern with a forced smile. Xiao Zhuan understood his intentions. A throng of people stood behind him, including Director Song Qingmian and the head of the county committee office, Guan Wenxue. Even Zhang Yuran, the newly appointed official seeking to enhance her credentials, was not someone he could afford to provoke. Moreover, this individual had apprehended the main suspect in a high-profile case and was, in private, the savior of Mayor Lin's cherished daughter. It was evident that he was destined for greater heights, and if Lu Yuan failed to recognize this, he would indeed be as foolish as a pig. Xiao Zhuan detested his demeanor and looked down upon him from the depths of his heart. One may choose to be inactive, but one should never become an accomplice. Nevertheless, as they were colleagues, and given Lu Yuan's position as a superior, he chose not to dwell on the matter. He merely nodded and entered the office building. Lu Yuan stood there momentarily, feeling vexed. Had Xiao Zhuan offered a few sarcastic remarks, he would have felt somewhat better. Instead, He was met with such blatant disregard that it left him trembling with indignation. Who was really in charge here? He longed to unleash his frustration, but found himself powerless. Sighing at the fickleness of fate. The repercussions of Wang Yu's case were severe, and upon his capture, the city's publicity department launched a full-scale effort to stabilize public sentiment. They oversaw the media, including newspapers, television, and online platforms, which extensively reported on the events surrounding the apprehension, salvaging the government's reputation while simultaneously heralding the rise of a new star within the police force. As he stepped into the office, the expressions of those present were laden with meaning, reflecting emotions of envy, jealousy, confusion, flattery, and sycophancy. They were undoubtedly aware that with the resolution of this case, Xiao Zhuan was on the brink of promotion. With a sigh in his heart, Xiao Zhuan maintained a cheerful demeanor, greeting each person with warmth. "Congratulations," Tao Xian remarked, sipping from her cup with a smile. Seeing the calm expression of this young woman who often teased him filled Xiao Zhuan with a sense of warmth. "Congratulations on what?" He feigned ignorance. Setting her cup down, Tao Xian shot him an unimpressed glare. "A major case has been solved. The main suspect has been apprehended, and you return wounded yet victorious. Promotion is imminent, with both honor and power within your grasp. Surely, that warrants congratulations?" Xiao Zhuan endeavored to maintain a serious expression, yet the corners of his lips twitched, betraying his inner joy. A man of honor cannot claim to be devoid of ambition. After all, he had fought tooth and nail to reach this point. While Lin Yunshang played a significant role in his journey, one could not overlook the promise made by Mayor Lin that day. It is too early to speak of such things. The credit belongs to all of us.